Chapter 191. You're making this judgment based on intuition. Ui couldn't help but be surprised. He wasn't dismissing Akira Mato's analysis. Rather, he was impressed that she could present such a logical and well-organized case based purely on her instincts. And she looked so confident about it, as if the truth couldn't be anything else. "Don't underestimate Akira's intuition," Shinohara said with a gentle smile. "In that regard, she's very much like her father." Mato-san, huh? Yes, that does sound like him. Ui nodded slightly. Like father, like daughter, I suppose. Still, a target that even the gourmet can't manage to eat. If such a person really exists, that would be quite interesting. Shinohara fell into thought. The reason the gourmet had earned that particular nickname was his notoriously picky appetite. He seemed obsessed with pursuing so-called delicacies. Moreover, most ghouls had no interest in eating their own kind, since ghoul flesh tasted terrible. The CCG knew this well. Logically speaking, the gourmet shouldn't be interested in fellow ghouls. They'd never found any evidence of him engaging in cannibalism. But if his prey were human, that explanation didn't hold up either. Besides CCG investigators, could any ordinary human really give an S-rated ghoul like the gourmet so much trouble? Forget ordinary humans, even among investigators, you'd need to be at least first class to stand a chance against an S-rated ghoul. Too many pieces of this puzzle didn't fit, but unraveling such mysteries was exactly what investigators were meant to do. Akira continued explaining why she believed the gourmet's target was most likely in Ward 20. After eliminating all those other areas, I noticed one more thing. Previously, the gourmet frequently hunted and operated in Ward 20, but after his hunting frequency first dropped sharply, his activity in that ward also decreased significantly. After the second drop, when his hunting stopped entirely, he vanished from Ward 20 completely. That's why I believe his target is located precisely in the ward we've been assigned to. Her analysis was remarkably thorough. I agree, Akira makes a good point. Byakuya spoke up calmly. He was undoubtedly the one with the most authority to comment here, since the target Akira had been describing was none other than himself. I think Byakuya makes a good point too. Suzuya, who hadn't understood a word of Akira's explanation, chimed in at this moment. This was finally his chance to contribute to the conversation. "Suzuya, you," Shinohara sighed with exasperation. "At least use the proper title, First Class Amaha, if you please." First Class Amaha," Suzuya immediately corrected himself. Though in private, he'd probably go right back to his usual way of addressing him. "In that case, let's focus part of our investigation on Ward 20 and the rest on the ghoul restaurant." Shinohara continued, "I'll assign First Class Amaha and rank 2 Mato to investigate the ghoul restaurant. Does that work for everyone? I believe First Class Amaha is best suited for this, given his previous contact with the organization." He made sure to consult Byakuya and Akira before making any final decisions. "No problem," Byakuya replied. Akira gave a small nod of agreement. Associate Special Class UI and Rank 2 Suzu will handle the Ward 20 investigation. As for myself and Suzuya, we'll continue pursuing the binge eater. Even if she's gone silent, we need to find some trace of her. Shinohara laid out the assignment simply and clearly. No one objected. All right, that concludes this briefing. Take today to prepare. We officially begin our investigations tomorrow. With that, everyone dispersed. But it was only the briefing that had ended. The moment Byakuya stepped out of the conference room, Suzuya immediately followed. Byakuya tilde. Suzuya bounced over cheerfully. "Did you get a new quink?" "No, I already have 3 or 4 quinks of my own. Having too many would just be wasteful." In truth, he had exactly 3. The S+ rated 13's Jason, the B-rated Thorn, and the B-rated Haruko 176. But he was counting the Uchiha Gunbai as well. After all, when dealing with outsiders, he could only explain it away as a quink. At his current level, another S-rated quink wouldn't make much difference. Anything below S-rated would be even less useful. He'd need at least an SS-rated quink for it to be worthwhile. "I see, I just got a new quink recently, and it feels great to use." Suzuya grinned. Before the promotion ceremony, he'd been stuck at rank 3. He needed to reach rank 2 before he could officially own a quink, though he'd long since passed all the related aptitude tests. So it was only recently that he'd received a quink that was truly his own, beyond the standard issue scorpion. If it feels right, that's good. You look happy. Yeah, with an A+ rated quink in hand, I can take down even more ghouls now. I might even be able to challenge S-rated ones. Suzuya's voice brimmed with excitement. Don't take S-rated ghouls too lightly. You're still just a rank 2, and you're already talking about doing first-class work. Shinohara, following behind them, couldn't help but interject. He knew Suzuya was strong. The fact that he could eliminate A+ rated ghouls with just a B-rated scorpion proved that much. But he worried about Suzuya getting overconfident if he ever actually faced an S-rated ghoul. Since we're not officially starting until tomorrow, how about we all go out for drinks tonight? Kori Ui suddenly suggested. I'm in. Come to think of it, I haven't touched alcohol since the Aogiri tree suppression operation ended. I've been craving a drink lately. Shinohara chuckled. After all, he'd been bedridden for months, no drinking allowed during that time. I don't mind either, Byakuya said. As for Akira, she had already slipped away to another room to organize intelligence on the ghoul restaurant. Well then, could you let Akira know, though she'll probably turn us down. Shinohara was already anticipating Akira's likely rejection, giving Byakuya a heads up. Chapter 192. Shinohara didn't need to warn him, Byakuya already knew. Given Akira's personality, she'd probably consider going out for food and drinks a waste of time. Still, he'd ask anyway. He was just passing along the invitation on behalf of Kori Ui and Shinohara. There was nothing awkward about it for him. Emma. Byakuya gave Shinohara a small nod. Emma-san. Just then, Rikai Suzu suddenly spoke up. Byakuya was slightly surprised. He'd barely exchanged any words with Rikai before. Are you good at drinking? For some reason, that was the question Rikai chose to ask. I suppose so. I don't usually drink, but my tolerance is decent enough. He didn't particularly enjoy alcohol, but if it was with friends, he was willing to have a few. I see. Rikai said nothing more. The truth was, he was too embarrassed to admit his own tolerance was terrible. The conversation had ended rather abruptly, but Byakuya didn't think much of it. Ding, host has triggered a choice mission. Choice 1, don't pursue this dead-end conversation any further. Reward, 1 fusion point. Choice 2, Rikai Suzu is quiet and reserved by nature, but he's a kind and reliable young man. Take the initiative to chat with him more, and your relationship will quickly improve. Reward, 20 fusion points. The system's prompt reminded Byakuya of what he already knew about Rikai's personality. Like Shioihei, Rikai was one of those drawn as a girl, written as a boy cute characters, but where Shio was cheerful and outgoing, Rikai was quiet and withdrawn. It occurred to him that Rikai's awkward attempt at conversation might have been his way of trying to get to know Byakuya better. He just couldn't think of a good topic, so he'd blurted out that random question about drinking. And the system's choice wasn't difficult. Easy points for minimal effort, why not? Rikai Suzu, or should I just call you Rikai? Byakuya took the initiative to continue the conversation. With girls, he might need to be more careful. With boys, using first names directly was no big deal, as long as the other person didn't mind. Rikai looked momentarily startled. That's just Rikai is fine. Clearly, he didn't mind at all. In fact, his sudden attempt at small talk had been precisely because he wanted to build a better relationship with Byakuya. Now that they were colleagues in Squad Zero, it felt strange to remain so unfamiliar with each other. So Rikai, when you brought up drinking earlier, was it because you don't want to, or don't like it? Byakuya continued, if that's the case, I can mention it to Shinohara-san and Ui-san. You can just do whatever feels comfortable. It's not that I don't want to, I just have a really low tolerance. I was curious if there's any way to improve it. This was really just Rikai's way of keeping the conversation going. He wasn't genuinely concerned about his alcohol tolerance. Now that they'd finally managed to talk, he didn't want to let the opportunity slip away. Improving tolerance, huh? There's really no good method. Either you're born with it or you build it up by drinking more. But I wouldn't recommend that approach. Drinking too much isn't healthy. All right, I'll just take it easy when we're out then. Rikai nodded slightly. He hadn't learned anything useful, but his mood had lifted considerably. After all, that hadn't been his real goal anyway. Ding, host completed choice 2. Reward, 20 fusion points. Not a lot, but easy enough to earn. Having spent so much time with the system, Byakuya was starting to understand its patterns. Building relationships with certain canon characters could earn fusion points, and there was probably a lot of room to explore. Later that afternoon, Byakuya and Akira sat in an office at the Ward 20 branch, poring over documents related to the GHOUL restaurant, preparing for tomorrow's official investigation. He still hadn't mentioned the dinner invitation to Akira. By the time he'd found her, she was already completely absorbed in researching GHOUL restaurant intelligence. He didn't want to interrupt. First class Amaha, let's go to Ward 7 tomorrow to investigate the GHOUL restaurant. Akira suddenly spoke up. According to these records, the CCG had already raided and destroyed a GHOUL restaurant once before your infiltration, yet somehow it managed to resurface in Ward 7. I suspect a new one still exists there. I agree. The GHOUL restaurant is probably still operating in Ward 7. Byakuya nodded. Emma. Akira acknowledged him, then finally set down the pile of documents she'd been holding and rubbed her eyes gently. She'd been studying these GHOUL restaurant files for hours. Her eyes were strained, and she needed a short break. Taking advantage of her brief pause, Byakuya spoke up. Tonight, UI-san and Shinohara-san want to invite us out for dinner. I've already agreed to go. What about you? His tone was perfectly calm and natural, his expression neutral. He sounded like he was simply relaying a message on their behalf. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. Today's work will keep me here until at least 8 or 9. After 9, I don't eat anymore. I am a woman after all. Akira declined without hesitation. Thank you for passing along the message, and please express my thanks to Associate Special Class UI and Special Class Shinohara for the invitation. Of course, I'll let them know tonight. Byakuya wasn't the least bit surprised. Perhaps she was being disciplined about her diet to maintain her figure. Or perhaps she simply considered it a waste of time but didn't want to reject her superiors too bluntly, so she'd phrased it diplomatically. Either way, there was no chance Akira would join them for drinks. Now then, let's continue reviewing the GHOUL restaurant materials. That break just wasted 12 seconds. Akira was back in work mode. Though her words carried another implication, that the dinner invitation itself had also been a waste of time. Chapter 193. There were mountains of miscellaneous files to go through. Even if a massive stack of documents contained only a single line mentioning the GHOUL restaurant, Akira would painstakingly dig it out. In her eyes, the devil was in the details. Any seemingly insignificant piece of information could prove to be the key to success. Her father had taught her that. Byakuya, meanwhile, made a show of reviewing the documents seriously while actually just skimming through them. He already knew everything there was to know, so reading these files made no difference. He was essentially slacking off. By nearly 9 o'clock, Akira finally decided to call it a night. Byakuya had stayed with her the entire time. As her superior, leaving before his subordinate would have been poor form. Though his role as her superior wasn't in the traditional sense, he and Akira were partners, not in a subordinates are just workhorses kind of relationship. I've left my completed report here. I'll be heading out now. Akira placed her finished report on the GHOUL restaurant on Byakuya's desk. It contained all the intelligence she deemed useful, along with her analysis and conclusions. She'd worked overtime specifically to complete this report before tomorrow's official investigation began. Thanks for your hard work. You as well. Akira returned the courtesy, then left. Byakuya, meanwhile, headed out to meet Kori UI, Shinohara, and the others for dinner. So Akira turned us down after all. Don't take it personally, though. Upon hearing the news of Akira's refusal, Shinohara said, Akira's? A complicated kid, but she has her sensible side too. I'm guessing she already gave you that whole wasting time speech. Am I? Byakuya nodded slightly. She's never said it to me directly, but her father used to say the same thing. Honestly, I think both of them are just joking when they talk like that. Shinohara continued, they like to express humor through logical-sounding arguments. That's something father and daughter have in common, so don't take those jokes too seriously. I won't, it doesn't bother me. Though privately, Byakuya didn't think Akira had been joking at all. And he suspected Shinohara was just trying to smooth things over, not that there was anything to smooth over, in his view. As a subordinate, she really shouldn't speak to her superior like that. I think she might be testing you, in a way. She's quite talented, though of course you're even more so. Shinohara mused. Really, the most straightforward solution is to become a superior she respects and trusts. Though saying that sounds a bit absurd, she should already be showing you proper respect. By now, Shinohara was practically rambling, his logic getting a bit tangled. Which only proved that his just joking comment had been his way of saying something nice on Akira's behalf, to prevent any friction between the newly formed partnership. Still, think of it as a valuable experience. Starting off as a superior with someone as difficult as Akira means any future subordinate will seem easy by comparison. Ha ha ha. Shinohara laughed. Investigators, who didn't retire too early from the CCG, typically had more than one subordinate over their careers. Just as Hauji Kusuk had once been Kiryo Mado's subordinate before Ammon Kaotaru. Hauji had even learned his quink techniques from Kiryo. Of course, Hauji had since risen to Associate Special Class and was on the verge of making Special Class, while Kiryo had voluntarily remained at First Class. I'll do my best to fulfill my duties as a superior. Byakuya kept his response brief. Shortly after, their group arrived at a small izakaya. Let's not overdo it tonight. Just a moderate amount, we don't want to oversleep or feel groggy tomorrow morning. Kori Ui ordered a reasonable amount of draft beer from the server. And Suzuya, you're technically an adult now, but this is probably your first time drinking, right? If you start feeling off, stop. Shinohara added his own warning. Got it, Shinohara-san. Suzuya nodded obediently. He was mostly just curious about alcohol. A taste would probably be enough. Speaking of adulthood, Shinohara's gaze shifted to Rikai Suzu. How old are you anyway? While CCG investigators were normally adults, there were rare exceptions, like the children from that place called the Garden. He recalled that Rikai came from there, and his appearance certainly looked young. He definitely didn't seem like an adult. Best to confirm, since legally, minors weren't allowed to drink. I'm 12. Rikai answered expressionlessly. He had drunk alcohol before, back in the sunlit garden, which was essentially cut off from the outside world and wasn't bound by normal laws. What, only 12? Shinohara exclaimed. He'd expected Rikai to be young, but not that young. And yet Rikai was already a rank 2 investigator who had earned a white single-wing badge, meaning he'd eliminated an S-rated ghoul. The children from that garden really are something else. Arima came from there too. That's amazing, Tilda. Even Suzuya sounded impressed. Byakuya and Kori Ui showed no visible reaction. As fellow Squad 0 members, they already knew Rikai's background. Well, here's the problem, minors aren't allowed to drink. You're only 12, so I'm afraid you'll have to sit this one out. Shinohara scratched his head. I don't mind. Rikai said, just being here with Amaha-san and everyone else is enough for me. Chapter 194. Since Rikai couldn't drink outside the garden like he could inside it, Byakuya took him to a nearby convenience store to buy some soft drinks. So you became a ghoul investigator at such a young age, Rikai? Byakuya made casual conversation, already knowing everything. All of us from the garden become investigators around my age. Rikai nodded. The garden, huh? Come to think of it, Arima-san is from there too, isn't he? Yes, and Arima-san is the goal I'm striving toward, though with my abilities, there's probably not much hope. Rikai spoke honestly. He didn't just admire Arima, he saw him as a beacon of hope. Don't say such discouraging things before anything's been decided. Even if you can't match Arama-san's strength, you can still do the same things he does. Byakuya didn't offer empty comfort, like telling Rikai he'd eventually catch up to Arama. That would have been unrealistic. Kishu Arama represented the peak of what a half-human could achieve. Apart from Furuta, who had later transplanted Rai's Kakuhu. Rikai nodded, feeling the words made sense. Ding, host's relationship with Rikai Suzu has further improved. Reward, 10 fusion points. Byakuya noticed the system seemed to be triggering rewards more frequently now. This kind of minor interaction wouldn't have earned points before. Afterward, they returned to the izakaya. Byakuya, Suzuya, Koriyui, and Shinohara drank, and chatted while Rikai sipped his soft drink. Given tomorrow's early start, they kept their drinking moderate. Their tolerances were all fairly decent. Even Suzuya, drinking for the first time, only got slightly tipsy. The moment Shinohara noticed the flush on Suzuya's cheeks, he cut him off to ensure he'd be fine for work tomorrow. By the time Byakuya returned home that night, he was still perfectly clear-headed. He'd called Tsukiyama Shu to meet him outside. Did something suddenly come up? How may I serve you, Amahisama? Tsukiyama's tone was gentlemanly and deeply respectful. There is one matter I need to discuss with you, regarding the GHOUL restaurant. Byakuya got straight to the point. I've been assigned to the Ward 20 branch, and my subordinate and I are specifically tasked with investigating the gourmet, which is you. Unfortunately, my subordinate has remarkably sharp instincts. She's already deduced your connection to the GHOUL restaurant. Tomorrow, I'll be heading to Ward 7 with her to investigate. He now had a certain level of trust in Tsukiyama. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sharing this information so openly. It wasn't complete trust, but with his current strength, he didn't need to be overly cautious. That said, avoiding premature conflict with the Washu clan was still preferable. It wasn't that he feared their power. He simply had more opportunities to farm fusion points while working within the CCG. His ultimate goal remained the Eye of the Moon plan. Before that plan was complete, obstacles like the Washu clan could be dealt with whenever convenient. For now, accumulating fusion points was paramount. Climbing to special class within the CCG would maximize his gains. His current interaction with Tsukiyama was the final test. He wanted to see how Tsukiyama would react to this information, what attitude he'd take, what actions he'd choose. If Tsukiyama passed this test, Byakuya could confidently share information about the Akatsuki organization with him. For now, building Akatsuki required Tsukiyama, Matsumi, and Kani. I see, your subordinate sounds quite capable, Amahisama. Tsukiyama said, I have an idea, lean closer if you would. He proceeded to share his plan with Byakuya in a hushed voice. All right, we'll go with that for now. I'll contact you if anything else comes up. Byakuya nodded slightly. Afterward, Tsukiyama vanished into the shadows, and Byakuya headed home. Busy day at work, you're back so late. It was already past 10 o'clock. Rise approached as soon as Byakuya entered, sniffing him carefully. I smelled Tsukiyama on you. What did you need him for? Byakuya summarized the day's events. So your new subordinate is a smart, intuition-sharp, pretty young woman. Rise zeroed in on only the details that interested her. Wait, I never said she was pretty. Byakuya felt a twinge of exasperation. Anyway, I'm heading to Ward 7 tomorrow to investigate the GHOUL restaurant. The plan I discussed with Tsukiyama is related to that. I'll probably be home late again tomorrow. Rise nodded. Kurona, Nashiro, and the 2 Tsukiyama servants are already asleep. Want something to eat? I could make it myself. I already ate earlier. I'm not hungry right now. Byakuya offered an apologetic smile. Is that so? Never mind then. Rai's expression remained neutral. But a flicker of disappointment passed through her eyes. Though I am curious about your cooking. Tell you what, I'll probably be home late tomorrow too. I'll look forward to it then. It wasn't just that he'd noticed her disappointment. He was genuinely curious what kind of meal Rise would prepare for him. Hopefully not something from the dark side of cuisine. HMPH tilde then you'd better look forward to it. Rise let out a small huff, her face brightening with unmistakable joy. Chapter 195. The next day. Byakuya made a point of arriving at the Ward 20 branch early. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and he was among the first to show up. Shortly after, Akira arrived as well. Most likely, she'd taken the subway from Ward 1, where her home was located. Though there was a small chance, she'd already rented a place nearby. "First class Amaha, you're here early." Akira spoke the moment she spotted Byakuya in the office. "So are you. Good morning, Akira." "Good morning." Akira didn't even sit down at her desk before continuing. "We can head out to Ward 7 now." "You're certainly motivated." With a brief comment, Byakuya rose from his chair. The two of them took the subway to Ward 7. Today, Byakuya wore his usual white combat uniform. Akira was dressed in her black work attire, complete with black stockings. "I think we should start by investigating the location of the GHOUL restaurant you disrupted. What do you think, first class Amaha?" "I agree we should check there first. Even if a new GHOUL restaurant has appeared, we don't know its exact location anyway." Their opinions aligned. Before long, they arrived at the site of the previous GHOUL restaurant. It was a hotel owned by the Tsukiyama family. The establishment had been shut down ever since the GHOUL restaurant incident came to light. It was no longer permitted to operate. Not only was it sealed off, but police and security guards were stationed there around the clock. Ordinary people weren't allowed inside. "Hold it, who are you?" As Byakuya and Akira approached the entrance, a security guard stopped them. "We're CCG investigators, here to investigate matters related to the GHOUL restaurant." Byakuya stated his identity and purpose, presenting his credentials. Akira did the same. "Oh, go right ahead." The guard immediately let them through. Inside the hotel, Byakuya and Akira searched for a long time. They didn't overlook any corner that might contain clues, but they found nothing. By noon, they took a break for lunch. They found a random restaurant nearby. The moment they sat down, before they could even order, Akira brought up the GHOUL restaurant again. "Continuing to search that hotel seems pointless. Let's finish combing through the entire building this afternoon, then try a different approach." Her expression remained neutral. "My thought is that we should directly investigate the previous GHOUL restaurant that the CCG destroyed. This hotel was only shut down less than 6 months ago. Normally, no GHOUL would dare return so soon, let alone leave any traces behind." "That does make sense, but..." Akira's gaze suddenly turned sharp. "Are you certain, first class Amaha?" "Certain about what? Is there a problem?" Byakuya was confused by her reaction. "If you're certain, then there's no problem." Akira said nothing more. But her cryptic manner made Byakuya uneasy. Just as he was about to order food, Akira suddenly stood up. "What is it? Something urgent?" "You're asking what's wrong? Didn't you suggest going there to investigate? We can eat there too. No need to waste time here." Akira spoke flatly. "Fine." Byakuya thought it over and conceded the point. The GHOUL restaurant was indeed often established in places that used to be regular restaurants. He'd been slacking yesterday and hadn't done his homework, not something he wanted his subordinate to know, so he didn't show any sign of being unfamiliar with the situation. Afterward, the two walked in silence. They headed toward the location of the GHOUL restaurant that had been destroyed years earlier. Since it had been a while, the place had been sealed for a year or two before being allowed to reopen. It was currently operating normally. Byakuya hadn't done his research, but Tsukiyama had told him the exact location last night, so he didn't need Akira to lead the way. But when they arrived at their destination, Byakuya was momentarily stunned. It wasn't a regular restaurant. It was a couple's theme restaurant. He hadn't known this beforehand, now things were awkward. It suddenly clicked why Akira had reacted so strangely when he'd suggested coming here. She must have known what this place was all along. He was caught in a dilemma. If he explained that he hadn't known what kind of restaurant this was, he'd be admitting he hadn't done his homework. But if he said he had known, wouldn't that make him look like some creepy boss who brought his female subordinate to a couple's restaurant? Still, Byakuya quickly regained his composure. The simplest solution was to say nothing. Just act like this was purely for work, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Akira's expression didn't suggest she was overthinking it either. When Byakuya had confirmed his decision earlier, his calm, professional demeanor had apparently satisfied her concerns. "Let's go in." Byakuya spoke casually. "Emma." Akira nodded. Since this was an investigation rather than a combat mission, they hadn't brought their quink cases. Byakuya had only concealed a dagger-sized Haruko 176 on his person, as he always did. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The interior was decorated entirely in pink, and everywhere they looked, couples sat together. Byakuya and Akira appearing in this couple's restaurant made it look like they were a couple themselves. Chapter 196. The situation was undeniably awkward. On the first day of officially working together, Byakuya had brought his female subordinate to this kind of place. Still, he kept his expression completely blank, not wanting Akira to read anything into it. Soon, a server from the couple's restaurant came to attend to them. "What kind of service would you like today?" The server led them to an empty table, then leaned in and spoke quietly. "We offer a full range of services here, including various, intimate items. The couple's hotel next door is also under our management." The server appeared to be a young woman herself, yet she could say all this with a bright smile and not a hint of embarrassment. Their training must have been thorough. "No thank you, we're just here to eat." Byakuya kept his tone calm and level. Akira sat in silence, her face expressionless. The couples around them, the suggestive atmosphere, she seemed to have tuned it all out completely. "Oh, of course, here's the menu." The server handed the menu to Byakuya. "Akira, you choose first." He passed the menu to Akira. She took it, scanned through it in seconds, marked 2 dishes, and handed it back with brisk efficiency. Byakuya selected 2 dishes of his own. The server watched all this with growing confusion. Were these two really a couple? From their behavior and body language, they barely seemed like friends, let alone lovers. Pardon me for asking, but are you two actually a couple?" The server couldn't contain her curiosity. She was still young. A more experienced server would never ask customers such a personal question. Akira had no intention of dignifying this with a response. She didn't even glance at the server, apparently considering it a waste of her time. "No," Byakuya answered without hesitation. "But this place is." Halfway through her sentence, the server realized she'd overstepped. "I'm so sorry, forget I said anything." She bowed apologetically to both of them. Thank goodness the manager hadn't witnessed her blunder. Still, she couldn't be careless. She needed to keep apologizing until the customers forgave her, or she'd be in serious trouble if they complained later. "It's fine, we don't mind. We're just here for a normal lunch." Seeing how flustered the server was, Byakuya had no intention of giving a young woman a hard time. He offered a small smile. The server breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away with the menu. Byakuya sighed internally. How did we end up in a place like this? Tsukiyama hadn't mentioned last night that this was a couple's theme restaurant. If he'd known, he wouldn't have suggested coming here so carelessly. But he couldn't blame Tsukiyama for this. He needed to look at his own mistakes. From now on, no more slacking off before investigative operations. He'd do his homework properly. After all, no matter how omniscient he was about canon, he couldn't know details that weren't even in the original story. The original work only mentioned that the CCG had destroyed a GHOUL restaurant before. It never specified where that restaurant had been located. "Do we need to act like a couple?" Akira suddenly spoke up. This was her first utterance since entering the restaurant. "No, there's no need for that." Byakuya maintained his outward composure, though inwardly he couldn't help feeling awkward. He could tell Akira was even more reserved than usual. Who knew what kind of pervert she was imagining him to be right now? And her question just now, it had almost sounded like she was teasing him. Akira said nothing more. She rested her chin on one hand, her gaze drifting elsewhere, as if lost in thought or perhaps just spacing out. Nearly 20 minutes later, the server brought 4 dishes and rice. "Please enjoy your meal." Byakuya and Akira ate in continued silence, barely exchanging a word. They looked nothing like a couple, but then again, they had no reason to pretend. Just then, a purple-haired man in a striking red suit walked past their table. The man appeared to be wearing some kind of mask. Akira caught a glimpse of it from the corner of her eye, and her attention sharpened immediately. She didn't look up right away, nor did she alert Byakuya. She waited calmly for the man to pass. Once he was some distance away, she quickly said to Byakuya, "Did you notice that man just now? My instincts tell me he's highly suspicious." Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten a clear look at what kind of mask he wore. She'd only vaguely registered that he was wearing one. "Yes, let's follow him." Byakuya spoke in a low voice. They had just finished eating. The two immediately left their seats and began tailing the purple-haired man. Of course, Byakuya knew perfectly well that it was Tsukiyama. This was all part of their plan. It was no coincidence. Tsukiyama had deliberately waited until Byakuya was nearly done eating before making his appearance, and he'd intentionally let Akira notice him. As they followed the purple-haired man out of the couple's restaurant, he removed his mask at the door and slipped it into his pocket. Akira's suspicions deepened. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama glanced to the side, a smile curving his lips, completely unnoticed by Akira. Chapter 197. Byakuya and Akira tailed Tsukiyama to another location. The building before them appeared to be an ordinary private residence. Tsukiyama put his mask back on before entering. Was I mistaken? No, there's definitely something off about this seemingly ordinary house. Akira stopped at a distance. That man looks very similar to the gourmet I encountered at the GHOUL restaurant before, same build, same hair color. I'm fairly certain it's him. This house is worth investigating. Byakuya spoke evenly, his expression calm. Unfortunately, we didn't bring our quinks today. Otherwise, we could go in and investigate immediately. A hint of regret colored Akira's voice. Let's not rush. We'll come back with our quinks, no sense alerting them prematurely. Byakuya continued, we can request assistance from the local investigators and staff. Have them conduct covert surveillance of this area. If we go back to the Ward 20 branch for our quinks, including round-trip travel time, it shouldn't take more than an hour. I think we can begin operations tonight. Then we move tonight. Byakuya agreed readily. Afterward, rather than following the purple-haired man inside, they headed to the Ward 7 CCG branch. The branch director for Ward 7 was first-class investigator Teishi Fura, a former classmate of Kishu Arima's at Sai's High School. After surviving the lantern incident, he decided to become a GHOUL investigator. Soon, Byakuya met with Fura. First Class Fura. Akira offered a brief greeting. First Class Fura, we're here because we need your assistance with something. Byakuya stated his purpose directly. First Class Amaha, Rank 2 motto, I've already been briefed on your investigation into the gourmet and the GHOUL restaurant. Whatever you need, just ask. Fura was accommodating. Byakuya nodded, then gave a summary of the purple-haired man suspected to be the gourmet and the ordinary residents suspected of being connected to the GHOUL restaurant. We'll need some investigator assistance and staff to conduct surveillance in that area. It's crucial that they don't expose themselves or engage with anyone entering or leaving the building. Within the CCG, most personnel were ordinary staff, ranked below investigator assistants. Below them were staff assistants. That was the basic hierarchy. The people Byakuya requested weren't combat personnel. At most, they were authorized to carry firearms. He didn't want them getting into fights with GHOUL restaurant ghouls. Understood, I'll make the arrangements. Fura nodded, but are you sure you don't need me to send combat personnel as backup? No need, this is just reconnaissance for now. Once we've confirmed the GHOUL restaurant's exact location, there'll be time enough for a larger operation. After some brief pleasantries, the conversation concluded. After leaving the Ward 7 branch, we should head back and get our quinks immediately. If that place really is a GHOUL restaurant, and if they're holding an event right now, there'll be a significant number of ghouls inside. Akira nodded in agreement. A moment later, she suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. Does any supervisor actually bring his female subordinate to a couple's restaurant on their first day working together? Byakuya fell silent. He'd thought the matter was already behind them, but apparently Akira was still dwelling on it. Still, he maintained his composure. That was purely for the investigation. I was just joking. I also believe first-class Amaha isn't that kind of supervisor. Akira's expression remained neutral. The two returned to the Ward 20 branch, retrieved their quink cases, and headed back to Ward 7. They waited until nightfall. The surveillance by the staff and investigator assistants had already yielded results. Over the past few hours, numerous people had been observed entering the residence one after another. The building wasn't particularly large. Normally, it couldn't accommodate so many people. Something was definitely wrong. That night, Byakuya and Akira moved in. With the investigator assistants and staff providing cover outside, they slipped into the residence undetected. Inside, it didn't look like anyone actually lived there. They carefully checked each room but found no one. Yet according to the surveillance reports, everyone who entered hadn't left. That meant there had to be a hidden passage somewhere. Let's look for a secret entrance. That many people couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Byakuya spoke casually. Tsukiyama had actually told him last night where the hidden passage was located, but he needed to at least put on a show. He couldn't just walk straight to it. The footprints are most concentrated here. The entrance to the passage is probably in this room. Byakuya used his observational skills to reason it out. Akira examined the footprints on the floor. This area was indeed the most suspicious, not immediately obvious, but when compared to the other rooms, the difference was clear. They searched methodically. The footprints end here. Byakuya tapped lightly on the floor where the prints disappeared. The sound that came back was strange, not the solid thud of a proper floor. The floor here is hollow. Akira realized immediately. Exactly, the entrance to the passage is beneath us. Then let's hide and wait. The next person to come in will open it for us. Akira continued. Based on the surveillance, someone arrives on average every 10 minutes or less. If nothing unexpected happens, we should see someone within 3 minutes. Sure enough, someone entered shortly after. As this newcomer activated the hidden mechanism, they put on a mask, almost certainly a ghoul. But then they caught a whiff of human scent in the air. Their kakugan flared to life. Human scent, perfect, an appetizer before the main course tilde. Just as the ghoul was about to search for the hidden humans, a dagger flew from the side and struck them directly in the head. The blade pierced through their skull, killing them instantly. Ding, host has eliminated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Chapter 198. Watching Byakuya casually throw a dagger and kill a ghoul with a single blow, Akira's eyes flickered with something like admiration. She'd long heard that Byakuya possessed the strength to fight the one-eyed owl. This kind of performance wasn't surprising. Byakuya tossed the corpse, the ghoul he'd killed with Haruko 176, into another room. Then he and Akira quickly descended into the hidden passage. Past the entrance stairs, a spacious corridor stretched before them. The passage was brightly lit, lined with several closed doors. There was no telling what lay behind them. Byakuya and Akira walked to the end of the corridor, where it branched left and right. Ahead stood a large door. The door wasn't locked. It seemed it could be opened directly. From beyond, it came the sounds of a noisy crowd. The GHOUL restaurant is probably on the other side of this door. I think we've gathered enough information to head back. Akira spoke in a low voice. She sensed danger. If they forced this door open, they'd almost certainly face a swarm of ghouls. They hadn't come here to fight, they'd come to investigate. The quinks they'd brought were for self-defense. Any assault would require proper confirmation first. While they couldn't definitively confirm this was the GHOUL restaurant yet, they could at least confirm a large gathering of ghouls was present. The ghoul they'd encountered at the passage entrance was evidence enough. Byakuya said little. He'd told Fura this was just reconnaissance. Otherwise, the CCG would have sent a whole team of investigators to back him up, which would mean fewer fusion points for him. He preferred no interference. That's right, from the very beginning, This had all been a setup between him and Tsukiyama, including the ghouls gathered here tonight, carefully arranged by Tsukiyama. Tsukiyama had earned his trust. In return, Byakuya would reap a windfall of fusion points. It's time. Sure enough, just as he and Akira turned to leave, they found their path blocked. Those cases they're carrying. No wonder Mr. MM told us to be careful tonight, so doves really did sneak in. Just 2 doves, don't let them escape. Several masked ghouls blocked Byakuya and Akira's retreat. They found us. Akira's gaze sharpened. These ghouls had clearly been warned in advance that investigators might come. The gourmet probably noticed us. If I recall correctly, Mr. MM is the gourmet's alias. Byakuya spoke calmly. Should we break through? What do you think? Akira looked to Byakuya. No, since we've come this far, we might as well eliminate them all, including every ghoul in this ghoul restaurant. Byakuya's voice was low and resolute. This was his true purpose. Using his authority to investigate the ghoul restaurant, combined with Tsukiyama's inside cooperation, to wipe it out entirely. Since tonight's event had been organized by Tsukiyama himself, the attending ghouls were all his invitations. After careful screening, they were ordinary ghouls with unremarkable backgrounds but extensive criminal records, all A or B rated. This is. Akira felt Byakuya's proposal bordered on madness. But given his strength, he had every right to say such things. Stay close to me. Byakuya gave Akira a warning, then turned and smashed through the large door. Akira had no choice but to follow him through. On the other side, they found a crowd of masked ghouls. The venue's layout was unmistakably that of a ghoul restaurant. Byakuya and Akira's sudden intrusion momentarily stunned many of the ghouls present. Akira, we begin now. The moment he finished speaking, Byakuya charged into the fray. The entire ghoul restaurant descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Tsukiyama had already slipped away through another passage. Ding, host has defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding, host has defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Wielding 13's Jason, Byakuya cut through the ghoul restaurant like a god of death. Akira, by contrast, was struggling. There were simply too many ghouls. In a one-on-one situation, she could hold her own against an S-rated ghoul. The quink she and her father had researched and modified was unlike standard models. It combined Kukaku and Baikaku, making her far stronger than an ordinary rank 2 investigator. Her quink was called Amatsu/Amaze, indicating it was made from the kagyun of 2 different ghouls. It could switch between a whip form Baikaku and a sword form Kukaku. While carving his way through the battle, Byakuya kept constant watch on Akira's situation. If Akira got hurt, it would be his responsibility. After all, this entire incident was something he and Tsukiyama had orchestrated. Since he'd brought Akira into such a dangerous situation, he had to ensure her safety. Just then, Byakuya noticed Akira was about to be overwhelmed by several ghouls, attacking simultaneously. He immediately moved to assist, gripping 13's Jason in sword form and sweeping horizontally to send the ghouls flying. Another wave of fusion points secured. You don't need to worry about me, I can still manage. Akira spoke up. But her heavy breathing betrayed her lack of composure. Besides, I don't want to be a burden. She didn't want Byakuya protecting her, because she didn't want him distracted on her account. And this ghoul restaurant, she was the one who'd insisted on investigating it. Getting surrounded by ghouls was her own responsibility. Of course, that was from Akira's perspective. She had no idea her superior was actually working with the gourmet. How could I possibly ignore you, as your superior? Byakuya responded, while fighting off the ghouls rushing toward them. Since he and Akira were blocking the main door, and Tsukiyama had locked the other passage, the ghouls' only escape route was through them. This mob of disorganized fighters, emboldened by their numbers against just 2 doves, had grown reckless. No matter how talented you are, whether you were second-ranked or top of your class, you're still a rank 2 investigator. Your abilities have limits, and that's not your fault. If you didn't need anyone's protection, what would be the point of having a superior like me? Byakuya continued, So stop overthinking it. I won't let you get hurt or die. Fight without worry. Despite his calm demeanor, his real concern was that Akira might spiral into self-blame. The pressure from a crowd of ghouls was nothing compared to the weight of Akira's guilt. Because this whole situation was his doing, yet Akira was blaming herself for it. That's why he was being so insistent. However, his words landed differently in Akira's ears. Chapter 199. Hearing this, Akira looked at Byakuya with something stirring in her expression. But she quickly composed herself. Now wasn't the time to get distracted. I understand. I'll leave it to you, First Class Amaha. Akira spoke with cool composure. She gripped her quink tighter, pushing all distracting thoughts aside to focus entirely on the ghouls before her. Her response put Byakuya somewhat at ease. What he didn't notice was that this time, Akira had used slightly more formal language than before. Under Byakuya's constant protection, Akira's performance steadily improved. She was doing far better than earlier, and she'd eliminated several ghouls herself. This operation served Byakuya's purposes on multiple fronts, primarily farming fusion points, but also earning considerable merit. The ghoul restaurant had always been a headache for the CCG. Due to the difficulty of investigation, they'd only managed to destroy it once in several years. The second time was Byakuya's infiltration. Including tonight, this would be the third. Besides himself, Akira would also receive credit, helpful for her promotion to first class. Everyone won except the unfortunate ghouls. Tsukiyama had earned trust. Byakuya had gained fusion points and merit. Akira had gained merit too, a three-way victory. But these ghouls were far from innocent. They were all regulars at the ghoul restaurant. That's why they'd been close enough to Tsukiyama to be lured here. Given their crimes, death was well-deserved. Fusion points, 2,300, cumulative, 3,310. By now, not a single living ghoul remained in the ghoul restaurant. Byakuya and Akira had eliminated most of them. A few had fled quickly enough when they saw things going south. Byakuya checked his current fusion points. This raid had netted him roughly 200 to 300 points, a very solid haul. With just 200 more fusion points, his fusion progress would advance to LV4. At that point, at minimum, his Sharingan would evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His chakra, Hashirama cells, and Taijutsu would all improve significantly. As for new jutsu, that was harder to predict. How are you feeling? Still holding up? After the battle, Byakuya checked on Akira. I'm fine. Akira was breathing hard. But thanks to Byakuya's protection, she was virtually uninjured, just some tears in her clothing. Her black stockings had a few holes in them, nothing more. Good to hear, let's head back, it's getting late. Byakuya said. The two left the underground area. On the surface, Byakuya first checked on the investigator assistants and staff. Thank you for maintaining surveillance so late. You didn't have any physical confrontations with any ghouls who escaped, did you? No, not at all. Wait, those people who ran out in a panic were ghouls. Since they weren't certain whether those fleeing figures were ghouls, they hadn't tried to intercept them. Byakuya nodded. Good, he'd been worried the escaped ghouls might harm the people outside. Yes, they were ghoul restaurant members. The restaurant has been destroyed. I'll leave the scene cleanup to your ward's 7 investigators and staff. Understood, we'll report to Fura-san immediately. Should we leave anyone here to continue surveillance? No need, it's late, go get some rest. Fura-san can handle the arrangements from here. With Byakuya's permission, the assistants and staff withdrew. That was terrifying. We observed dozens if not 100 ghouls entering that place today, and first-class Amaha and his partner just wiped them all out. His partner seems to be a rank 2 investigator, apparently some famous top rookie. Very capable and very beautiful. A rank 2 rookie probably couldn't contribute much. That means first class, Amaha took down all those ghouls practically single-handedly. Well, he's the one who drove back the one-eyed owl. His strength is already at the top tier of the CCG. They couldn't help marveling as they left. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Akira took the subway back to Ward 20. When they arrived at the Ward 20 branch, it was around 8 p.m. Shinohara and Suzuya were still searching for intelligence on the binge eater. Kori, Ui, and Rikai weren't in the office. Akira planned to write a report on the day's events before heading home. Byakuya finally looked through the GHOUL restaurant intelligence he should have reviewed yesterday. Sure enough, the documents mentioned that couple's theme restaurant, but he'd been slacking off yesterday. First class Amaha, I've finished my report. I'll be heading home now. Akira placed her report on Byakuya's desk as before. Get some good rest, don't wear yourself out. However, just as Akira was gathering her things to leave, a pair of colleagues from their shared office came over with an invitation. First class Amaha, rank 2 motto, we'd like to invite you both out for a late-night snack. Are you free tonight? This pair was also a male superior and female subordinate, a middle-aged first-class investigator and a young rank 3 investigator. The young woman looked somewhat embarrassed. She greatly admired Akira and especially Byakuya, so her superior had come to extend the invitation on her behalf. Despite Akira's cold demeanor, her looks and abilities made her quite popular within the CCG. As for Byakuya, he hardly needed explanation. He was practically flawless in every way, with absolute strength to match. Like Arima, he was admired by many investigators. Akira glanced at her watch. 8:09 p.m. If we can finish before 9, I'll go. Byakuya felt a jolt of surprise. Akira actually agreed. This was bad. Because... Wonderful, and you first-class Amaha. The young woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Akira's gaze also shifted toward him. But Byakuya was in an awkward position. He'd promised Rise last night that he'd come home and try her cooking. Chapter 200. By all rights, Akira should have refused outright. She'd even turned down invitations from Shinohara and Kori Ui before. Why would she agree to this? If Akira had declined, Byakuya could have politely refused too. But she'd said yes. Awkward but not insurmountable. All right, but I'll probably only eat a little. Byakuya's mind quickly found a solution. It wasn't binary, accept or refuse. He could accept while eating sparingly, then still keep his promise to Rise. Oh, first-class Amaha agreed too. With the young woman's delighted exclamation, the four of them headed to a nearby late-night eatery. They ordered drinks and some grilled skewers, settling in to chat over alcohol. When am I ever going to make rank 2 tilde? After just a short while of drinking, the young woman started venting, her voice already carrying a hint of intoxication. Looks like Koyu's already drunk. Her superior, the middle-aged man, chuckled. Koyu's tolerance is actually quite low. Apologies for the display. Through their earlier conversation, Byakuya had got to know the pair. The now tipsy young woman was Koyu Kobayashi, a rank 3 investigator who'd been on the job less than a year. Her superior was first-class investigator Yoshino Nakamura. Normally, there was no way Koyu could make rank 2 within a year. The only ones who'd achieved that kind of promotion speed were Byakuya, Arima, and Suzuya. In fact, most investigators remained stuck at first class until retirement. Advancement in the CCG was no easy feat. It's fine, as long as she's enjoying herself. Promotion isn't something investigators need to fixate on. Akira suddenly spoke up. Rank 2 motto, I want to have my own quink like you do. Koyu's flushed face showed envy, her eyes bright with longing. Despite being drunk, she poured herself another drink, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. First-class Nakamura, shouldn't you stop rank 3 Kobayashi from drinking more? Byakuya turned to Nakamura. It's fine, really. Koyu's always like this. No matter how wasted she gets, she's completely fine the next day. I've limited her to drinking once a week. Let her enjoy it. Byakuya said nothing more. Still, it was understandable for new investigators to want promotions, but promotion wasn't always a good thing. With promotion comes increased responsibility. You'll have to do things you don't want to do. What matters more is having a strong will and a clear goal. Rank is secondary. Akira spoke quietly, taking a sip from her glass. But by the time she finished, Koyu had already collapsed onto the table, apparently asleep. She probably hadn't heard a word Akira said, and even if she had, she'd likely forget it all by morning. Nakamura was used to seeing his subordinate like this. He smiled awkwardly. Well, I should get Koyu home. You two should rest up as well, first class Amaha, rank 2 motto. Of course, take care. Byakuya nodded. After Nakamura helped Koyu away, Byakuya noticed Akira was still drinking. He checked the time, only around 8:30, no rush to leave yet. He himself had only had a little alcohol and a few skewers, but Akira seemed to have had quite a bit already. If he remembered correctly, Akira's tolerance wasn't particularly good either. Akira, you should slow down too. Am I? Akira responded absently. Byakuya looked at her more closely. Her eyes definitely lacked their usual sharpness. Something was off. What's with that look? Akira noticed his gaze. She propped both elbows on the table, head lowered, and glanced at him sideways. Her sharp instincts were apparently still intact, but she was definitely drunk. Is promotion really unimportant, in your view? Byakuya tested her. A test to see if she was actually drunk. Akira was silent for a moment before speaking. Papa has the ability and the achievements, but he's still at first class, and some people in the CCG look down on him for it. They mock him as the foolish quink maniac who'll never get promoted. Papa never explains himself to anyone. He only ever told me, revenge has nothing to do with rank. As long as you have unwavering will and a clear goal, you will succeed. You mentioned earlier that promotion brings responsibility and burden. So your father chose not to advance, not because he doesn't deserve it, but because of those reasons, right? Exactly, you understand Papa quite well. A faint, bitter smile crossed Akira's face, but I don't entirely agree with that. Papa may be obsessed with revenge against the one-eyed owl who killed Mama, but he's always taken good care of me. His choice to give up promotion was probably for my sake too. Byakuya could now confirm it. Akira was drunk. Her words and tone made it obvious. The normal Akira would never speak like this. If he'd risen to the rank his achievements warrant, without worrying about me, he wouldn't be mocked by those people. He might have even completed the revenge he's been so fixated on. Akira continued pouring out her heart. I actually want to stand on my own feet as soon as possible, so Papa doesn't have to keep worrying about me. So even though I told Koyu those things earlier, deep down, I still want to be promoted quickly. Koyu, wait, her name is Koyu Kobayashi. Byakuya corrected her, so you really are drunk, aren't you? I'm not drunk, Tilda. Akira immediately denied it. But her tone gave her away. People who are drunk never admit it. While you still have some awareness, stop drinking. It's time to head home. Before Byakuya could finish, Akira slumped onto the table with a dazed expression. Hey, Akira, don't fall asleep yet. Chapter 201. Ding, host had late-night supper with Akira Mato and got her drunk. Reward, 30 fusion points. Hearing this system notification, Amaha Byakuya was instantly speechless. At a time like this, the system seemed to be mocking him. It wasn't him who got Akira Mato drunk at all. She'd gotten drunk on her own. Still, the fusion points reward was pretty generous, so whatever. Afterward, Byakuya called out to her for a while, trying to wake her up. MMN, I can't drink anymore. But the only response he got was from the barely conscious Akira. I know you can't drink anymore. Byakuya sighed softly. Looking at Akira's condition, there was basically no hope of her getting home on her own normally. Ding, host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, take Akira Mato back to her home, but her home is in Ward 1. Reward, 20 fusion points. Choice 2, take Akira Mato directly to your own home, but you will be interrogated by Rise Kamishiro and the others. Reward, 30 fusion points. Choice 3, take Akira Mato to a hotel and get a room, but the next day, the reputation of perverted superior will spread throughout all of CCG. Reward, 50 fusion points. Seeing the system starting to mess around again, Byakuya directly ignored it. This didn't even need thinking. It was definitely the first option. As for the other two options, the extra fusion points weren't worth it. Once chosen, each would bring more trouble than the last. By comparison, it was better not to be greedy for those few extra points. Byakuya sighed softly at this moment and said to Akira, I'll take you home. He helped Akira stand, then had her drape her arm over his shoulder, planning to support her back this way. But the high heels Akira was wearing were too much of a hindrance. After just a few steps, she'd trip, constantly at risk of twisting her ankle. "Those high heels of yours, can't be helped, I'll have to be forward." Byakuya changed his approach, deciding to carry Akira on his back instead. There was no better option. "Hold on tight, you still have some awareness, don't you?" Byakuya reminded her. Akira responded drowsily, but she still had enough consciousness to wrap her arms around Byakuya's neck. Since Akira hadn't rented a place nearby yet, Byakuya had no choice but to carry her on the subway toward one. After boarding the subway, Byakuya set the still unconscious Akira down on a seat. At this hour, the subway wasn't packed, but it wasn't empty either. For the other passengers, seeing a couple riding the subway home with one of them drunk was nothing new. But what really caught their attention was the pair of white briefcases at the couple's feet. They'd seen things like those on television before. Weren't those the weapons of GHOUL investigators? They'd seen plenty of drunk couples, but investigators, that was a first. The passengers who originally hadn't intended to pay attention to that side were now quite curious about what would happen next. At this moment, after setting Akira down on the seat, Byakuya sat down beside her. Akira's drowsy state wouldn't clear up without a proper night's rest. Just then, Akira's head swayed back and forth before gradually tilting onto Byakuya's shoulder beside her. "Let me sleep for a bit." Akira clearly still had some consciousness, but only just barely. Then, as if treating Byakuya's shoulder as a pillow, she wrapped both arms directly around his arm, hugging it like a body pillow. Byakuya sat there with a calm yet somewhat helpless expression. He checked the time. If he could get Akira home before 10 p.m. and return to his own place, that would be about right. "Mama." Before long, Byakuya heard Akira talking in her sleep, calling out for her mother. She probably missed her mother deeply, the one who had left her 10 years ago. And the one who killed her mother was the one-eyed owl. Of course not Yoshimura's owl, but Ito Yoshimura's one-eyed owl. During the subway ride, Akira suddenly opened her eyes slightly, seeming to have regained consciousness for a moment, but her unfocused gaze didn't look like she was truly awake. She saw herself leaning against Byakuya's shoulder, still holding onto his arm, but still didn't fully register what was happening. "You can accomplish what my father couldn't. Defeat the one-eye we've always wanted revenge against." Akira mumbled drowsily, "And, that time at the GHOUL restaurant, you really are amazing. If only I could have that kind of power." Having finished that sentence, as if it had used up Akira's last bit of energy, she fell asleep again, still not releasing her hold on Byakuya's arm. But at this moment, Byakuya had no mind to think about the sensation on his arm. What Akira had just said stirred his thoughts. After all, the one-eyed owl that Akira and Kuriomato hated most was currently in a cooperative relationship with him. Byakuya turned his head to look out the window, falling into deep thought. Around 9 p.m., the subway arrived at Ward 1. "Akira, Mato-san should still be awake, right? Or at least you should have your house keys." As they approached her building with Akira on his back, Byakuya asked her. After a moment, he finally heard her response. "Dad isn't asleep." Byakuya then carried Akira upstairs and pressed the doorbell in front of the Mato residence. "Ding, host completed choice 1. Reward, 20 fusion points." "Ding, host carried his drunk female subordinate and escorted her home. Reward, 10 fusion points." A moment later, Kuriomato came to open the door. The instant he opened it and saw Byakuya carrying his daughter on his back, Curio froze slightly, clearly not having expected the scene before him. "Tonight, a colleague invited us out for a late-night meal. Akira ended up drinking herself into this state." Byakuya offered a simple explanation. He figured Mato-san wasn't the type to get worked up before understanding the situation, so he remained calm, not worried about being misunderstood. "I see, that gave me quite a fright. I thought your relationship had progressed this quickly." Curio chuckled. "Sorry for the trouble, first-class Amaha. This is also my first time learning that Akira's alcohol tolerance is this poor." Clearly, the image of Byakuya carrying a drunk Akira had sparked quite a few thoughts in Kiryo's mind just now. Chapter 202. It's nothing, I'll be heading back now. Byakuya lowered Akira from his back, intending to hand her over to Kiryo and leave. All right, thank you. Kiryo supported Akira and first set her down on the sofa to rest. Meanwhile, Byakuya had already reached back to close the Mado family's door and departed. Sitting on the sofa, Kiryo fell into thought. He remembered that he should have invited first-class Amaha to stay and sit for a while just now. He couldn't help but lament that his reaction had been a bit slow, his mind a bit stuck. Perhaps it was because this was his first time seeing his daughter come home in such a state, and carried by another man at that. Fortunately, that man was first-class Amaha, which put his mind at ease. At this, Kiryo suddenly realized, Akira had reached that age too, hadn't she? It felt like, before he knew it, Akira had already grown up so much. 21 years old was not young at all. Kiryo recalled how back when he was just 18, he had met Akira's mother, Kasuka Mado, at the academy. Falling for her at first sight, he'd boldly declared his love, only to be told that romance was too troublesome, especially since marriage meant changing her surname. Under Japan's marriage system, a wife typically takes her husband's surname after marriage. But Kiryo had directly declared that he could be the one to change his name. And so, he became the one who married into her family. That was how, in somewhat comedic fashion, he and Kasuka Mado got married. Of course, it was only nominally marrying in. Aside from the husband being the one to change his surname, they were no different from an ordinary couple. Both were rare talents in the CCG. Kiryo had exceptional skill with Quinks, while Kasuka became the youngest female associate special class investigator. It was only the tragedy 10 years ago that tore the Mado family apart. Recalling his past experiences, Kiryo was filled with emotion. All these years, his heart had been almost entirely consumed by his hatred for the one-eyed owl, to the point where he'd nearly forgotten all those precious moments he once shared with his wife. If not for what happened tonight, he didn't know when he would have remembered those times. What a miscalculation. I should have asked Amaha about his thoughts on Akira just now, or maybe I'll just ask Akira directly once she wakes up tomorrow. Kiryo muttered to himself. As a Quink maniac, he was pretty straightforward when it came to matters of the heart, just like when he'd pursued Kasuka Mado back then, with basically no beating around the bush. He was curious, so he'd simply ask directly. There was also another thing that bothered him slightly, regarding Amaha Byakuya and Akira Mado's partnership. It actually wasn't him who had recommended or arranged it. It was definitely the bureau director and Yashitoki who set it up, but as for who recommended it, or whether Akira had volunteered herself, he had no idea. Before 10 p.m. 9:30 to be precise, Byakuya finally made it home. After running around all day, if not for his extraordinarily powerful physique, an ordinary person would probably have collapsed on the sofa by now. After all that hassle, he was finally home. You came back quite late, though earlier than yesterday. Rise Kamishiro walked up to Byakuya and helped him take off his combat suit. That big, thick combat suit was definitely not something to wear as casual home attire. There was something rather domestic about Rise's behavior at the moment, quite the devoted wife. Just then her eyes sharpened as she asked, "There's a woman's scent on you, and it's quite strong. What's going on?" Clearly, she had detected this scent from Byakuya's combat suit. With her highly developed senses, distinguishing between a man's scent and a woman's scent was easy. "The woman you're talking about should be my subordinate. Tonight at 8, a colleague invited us out for a late-night meal. Then my subordinate got drunk, and I had no choice but to carry her back to her home. That's probably why the scent is so strong." Byakuya explained simply. This time, he was straightforward, neither embellishing nor hiding anything. "I see, no wonder there's also a smell of alcohol." Rise said evenly. "The fact that you didn't bring that woman directly back to our home, that's already quite an improvement." Haha. Byakuya could only manage an awkward laugh at that. This was exactly why he'd decisively chosen the first option earlier. If he'd brought Akira Mado directly to his own home for those extra 10 fusion points, Rise would definitely have given him a hard time about it. And there were also Kurona, Nashiro, and Mayu. By the way, is everyone already asleep? Byakuya asked. Kurona and Nashiro have been quite diligent with their CCG work lately. They wake up early and go to bed early. Mayu is still growing, so I had her go to sleep at 9. As for Matsumi and Kani, they've always kept a very regular schedule. After all, they were professional servants for the Tsukiyama family. Rise said, Thank you for your hard work. Byakuya was somewhat surprised that Rise had actually told Mayu to sleep early. This was a bit different from the Rise in his impression. Though he didn't have many impressions of Rise to begin with, even in the original work, she hadn't appeared in that many scenes. Just from this one detail, he could tell Rise's personality wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. For instance, while Rise was wreaking havoc in Ward 20, she'd also been helping Anteku collect human corpses, something that, based on her surface personality, she didn't seem like she'd do. Cruel and merciless, yet also having these sudden, inexplicable moments of tenderness. The root cause was probably that Rise's personality had been twisted by the Washu clan. What's there to work hard about? I'm at home all day with nothing to do anyway. Rise smiled. Now then, let me show you my cooking skills. Is that so? I'm quite looking forward to it. Byakuya said. Whether it would be the unsurprising dark cuisine or unexpectedly delicious, he'd find out soon. Afterward, Rise put on the apron Byakuya usually wore when cooking. Her movements tying the apron didn't look clumsy at all. She seemed to have practiced beforehand. Growing more curious, Byakuya also entered the kitchen, wanting to see what Rise's cooking would be like. Oh, I almost forgot. Help me tie up my hair. Just then, Rise suddenly remembered something and asked Byakuya. This was to prevent hair from falling into the food while cooking, another tip she'd picked up from food magazines. For today, she'd read quite a few food magazines and done plenty of preparation, all so she could let Byakuya taste her cooking. Chapter 203. Tie your hair. I used to help my mom with hers, but it's been a while, so I might be a bit rusty. Byakuya said. It's fine, just tie it up casually. Rise said offhandedly. Am I? Byakuya then attempted to arrange Rise's hair. Rise usually wore her long hair loose over her shoulders and back, without any particular style. Of course, Byakuya didn't want Rise to style it any other way either. This straight black hair look was already perfect. Next, with somewhat rusty technique, Byakuya tied Rise's long hair into a bun, then put a proper cooking cap on her. That should do it. Though his technique was a bit rusty, Byakuya was fairly satisfied with the result. Good, then let's begin. With that, Rise picked up the kitchen knife. Byakuya watched from the side, somewhat curious yet also somewhat worried. The next scene left him stunned. Rise wielded the kitchen knife, and with almost every chop, scraps of ingredients on the cutting board went flying. The force behind each cut was so strong that if you didn't know better, you'd think she was chopping at a person. So Byakuya was immediately taken aback. But thinking about it, this made sense. A ghoul's strength was simply too great, especially an S-rated ghoul like Rise. Her strength was even more exaggerated. Having just learned to cook, Rise hadn't yet mastered her force control, which resulted in this scene. This made Byakuya even more worried about Rise. But he didn't speak up or intervene, he just watched quietly from the side. By the time Rise finished cutting the ingredients, about 30% had gone flying off as scraps. But for Rise, this was inconsequential. By now, Byakuya could already tell, the dish Rise was preparing was curry. Japanese-style curry was a thick soup made from various ingredients and spices, most often eaten with rice, and sometimes used as a base for noodle dishes. And now the question arose, how would Rise as a ghoul taste for seasoning? Though she was following the food magazine's instructions exactly, including the salt and spices, when actually cooking herself, she couldn't possibly control ingredient portions exactly like the tutorial showed. That meant she couldn't just blindly copy the spice measurements, she'd need to taste as she went. But forget tasting, at this moment, Rise's face was already showing signs of difficulty. The smell of this pot of curry was absolutely foul to her ghoul senses. Being able to eat human food expressionlessly before, that was fake eating, a skill learned for convenient hunting. In reality, that food tasted absolutely disgusting in her mouth, and the smell was just as bad. Fake eating meant forcing herself to suppress her revulsion and control her expression. But in front of Byakuya, there was naturally no need to hold back, so the discomfort was already written all over her face. Especially since Rai's sense of smell was naturally more acute than an average ghoul's. Seeing this, Byakuya quietly left the kitchen. Noticing Byakuya leaving, Rise immediately thought she'd messed up, that the smell was so bad it had driven Byakuya away. Her sense of smell was different from a human's, so she didn't know what this pot of curry smelled like to a human. Rise's mood grew somewhat irritated. She couldn't taste to check, so she didn't know where the problem was. She'd followed the food magazine's instructions as closely as possible. And she'd practiced on her own before this. The problem was, no one could taste test for her. Everyone in this house was a ghoul except for Byakuya, and even Byakuya seemed to be some kind of mutant half-ghoul. Growing increasingly frustrated, Rise thought about grabbing the food magazine to go over it again, to make sure she hadn't missed any steps. If that didn't work, she'd just start over from scratch. Just as she was about to leave the kitchen to get the magazine, she ran right into Byakuya coming back in. She could see Byakuya was holding a mask. "Where did you go?" Rise immediately asked. "I saw how uncomfortable you looked. I figured the smell of human food was getting to you, so I went to get you a mask. It should help a lot once you put it on." Byakuya explained. Rise suddenly realized she'd overthought things, but she still wanted to confirm. "So you didn't run away because the smell was too bad?" "Of course not. The smell is fine, definitely wouldn't call it bad." As he spoke, Byakuya personally put the mask on Rise. It was a fairly professional-grade mask too, the slightly expensive kind. "That's good then, also you're quite considerate." Rise could feel Byakuya's care for her. The frustration that had been building up inside her instantly reversed completely. "It's just a small thing that needed doing." Byakuya smiled. "Let me assist you. I can taste test for you so you can make adjustments." "It really is hard to manage on my own." Rise nodded. She naturally wouldn't be stubborn about something like this. That just wasn't her personality. Besides, she was making this for Byakuya specifically. She wouldn't eat it herself, and no one else in the house could either, so this way she could adjust the flavor exactly to Byakuya's taste. Afterward, Rise scooped up a small spoonful from the pot. Taking off her mask, she gently blew on it to cool it down, then fed it to Byakuya to taste. Byakuya then gave his assessment. "Feels a bit bland, could use more seasoning for flavor." Rise added more seasoning according to Byakuya's needs. They continued adjusting the flavor this way, little by little, until it was just right and ready to serve. Finally done, that wasn't easy. Rise sighed. "Yeah, too bad only I can taste it." Byakuya added. "Doesn't matter, this was made specifically for you anyway." Rise said casually. If she had to share it with anyone else, she wouldn't be happy about it. "No, what I mean is, it would be nice if you could taste the curry you made with your own hands." Byakuya corrected her. "That's impossible, after all I'm a ghoul." Rise shook her head slightly. Maybe she felt a bit of regret about it, but she didn't have any overwhelming desire to become like a human. "It's not entirely impossible. One day, I'll make it so you can taste human food normally too." What Byakuya was referring to was the infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 204. According to the system, once the infinite Tsukuyomi was successfully achieved, it could transform all the world's ghouls into humans. Or rather, it would simply change them back to humans, since ghouls were originally transformed from humans in the first place. "What do you mean? Will you make my taste and smell like a human's, or will you turn me directly into a human?" Rise asked with some confusion. "Directly into a human. If the plan succeeds, I can make that happen." Byakuya said. "I don't want that." Rise directly refused, though she hesitated for a moment before refusing. "I don't want to become human. I think being a ghoul at the top of the food chain is better. Besides, becoming human would definitely make me much weaker." Rise voiced her true thoughts directly to Byakuya. Well, I certainly won't force you on this point, but if that day actually comes, I'm afraid you won't have a choice either, because all the ghouls in the world will be changed back to humans. Byakuya said plainly. That Rise didn't want to become human wasn't surprising to him. After all, Rise enjoyed that feeling of doing whatever she wanted at the top of the food chain. Though if Rise truly did whatever she wanted, given her situation, it wouldn't be long before something went wrong. Without his protection, something like the construction site steel beam incident might not catch Rise a second or third time, but eventually. So after that, there would only be humans left in the world. Rise said with surprise. At this moment, she wasn't thinking about whether she'd like it or not. She was more surprised that Byakuya was claiming he could turn all the world's ghouls into humans. Yes, when that happens, conflicts over species won't exist anymore. The Washu clan traditions you despise will fade away, and the tragedies between humans and ghouls will cease to exist. Byakuya said. At the same time, the power that RC cells give you will disappear too. But didn't you learn martial arts from Shachai? Actually, with martial arts under your belt, you'd still be at the top of the food chain in a certain sense. Rise fell into silence. If it were just her alone becoming human while everything else, like the Washu clan's affairs, remained unchanged, she definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Even so, when she'd refused just now, she'd hesitated. The reason for that hesitation was Byakuya. Now, because she cared more and more about Byakuya, she was becoming less and less like the self-serving, self-centered person she used to be. After thinking it over, Rise said, "If what you're saying is all true, then I guess I can barely accept it." Of course it's true, assuming it succeeds anyway, though personally I'm absolutely confident. Byakuya said, I remember you mentioned wanting to create the Akatsuki organization before. That should be related to this too, right? Rise suddenly recalled the Akatsuki organization. Byakuya had mentioned that the purpose of Akatsuki was to achieve world peace. That's right. Speaking of Akatsuki, it's about to be formally established soon. Tsukiyama Shu might be an oddball, but he seems fairly reliable. Byakuya said, If you think there's no problem, that's fine. I certainly won't give that guy a pleasant attitude. Rise said, That's fine. You don't need to be nice to him anyway. Otherwise, that guy might start getting ideas. Byakuya laughed. Let's set that aside for now. Eat first, or it'll get cold. Rise brought the topic back to the curry. Byakuya then mixed the curry with rice. This was the flavor he'd helped Rise adjust, so naturally it wouldn't taste bad. And the ingredients were generous too. After all, this was them cooking at home, not eating at a restaurant. They could add as much beef and other ingredients as they wanted. I know it's a bit pointless to ask this now, but the taste should be pretty good, right? Rise sat beside him wearing her mask, one hand propping up her chin, watching Byakuya eat the entire time. The taste is quite good. Byakuya said honestly. Rise was a beginner after all, and a ghoul at that. Being able to produce this flavor was already quite impressive. Though this was with him assisting on the side. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't bad either. That was roughly the situation. And whether it tastes great or not isn't that important. What matters is, this was made by your hands, Rise. Byakuya added to his assessment. This wasn't just consolation, it was his genuine feeling. Think about it, Rise had such a massive obstacle in being a ghoul, yet she'd still personally made curry for him. Add to that the fact that she was a girl he liked, and the significance was completely different. If it were, say, a hired chef, some hairy middle-aged man, would it be the same? That's disgustingly sappy, but I don't hate it. Rise smiled. Since the taste is good, I'll trouble you to finish it all. I'll try my best. Since he'd already eaten some late-night supper before coming home, barbecue and beer. Even though he'd controlled his portions, this much curry was still a bit challenging for Byakuya. After finishing the last bite, Byakuya was completely full. In theory, eating this much right before bed wasn't ideal, but for him, it didn't matter. Since you're full, rest a bit and then take a bath and sleep. Rise said. Byakuya nodded slightly. But when he came out of the bathroom after his shower, he found Rise already sitting on his bed. "Aren't you going back to sleep?" Byakuya couldn't help but ask. "I am about to sleep." Rise smiled slightly. "But this is..." Before Byakuya could finish, Rise spoke up. "What's wrong? Even now, you still won't let me sleep in the same room as you." "It's not that I won't. I just didn't process it for a moment. After all, I'm used to the usual routine," Byakuya said somewhat awkwardly. By now, he really could trust Rise enough. Even if Rise got restless while he was sleeping, his reaction speed was fast enough. Though he was a bit surprised, was Rise really this eager to sleep in the same room as him? "Since it's not that you won't, then I'm sleeping here tonight," Rise declared. Not a trace of shyness on her face, nor the domineering tone of refusal she used to have. She'd already changed into a thin nightgown and was sitting on the bed. It seemed she was determined to claim Byakuya's bed this time. Chapter 205. Do as you like, let's sleep early. This time, Byakuya didn't refuse Rise. Ever since Rise had confessed to him, the nature of things had changed completely. And he really could feel how much Rise had changed over this time. She was different from when he'd first met her. They'd been living together for so long now. If he still couldn't trust Rise, that would be too cold-hearted. Though there was one thing Byakuya was curious about. Sleeping with Rise tonight, would she be unable to resist taking a couple of bites out of him? If she couldn't control herself on that front, then he figured they'd better not sleep together in the future. He didn't want to be woken up by being bitten every night. Byakuya lay down on the bed, and Rise immediately slipped under the covers as well. Since there was only one pillow, and Rise hadn't brought her own, they ended up sharing one. Ding, host shares a bed with Rise Kamishiro. Reward, 40 fusion points. That this earned fusion points wasn't surprising to Byakuya. He suddenly thought of something. If one day he actually had children with Rise, would he really earn even more fusion points than this? Given this system's behavior, the possibility didn't seem small. Byakuya then cast these stray thoughts aside. For now, it was better to just sleep. Just as Byakuya closed his eyes and emptied his mind, preparing to fall asleep quickly, Rise's hands suddenly slid out from under his armpits and wrapped around him, hugging him from behind. "Rise?" Byakuya asked. "I like holding something when I sleep." Rise responded. Come to think of it, that was true. He'd seen a body pillow on Rise's bed before. "And I like the way you smell." Rise added. "That statement makes me a bit nervous. Don't tell me you'll lose control while I'm sleeping and take a bite." Byakuya couldn't help but say. He'd interpreted Rise as liking him the way one likes food. After all, Rise's appreciation for his body, in the culinary sense, was very real. "It's not the kind of like you're thinking of. It's a different kind of like, I simply like your scent. Is that not okay?" Rise corrected him. "Though I do have some urges in that direction, I can control myself on something this small." "Well then, good night, darling Tilda." Rise whispered softly in Byakuya's ear. Then she pressed her forehead against his back, holding him as she drifted off to sleep. Good night." The night passed uneventfully. Rise hadn't bitten Byakuya even once throughout the night. However, there was some saliva on his back near his neck. Rise had left it there in her sleep. He'd noticed at the time, but since it hadn't felt dangerous, he hadn't minded. One could only say Rise had held back, but not completely. As Byakuya woke up, Rise, who had been half asleep, was immediately roused by his movement. "Morning, Rise." Byakuya acted as if nothing had happened, having already wiped off the saliva on his back. No need to bring up such a small matter with Rise. "Good morning, darling." Rise stretched lazily, and her perfect figure's curves immediately became apparent. She then got out of bed to wash up. But the sink in Byakuya's room naturally only had his toiletries. Rise didn't bother going back to her own room, she just used Byakuya's toothbrush, cup, and towel directly. Seeing Rise pick up his towel and use it without hesitation, Byakuya couldn't help but say, "That's my towel." "Are we still talking about this at this point?" Rise looked completely unbothered. "We're a couple, aren't we? Might as well call us husband and wife. What's the big deal about sharing toiletries?" Haha, you're not wrong about that. Byakuya couldn't refute her. The two then stood at the sink together to wash up, one brushing teeth while the other washed their face, then switching. When they stepped out of the room, they ran right into Matsumi and Kanny, who were cleaning the hallway. Master, Madam, good morning. Seeing Madam and Master emerge together from Master's room, a flash of surprise passed through Matsumi's eyes, but she said nothing and asked nothing, only greeted them respectfully. Master, Madam, good morning. Kanny followed suit. If not for her status as a servant, she would have wanted to ask Byakuya and Rise how far their relationship had progressed. After all, in her understanding, one was human and one was ghoul. Examples of humans and ghouls falling in love existed, but this was certainly her first time witnessing it personally. Morning. Byakuya acknowledged them. Rise simply nodded in response. After the two went downstairs, Kanny, who was still cleaning upstairs, couldn't help but whisper, "So, Madam really is Madam. She and Master are already at this stage." With her simple train of thought, a girl spending the night in a boy's room with him was enough for many embarrassing things to happen. It's not strange at all that Master would fall in love with a ghoul. Otherwise, back then, we and the young Master would probably have died in that underground garage. Matsumi said evenly. Speaking of which, does head-maid Matsumi have a man she likes? Kanny suddenly asked. The usually narrow-eyed Matsumi suddenly opened her eyes to glance at Kanny. You should just focus on your work. She seemed unwilling to answer such topics. All right. Kanny didn't press further. But Matsumi's refusal to answer only made her more curious. After all, Matsumi wasn't young anymore. She was something like 24 or 25, definitely not over 25. Kanny's parents had already been married at that age, so she figured Matsumi should have a man she liked by now too, right? Chapter 206. Why are there scattered vegetable scraps in the kitchen? Did someone use the kitchen last night? But Matsumi and Kanny always clean up thoroughly, so it couldn't have been them. Indeed suspicious. Though there are traces of cleaning, some bits were missed in the corners. Byakuya Oniachin never leaves things like this either, so who could it be? Today, Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa had woken up earlier than usual, planning to make breakfast for Byakuya themselves. But they discovered something unusual in the kitchen. The thing was, the only times anyone used the kitchen were when cooking for Byakuya. No one else in the house could eat that food anyway. So the question was, if it wasn't Matsumi or Kanny, wasn't Byakuya, and wasn't the two of them, that left only Rise and Mayu as possibilities. At this moment, Kurona was investigating the kitchen like a detective. The scent, Rise-san's scent, hasn't dissipated from the kitchen yet. It's especially strong on the cutting board and knife, so it was most likely Rise-san. Rise-san has been a ghoul from birth. Making human food must be extremely difficult for her. It must be for Byakuya Oniachin's sake. No wonder I've been noticing her reading food magazines lately. Nashiro said. Just then, Byakuya and Rise came downstairs. Kurona, Nashiro, good morning. What are you two doing in the kitchen? Byakuya greeted them. Good morning, Byakuya Oniachin. Nashiro then explained. Kurona and I were planning to make breakfast for you, but we noticed something strange in the kitchen. It seems like Rise-san used it. Yes, I used the kitchen last night. Is there a problem? Rise asked directly. It's nothing. We're just surprised by Rise-san's determination. After all, making human food is an extremely difficult thing for a ghoul. Kurona said evenly. That's certainly true. If Byakuya hadn't been there to taste test for me last night, that pot of curry might have been ruined. Rise agreed. As expected, I have to say Rise-san is quite impressive. Nashiro didn't hold back her praise for Rise. Having been transformed into half-ghouls herself, she understood this deeply. Even though she and Kurona had decent cooking skills back when they were still human, being transformed had caused their sense of smell and taste to change drastically, which significantly affected their cooking. While smell and taste weren't absolutely essential for cooking, one habitually relied on them for various judgments. Once those changed, they could only forcibly change their habits. By comparison, enduring those nauseating odors was actually the smaller problem. If it was already this difficult for them, people who had some cooking skills to begin with, how much harder must it be for Rise, who had been a ghoul from the very start? For my darling, I can certainly overcome this small difficulty, Rise said without any modesty. There she goes again, calling someone darling on her own. At this, Kurona voiced her displeasure. On this point, Rise-san really is. Nashiro couldn't help but add. To this, Rise only smiled slightly, offering no rebuttal. Her composure and confidence seemed to indicate she felt no need to explain herself to Kurona and Nashiro. After all, the nature of her relationship with Byakuya was something they both understood clearly. After Byakuya finished the breakfast Kurona and Nashiro made, he went to work as usual. Arriving at the CCG branch, he found that Akira hadn't arrived yet. Given how drunk she'd been last night, he wouldn't be surprised even if she was late. Meanwhile, Akira had just woken up. She slowly sat up, her mind a bit foggy, one hand pressed against her forehead. A lot seemed to have happened last night, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Her memory seemed to cut off right after she got drunk. At least she was in her own bed at home. Looking at her bare legs and the black stockings that seemed to have been casually tossed beside the bed, she vaguely remembered taking them off last night because she felt hot. She was still wearing her work clothes, which meant Curio had just helped her to bed and left it at that. Meow Tilda. Just then, the cat's meow helped clear Akira's head a little. This was the Motto family's cat, named Mari Stella. At the same time, there was a light knock at the door, along with Curio's voice. "Are you awake? Do you want to take the morning off from CCG and rest a bit more?" Curio, who usually appeared very stern and strict, was actually quite gentle when it came to his daughter. "No need, I'll head to work soon." Akira checked the time, there was still plenty of it. A shower should clear her head well enough. After bathing and changing into a fresh uniform, Akira's mind was indeed mostly clear now. During her shower, she'd already recalled roughly what had happened after she got drunk last night. How embarrassing, to show such a shameful side of myself in front of him. Akira murmured to herself. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened. Her superior was quite upstanding. She then went to the living room, where Curio, playing the role of single father, had already prepared breakfast. Though since Curio was a busy first-class investigator with many missions, most of the time it was actually Akira who handled the household chores. She was proficient in all aspects of housework, including cooking. While eating breakfast, Curio directly asked the question he'd been meaning to ask since last night. "Akira, you're partnered with First-Class Amaha now, aren't you? What do you think of him?" First-Class Amaha is a respectable superior. Clearly, Akira hadn't caught the underlying meaning of her father's question. "No, I mean, do you have those kinds of feelings for him?" This time, Curio was much more direct. Hearing this, Akira froze for a moment. She understood now, but she hadn't expected her father to ask such a question. Was it because First Class Amaha had brought her home last night, causing her father to get the wrong idea? "No, I don't." Coming back to her senses, Akira replied in a flat tone. "You don't? All right then. I was thinking that if you did, you could just go straight up to him and say, 'Let's get married.'" Curio said with a laugh. Because that was exactly what he'd done back then. Chapter 207. Akira immediately knew her father was drawing from his own experience to teach her. She said nothing in response, simply continuing to eat her breakfast quietly. Curio didn't press further on the topic. Accounting for the subway ride to Ward 20, Akira arrived half an hour before CCG's designated work time. Her complexion looked completely normal, no different from usual, as if nothing had happened last night. "Good morning, First Class Amaha." Akira greeted Byakuya with her usual calm expression. "Good morning, Akira, by the way." Byakuya said, "Are you all right now, about last night?" "Yes, I'm fine now." Akira replied, "I apologize for the trouble I caused you last night." "It's nothing, just be more careful about how much you drink in the future." Byakuya said, "I'll be more careful from now on." Akira nodded slightly. The matter was put behind them, and Byakuya and Akira moved on to discussing business. Yesterday, we destroyed another GHOUL restaurant, but we still didn't catch the gourmet. He seems to have escaped right after we entered the scene. Akira recalled the events at the GHOUL restaurant yesterday. Well, he is an S-rated gourmet. Catching him won't be easy. Byakuya responded. But something feels strange. Those ghouls at the GHOUL restaurant, even if they wanted to escape, they could only go toward where we were standing, since the main entrance was right behind us. Akira said in a low voice. But the gourmet clearly escaped from a different location. The other ghouls didn't seem to know about it. It almost feels like the gourmet was using us to slaughter those ghouls. Indeed, that is suspicious. Byakuya nodded. Once again, Akira's intuition had gotten most of it right. But he wasn't the least bit worried about Akira using her intuition to uncover his true identity. To outsiders, he had absolutely no reason to cooperate with the gourmet. It was simply too unreasonable. Kishu Arima cooperating with Aogiri Tree was more plausible than his situation. Yet no one could ever imagine Arima would work with Aogiri. Unless his acting was exceptionally poor, there was no way Akira would pick up on it. But why would the gourmet want to eliminate his own kind? Could it be related to that prey target of his? Were those ghouls subordinates of that target or something? Akira's remarkable intuition hit a dead end here. The reason for the dead end was that one point in her understanding was absolutely wrong. She had subconsciously excluded Amaha Byakuya, the only correct answer, from her considerations. Naturally, her intuition couldn't work properly after that. Still, the fact that Akira had gotten this far was impressive. Since we've hit a dead end, let's not dig deeper from this angle. Treat the investigation of the gourmet as a prolonged operation. We can take our time. Byakuya said. He wouldn't show any favoritism toward the gourmet in situations like this, lest Akira's intuition catch any suspicious points. Instead, he rationally offered his opinion. He didn't need to protect Tsukiyama's shoe at all. As long as he himself didn't go actively hunting Tsukiyama with the answer already in hand, that was enough. The Tsukiyama family's influence was no joke. Despite Tsukiyama doing as he pleased all this time, the family had still managed to protect him. If Tsukiyama hadn't screwed things up so badly later on, CCG would never have uncovered the Tsukiyama family's secrets. In short, during this current period, Byakuya didn't need to interfere with anything. Akira definitely wouldn't catch the gourmet. Night. Byakuya met with Tsukiyama Shu again. My partner has sharp intuition. Be careful going forward, don't let her catch you slipping up. Byakuya casually reminded Tsukiyama. Understood, Amahisama can rest assured. Tsukiyama said, with the utmost respect. Also, I came to see you this time, because there's something important I need to tell you. Byakuya said directly, I'm planning to establish an organization called Akatsuki. He directly informed Tsukiyama about the Akatsuki organization. Aside from not mentioning the Eye of the Moon plan and the Infinite Tsukiyomi, he roughly disclosed everything else to Tsukiyama. There was no need to mention the Eye of the Moon plan and Infinite Tsukiyomi for now. Even if he explained, Tsukiyama wouldn't be able to comprehend it. I understand Amahisama's intentions. I am still willing to follow you. Tsukiyama said almost without hesitation. He wasn't actually interested in world peace or humans and ghouls coexisting peacefully. If he were interested in such things, he wouldn't be himself. He agreed simply because the other party was Amaha Byakuya. That was the only reason. Good, then there's no problem. Next is seeing what Matsumi and Kani think. Byakuya said. His tentatively planned organization members remained the same as before. First, himself as leader, then the SS-rated Rise and Matsumi, and finally the S-rated Kurona, Nashiro, Tsukiyama, and Kani. This would satisfy the conditions for creating the Akatsuki organization. Matsumi and Kani, I can speak to them, there shouldn't be any issues. Tsukiyama said, Oh, right, since we're establishing an organization, we'll need funding too. The Tsukiyama family can certainly help with that. I will need a base and some funding. Byakuya said. With Tsukiyama's help, Matsumi and Kani had no objections either. First, because they were willing to follow the young master's lead, and second, because their current master was quite reliable. Moreover, a powerful human investigator who wanted humans and ghouls to achieve peace. They found that rather interesting. As for the base and funding, that was even easier. Tsukiyama simply had his father, Marumo Tsukiyama, give them a commercial building under the Tsukiyama family's ownership to serve as Akatsuki's first headquarters. Of course, the real base was in the underground facility beneath the building. The building itself continued operating as normal, which provided cover and made it difficult for CCG to notice anything unusual. With everything prepared, Byakuya, Rise, and the others gathered in this underground base. He felt like adding some ceremonial flair, one set of Akatsuki organization attire for everyone, the Akatsuki robes. Ding, host purchased Akatsuki robe times 7, cost 70 fusion points, remaining fusion points 2,330. Chapter 208. The Akatsuki robe, as its name suggested, was a black robe embroidered with flame-red clouds. Byakuya distributed the robes to Rise and the others, keeping one for himself. He tried it on and found it fit perfectly. You should all try them on too. This will be our organization's attire from now on, Byakuya said to everyone present. The system seemed to have intelligently adjusted the size of each robe. They fit everyone perfectly, not too big, not too small. It feels quite nice, comfortable to wear, Rise remarked. She also vaguely sensed that her power seemed to have increased somewhat. She didn't understand the principle behind it. Besides Rise, Kirona and Nashiro faintly noticed it too. Though I prefer my own suits, this is Amahasama's requirement. I certainly won't disobey. The ever-eager to please Tsukiyama expressed his stance. Matsumi and Kani remained silent. They had nothing to say about it. Ding, host successfully established the Akatsuki organization. Reward, 50 fusion points plus Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel. Infinite Tsukuyomi Intel, by challenging the nine-tailed beasts to obtain their summoning contracts, and by obtaining the Rinnegan and purchasing Summoning Jutsu, Jido statue, the Divine Tree can be summoned. The Divine Tree can then be used to activate the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Note 1. Expand the Akatsuki organization's strength. Each time the organization reaches a certain size, for example, 20 members, 50 members, 100 members, each milestone will earn corresponding fusion point rewards. Note 2. Performing various actions that promote peace between humans and ghouls, staying true to the Akatsuki organization's original purpose, will also earn corresponding fusion point rewards. The newly unlocked intel about the Infinite Tsukuyomi was exactly as Byakuya had suspected, closely tied to the new items added to the system shop. However, the reward mechanism for the Akatsuki organization caught his attention. This gave him more ways to earn fusion points. And these things weren't harmful to him either. Expanding Akatsuki's scale was indeed a good thing. Just like the Akatsuki organization in Naruto, when Yahiko was the leader, they recruited talented individuals far and wide. Only later did it transform into the so-called evil organization, composed of S-rank missing nin from various nations. Byakuya intended to take the former path. Rise and the others would serve as Akatsuki's executives, and then he'd need to expand the regular membership. This could be done gradually. At the very least, he definitely didn't want to see something like what Aogiri Tree did, forcibly conscripting Ward 11's ghouls and then oppressing them. As for the second way to earn fusion points, actions that promoted peace between humans and ghouls, that was a broad concept. For instance, the upcoming OWL suppression operation, also known as the Anteku suppression operation, that should fall within this scope, right? Of course, what Byakuya had in mind wasn't participating in the suppression of the non-killing owl, Yashimura. Rather, he intended to stop the operation altogether. Based on Byakuya's assessment of the timeline, the CCG on the human side would soon realize that the owl that appeared 10 years ago was actually two different individuals. The key lay with Kurawa Iwa. He had participated in the battle against the one-eyed owl 10 years ago, that one-eyed owl being Ito Yashimura. He had wounded one of Ito's Kakuhu, but was himself severely injured in the process. When Yoshimura learned of this, worried that Ito, whose Kakuhu might have been fatally damaged, would be discovered by CCG, especially the Washu, he personally disguised himself in Ito's one-eyed owl form and single-handedly attacked the CCG. But Kurawa was still recovering in the hospital at the time, so he hadn't participated in the battle against Yoshimura's one-eyed owl. It wasn't until the Ward 11 Aogiri tree suppression operation, 10 years later, that Yoshimura's one-eyed owl reappeared. Kurawa gradually realized this one-eyed owl was different from the one he'd fought a decade ago. Though they were father and daughter, and the imitation was extremely accurate, it was impossible to be completely identical. Additionally, the two owls had very different styles, one brutal and bloodthirsty, the other never killing anyone. This made CCG more certain there were two owls. They then distinguished between the SSS-rated non-killing owl and the SSS-rated one-eyed owl. As for Ito going to CCG to report something, that was purely an anime-only change. She did go to CCG, but what actually happened was that she hinted to Kaotoru Ammon that there was a mole within CCG, naturally referring to the Washu clan. Though whether in the anime or manga, the owl suppression operation that CCG launched against Yoshimura was exactly what Ito wanted, since she needed a sufficiently powerful experimental subject. I wonder if they've gotten any intel from Madame A over at Cochlea. It should be about time to investigate Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory. At this moment, Byakuya suddenly thought of this matter. I remember we captured a ghoul called Madame A at the Ghoul restaurant back then. She seemed to be a member of the Madame organization. The Madams were the ones who created the Ghoul restaurant. We might be able to get useful intel from her. During work, Byakuya directly brought up the matter of Madame A to Akira. I see, I must have overlooked that. Akira apparently hadn't known about this before. After all, CCG had mountains of documents. Going through them one by one wasn't something that could be done in just a few days. These past days, she'd only been selectively reading the intel she deemed most valuable. There were bound to be some oversights. Madame A is currently being held in Cochlea in Ward 23. We can apply for clearance from headquarters, then go check on the situation there. Byakuya said, "That's the most effective approach right now. Through Madame A, we might learn the gourmet's whereabouts." Akira nodded. However, Byakuya knew full well that Madame A definitely didn't know the gourmet's whereabouts, but she did know Dr. Kanu's whereabouts. That was Byakuya's true objective. It was time to let CCG know about Dr. Kanu. He already had a concrete plan in mind. When the time came, CCG, Aogiri Tree, and the Akatsuki organization would all take action. Everything was within his control. Chapter 209. Ward 1, CCG Main Office. Marud-san, is Bureau Director Washu not in today? Since Byakuya couldn't find Yashitoki Washu in the director's office, he asked Marud. That's right, the director is temporarily out, but he should be back soon. Marud replied, "If there's something you need, you can tell me first, and I'll pass it on to the director later." Akira and I are currently investigating the S-rated gourmet, but we've hit a bit of a wall. What we can confirm is that the gourmet is closely connected to the ghoul restaurant in Ward 7. I previously captured a ghoul from the restaurant called Madame A, and I'd like to see if we can get any useful intel from her. Byakuya explained his purpose for coming. That Madame A, I know her. We originally tried to get intel about the madams from her, but she claimed she was just an ordinary member and didn't know any internal secrets. Marud said with a tone of complaint. We even had her reveal the meeting locations with the other madams and sent people over, but still didn't find anything useful. Those madams in the madam organization are too cautious. Byakuya was silent for a moment. I see, but I'd still like to see if there might be something new. He wasn't concerned about the madam organization for now. His current focus was solely on Dr. Kanu, though sooner or later he'd have to deal with the madams too. All right, you're the one who captured that Madame A in the first place, and you're a first-class investigator now. You're fully qualified to personally interrogate her. Marud said casually, As for the director, I'll pass this along to him. Thank you, Marud-san. Byakuya said. It's nothing. At this moment, Marud suddenly smiled and clapped his hand on Byakuya's shoulder. But by the way, Amaha, you're already calling Akira Mato by her first name, huh? Quite close, aren't you? But let me warn you, she's the daughter of that quink maniac, you know. Marud had lowered his voice slightly, but the effect was minimal. Everything he said was completely audible to Akira standing beside Byakuya. That was just Marud's personality. Except for not daring to badmouth Chairman Tsunayoshi Washu to his face, the man was never serious. In the original series, even after Kuryo Mato's death, Marud had joked about it with Koutaru Ammon. Compared to that, this kind of joke about Akira was mild. At this moment, Akira's face showed no displeasure. She remained expressionless and had no intention of responding to Marud's slightly snide joke. Actually, it's because Akira feels that using honorifics with her is a waste of time. Byakuya spoke up to explain on Akira's behalf. There it is again. She really is the same kind of person as her father. Marud made no effort to hide the disdain on his face. Also, Akira is my subordinate, not yours, Marud-san. I hope you'll be mindful of that. Byakuya said with a smile. His tone was polite enough, but the words themselves were not so polite. Ding host spoke up for Akira Mato and Kuryo Mato. Reward, 20 fusion points. Hearing this, Akira was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected Byakuya to stand up to Marud for her sake. Though his words and tone were superficially fine, the actual behavior was clearly pushing back against a superior. Marud held the position of Special Class Investigator. To First Class Investigator Amaha Byakuya, he was effectively a superior. Oh. Marud wasn't displeased by this. Instead, a flash of surprise passed through his eyes, and he responded to Byakuya in a normal tone. I understand. I'll be more mindful in the future. It wasn't until Byakuya and Akira had left that Marud let a grin spread across his face. Got quite the temper, doesn't he? But I like it. If he were as stone-faced as Arima, that'd be way too boring. Of course, his stone-faced comment was just offhand. Though Arima really was more or less stone-faced, only occasionally showing a smile, with no other expressions whatsoever. And many of those occasional smiles weren't even genuine. First Class Amaha, it seems you don't have much respect for your superiors either. You actually talked back to a superior over something so trivial. As they left CCG headquarters, Akira suddenly spoke up. In my view, that wasn't trivial. Making that kind of inappropriate joke right in front of you, as a superior, he especially shouldn't act that way. Byakuya said evenly. He dared to say those things to Marud because his strength gave him the confidence. His main reason for staying in CCG was to earn more fusion points. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to give these CCG people any face at all. Still, thank you for this. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Akira's face. Not just for speaking up for me, but also because you're the first person to ever speak up for my father. It's nothing. As for Marud-san, he just likes making these inappropriate jokes that offend people. I hope you won't take it too much to heart. Byakuya said. Akira nodded slightly. I know, though he often acts crazy, his abilities are unquestionable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made special class. Next, Byakuya and Akira set off for Kakuya Prison in Ward 23. Shortly after Byakuya and Akira left, Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu returned. In the director's office, Yashitoki and Marud sat together chatting like old friends. Yashitoki-san, there's something I need to pass along to you. Marud first informed Yashitoki about Byakuya's request. Something like this doesn't really need to be reported to me. Speaking of which, First Class Amaha is already busy again. My original intention was for him to take it easy in Ward 20. Yashitoki said. Well, he's partnered with Mato's daughter. She's clearly the same as her father, quink maniac, plus workaholic. Being partnered with Akira Mato won't be easy on Amaha. Marud said with a laugh. That can't be helped, also. At this point, Yashitoki brought up something serious. I'll be returning to the front lines soon. Really? You're going back to the front lines, Washu-san? Marud was immediately surprised. Yes, these are the chairman's orders, Yashitoki said with a grave expression. It's been a long time since I've commanded from the front lines. Just looking at the carnage from that scene, I can tell this will be a very difficult mission. He used the carnage from Aogiri tree's attack on Cochlea as his surface explanation. In reality, he knew the impending difficult mission was related to the owl in Ward 20. Chapter 210. Maru, I'd like you to serve as deputy commander. Yashitoki turned to Marud and said. But I already screwed up the Ward 11 operation, Marud said with hesitation. His face showed an uncharacteristic lack of confidence. During that Ward 11 Aogiri tree suppression operation, under his command, they'd fallen for a diversionary tactic that led to Aogiri tree breaking into Cochlea prison, releasing numerous ghouls. Even now, he still felt guilty about it. Given the circumstances, that was already a good outcome. At least you did everything that needed to be done well. Yashitoki said, among the investigators I can trust in CCG, you're the most outstanding commander. All right, Marud said. With the other party putting it that way, it would be hard to refuse. By the way, it's been a long time since we partnered up. When was the last time? Yashitoki suddenly remarked with feeling. I honestly can't remember. Marud shook his head. Though Yashitoki was the young master of the Washu clan, he hadn't simply been appointed CCG bureau director from the start. Like his father Tsuneyoshi Washu, he had worked his way up from the bottom as a CCG investigator, building achievements and promotions until reaching special class. Only then was he qualified to inherit the position of bureau director. Before Yashitoki took office, Tsuneyoshi had been the previous director, later becoming the supreme chairman. Yashitoki's son Matsuri was walking the same path, going to CCG in Germany for training. Soon after returning, he'd be promoted to associate special class, and barring any surprises, would eventually rise to special class and then bureau director. So Yashitoki had indeed partnered with Marud before. The two of them were like old friends. Ward 23, Cochlea Prison. This place was known as the most secure prison in history. All the inmates were ghouls, and many of them were highly dangerous. There were no shortage of S-rated, SS-rated, and even SSS-rated ghouls. Though the only SSS-rated ghoul previously held in Cochlea, Dodgy Mother Roma Hoito, had already escaped. It had been half a year since the Aogiri tree attack. Cochlea had been reinforced, and the former deputy warden and special class investigator, Heisaki Shinmi, had become the current Cochlea warden. Learning from that lesson, CCG now didn't dare transfer the investigators stationed at Cochlea elsewhere. Instead, they'd brought in more forces from other locations to prevent another Aogiri tree attack. At this moment, Byakuya and Akira presented their investigator credentials. The guards at the entrance verified them and let them through. With the help of a rank 3 investigator, the two arrived at the floor and cell where Madame A was being held. Then Byakuya and Akira saw Madame A through a layer of specially reinforced glass. Under normal circumstances, this glass, no matter how reinforced, couldn't stop S-rated or higher ghouls. But the ghouls imprisoned in Cochlea were all suppressed by RC suppressants that inhibited the activity of their RC cells. The effect was strong enough that even SS-rated ghouls couldn't manifest their Kagyun at all, and their physical abilities were greatly diminished. In essence, the difference between ghouls and humans, whether in having a Kagyun or in physical superiority, was all due to RC cells. Right now, the Madame A before them looked completely listless and haggard. All her makeup and accessories had long been removed, and she looked nothing like before. Basically, she'd gone from appearing to be a young noblewoman in her 20s to a disheveled, sallow-faced woman who looked to be in her 40s. But when Madame A saw Byakuya, she immediately perked up. She pointed at him and exclaimed, "It's you." "Long time no see, Madame A." Byakuya greeted her in an even tone. "Damn it." Madame A wanted to curse at him furiously. It was because of him that she'd been locked up in this place. She hadn't been interrogated much, since she'd confessed everything the moment she saw they were about to interrogate her. It was just that the conditions here were terrible. She was constantly suppressed by RC suppressants, always feeling sick and weak. And she was only given some rotting meat once a month to barely sustain herself. Honestly, compared to her circumstances before becoming Madame A, this place might not even be that much worse. But going from luxury to hardship was never easy. In the end, Madame A could only swallow her curses. She didn't have the guts to lash out at investigators. Even a random investigator giving her a stern look would probably make her cry. You must be here to interrogate me again, right? Please spare me. I've already told you everything I could. Madame A pleaded pathetically. You've told us everything, are you sure about that? Byakuya questioned. Madame A's heart skipped a beat, but she stuck to her story. I'm sure. Since we can't get even a shred of useful intel from you, you have no value to CCG anymore. We might as well pick a day to dispose of you. Keeping you here is just a waste of rotting meat. Byakuya said coldly. His icy demeanor and tone made it seem like he really was about to discard Madame A like garbage. Akira remained silent beside him. She could tell that first-class Amaha was just trying to scare Madame A, using this method to pressure her into revealing truly useful intel. What? Madame A was immediately dumbfounded. After coming to her senses, she hastily said, I'll tell you everything. Staying here was uncomfortable, but at least she was still alive. She was too afraid of death, so she immediately caved. The only thing I know that might be valuable is about a doctor named Akihiro Kano, but it has nothing to do with the GHOUL restaurant or the madams. Madame A had no choice but to give this up to save herself. This was truly the only useful thing she knew. Hearing this, Akira felt somewhat disappointed. She thought they could get some intel related to the gourmet. From this Madame A, it seemed this trip was for nothing. As for Akihiro Kano, she had no idea who that was, so she wasn't interested. Byakuya, on the other hand, pressed further. Go on. Chapter 211. Byakuya's plan was a complete success. Madame A was the type who'd spill everything with just a little intimidation. She'd volunteered her most valuable information to save her own skin. He knew full well that this woman only knew about Akihiro Kano, which was precisely why he deliberately scared her like that. This way, he could naturally bring Dr. Kano's activities to CCG's attention. Akihiro Kano is that famous doctor from Kano General Hospital. I'd heard of him even before I met him. Madame A began speaking rapidly about Dr. Kano, terrified that if she spoke too slowly, Byakuya would drag her out and kill her. Back when I was poor and starving, I tried to attack him, but I was beaten down by a ghoul at his side. Actually, that one had been transformed into a half-ghoul through his experiments. Experiments and half-ghouls, what are those? Akira immediately asked in confusion. These things were completely beyond her understanding. Her theoretical knowledge was rock solid, whether from her academy days or her time at CCG, but she'd never seen anything like this in any textbook. I don't really understand it either. I just know that Dr. Kano experiments on humans, transforming normal people like you into ghouls through his experiments, but ghouls with only one Kakugan. He calls them half-ghouls. Madame A explained. I thought I was going to die back then, but he spared my life and asked me to cooperate with him. He wanted me to cultivate experimental subjects for him, like that child who served as the scrapper at the GHOUL restaurant last time. In return, I got money and status, suddenly rising to the upper echelons of GHOUL society. One Kakugan. Akira's expression grew serious. This reminded her of the one-eyed owl. The reason it was called the one-eyed owl back then was precisely because it had only one Kakugan. She became even more interested in what Madame A was saying. This Dr. Kano might be connected to the one-eyed owl. Continue, tell us everything you know. Akira said. Yes, I'll continue right away. Madame A hurriedly said, but I don't know much about Dr. Kano. Whenever I delivered experimental subjects to him, it was always at a mansion that looked like it had been abandoned for a long time. That's really all I know. Where is this mansion? Akira pressed. Madame A then described the general location. This was rather difficult for someone as uneducated as her. Byakuya didn't even need to ask. He already knew that the so-called abandoned mansion was actually Kurona and Nashiro's former home. After their father Nana Yasuhisa had been physically discarded by CCG, it had been taken over by Dr. Kano. Although we didn't get any information about the gourmet, we did make a new discovery. By now, Byakuya and Akira had left Madame A's cell. Akira had already recorded the testimony she'd obtained. Let's report this matter about Dr. Kanu directly to headquarters while we investigate it ourselves. Byakuya said, we'll have to put the gourmet matter on hold for now. Human experimentation to create ghouls, that's no ordinary crime. Agreed. Akira nodded. Especially since she felt this matter was connected to the one-eyed owl, her attention was completely drawn to it. Afterward, the two returned to the Ward 20 branch, while having Cochlea staff notify Ward 1 headquarters about Dr. Kano. Soon, headquarters responded, instructing Byakuya and his team in Ward 20 to investigate the matter. If suitable personnel became available, they would be dispatched as reinforcement. This was because headquarters was currently preparing for an upcoming major operation and couldn't spare many people. This major operation was the anti-coup suppression operation, though ordinary investigators didn't know the details yet. After several days of investigation, Byakuya, Shinohara, and others had uncovered much about Akihiro Kano. These are all the properties registered under Kano's name. The number is astounding. Akira looked at the documents covering almost the entire table and couldn't help but sigh. The more we investigate this guy, the more suspicious he seems. Having so many addresses is clearly an attempt to hide something. What he's hiding are those experiments. Now, we just need to establish sufficient suspicion to launch a special operation against him. Byakuya said evenly. Most of his activities are highly suspicious, and these properties might not even be all of them. Akira analyzed. He went to Germany to study ghouls and became a researcher for the GFG there. Then, with 3 years of ground-level experience at the GFG, he transferred to CCG as a researcher. Later, for unknown reasons, he left CCG and went back to being an ordinary doctor. I believe he probably saw something he shouldn't have and was expelled from CCG, but as for what exactly, I can't even imagine. After all, when he left CCG, I was still carrying a little school bag. Akira sighed helplessly. The image of you carrying a school bag is hard to picture. Byakuya quipped. What kind of joke is that? No elementary school student could carry a school bag as well as I did back then. Akira boasted with a straight face. All right, joking aside, his behavior, finances, properties, and past experience are all suspicious. Now we just need to personally verify whether what Madame A said about those experiments is true. Byakuya said in a slightly serious tone. Although the address Madame A gave was vague, there is indeed a property under Kano's name in that area that matches her description of an abandoned mansion. Akira picked up a structural diagram of that mansion. There's also a basement, very suspicious indeed. A basement, wouldn't that be the perfect place to secretly conduct experiments? Byakuya said. Exactly, this should be the place. Akira nodded. Just as she finished speaking, someone pushed open the office door. Byakuya Onyachin. It was Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa arriving at the Ward 20 branch. Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora was also with them, apparently dispatched here for work purposes. Chapter 212. Kurona Nashiro, were you assigned here by headquarters? Byakuya immediately asked. Yes. Kurona and Nashiro nodded simultaneously. Byakuya was silent for a moment. He thought to himself that CCG assigning Kurona and Nashiro to this particular mission was quite unfortunate timing. After all, confronting Dr. Kanu directly could easily expose their secret as transformed half-ghouls. If he got the chance later, he'd need to remind Kurona and Nashiro to avoid exposing their identities. Ding, host has activated a choice mission. Choice 1, remind Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa to avoid contact with Akihiro Kanu to prevent exposing their half-ghoul identities. Reward: 10 fusion points. Choice 2, instead, let Kurona and Nashiro expose their half-ghoul identities. After exposing Kanu's experiments, propose to CCG headquarters the formation of a Quink squad. This way, Kurona and Nashiro can work openly at CCG without having to hide anymore. Reward: 50 fusion points. The second option before him, suddenly enlightened Byakuya. This actually seemed like a pretty good approach. In the original story, CCG's purpose for forming the Quink squad was to counter Aogiri Tree, who had allied with Dr. Kanu. At the time, chief researcher Chijiu Koitsu had improved upon Dr. Kanu's experiments, inventing the Quink surgery based on the half-ghoul transformation surgery. The so-called Quink surgery involved special surgical procedures to fuse a Quink into a human's body. The subject would similarly become something like a one-eyed ghoul, with one eye turning into a Kakugan when activating their Kagyun. CCG then established a squad called the Quink Squad for these human warriors. The biggest difference was that the Quink surgery had an extremely high success rate, unlike the half-ghoul transformation surgery, which produced very few successful subjects. Furthermore, humans who underwent Quink surgery maintained RC cell levels in the normal range of 500 to 1,000, allowing them to eat normally like ordinary people. Only when using their powers would their RC cell levels spike to ghoul levels, requiring periodic adjustments from Chijiu Koitsu. Of course, this didn't mean the Quink surgery was superior to the half-ghoul transformation surgery. The fundamental reason was that Chijiu needed human warriors to fight Aogiri Tree, while Dr. Kanu needed a one-eyed king capable of breaking the cage imprisoning this world, something only the half-ghoul transformation surgery could produce. Both were geniuses in the medical field, but their objectives were fundamentally different. For now, once Dr. Kanu's half-ghoul transformation surgery was fully exposed, Kurona and Nashiro's half-ghoul identities would have an explainable origin. That way, CCG shouldn't make things difficult for them. Then he could propose the Quink Squad concept, allowing Kurona and Nashiro to naturally continue working at CCG. In just moments, a clear plan had already formed in Byakuya's mind. Special class aura is here too. At this point, Byakuya's gaze turned to Kyoko aura. I'm Kuro and Shiro's superior, so naturally I came along to support you. Kyoko nodded. Kurona Yasuhisa, Nashiro Yasuhisa, they were in the same academy class as first class Amaha, weren't they? Akira seemed to have some recollection of Kurona and Nashiro. Actually, she'd looked up information about Byakuya in CCG's database before becoming his partner. She knew that Kurona, Nashiro, and Juzu Suzuya were all rookies who graduated in the same class as Byakuya. What surprised her slightly was that Byakuya's relationship with these twin sisters was clearly quite good, evident from how the sisters addressed him. Yes, with them here to support us, our operation should go much more smoothly. Byakuya said, I'm first class Amaha's subordinate, rank 2 investigator Akira Mato. Akira introduced herself to Kurona and Nashiro, normal behavior between colleagues. Rank 2, investigator Kurona Yasuhisa. Rank 2, investigator Nashiro Yasuhisa. Kurona and Nashiro said in unison, Kurona, Nashiro, and I are both subordinates of special class aura. I should be able to call you Kuro and Shiro, right? In return, just call me Akira. Akira continued. And so, Akira briefly got acquainted with Kurona and Nashiro. Next, Akira shared all the intel she and Byakuya had compiled about Dr. Kanu with Kyoko Aura, Kurona, and Nashiro. So there really are experiments that turn humans into ghouls. Kyoko couldn't help but exclaim, but the ghouls created are one-eyed. That's right, both the experiments themselves and the one-eyed aspect are extremely concerning. Akira said, Am I? Kyoko only murmured softly, unsure what else to say for the moment. She knew exactly why Akira was so fixated on the one-eyed aspect. After all, she had graduated in the same class as Akira's mother, Kasuka Mato. She knew everything that had happened to Kasuka. If Kasuka hadn't died in the line of duty back then, perhaps she herself wouldn't have become CCG's first female special class investigator. Meanwhile, Kurona and Nashiro forcibly kept their expressions neutral. From the moment they heard Akihiro Kano, their emotions had grown increasingly complicated. But they knew they couldn't expose their one-eyed ghoul identities now, so they controlled their emotions with all their might. Once Kurona, Nashiro, and Kyoko Ora fully understood the situation, the investigation of Dr. Kanu's basement location began. Byakuya specifically brought Madame A along to guide them, greatly improving efficiency. It also saved him from having to pretend to search for the basement entrance. With Madame A leading the way, Byakuya's group arrived at Ward 6. Kori Ui and Rikai Suzu accompanied them as well. As for Shinohara and Suzuya, they were still investigating the binge eater case. Here, Byakuya's group arrived at the mansion registered under Dr. Kanu's name, Kurona and Nashiro's former home. From the outside, it was clearly an abandoned, dilapidated villa. Due to long-term vacancy and lack of maintenance, weeds grew wild around it, and the walls were covered in cracks. Returning to this place, Kurona and Nashiro felt a complex mix of emotions. However, Byakuya had spoken with them privately before coming here, so their hearts were no longer as uneasy, and their emotions had calmed. Chapter 213. This mission is to investigate Akihiro Kano. You already know that. When Akira and Kyoko Ora weren't paying attention, Byakuya took the opportunity to speak privately with Kurona and Nashiro. Nashiro and I will try to avoid that Kano guy when the time comes. That's right, Byakuya Oniachin can rest assured. We won't expose our one-eyed ghoul identities. Kurona and Nashiro said one after another. No, what I mean is, just act normally. Even if Kano points out that you're one-eyed ghouls, it doesn't matter. Leave the aftermath to me, you don't need to worry about anything. But Byakuya said. Kurona asked with some surprise, is that really okay? It's fine, trust me, CCG will need your strength. Byakuya explained. We believe in you, Byakuya Oniachin. Nashiro nodded. Kurona, Nashiro, you're here too, and you're. Upon seeing Kurona and Nashiro before her, Madame A was immediately surprised. Especially when she noticed the quink briefcases in their hands, which confused her even more. She had no idea that Kurona and Nashiro were now working normally at CCG. She still thought they were with Dr. Kano. So when she saw Kurona and Nashiro with these doves and carrying quink briefcases, her face was full of bewilderment. That's right, is there a problem? Kurona asked expressionlessly. Madame Auntie looks quite haggard. Seems like Cochlea hasn't been treating you well. Nashiro said evenly. With Byakuya's words before the operation began, Kurona and Nashiro had no reservations. That's why they could remain so composed facing Madame A. I'm not Madame Auntie, please call me Madame A. Madame A was immediately triggered by Madame Auntie. Her attention was successfully diverted, and for the moment, she didn't continue asking about Kurona and Nashiro's connection to these doves. She wouldn't get another chance to ask either, because Akira was annoyed at her wasting time. It's time to go inside. Stop wasting time. Okay. Madame A immediately led Byakuya's group into the mansion. At this moment, Akira appeared calm on the surface, but she had actually noticed something was off. The way Kurona and Nashiro knew Madame A didn't seem like a simple acquaintance. It gave her the feeling that both parties had worked together. Her intuition told her something was wrong with Kurona and Nashiro. But now wasn't the time to stop and question them. Besides, their superior special class aura hadn't said anything, so as a rank 2 investigator, it wasn't her place to speak up. She'd wait until after this investigation. Actually, it wasn't just Akira. Kyoko had also noticed something unusual. But she was willing to believe that Kurona and Nashiro were on CCG's side. After all, as their superior, she'd been working closely with them for quite some time, and they'd always worked diligently as investigators. So she didn't question it immediately either, planning to ask Kurona and Nashiro afterward. Akira stepped forward and tried pushing the front door, only to find it wasn't locked at all. She could push it right open. It's not locked. Her first thought was whether there might be an ambush. Let's be careful, don't split up. The basement of this mansion, do you know where it is? Byakuya then asked Madame A. Basement, there's something like that here. Madame A looked confused. She wasn't pretending, she genuinely didn't know there was a basement here. After all, Dr. Kanu didn't trust Madame A very much. He only used her to cultivate humans for his experiments and wouldn't let her know too many secrets. You don't know. Byakuya feigned a threatening tone. Hearing that cold voice, Madame A trembled. I really don't know. Then, where did you usually meet with Dr. Kanu? Byakuya continued asking. I didn't come here often. Let me think. I remember it was some kind of reception room. Madame A's tone was uncertain. Let's check there first. Byakuya said. Okay. Madame A hurriedly led the way. But along the way, Byakuya noticed stairs leading downward off to the side. Stop. Byakuya's sudden command caught the unprepared Madame A off guard, nearly making her trip. There's a downward staircase over there. The basement might be below. Byakuya said. The group followed Byakuya to the staircase. Going down, they indeed found a basement, and it was massive. However, after walking through it, they found nothing and saw no sign of Dr. Kanu. Though Kurona and Nashiro knew the basement's layout well and how to reach Dr. Kanu's location, they felt they shouldn't reveal themselves so directly before Byakuya gave them a signal. Are you sure you've seen Dr. Kanu here? Byakuya stopped at a certain spot and questioned Madame A. I'm sure. Madame A nodded vigorously. Sure. Byakuya suddenly closed in on Madame A, the briefcase in his hand transforming into 13's Jason's sword form. Seeing this, Madame A's face went pale with terror. I really am sure. At that moment, Byakuya's 13's Jason slashed forward. Kaya! Madame A screamed and scrambled to dodge. A tuft of her hair was cut off, but at least she kept her life. I was telling the truth. Madame A was so scared she was crying, looking utterly aggrieved. Byakuya knew full well that Madame A wasn't lying. But he wasn't bullying her. This was to achieve the goal of accidentally finding the entrance. First-class Imaha, inside this wall. Akira exclaimed softly. The wall before them had been sliced open by Byakuya's earlier strike, revealing a large hole. Inside was a narrow passage, its walls lined with writhing flesh, remarkably similar to the underground labyrinth of Ward 24. Ding, host used exceptional acting skills to find the underground laboratory entrance without arousing suspicion. Reward, 20 fusion points. Chapter 214. What is this? It's so disgusting. Madame A's face twisted in discomfort. Having never seen RC cell walls before, she was nauseated by the writhing matter, even though she was a ghoul herself with a similar kagyun. In fact, RC cell walls were made from kagyun. She was just too ignorant. These seem to be the same RC cell walls as in Ward 24. Isn't that supposed to be a technique exclusive to ghouls originating from Ward 24? How did Kanu manage to produce something like this? Akira's expression grew more serious. These RC cell walls could indeed only be made by ghouls from Ward 24. Ghouls from other wards didn't possess this technique. Only ghouls can open and close these RC cell walls made from kagyun. Coat them with some paint, and they look just like normal walls. No wonder we found nothing after walking around. Kyoko Ora spoke up. Let's go in, we should be close to finding Dr. Kanu. Byakuya said evenly. Do I have to go in with you too? Madame A asked very quietly, her voice small. Of course, you're still a Cochlea prisoner. I can't just let you leave. Byakuya said. All right. Madame A hung her head dejectedly, her heart filled with unease. Her main concern was that there might be something terrifying inside. After all, she found that Dr. Kanu inscrutable, and there might be horrifying things within. Are you scared? You don't need to worry about that. Since I brought you here, I'll definitely bring you back to Cochlea alive. Byakuya said flatly. Then, I'm counting on you. Madame A then hid behind Byakuya, surprisingly polite about it. She didn't know the strength of the other doves here, but she knew this young man was genuinely powerful. Back at the GHOUL restaurant, he'd single-handedly taken on the entire establishment. Just as they entered the passage, they could see a surveillance camera above them, clearly active. Someone on the other end was monitoring them, most likely Dr. Kanu. "Ignore it, we'll just keep going deeper," Byakuya said. After proceeding some distance into the passage, the writhing RC cell walls ahead disappeared, replaced by normal-looking walls again. This place feels like a maze, and these walls seem to be from a different era than the basement above. Was this once some kind of facility? Akira observed the surrounding walls, finding it increasingly strange. After a while, they needed to cross a short bridge. Below it was black, foul-smelling water. As they crossed, a ghastly pale face suddenly emerged from the water's surface, eyes completely white for some reason. Then a fat, naked man burst out of the water, lunging straight at the nearest person, Madame A. "Kaya." Madame A was terrified out of her wits, seemingly forgetting she was a ghoul herself. As she was knocked down, she instinctively grabbed Byakuya's pants. The next moment, she might have pulled them right off. "Save me, save me." Byakuya immediately thrust his sword backward, piercing through the man's heart from behind and killing him instantly. Ding, host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Without question, this was one of Dr. Kanu's failed subjects from the half-ghoul transformation surgery. Facing Madame A as she kept tugging at his pants, Byakuya simply said, "Stop pulling my pants down." Sorry." Realizing she was safe now, Madame A quickly let go. But she was still pinned under the failed specimen and could only gradually kick it away. Get off, disgusting." "Wait, he has a Kagyun, isn't he still alive?" At this point, Akira warned them. 4 dark red Kagyun tentacles emerged from the specimen's back, the characteristic Kagyun of the Washu clan. However, the specimen didn't rise, and those 4 Kagyun didn't attack them. Instead, they began devouring their own body, as if the body and Kagyun weren't connected. "No, he's already dead, but his Kagyun is eating his own body." Kyoko was somewhat shocked. Both Akira and Kyoko were shaken by the sight. Madame A, who had never seen such a scene, sat on the ground too, frightened to get up. In contrast, Kurona and Nashiro remained completely calm, showing no emotional reaction whatsoever. They'd seen countless failures like this before, all discarded by that bastard Kanu like garbage. They couldn't help but feel grateful that the experiment they'd been tricked into undergoing had at least succeeded. If it had failed, their deaths would have been utterly miserable. Dr. Kanu is conducting some kind of half-ghoul transformation experiment, right? This must be a failure of some kind. Before being transformed into this, he was a living human being. Byakuya spoke up to remind them. "Let's be more careful from here on. There are probably quite a few more failures like this." Akira immediately snapped back to attention. Kanu, to think he would do something so unconscionable. The group continued forward. Madame A, still sitting on the ground, hurriedly got up to follow, terrified that there might be more strange things in the black water below. "Although I said I'd protect you, I never said you could grab onto my clothes and hinder my movement, did I?" After what had just happened, Madame A was now fearfully clutching the hem of Byakuya's clothes. Somewhat exasperated, Byakuya spoke up. "But..." Madame A wanted to say something. "You're too close. Please don't interfere with Byakuya Oniachan's work." Kurona and Nashiro expressed their displeasure at Madame A's behavior without any change in expression. Sorry." Madame A had no choice but to let go. Seeing how unusually close Kurona and Nashiro were with Byakuya, Akira hoped she was just overthinking things, that Kurona and Nashiro weren't actually colluding with Dr. Kanu. But how had first-class Amaha become so close with these twin sisters? This made her inexplicably somewhat concerned. Chapter 215. Just as Byakuya's group was making their way deeper into the underground laboratory, several figures suddenly appeared above them. It was Ito, Naki, and his underlings. Naki had originally been the leader of the Ward 13 Ghoul organization, White Suits. After following his big bro god Yamori's footsteps into Aogiri tree, the white suits members continued to follow him. The two burly men in white suits behind him were his underlings. At this moment, Ito was wrapped head to toe in white bandages as usual, sitting up there with her little feet swinging back and forth. Naki had originally wanted to give these doves a surprise as his entrance, but the dove at the front had already spotted them from Aogiri tree. Bit of an ordinary entrance, but whatever. Naki leaped down with his underlings, landing in front of Byakuya's group. He declared, "The crazy scientist belongs to us." "It's scientist." From above, Ito corrected Naki's mistake like a retort. The escaped Ward 13 inmate, Naki, an Aogiri tree executive, feels like he could make excellent quink material. Seeing this, Akira's expression turned cold, her eyes becoming particularly sharp. "Prepare for combat," Byakuya said evenly. "Ito." Naki suddenly felt a vague sense of familiarity with this dove in front of him. It was clearly an unfamiliar face he'd never seen before. Why did it feel familiar? Could it just be his imagination? Naki was distracted by Byakuya. The main issue was that he wasn't close enough. He could only catch a faint scent. If they were in close combat, he might have remembered. But that was only a might. After all, his intelligence was lacking. The one who had crushed him before was a ghoul capable of becoming a Kakuja, while Byakuya before him was an investigator. That alone was enough to short-circuit his brain. Taking advantage of Naki's distraction, Akira seized the initiative, using her whip-form quink to wrap around Naki's body. Gah! Only then did Naki snap back to attention. But it was too late to break free. Akira immediately slammed him violently against the wall. Bang! With a tremendous crash, he nearly broke through the wall. But this didn't cause any substantial damage to an S-rated ghoul with such thick skin. It just made Naki look rather disheveled. Just then, Ito suddenly made her move as well. She had been sitting above, but at some point had descended to ground level. Her speed was ghost-like, ordinary human eyes couldn't even track her movements. Kyoko had intended to fire a tracking round at Naki from her quink, but Ito, suddenly appearing before her, made her hesitate. This thing, when did it come down? She immediately realized this small-statured creature was no ordinary opponent. But realizing it was one thing, she had no ability to resist Ito. In the instant Ito passed by Kyoko, multiple wounds appeared on her arms and thighs. However, as a special class investigator, Kyoko's high alertness allowed her to instinctively block most of the attack with her quink, even without seeing Ito's movements. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten off with just injured arms and thighs. But her quink was now damaged and temporarily malfunctioning. This was an S+ rated Yukaku quink, yet it had been so easily damaged by the opponent. Kyoko was shocked. The biggest problem now was that without her quink, she had almost no combat capability left. But Ito's true target wasn't Kyoko, it was Byakuya. To be precise, passing by Kyoko just now was merely an offhand move to neutralize the woman's combat ability. Ito then charged straight at Byakuya. His expression remained calm and composed as the 13's Jason in his hand instantly transformed to shield form to block her attack. However, Ito suddenly leaped up, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see her afterimage, and landed directly on Byakuya's shoulders. It seemed like she was about to use her legs to snap Byakuya's neck. But before Ito's legs could exert force, Byakuya moved faster. The 13's Jason in his hand had already shifted to sword form and thrust at Ito, sitting on his shoulders. Ito leaped up again, dodging the strike, then landed steadily and ran lightly toward a certain passage. Kurona Nashiro, provide backup for Akira and protect special class aura. After giving these instructions, Byakuya immediately chased after Ito. Though Kyoko's quink was temporarily malfunctioning, Akira plus Kurona and Nashiro should be more than enough to handle Naki and his underlings. After chasing for a while, Ito stopped in a location with no surveillance cameras. Long time no see, Amahakun. Ito stood there and waved at Byakuya, completely dropping her earlier hostile demeanor. It hasn't been that long. Byakuya's tone was cold. The quink in his hand hadn't been put away as he slowly approached Ito step by step. Don't be so scary. I only made that woman temporarily unable to fight. Those minor injuries will heal easily, and her weapon can be repaired without any problem. Ito leaned casually against the nearby wall and sat down, stretching out her legs as if wanting to rest. Byakuya knew this as well. Otherwise, he would have stopped Ito the moment she moved to attack Kyoko. It was just that he'd thought Ito would at most damage Kyoko's quink. The meaningless external injuries Ito had added were why he'd been cold just now. Byakuya then leaned against the wall next to Ito. So you're here for Kano too? Byakuya asked evenly. I need that doctor, so would you let me have him? Ito asked Byakuya. She knew perfectly well that if Byakuya tried to stop her, obtaining Dr. Kanu would be very difficult. Sure, but you'll need to grant me one request of my choosing. Byakuya's answer came without the slightest hesitation, as if he'd planned all of this beforehand. Ito nodded slightly. No problem, but no lewd stuff, okay. Chapter 216. Of course it won't be anything boring like that, but I haven't decided on a specific request yet. I'll come to you when I think of one. Byakuya said evenly. Sure. Ito replied casually. By the way, you took in the 2 daughters of this house's original owner, didn't you? You mean Kurona and Nashiro. What about them? Byakuya said. Nothing much. I'm just surprised they came to their senses so quickly. Ito said. They're quite the pair of sisters. The old them would have traded endless self-loathing and guilt for endless love. But Kanu isn't their father. No matter how they tried to fill the void in their hearts, it couldn't change the fact of that emptiness. If they'd stayed the way they were, that would have been quite entertaining. Too bad they've become boring now. Byakuya had no desire to respond to her twisted remarks. But he understood one thing. Ito harbored such twisted interests because she resonated with Kurona and Nashiro. Father, emptiness, one-eyed, these things were so similar. So he neither agreed nor rebuked Ito. So you're the one who saved them, aren't you? Otherwise, given their circumstances, Kanu would have eventually gotten them killed. Even if they didn't die, they'd have met a miserable end. Ito said with amusement in her voice. They were my classmates. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Byakuya responded. Ito was silent for a moment, then the corner of her mouth curved up. It's all your fault. You've robbed me of such great entertainment. Enough, stop saying meaningless things. Byakuya brought the increasingly derailed topic back on track. Let's continue. Tilde, I wanted to rest a bit longer. Ito then stood up and dusted herself off, stretching lazily. Also, next time you get the chance, bring those sisters to meet me. Then they resumed their chase performance. After all, places with surveillance cameras would be monitored by Dr. Kanu. Although Aogiri Tree was cooperating with Kanu, the cooperative relationship between Ito and Byakuya definitely couldn't be casually revealed to others. And so Byakuya chased Ito all the way to Dr. Kanu's laboratory. This was an enormous laboratory. The surrounding walls were lined with cultivation tanks. From outside, one couldn't see what was inside, but Byakuya knew they were all failures from the half-ghoul transformation surgery. There was also the largest cultivation tank in the center of the laboratory, with a woman imprisoned inside. This was Dr. Kanu's experimental subject, also a member of the Washu clan. And Dr. Kanu stood atop it. With a calm, composed expression, he said to Byakuya, "Welcome, Amahe-san. Kuro and Shiro must be under your care now, and they're still working at CCG. That's quite surprising." Dr. Kanu showed no panic whatsoever as he chatted with Byakuya. "Yes, and you're the one who helped them see your true nature," Byakuya said evenly. Dr. Kanu smiled slightly without denying it. "That's fine. I won't interfere with their lives anymore. Though the fact that they've become half-ghouls can't be undone, perhaps they can find the so-called love they seek in you." These words weren't from any guilty conscience. It was simply that Kurona and Nashiro had no more value to him. He didn't care what kind of lives they led from now on. "I'm actually curious about one thing. They've always viewed you as a father. Did you never have even the slightest feelings for them? Byakuya asked. No. Dr. Kano answered, without the slightest hesitation, as if the question were completely pointless in his eyes. Byakuya wasn't surprised by this answer. As expected, Dr. Kano was purely a person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Why can't caged birds fly freely in the sky? Because the cage doesn't belong to them. Then who creates the cages in this world? Dr. Kano suddenly began speaking to himself. I've realized it. This world is imprisoned by a twisted cage. I want to destroy it, so I need the most powerful means possible. But only one-eyed ghouls born from forced hybrid vigor can become a ray of light piercing through the dark clouds. Byakuya understood what Dr. Kano was muttering about, essentially, a veiled criticism of the Washu clan. But he had no intention of responding. For this, I've sacrificed much and made countless attempts. The RC cell walls above are one of those achievements, but I still can't create successful subjects. Kuro and Shiro barely count as successes, but they're still far from adequate. They too are things I could sacrifice with a single thought. Developing feelings for them would only waste my mental energy. Dr. Kano said in a detached tone. He was willing to say so much to Byakuya partly because Ito's presence gave him confidence, and partly because Byakuya himself interested him. However, at that moment, the cultivation tank beneath Dr. Kano's feet was suddenly shattered by something. Byakuya's eyes could catch that 4 dark red Kagyun tentacles had destroyed the tank. Rise Kagyun. Rise Kamishiro now wore the Akatsuki robe, her face covered by the white mask she'd had made at Yuta's shop. The woman in the tank had already been pulled out by her Kagyun. What? Dr. Kano was startled, clearly not expecting this. Though Ito was slightly surprised, she didn't move to stop it. She had already determined that the one who destroyed the tank was Rise Kamishiro, which obviously had something to do with Byakuya. Besides, this experimental subject wasn't that important to her anyway. Ding, the Akatsuki organization led by Host destroyed the cultivation tank and seized the experimental subject. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya's expression remained neutral. He had indeed just agreed to let Ito have Dr. Kano, but he'd never said he would leave the experimental subject for Ito as well. Without an experimental subject, even if Dr. Kano went to Aogiri Tree, he couldn't do much for the time being. Of course, Ito wasn't in a hurry to have Dr. Kano do anything either. In her plans, she would soon obtain a new and more powerful experimental subject, her father, Yoshimura. Chapter 217. Rise Kamishiro left immediately with the experimental subject, without any verbal or visual exchange with Byakuya. This was because Byakuya had already discussed the action plan for Kano's basement with Rise and the others beforehand. Rise was simply following his plan. There would be no mistakes. Tsukiyama, Shu, Matsumi, and Kani were standing by in the shadows. If anything unexpected happened, they could protect Rise. Seeing the experimental subject taken away, Dr. Kano felt it was a pity, but Ito remained unmoved. She didn't value that experimental subject. Her plan had always differed from Nomura Furuta's. She and Arima wanted to create a one-eyed king whose strength and prestige could lead all ghouls, while Furuta's ultimate goal was directly becoming dragon. There was a fundamental difference. A powerful, one-eyed king didn't necessarily require a Washu ghoul as the experimental subject, but for becoming dragon, a Washu ghoul was essential. Ito probably didn't fully know all the secrets about dragon at this point. This was likely one of the Washu's most closely guarded secrets. For instance, when she met Furuta later and asked what his purpose was, Furuta answered, super peace. This showed Ito didn't know Furuta's goal was to create dragon. The appearance of Kurona and Nashiro, 2 artificial one-eyed ghouls, had shown Ito a possibility. But she felt the experimental subject Kano had chosen wasn't strong enough, which limited Kurona and Nashiro's strength and potential. They couldn't grow into the one-eyed king she hoped for. Then there was another, stronger, even optimal choice, Yoshimura. With CCG's internal undercurrents moving toward a suppression of anti-coup, Ito had already secretly planned with Arima to stage a performance during the upcoming owl suppression operation. They would seize Yashimura after CCG had surrounded and incapacitated him, making him the new experimental subject. Meanwhile, Akira's battle had also ended. When they had Naki on the ropes, Noro suddenly appeared and whisked away Naki and his 2 underlings. Noro was too fast for them to pursue. Can't be helped. Let's leave them for now and find first-class Amaha. I don't know where he went. Akira decisively gave up chasing Naki and said calmly, I hope Byakuya Onyichan is okay. Nashiro immediately worried about Byakuya's situation. He'll be fine, Byakuya isn't that fragile. Kurona said. Of course, this was just an act the sisters were putting on for Akira and Kyoko. But then, seeing Kyoko about to follow them directly, Kurona expressed genuine concern. Special class Aura, are you sure you're okay like this? I'm fine. These minor injuries don't affect my movement. I don't want to drop out here. Kyoko said, with determination in her eyes. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. Kurona said. The worried Kurona and Nashiro tore some cloth strips from their own clothes to give Kyoko a simple bandaging. Then they set off to find Byakuya. On Byakuya's end, Noro had already arrived with Naki, directly taking Dr. Kanu and Ito away. But before leaving, Ito said to Dr. Kanu, those failures are useless anyway, just let them eat that guy. Dr. Kanu didn't think much of it and pressed a button in his hand. In an instant, Dr. Kanu was carried away by Noro. All the cultivation tanks opened simultaneously, and the horrifying failed experiments inside came rushing out, immediately surrounding Byakuya, the only human present. Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Ito had actually just done him a favor. He'd come here to farm fusion points, and Ito had even gotten Dr. Kanu to release all those failed experiments. Now he could really rack up the points. Of course, Ito didn't know about Byakuya's need to farm fusion points. She simply thought that as a mutated half-ghoul, Byakuya would need these things. He could grow stronger through cannibalism. In the original story, Ken Kenki had eaten his way to the half-Kakuja centipede form right here. Unfortunately, that centipede form was like a trial card. After losing his memories and becoming Hei's Sasaki, it never appeared again. Only during the later dragon transformation did he become a dragon resembling a centipede. Come to think of it, if Kenki had been a bit more cold-blooded and brutal, if he'd forced himself to eat until reaching full Kakuja centipede form before the owl suppression operation, the manager's fate might have been different. Byakuya suddenly reflected. The numerous failed, half-ghoul experiments surrounding him posed no pressure whatsoever. He even had the leisure to think about other things. The possibility he was considering did exist. At the time, Kenki had been blocked by Kaotoru Ammon wearing the new proto armor, wasting precious time. This made his support too slow, and on his way to the manager, he happened to encounter Arima. If he'd been in full Kakuja form, there wouldn't have been a time problem. Thinking this, Byakuya stopped letting his mind wander. He reversed his grip on his sword and bisected the nearest failure at the waist. Then he began his slaughter. Ding host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding host defeated a failed experiment. Reward, 5 fusion points. Several minutes later, Akira and the others finally traced the sounds of battle to this location. By the time they arrived, Byakuya had just finished off the last failure. Seeing corpses strewn everywhere, blood on the ground nearly forming a small river, with only Byakuya standing there alive. Covered in so much blood he looked like a blood-soaked specter. Akira's pupils trembled slightly, but she also felt relieved. You. Akira walked over and was about to speak. When she heard Byakuya say first, Dr. Kanu was taken by Aogiri tree, he also released all the failures here. But Akira suddenly reached out with her slender finger and pressed it to his lips. I'm not asking about the mission right now, I just want to make sure you're safe first. Chapter 218. Byakuya was slightly taken aback and replied, I'm fine, the blood on me is from those things on the ground. Good to hear. Having received Byakuya's answer, Akira turned and walked back toward Kurona and Nashiro, her face expressionless. So Kano was taken by those Aogiri tree people after all. Kyoko said, with some regret in her voice. Special class Aura, let's return to the surface now. We can leave the rest here to other investigators. Byakuya also showed concern for Kyoko's injuries. After all, her wounds were partly his responsibility. They were caused by the performance he and Ito had staged. Kyoko nodded. Just as she was about to head back the way they came with Byakuya and the others, the stinging pain in her body suddenly intensified. SSS. Kyoko couldn't help but wince and draw in a sharp breath. Is something wrong, Special Class Aura? Kurona immediately asked. Though they're all external wounds, there are quite a few of them. The thigh wounds especially tend to reopen with movement. Kyoko said. Hearing this, Byakuya thought for a moment. Feeling responsible, he offered, in that case, let me carry you out on my back. Kyoko was somewhat surprised. But she agreed, all right, thank you for the trouble. At this moment, Kurona and Nashiro couldn't help but take notice. How had things suddenly developed this way? Afterward, Byakuya lifted Kyoko onto his back and headed for the surface. Kyoko's figure appeared tall and full, but she was actually quite light, 165 cm tall and 57 kg. For her figure, she had almost no excess fat. While walking, Kyoko suddenly spoke, "You remind me of my younger brother." Special Class Aura has a younger brother. Byakuya's tone carried some curiosity. But he was killed by ghouls a long time ago. Kyoko said. Her brother's death by ghouls was the reason she'd entered the academy, hoping to become a ghoul investigator. I see. Byakuya fell silent. The last time I was carried on someone's back like this was when I accidentally sprained my ankle, and my brother carried me home, though that was over 10 years ago now. Kyoko recalled the past. After all, Special Class Aura is very powerful. This was just an accident. Byakuya said. This wasn't an accident. That small-statured ghoul earlier should be one of Aogiri Tree's core executives. Kyoko denied. Though I was caught off guard, even if I faced her at full strength again, I'd have almost no chance of winning. Ito's power had shocked her. She'd never faced such a powerful ghoul. She even felt her opponent hadn't been trying. It was precisely Ito's actions that had left no holes in Byakuya's performance, making Akira and the others believe it wasn't strange that Dr. Kano had been taken by Aogiri Tree, because Aogiri Tree's strength now seemed even more unfathomable after Ito's display. Yes, that one is certainly formidable. Byakuya nodded. After carrying Kyoko back to the surface, Byakuya notified the Ward 6 branch investigators to come assist. Soon, a team of investigators arrived to process and investigate the underground laboratory, along with medical personnel who properly treated Kyoko's wounds. Just before they parted ways, Kyoko suddenly invited Byakuya. First Class Amaha, please come visit my home sometime. I'd like to thank you for today. The moment Kyoko said this, Kurona and Nashiro's ears perked up. Special Class Aura's words sounded rather strange to them. Could it be that Special Class Aura already had feelings for Byakuya? Just then, Kyoko added, if possible, please bring Kuro and Shiro along with you, First Class Amaha. Kurona was somewhat surprised, but she nodded. All right. Nashiro also nodded. I have no objections either. It's up to Byakuya Oniachan. Then, whenever it's convenient for Special Class Aura. Byakuya didn't refuse. His intuition told him that Special Class Aura, specifically inviting Kurona and Nashiro, along definitely wasn't for anything improper. It was related to matters concerning Kurona and Nashiro. After all, earlier, Madame A had shown that she knew Kurona and Nashiro. Given Akira's intuition and Kyoko's capabilities, they would normally have noticed something unusual about the twins. I'm free these days, how about tomorrow afternoon? Kyoko said. All right. Byakuya nodded slightly. Akira shared a similar judgment with Byakuya. She figured Special Class Aura wanted to privately inquire about Kurona and Nashiro's situation. So she didn't plan to get involved. She'd wait for Special Class Aura to get to the bottom of things. In this operation investigating Dr. Kano, Byakuya had eliminated several dozen failed experiments. That was quite a lot. The total number of failures wasn't limited to these, but the rest had died long ago after being abandoned by Dr. Kano. After all, someone like Dr. Kano wouldn't waste limited cultivation tanks and food on useless failures. Without nutrients to sustain them, failures would starve to death within a month, or die right after the experiment. In total, he'd earned over 300 fusion points. Returning home, he could see the experimental subject had already been brought back by Rise and was lying on the sofa. Rise had covered her with clothes, otherwise, the woman would have been naked. The woman's face was deathly pale, with traces of blood tears, but her features remained delicate and beautiful. Almost no one in the entire Washu clan, including the branch family's half-humans, was ugly. I don't know her, but from her scent, she's definitely Washu. Rise said to Byakuya beside her. I wonder what methods that Furuta guy used to capture this person from the Washu clan. Byakuya said evenly. This means she probably wasn't one of the Washu's breeders, and her status within the Washu wasn't high, not important enough to draw attention. Rise said, besides, the younger generation of Washu, aside from breeders like myself, have relatively more freedom. She was probably grabbed by that Furuta guy when she was out and about one day. Just then, the woman suddenly woke up. Having been starved to the point of losing her reason during her long imprisonment under Dr. Kano, she lunged at Byakuya, whose entire body exuded an alluring scent. Chapter 219. Sigh. Byakuya sighed softly, just as he was about to subdue her. Rise had already acted, using her Kagyun to intercept the woman's Kagyun directly. Setting aside Rise's strength, this woman hadn't eaten human flesh for about half a year, barely surviving on nutrient solution in the cultivation tank. Her strength had weakened severely. So her Kagyun was as fragile as paper before Rise. In an instant, 4 visibly withered Kagyun tentacles were severed. Having lost her means of attack, even if the woman reached Byakuya, all she could do was bite him. But Byakuya restrained her with just one hand on her head. His other hand delivered a casual knife hand strike to her neck, knocking her unconscious again. Do we have any carrion at home? If not, let's take her to Anteku. Byakuya said. Rise shook her head slightly. No, we'll have to go to Anteku. On the way to Anteku, Rise's mood was somewhat complicated. The reason was the miserable fate of this Washu woman. Byakuya, if you hadn't saved me back then, the one who just attacked you in a frenzy would probably have been me, wouldn't it? Rise couldn't help but say to Byakuya. And probably. Byakuya, mindful of Rise's feelings, didn't put it too bluntly. In the original story, Rise's fate was almost identical to this Washu woman's. That bastard Furuta really deserves to die, but fortunately I met you. Rise said. If she had been imprisoned in that place under Dr. Kano's constant torture, without even a moment of freedom, eventually becoming this kind of mindless, feral wreck, she would rather die. Because that would have been leaving the Washu, she despised most only to enter another, even more hellish cage. Don't imagine things that didn't happen. Besides, I also think saving you back then was absolutely the right decision. Byakuya said with a smile. At this moment, Byakuya and Rise brought the woman to Anteku. They didn't enter through the front door, but went directly through a second-floor window into the upstairs lounge. Yoshimura happened to be on the second floor. This is? Yoshimura immediately asked. She was the experimental subject Dr. Kano used for his half-ghoul transformation surgery. Kurona and Nashiro's Kakuhu came from her. Byakuya explained briefly. Dr. Kano's underground laboratory has now been exposed and destroyed. We brought out the experimental subject, but Dr. Kano himself was taken by Aogiri tree. I understand, so she's also one of the Washu. Yoshimura's expression grew somewhat grave. Yes, but she's lost her reason from starvation right now. If we can restore her to normal, she'll still be useful to us, so I need some carrion. Byakuya said directly. No problem. Yoshimura certainly wouldn't begrudge a bit of carrion. especially since Anteku still owed Byakuya quite a few favors. Afterward, Yoshimura first gave Byakuya a package of carrion. Byakuya then propped the woman up in a chair and opened the package to feed her. The moment Byakuya brought the carrion near the woman's mouth, she opened it as if waking up. In her extreme hunger, her subconscious was focused solely on eating meat. Byakuya then stuffed the entire package of carrion into her mouth. The woman gradually regained consciousness from her comatose state. Though she still seemed somewhat dazed, by the time she finished eating the carrion, she was much better than her previous feral state. "Can you hear me now?" Byakuya spoke to test her level of awareness. But the moment he spoke, the woman, catching his scent before even finishing the carrion in her mouth, immediately turned and lunged at him. He restrained her with one hand on her head again. Thwack! He flicked her forehead hard with his finger. He controlled the force well, enough to cause pain without injury. Ow! The woman immediately clutched her forehead with both hands. That she could feel pain meant there was hope. She wasn't so far gone that she couldn't recover. "Get a grip, don't try to pounce on every human you see." Byakuya said, "Now what's your name?" Washuchika. The woman's consciousness temporarily cleared somewhat, and she could answer Byakuya's question, though she was a bit breathless. "Washuchika, is it? Looks like there's a chance for full recovery since you can remember your own name." Byakuya nodded slightly. "Where is this? Long-term imprisonment and torture had affected Washuchika's speech. She wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. She only remembered being locked up somewhere, suffering endless torture day and night. Kagyun and Kakyuhu constantly being cut out, regenerating, being cut out again, regenerating again. So hungry, so scared. This is Anteku, but that's not the point. The point is we saved you, so you shouldn't be trying to eat me." Byakuya lectured Washuchika. "If you're still hungry, I'll give you another package of meat. But if you attack me again, I'll have to punch you." Washuchika nodded blankly, forcing herself not to attack him, even though the scent coming from his body was impossibly delicious. Washuchika's reason had clearly recovered significantly, unlike Rise in the original story, who seemed to have gone completely mad. This was because Rise desperately craved unrestricted freedom, and being locked in such a place was the complete opposite extreme. Over time, she went insane. Perhaps with more time she could have recovered her sanity, but before she could, Furuta captured her again. Yoshimura soon brought another package of carrion and said with a smile to Washuchika, "Please enjoy." Byakuya took the carrion and, as before, unwrapped it to feed Washuchika. Washuchika devoured it ravenously. Back in the Washu clan, she could only eat the corpses of fallen investigators. Carrion all tasted similarly mediocre, but having never eaten fresh human flesh, she didn't know what that tasted like. Besides, she was so starved that even century-old human bone fragments would probably taste delicious right now. After finishing the second package of carrion, Washuchika still seemed unsatisfied. She began licking the residual meat fragments from Byakuya's palm, and then even started to suck on his fingers. Rai's gaze immediately turned cold, a dangerous smile appearing on her face. "Don't push your luck." Chapter 220. Washuchika was immediately frightened by that look from Rise, and didn't dare continue doing anything strange. She remembered her Kagyun being severed by Rise earlier, so she subconsciously assumed Rise was far stronger than her, making her rather afraid. Yoshimura smiled without comment at the little squabble between Rise and Washuchika over Byakuya. After a while he spoke up, "Do you need more meat? It looks like she hasn't had enough. If possible, please bring another package." Byakuya said to Yoshimura. "Certainly." Yoshimura said amiably. "It looks like your reason has mostly recovered. Can you remember your identity now?" Byakuya then asked Washuchika. "Washu, I'm from the Washu clan." But when Washuchika said this much, her expression suddenly changed. She realized she couldn't say more, otherwise the Washu clan would definitely silence her. She immediately shut her mouth, not daring to continue. "I know you're from the Washu clan. Are you afraid of something and don't dare reveal more?" Byakuya said evenly. "But let me say this up front. Right now, the Washu clan has no idea where you are. Even if you say something, you don't need to worry about the Washu coming after you. Washu Chika just shook her head, still not daring to say anything. Then she asked fearfully, "If I don't talk, will you kill me?" "Of course not. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I have no intention of forcing you." Byakuya said, "However, I won't let you go back either because—" Here, his gaze indicated for Washu Chika to look toward Rise. "Don't you find her familiar?" She. Washu Chika looked at Rise, who smiled back at her in what appeared to be a friendly manner. She thought for quite a while, before vaguely recalling that the other's Kagyun did seem familiar. Wait. Not just familiar, it was exactly the same as hers. This meant, could you also be from the Washu clan? Washu Chika immediately asked Rise. Yes, to be precise, I'm a breeder who escaped from the Washu. Rise said without reservation. She and Byakuya had no intention of letting this woman return, so it didn't matter if she knew. Though it was their hint that helped the woman make this connection, even without the hint, she would eventually remember that Rai's Kagyun was the same as hers. Then one word to other Washu members, and a bit of guessing, would reveal it was Rai's, the one who had escaped. So regardless, they couldn't let Washu Chika return to the Washu clan, or Rai's whereabouts would be exposed. A breeder's. Washu Chika's eyes widened. Now she remembered who this was. Escaped, breeder. The only one who fit both conditions was the breeder named Rise. You're Rise? Washu Chika asked in shock. That's right, pleased to meet you. Rise said in a friendly tone. Ah, pleased to meet you too. Washu Chika responded out of politeness. I can't believe you're here, then I. Washu Chika's brain was momentarily overloaded, too much to process. She had just come from Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory. In short, because of Rise, we can't let you return to the Washu clan for now. You'll stay with us going forward. Byakuya summarized for Washu Chika. If you don't behave, well, Dr. Kanu has now gone to Aogiri Tree. I wouldn't mind sending you back to Aogiri Tree to be his experimental subject again. Experimental subject. This Dr. Kanu you're talking about, is he the doctor who kept me locked up? Washu Chika immediately asked. That doctor had imprisoned and tortured her for so long. She couldn't forget that figure in the white coat. Yes, though I also think what he did was inhumane, so we rescued you. But if you won't behave, I'll just have to send you back to him. Byakuya threatened Washu Chika. Using Dr. Kanu as leverage was undoubtedly the most effective threat against Washu Chika. No, I'll behave, so please don't. Washu Chika said with a tearful voice. She was about the same age as Rise, around 18, definitely not over 20, and was just an ordinary member of the Washu clan. Her psychological resilience wasn't particularly strong. Her experience in the underground laboratory had already shattered her mental defenses. The mere mention of being sent back to Dr. Kanu terrified her. Did I scare her too much? Seeing Washu Chika on the verge of tears, Byakuya said somewhat awkwardly. How mean, you made the poor girl cry. Rise commented without mercy. Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. He could only say to Washu Chika, relax. As long as you don't do anything out of line, we won't do anything to you. Washu Chika then wiped her reddened eyes, feeling rather embarrassed about her current state. From now on, you'll help out here at Anteku. As for housing, you'll stay at my place for now. If you have any problems, you can talk to me directly. Byakuya introduced things to Washu Chika. This is Manager Yoshimura of Anteku. You can ask him about any work-related questions. At that moment, Yoshimura had just brought over the third package of carrion. Byakuya handed it to Washu Chika, meaning for her to open it and eat on her own. Thank you. Washu Chika took it and began eating in small bites, looking much more ladylike than before. Byakuya temporarily placed Washu Chika at Anteku. When work ended, he'd simply have Matsumi and Kani bring her home. Washu Chika didn't seem like a troublesome person, timid, obedient, and reasonably well-behaved. But just then, Yoshimura gestured for Byakuya to step outside. Having that young lady join Anteku now might not be the best timing. In private, Yoshimura began. Why? Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. Because CCG is probably going to come settle accounts with me soon. When that happens. Yoshimura had been about to say more, perhaps to ask Byakuya to help Tauka and the others evacuate, but then remembered that Byakuya was himself a CCG investigator. Saying such things would only put Byakuya in a difficult position. So he gave up. Chapter 221. Amaha Byakuya fell silent. He could simply tell manager Yoshimura not to worry, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Revealing too much to the manager ahead of time might not be a good thing. So he chose not to say anything for now. Yoshimura didn't press the topic either. I apologize, please forget what I just said. I'll take good care of Chika-san. Thank you, manager. Byakuya nodded. Speaking of which, Amaha-kun, it's been quite a while since you've come by for coffee. Since you're here today, how about a cup? Yoshimura smiled warmly. That sounds good. Byakuya gave a slight nod. He returned to the break room and addressed Washu, Chika, and Rise. Let's head downstairs and sit for a while. Also, Washu, Chika, from now on, introduce yourself as Rai's younger sister. Try not to mention anything about Washu. He wasn't saying this to hide Chika's Washu identity from someone like Roma Hoito. Rather, it was to protect Tauka and the others. If they learned about the Washu connection, it could bring trouble down on their heads. Besides, given the clown's intelligence network, concealing this from Roma would be pointless anyway. My name is Kamishiro Rise now, Rise told Chika. You can use the Kamishiro surname as well. Oh, okay. Chika nodded obediently. Then I'll be Kamishiro Chika. When they came downstairs, the Anteku staff were surprised by Byakuya and Rai's sudden appearance. When did you two get here? And you came down from the second floor? Tauka Kirishima looked genuinely puzzled. She hadn't seen Byakuya or Rise enter the cafe at all. And who's that unfamiliar woman next to Byakuya? We came in through the second floor window. There were some unexpected circumstances. Byakuya offered a casual explanation. I see, so who's this? Tauka studied Washu Chika beside Byakuya with curiosity. Chika appeared somewhat shy and withdrawn, practically hiding behind Byakuya. I'm Rai's younger sister. My name is Kamishiro Chika. Chika hadn't forgotten what Byakuya and Rise had told her upstairs. Oh, so you're Rise-san's sister. Now that you mention it, you do look alike. Tauka glanced between Chika's face and Rise, suddenly noticing a resemblance between them. This made her even less likely to doubt Chika's claimed sisterhood. After all, both Rise and Chika were members of the Washu clan, pure-blooded, without any mixing. They were essentially relatives, so it wasn't strange that their features bore some similarity. That's right, we're not biological sisters, more like distant relatives. Rise smiled as she spoke. Technically speaking, she wasn't lying. Chika really was a distant relative of hers. So does that mean Chika-san is planning to join Anteku? Tauka asked. Yes. Chika nodded. That's wonderful, we have a new member. Roma Hoito immediately put on a welcoming display, walking over and taking Chika's hand. Thank you. Chika was a bit startled by Roma's enthusiasm. Roma didn't actually know who this Washu Chika was. She hadn't visited Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory, after all. But upon hearing that Chika was Rai's younger sister, she found this very interesting. She knew that Rise was a breeder of the Washu clan. If this Chika-san really was Rise-san's sister, wouldn't that be quite the development? Will you be working as a server or handling food procurement outside? You could also do both, actually. Kaya Irami inquired. Renji Yomo's role, for instance, covered both serving and outside procurement, though his primary job was gathering intelligence. If any danger arose, Anteku could respond quickly. Chika-san will handle server duties. Yoshimura had also come downstairs by now. Chika understood what server duties entailed and nodded in agreement. Good, with more staff to rotate shifts, I can carve out more time for studying. Tauka remarked. At this, Byakuya asked curiously, how's your studying going lately, Kirishima-san? It's all right, I guess. I haven't seen dramatic improvement, but there's been some progress. Tauka's tone lacked confidence. Clearly, things weren't going ideally. She quickly changed the subject. By the way, why haven't you been coming to the cafe lately? Is the CCG keeping you that busy? More or less. I'm often working until late, and by the time I'm off, you've already closed. But vacation time is coming up soon. Byakuya nodded. This vacation he referred to was actually the period following the owl suppression operation. After that, there would be collective time off. CCJ. Chika immediately perked up at this, turning to Byakuya. You're a CCG investigator. Yes. You didn't know, Tauka addressed Chika. He's an investigator, sure, but surprisingly, he gets along pretty well with us ghouls. Oh, I see. Chika was stunned. Because she suddenly remembered something. When she'd lost control and attacked Byakuya, her Kagyun had already been released. Which meant he must already know that she, a member of the Washu, was a ghoul. And he was an investigator for the very CCG that the Washu clan had established. Chika leaned close to Byakuya's ear and whispered a rather foolish question. Do you already know I'm a ghoul? Seeing Chika-san whispering to Byakuya at such close range, Tauka couldn't help but take notice. Tauka merely watched with keen eyes, but Rai's reaction was more direct. She used one finger to push Chika's face away. When her face was pushed aside, Chika found herself meeting Rai's gaze head-on. She could feel the chill radiating from Rai's expression and eyes. Chapter 222. Rai's gaze made Chika's entire body tremble, involuntarily. But at least she'd asked what she wanted to ask. Byakuya was speechless. That question just now. Hadn't she eaten 3 packets of carrion right in front of him? What was the point of asking something so obvious? Come with me for a moment. Byakuya's tone carried a hint of exasperation as he addressed Chika. Chika's heart skipped a beat. Byakuya's indifferent tone made her uneasy, though in reality, it was simply his normal exasperated voice. She followed him to the back kitchen, which was temporarily empty. Look. Byakuya turned around to face her. Rise, and I knew you were a ghoul from the very beginning, okay? And then you just asked me if I knew you were a ghoul. Now that you mention it, that's true. Only then did Chika nod, in belated realization. She even spent a moment in thought, reflecting on how she had indeed exposed nearly all of her ghoul characteristics earlier. If that was the case, the Washu clan's secret she hadn't dared to reveal had been meaningless to conceal from the start. Don't tell me. Byakuya mused aloud. You're a hopeless airhead. Chika felt as though she'd been struck by lightning. Her entire body, expression included, froze. She'd always known she wasn't the sharpest person, but being directly labeled an airhead was a first. Though she didn't want to be called that, she couldn't find any way to refute it. I think I understand now why that Furuta guy was able to capture you. Byakuya nodded thoughtfully, looking like he'd just solved a mystery. Who's Furuta? Chika asked suddenly. You don't know. He's the one who handed you over to Dr. Kano for experiments. Byakuya explained. Chika shook her head. Her not knowing Nomura Furuta wasn't actually surprising. Furuta's public identity was merely an unremarkable half-human from the Sunlit Garden. Apart from core members like Tsuneyoshi Washu and Yashitoki Washu, probably few people knew that Furuta was Tsuneyoshi's illegitimate son. Even Matsuri Washu, the future crown prince, might not know. Judging from how Matsuri interacted with Furuta in the original story, Furuta's true identity was deeply hidden. After all, by Washu clan tradition, Furuta as an illegitimate son represented a major stain on Tsuneyoshi's reputation. The head of the household having secretly fathered a child with a human woman was absolutely forbidden by those with rigid views within the clan. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. That guy probably won't bother you again anyway. Byakuya said casually. Based on his understanding of Furuta, the man wouldn't continue interfering with Kano's affairs. Kano's collaboration with Aogiri Tree seemed to be part of Furuta's plan. Then again, maybe that wasn't entirely certain either. Because so far, no successful experimental subject, like the original stories, Kenkenki had been created. And Aogiri tree didn't have any Washu Kakuho. Who knew what Furuta might do next for his dragon plan? But Byakuya wasn't concerned about this for now. As long as Furuta didn't target anyone close to him, he wouldn't bother with the man. Otherwise, he'd just have to teach Furuta a lesson ahead of schedule. Chika spoke up timidly. Since you already know I'm a ghoul, then doesn't that mean you also know about the Washu clan? Yes, it's simply that your Washu clan is a ghoul family. I already know that. Byakuya stated directly. I knew it. Chika's fair face turned pale. This is bad. Once this secret leaked out, especially if the Washu clan found out, they would definitely hunt them down relentlessly. And she herself would be eliminated as a traitor. What are you so afraid of? Just work here with peace of mind. Besides me, no one can do anything to you. Byakuya's tone remained level. His calm demeanor made it seem like he didn't consider the Washu clan a threat at all. But he'd inadvertently said something that could easily be misinterpreted. Especially for someone like Chika, who'd read perhaps a few too many shoujo manga. She immediately misunderstood the meaning of Byakuya's last sentence. Okay. In Chika's eyes, Byakuya had instantly transformed into a domineering CEO who would defy the entire Washu clan for her sake alone. Apart from Byakuya actually intending to oppose the Washu clan, she'd gotten everything else completely wrong. But Byakuya hadn't noticed Chika's misunderstanding. To him, she was simply an ordinary airheaded girl, nothing more. Ding, the host has raised a flag to protect Washu Chika from Washu clan retaliation. Reward, 100 fusion points. Note, if Washu Chika dies, this mission will be considered failed, and the corresponding fusion points will be reclaimed. Even then, Byakuya detected nothing unusual. He simply reflected that this reward was quite generous, probably because the Washu clan was formidable, making the mission more difficult and troublesome. By the system's standards, a higher reward was warranted. What are they doing in there? Meanwhile outside, Tauka was growing curious. Nothing much, probably discussing topics that would be embarrassing if overheard. Rise covered for Byakuya and Chika without batting an eye. I see. Tauka nodded slightly. But something felt off. If it was an embarrassing topic, why was she specifically whispering to Byakuya, a member of the opposite sex, in private? Did talking to Byakuya about those things not feel embarrassing? Njikoma and Kaya Irimi hadn't noticed anything unusual, since they thought about things from a different angle than Tauka. Roma Hoito had basically concluded that this Kamishiro Chika must also be from the Washu clan. Being purely here for entertainment, she had no intention of saying anything. Before long, Byakuya and Chika emerged from the back kitchen. At that moment, Tauka keenly observed that Chika-san's gaze toward Byakuya had changed completely. Those eyes were all too easy to read. 3 parts trust, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts infatuation. That look, this isn't good. Tauka immediately grew concerned. What on earth had Byakuya done with Chika-san in the back kitchen? Why such a dramatic change in her eyes before versus after? Chapter 223. Today was Chika's first day working at Anteku, learning on the job alongside Tauka. When the shift ended, Matsumi and Kani escorted Chika home. This home, naturally, wasn't the Washu estate, it was Byakuya's mansion. Chika-san, according to the master's wishes, you'll be staying here for the time being. Matsumi addressed Chika expressionlessly. She genuinely believed Chika-san was the madam's younger sister, unaware of anything about Washu. After all, no one had told her about this. All right, by the way, this master you keep mentioning, are you actually servants? Chika asked Matsumi and Kani curiously. The Washu clan had servants too, so she understood what servants meant in modern society. At the very least, someone of her ordinary standing within the Washu clan didn't have personal servants. This made Byakuya fit her mental image of a domineering CEO even more closely. That's correct, we are servants of the master, Ema-hisama. Matsumi nodded. Kani added, serving the master is our duty. Seeing their attitude and tone, Chika was impressed. These were truly professional servants. So his name is Amaha. Only then did Chika realize she hadn't even known the young man's name. By the way, is this Amaha-sama you speak of, the young master of some great family or corporation? Chika asked with interest. Matsumi was stumped. She genuinely didn't know. Regarding the master, whether in terms of strength or identity, he remained shrouded in layers of mystery to her. Though she'd had no opportunity to investigate the master's background, she could imagine that even if she had, it wouldn't yield any results. But this massive mansion certainly hadn't appeared from thin air. Combined with his astonishing strength and his attitude toward ghouls, no matter how she thought about it, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Kenny didn't know how to answer Chika's question either. Never mind Chika, she herself wanted to know what the master's true identity really was. Given that the master seemed extraordinary in every conceivable way, Matsumi deliberated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, we're not entirely sure about the specifics ourselves. The master is probably a young master from some hidden family who has come to the mundane world to gain experience. You should have noticed by now that we're ghouls, yes. We were easily subdued by the master and willingly became his servants. Emma. Canny wanted to retort, but thought better of it. I see. Chika tapped her palm in understanding, actually believing Matsumi's words. One willing to spin tales, another willing to believe them. Aren't you coming in? Byakuya suddenly opened the door. He'd heard their discussion from inside. Having overheard Matsumi's deadpan fabrication, he couldn't help but comment. Also, Matsumi-san, have you been reading too many novels or manga? You actually came up with hidden family. Though if hidden families did exist in this world, it wouldn't be that strange. But such hidden families would generally only be ghoul families. In a sense, the Sunlit Garden could indeed be considered a hidden family. Ahem. A rare flush crept across Matsumi's cheeks as she cleared her throat awkwardly. She'd only meant to casually deceive Chika-san. She hadn't expected the master to overhear. So, you're not a young master from a hidden family? Chika asked. Of course not. I don't have any special background. I'm just an ordinary human. Byakuya replied. Ahem. But this explanation made Chika even more skeptical. She couldn't think of anything about him that connected to ordinary. He hadn't even flinched when learning that the Washu clan were ghouls. Inside the house, Chika met Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa. Oh, so there are two humans living here too, though it's a bit strange having humans and ghouls living together. Chika's tone carried a note of amazement. We're not human, we're half-ghouls. Though, we became half-ghouls by having Chika-san's Kakyuhu transplanted into us. Kurona stated plainly. As she finished speaking, she even revealed her single Kakyugen. The appearance of the one-eye startled Chika, because one-eyes were taboo among the Washu. Why does Chika-san look so frightened? We were transplanted with Chika-san's own Kakyuhu. Nashiro asked in a cool tone. Oh, so you were also experimented on by that doctor. It must have been so painful. Chika offered belated concern. While it certainly wasn't easy, compared to what Chika-san went through, our suffering was nothing. Kurona said. She and Nashiro had actually had fairly smooth experimental procedures. It was the aftermath that was difficult. Accepting that they'd been transformed into half-ghouls, forcing themselves to consume human flesh. Those were the truly painful parts. That's right, we were once accomplices to Dr. Kanu. For that, we're deeply sorry. Nashiro added. It's fine, all of that is in the past now. Chika smiled faintly. She didn't want to relive those memories either. Having finally escaped that hell, she was willing to accept any request from Byakuya, the one who'd rescued her. Besides Chika, Matsumi and Kanny were also quite surprised to learn of Kurona and Nashiro's half-ghoul status, as they hadn't known about this before. Thinking about it, perhaps they were now recognized as companions, which was why they could be trusted with such a secret. By the way, I need to visit Special Class Aura tomorrow, so get some rest early tonight. Byakuya addressed Kurona and Nashiro. Come to think of it, he'd never been to Special Class Aura's home before. Though Kyoko Aura was quite a mature woman, she apparently remained single and living alone to this day. Chapter 224. Special Class Aura. That's Kurona and Nashiro's superior, right? Rise asked. Yes, during the investigation of Kanu's underground laboratory, Kurona and Nashiro apparently raised Special Class Aura's suspicions. Even my partner Akira Mato has started suspecting them. Byakuya explained. Ahem. Rise considered this for a moment. She recalled that Kurona and Nashiro had previously mentioned their superior was a beautiful, well-built, powerful, mature woman, probably already married with children. Well, that should mean there was no issue then. Having eliminated Kyoko Aura as a threat, Rise returned to the main topic. So doesn't that put Kurona and Nashiro in a dangerous position at the CCG going forward? It's fine. When the time comes, Kurona and Nashiro can simply come clean to Special Class Aura about being half-ghouls. I have a way to let them continue working safely at the CCG. Byakuya said. Really? Rise was somewhat surprised, but if Byakuya said so, she believed him unconditionally. We can still work at the CCG even after that. What method do you have, Byakuya Oniachin? Kurona and Nashiro were both astonished. It's actually quite simple. Aogiri tree is currently the CCG's greatest enemy, right? Even the Washu clan considers Aogiri their biggest eyesore. Now that Dr. Kano has joined Aogiri, they'll theoretically be producing more half-ghouls for the organization. That means the CCG will desperately want to find a way to counter Aogiri. Byakuya briefly explained his thinking. That's where Kurona and Nashiro, being half-ghouls themselves, become valuable, not just as special combat personnel, but also as research subjects. The CCG might even consider conducting similar half-ghoulification surgery experiments in the future. Strictly speaking, half-ghoulification surgery had actually originated within the CCG, though the human investigators didn't know this. The Washu leadership had been conducting human ghoul experiments for a long time. Dr. Kanu had been one of those researchers, which was why he later struck out on his own and developed a more advanced half-ghoulification procedure, unlike the CCG, which had long since abandoned such experiments. Speaking of which, Kurona Nashiro, I actually know the true cause of your biological father's death. Your father was Nano Yasuhisa, correct? Byakuya suddenly remembered this matter and felt it was time to tell them the truth. Keeping them in the dark forever wouldn't be right. Yes. At the mention of their father, both Kurona and Nashiro immediately sat up straight. Because from the way Byakuya phrased it, the truth about their father still wasn't what they'd imagined. Many years ago, the CCG collaborated with Sphinx Corporation, the company under your father Nano Yasuhisa's name. Sphinx provided RC solution to the CCG, the primary ingredient for manufacturing quinks and RC suppressants. Byakuya continued, but that was only the surface-level cooperation. Behind the scenes, Nano Yasuhisa also provided the basement of his home to the CCG for certain unspeakable experiments. Later, the CCG abandoned those experiments, and to prevent any leaks, they silenced Nano Yasuhisa. Those experiments were most likely related to the half-ghoulification surgery Dr. Kanu is conducting today. Upon hearing this, Kurona and Nashiro both found it difficult to accept. So Kanu hadn't been lying. Had the CCG really killed their father? However, Byakuya added, the CCG's human investigators actually don't know about any of this. The mastermind behind everything is the Washu clan at the top of the CCG. For example, this Chika-san here, her full name is Washu Chika. You should understand now, right? Wah, you mean the CCG's leadership are all ghouls? Kurona reacted quickly, shocked. Unbelievable, the Washu clan are actually ghouls. Nashiro murmured. For Kurona and Nashiro, as well as for Matsumi and Kani, this single sentence from Byakuya carried an enormous amount of information. I didn't tell you the truth earlier because I was worried about your safety, but keep this knowledge to yourselves and don't share it with anyone. It would only cause unnecessary trouble. Byakuya said. We know Byakuya Oniachin is looking out for us. Nashiro nodded. I won't tell anyone either. Kurona added. One more thing I should mention. The CCG's human investigators and the WEBNOVEL leadership are not the same, so you can continue working normally as investigators. The WEBNOVEL clan's downfall is only a matter of time, but the CCG won't fall. Byakuya reminded them. Both Kurona and Nashiro nodded. They understood that they couldn't let blind hatred consume them. Once, they'd believed ghouls had killed their father, so they'd enrolled in the academy determined to become investigators. Later, they'd believed Kanu when he said the CCG had killed their father and blindly turned their hatred toward the CCG. This time, they wouldn't be so impulsive. The true target should be the WEBNOVEL clan, not the CCG. Having learned the truth, Kurona and Nashiro weren't consumed by vengeance. If anything, their hearts felt lighter. At least they now knew the truth about their father's death. From childhood onward, they'd been deceived time and again, leaving them exhausted. Throughout all of this, Matsumi and Kani had been listening nearby. Byakuya had allowed them to listen because he trusted in the Akatsuki robe's 20% loyalty boost. Even if it wasn't absolute, there was no particular need to exclude them. After a while, Kurona and Nashiro grew increasingly calm. They believed that under Byakuya's leadership, they would surely have their revenge against the WEBNOVEL clan, so they no longer dwelled on this matter. At that moment, Kurona and Nashiro exchanged a glance, seeming to share an unspoken understanding of what the other was thinking. Byakuya Oniachan, could you close your eyes for a moment? Nashiro spoke up. What for? Byakuya asked, puzzled. Just close them, Nashiro and I want to give you a surprise. Kurona's tone was slightly impatient. All right. Byakuya didn't ask further questions and closed his eyes as they requested. The moment his eyes shut, he felt something soft and warm against his lips. Chapter 225. Chika immediately covered her eyes with both hands, her cheeks flushed red, but her fingers were spread wide open, completely unconvincing, as she watched the scene unfold with perfect clarity. After a brief silence, Matsumi signaled for Kani to step away. She knew that she and Kani shouldn't be standing here right now. As for Kurona and Nashiro's actions, she wasn't particularly surprised. She'd long noticed that Kurona and Nashiro had an unusual relationship with the master. At most, she was slightly taken aback by how bold and direct they were being. Kani clearly wasn't as composed as Matsumi. Seeing this scene made her cheeks flush, and she quickly followed the head maid out of the room. Meanwhile, Byakuya opened his eyes in surprise, finding Kurona and Nashiro's adorable faces inches away from his own. What had just happened was obvious. Both Kurona and Nashiro had faint blushes on their cheeks. Only now did they straighten up properly. They had launched their attack on Byakuya from either side while he sat between them, and they'd done it in front of everyone. Rai's expression darkened. She hadn't expected Kurona and Nashiro to be this bold. Even if she'd wanted to stop them, it was too late now. Her tone was cool as she spoke. Don't think a sudden bold move will give you an advantage. Though she was displeased, she knew this moment had been inevitable. Byakuya had once told her, I like them all, so I want to protect them all. Kurona and Nashiro were both among those Byakuya protected, so she wouldn't actually do anything to them. She simply wanted to give them a piece of her mind because she was annoyed. What does Rai-san mean by that? Kurona asked, her expression neutral and voice flat. I'm not sure where Rai-san got the idea of gaining an advantage. Nashiro and I simply wanted to repay Byakuya Oniachan's kindness. Nashiro added. Their actions hadn't been spontaneous. The two sisters had discussed this privately beforehand. Though the gaining an advantage part was accurate, since their private agreement had been to claim Byakuya's first kiss together. Little did they know. Repaying kindness, just a boring excuse. If you like him, you like him. What's there to hide? Rise mocked them directly. Both Kurona and Nashiro were momentarily stunned by her words. Rise continued, also, regardless of whether you two have any little schemes, it's already too late. Byakuya's first kiss was taken by me long ago. As she spoke, Rai's expression was haughty and her tone casual, exuding the presence of a proper first wife. What? Kurona snapped back to reality. As expected, we shouldn't underestimate Rise-san. Nashiro's voice dropped slightly. Chika felt like a complete outsider, unable to join their conversation at all. But she had noticed. Rise-san, Kurona-san, and Nashiro-san all seemed to have clear feelings for Amaha-sama. Matsumi and Kani, standing outside the living room, could still hear Rise exchange with the Yasuhisa sisters. Matsumi thought to herself that stepping away had definitely been the right choice. The head maid's judgment was wise. Otherwise, we might have been dragged into unnecessary complications. Kani couldn't help but remark. Mayu was upstairs in her room, having planned to go to sleep early. But when she heard the commotion downstairs, curiosity got the better of her, and she came down to look. The atmosphere in the living room felt strange, but Mayu only vaguely sensed something was off without understanding what had happened. "What's going on? Something feels weird," Mayu asked. The tension between Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters dissipated at that moment. "Nothing, children should go to bed early," Rise said dismissively. Kurona and Nashiro's expressions had returned to calm, as if nothing had happened at all. "I was actually about to sleep earlier, but I heard noises downstairs and got curious. Also, I don't think I've seen this older sister before." Mayu's attention was drawn to Chika. Just call her Chika Wanechin. She's a new member of Anteku. Byakuya introduced her. "Oh, Chika Wanechin, I'm Mayu. Nice to meet you." Mayu said politely. "Nice to meet you too." Chika nodded. Having now met everyone in Byakuya's household, Chika's anxiety about this unfamiliar environment continued to diminish. The next day, Kurona and Nashiro accompanied Byakuya to the Aura residence. Since special class Aura had already given them the address, they didn't need to ask for directions. Arriving at the front door, they saw Aura displayed beside the entrance. Byakuya rang the doorbell. Kyoko Aura soon came to open the door. "Kurona, Nashiro, and First Class Amaha, you arrived earlier than I expected. I haven't even finished getting ready yet." Kyoko's tone carried an intriguing quality. When the door swung open, Byakuya immediately understood what she meant. The Kyoko Aura before him wore only a thin nightgown, with the outline of her undergarments visible beneath the fabric. "Perhaps I should wait outside for a moment. I'll come in once you're ready, Special Class Aura," Byakuya suggested. Kurona and Nashiro nearly moved to shield Special Class Aura from view. "It's fine, come in." Kyoko didn't seem to mind. Since she wasn't bothered, Byakuya stepped inside. The three of them removed their outdoor shoes and changed into disposable indoor slippers. "I apologize. I've always lived alone, so I've been lax about cleaning. It's a bit cluttered, please don't judge," Kyoko said. Just as she described, the place wasn't particularly clean, though it wasn't terribly messy either. There were simply a lot of miscellaneous items around, but nothing that could be called dirty. Seeing this, Byakuya didn't comment. He merely thought to himself that even the CCG's only female special class, Kyoko Aura, had this hidden side to her. As this thought crossed his mind, Byakuya was about to sit down on the sofa when he suddenly spotted something he shouldn't have seen. It was a bright, sexy pair of red lace panties, lying in plain sight on the sofa. Chapter 226. Byakuya's pupils trembled slightly. He suddenly didn't dare sit down. "Oh, sorry about that. I left it there earlier and forgot to put it away." Kyoko Aura calmly collected the item that shouldn't have been seen, her movements unhurried and composed without a hint of panic. After all, she was long past the age of being a young girl, and as a battle-hardened special class investigator, she wasn't about to get flustered over something this trivial. Kurona and Nashiro were rendered speechless by Special Class Aura's carelessness. This was quite the contrast to the powerful, aloof, and highly respected Special Class Aura they had in mind. "Please sit." Kyoko took a seat across from Byakuya, Kurona, and Nashiro, then poured tea for them. "Thank you." "Now then." The somewhat languid expression on Kyoko's face suddenly turned serious. During the investigation of Dr. Kano, that Madame A seemed to recognize Kurona and Nashiro. Is there some hidden reason behind this? She laid out her suspicions directly. In response, Kurona spoke up first. It's because that abandoned mansion was originally our home. Byakuya had told her beforehand that she could speak openly about this, so she didn't try to hide it. That was your home? Kyoko's tone was surprised. Yes, the original owner of that house was Nano Yasuhisa, our father, but he passed away when we were still young. Kurona didn't mention the cause of Nano Yasuhisa's death. Even the slightest detail that might raise suspicion couldn't be carelessly revealed to outsiders, even if that outsider was their superior. But later, Dr. Kanu purchased that house. He deceived us into viewing him as a father and even tricked us into undergoing half-ghoulification surgery. Kurona explained. Nashiro added, so both Kurona and I are now half-ghouls. Compared to the failures in that underground laboratory, we're considered relatively successful experiments. I can't believe it, Kyoko exclaimed in astonishment. Before Kurona and Nashiro arrived, she'd imagined many possibilities, but she never expected that they had been transformed into half-ghouls. In the typical investigator's understanding, humans were humans and ghouls were ghouls. As long as someone could pass through an RC detection gate, they were considered fine. At that moment, Kurona and Nashiro revealed their Kakugan, Kurona's left eye and Nashiro's right eye, each displaying a single ghoul eye. Kyoko couldn't help but widen her eyes. Though she knew one-eyed ghouls existed, seeing the one eye appear right before her, especially in subordinates she worked with nearly every day, was still shocking. But from an investigator's perspective, you two haven't shown any abnormal behavior, Kyoko said, forcing herself to remain calm. The reason she'd privately invited Kurona and Nashiro to her home, rather than immediately reporting the suspicious points to headquarters, was because she still believed they were trustworthy subordinates. Otherwise, CCG headquarters might have had Kurona and Nashiro executed outright, something she didn't want to see. But she also needed to understand the reasons behind this. She hadn't expected the truth to be even more alarming than she'd imagined. Right now, she desperately wanted to know whether Kurona and Nashiro were friends or foes. Given that the sisters had voluntarily revealed the truth, the outcome probably wouldn't be too bad. Because we long ago refused to accept Dr. Kanu's deception and brainwashing. Before we officially started working at the CCG, we had already completely severed ties with Kanu. Kurona stated plainly. Byakuya hadn't intervened throughout, letting Kurona and Nashiro handle things themselves. So far, the sisters were doing quite well, no major issues. I see, regarding this matter. Kyoko hesitated for a moment. By rights, she should report this to CCG headquarters. But she was worried about how headquarters would handle Kurona and Nashiro afterward. After all, everything was based solely on Kurona and Nashiro's account. As their superior, she could trust them, but headquarters was another matter entirely. Within the CCG, there were plenty of investigators who despised ghouls like Kuriomato had, though Kuriomato represented the most extreme end of that hatred. Let me be the one to report this to CCG headquarters. I'll do my best to advocate for Kurona and Nashiro. At this point, Byakuya finally spoke up. All right, but as their superior, I can't just stand by and do nothing. When the time comes, I'll go to headquarters with you. Byakuya's involvement gave Kyoko considerable hope that Kurona and Nashiro could be protected. Though first-class Amaha wasn't yet a special-class investigator, his prestige within the CCG was already on par with one. Combined with her own voice, they would carry significant weight. Yes, having special-class Aura's support makes things even better. Byakuya nodded. Afterward, Kyoko asked several questions about half-ghouls, though these were merely out of curiosity. For instance, how did Kurona and Nashiro handle their dietary needs? How were they able to pass through RC detection gates? We've always eaten carrion, which means we have to find human corpses. As for the RC detection gates, we're not entirely sure either. It might be because half-ghouls possess characteristics of both humans and ghouls. We can't eat normal food, but to other ghouls, we still smell human. Regarding the RC detection gates, Kurona and Nashiro genuinely didn't know. Byakuya hadn't yet explained the truth about the gates to them. Kyoko didn't press further. Their conversation gradually shifted to casual chat. "How's your Quink special class aura? Can it be repaired?" Byakuya asked. "I've already had Dr. Chijiu look at it. He said it's completely fixable." Kyoko replied. "Then it should be fine, since it's Dr. Chijiu." Byakuya said. "By the way, do you really live alone, special class aura? I thought you'd at least be living with your children." Kirona asked. Clearly, she'd assumed special class aura was married, but separated, or perhaps divorced. No, it seems Kirona has misunderstood. Realizing she'd been misread, Kyoko quickly clarified. "Forget children, I'm not even married yet." Chapter 227. Ward 20. Yashimura came to a stop in a dim alleyway. A familiar figure had appeared before him, someone wearing a black coat and a black hat. This was Kaiko, leader of the V organization and an old acquaintance of Yashimura's. Author's note: there's actually a plot hole with Kaiko. He's also a half-human, yet when Kishu Arima was nearing death from old age, Kaiko was still alive and well. His lifespan is practically a miracle among half-humans. "Kyuzin, my old friend, it's been a while." Kaiko spoke. Yashimura was silent for a moment. "So you've finally decided to eliminate me?" "No, if I intended to kill you, I'd have brought a whole group of people, not come alone." Kaiko said bluntly. "Then what do you want with me?" Yashimura asked calmly. "Don't play dumb, hurry up and tell us where your child is. Here's some advice for you, this is your last chance." Kaiko's tone carried a warning. He knew, of course, that the CCG was about to launch a suppression operation against Yashimura. If Yashimura was willing to honestly reveal the whereabouts of the true, one-eyed owl, they had ways to help him through this crisis. In truth, the Washu had long since discovered that the real, one-eyed owl was Yashimura's child. They simply hadn't pushed Kyuzin to the brink out of some residual sentiment from the old days. But now the situation was different. Even the CCG's human investigators had uncovered this truth. Unless Kyuzin was willing to cooperate, his death was certain this time. Because the Washu couldn't afford to let those human investigators notice anything suspicious, like them protecting the non-killing owl, or something similar, just for the sake of their old feelings for Kyuzin. "Child, I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about." Yashimura replied expressionlessly. "Then your time of death is fast approaching." Kaiko snorted coldly and turned to leave. After Kaiko departed, Yashimura let out a long sigh. "Of course I know. That's why I've been struggling so hard to survive all this time." Ward 1, the Aura residence. "Really? Special class Aura isn't married yet?" Kirona exclaimed in surprise. "Well, she is special class Aura after all. An ordinary partner probably wouldn't catch her eye." Nashiro remarked. "No, it's not that exaggerated. I just feel that with such a dangerous job as being an investigator, it's not appropriate to think about such things." Kyoko said lightly. "That's true." Byakuya, along with Kirona and Nashiro, could all understand what Kyoko meant. GHOUL investigators could die in the line of duty at any time. That's why some investigators only considered such matters after retirement. Though Byakuya recalled that in the end, Kyoko Aura never married. The next day, Byakuya and Kyoko went together to the Ward 1 headquarters to report on Kirona and Nashiro's situation. They were currently in Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu's office. "So, it's been confirmed that both Kirona Yasuhisa and Nashiro Yasuhisa are victims of half-ghoulification surgery, correct?" Yashitoki confirmed. "That's right. I hope Kirona and Nashiro can continue working at the CCG. I'll serve as their guarantor. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility," Byakuya said. "Additionally, Dr. Kanu has been taken by Aogiri Tree. They'll undoubtedly use him to continue producing half-ghouls. We need countermeasures, and Kirona and Nashiro are well-suited as personnel to oppose them. I can also serve as Kirona and Nashiro's guarantor. After all, I'm already their supervisor," Kyoko added. "Actually, either one of you serving as guarantor would be more than sufficient, but if you're both willing, that works too." Yashitoki said, and I think Amaha's suggestion is excellent. We do need to take measures against Aogiri Tree now that they have Dr. Kano. Even without Byakuya saying anything, the Washu clan would certainly target Dr. Kano, since he possessed some of their secrets. Previously, the Washu hadn't been aware of Kano's activities. But now that the half-ghoulification surgery had been exposed, they understood that Kano must have certain information in his possession. Let's leave it at that for now. For the time being, don't spread word about Kurona and Nashiro's situation within the CCG. Yashitoki said gravely, we'll address it after the upcoming operation concludes. What operation? Kyoko couldn't help but ask. Headquarters had been frequently transferring combat personnel from other branches lately. Something major was clearly happening, but she wasn't yet informed. It concerns the OWL. That's all I can reveal for now. The specifics will have to wait for the chairman's instructions. Yashitoki said. Understood. Kyoko nodded solemnly. Hearing the word OWL, she immediately grasped the significance of this operation. Amaha, you and Rank 2 Motto should prepare yourselves. Barring any changes, you'll be among the primary combat personnel for this operation. Yashitoki reminded Byakuya. The reason was simple. Byakuya was one of the very few investigators who had engaged the OWL in direct combat and even held the advantage at the time. Understood. Byakuya nodded. Yashitoki then addressed Kyoko. The roster for this operation will include Kurona and Nashiro Yasuhisa. Have them give their best performance. It will reduce the criticism they'll face once their identities become public. Of course, they're free to use their Kagyun during combat. I'll inform the other squad members in advance. I'll pass that along to them, Kyoko said. Shortly after, Byakuya and Kyoko left. It looks like Kurona and Nashiro should be fine now. As they walked, Kyoko struck up a conversation with Byakuya. Yes, thanks to having someone as understanding as special class aura as their superior. Byakuya replied casually. Frankly, it was just an offhand response. He wasn't sure what else to say. After all, resolving Kurona and Nashiro's situation hadn't been difficult, given his understanding of the CCG and the Washu. What a sweet talker. Kyoko smiled. How about this? If you don't mind, would you like to be my younger brother? Byakuya was slightly surprised. I don't mind. Kyoko smiled softly. Then call me Kyokoni from now on, living alone all this time. It does get a bit lonely, you know. Chapter 228. Though Kyoko's words could easily be misunderstood, there was actually no special meaning behind them. All right, Kyokoni, Byakuya said. He'd already accepted this as normal social interaction. Calling her Kyokoni wasn't going to hurt him anyway. Ding, the host has become Kyoko Aura's close, younger brother. Reward, 20 fusion points. Not only was there no downside, he'd even gained some fusion points. I'll call you Byakuya from now on too, Kyoko said. That day, Kurawa Iwao, who was normally stationed in other wards, suddenly arrived at the Ward 20 branch. He intended to discuss matters concerning the OWL with Shinohara Yukinori, Kori Ui, and Amaha Byakuya, who were stationed in Ward 20. For this purpose, he'd brought a small laptop computer. This concerns the one-eyed owl. There's something I want to show you. Kurawa got straight to the point. He switched his laptop to display an image. This is footage of the owl captured during the Ward 11 Aogiri suppression operation. And then, Kurawa switched to another image. This is footage I personally recorded 10 years ago. It took quite a while to dig it up since it's so old. The top and bottom left show Ito, the bottom right shows Kyuzin. Compare the two images, you should notice some things. Kurawa said. After observing for a while, Shinohara spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, though they're very similar, there are some differences. We still don't fully understand to what extent a complete Kakuja can control its own form. That's worth researching. The owl forms in these two images are remarkably similar. Kurawa said. Unfortunately, I didn't participate in the owl's third attack on the CCG, or I might have noticed the discrepancy earlier. That owl was different from the one whose Kakuhu I severed. It kept rejecting the act of killing. So you're saying there might be 2 owls? Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. Exactly. That's why headquarters has been frequently mobilizing personnel from other wards. They should be able to pinpoint the non-killing owl's location very soon. Kiriwa nodded. Headquarters has now officially designated code names for the 2 owls, One-Eyed Owl and Non-Killing Owl. The terrifying thing is that both are rated SSS. The non-killing owl, that does fit his style. I heard that during the 3rd owl attack on Ward 2, though many investigators were injured, miraculously not a single one died. Corey Ui remarked. During the upcoming operation, while we're suppressing the non-killing owl, the one-eyed owl may also appear. The non-killing owl is under serious suspicion of colluding with Aogiri Tree. This is likely to be the most terrifying battle the CCG has ever faced. Kiriwa's expression was grim. The main reason the CCG had decided to suppress the non-killing owl was precisely because of Aogiri Tree. The non-killing owl's appearance at Aogiri Tree's Ward 11 base last time had become strong evidence of his collusion with them. Ward 1 CCG headquarters, inside a spacious and opulent chamber. Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu was present. Yashitoki Washu and Maruditsuki approached Tsuneyoshi and spoke respectfully. Chairman, the Special Investigation Squad's investigation has yielded results. We've confirmed the owl's location. We request your approval to establish the Owl Countermeasures Squad and to proceed with the owl suppression operation. Tsuneyoshi's gaze deepened. Where is the target located? A coffee shop in Ward 20 called Anteku. At the same time, the CCG decided to suppress Anteku. Yashimura and Renji Yomo had already sensed what was coming. Yashimura especially, having received Kaiko's warning, understood what Anteku was about to face. However, aside from Njikoma and Kaya Irimi, the other staff remained unaware. Yashimura didn't want Tauka, Hinami, and the others to be caught up in this crisis. He'd instructed Yomo to protect them while he, Koma, and Irimi faced this enormous threat alone. On the eve of the Owl Countermeasures Squad's formation, Byakuya visited Anteku. This would be his last visit before the Anteku suppression operation began. Yashimura-san, I've finished cleaning the shop spotless. Njikoma had just swept away the last bit of debris with his broom. I've also finished organizing all the documents. Kaya Irimi said. Thank you both. Yashimura smiled. Then he addressed Byakuya, who had just walked in. Well then, Amaha-kun, please come upstairs and have a seat. They'd already hung a closed sign on the shop door. Emma. Byakuya nodded slightly. Even though he was a CCG investigator, the manager, Koma-san, and Irimi-san hadn't turned him away during this critical time. Sitting in the second-floor break room, Yashimura personally prepared 3 cups of coffee for Byakuya, Koma, and Irimi. Please enjoy. Thank you. Looking at Koma and Irimi, Yashimura recalled the days when he first arrived in Ward 20 all those years ago. You dare come here looking for trouble knowing I'm the devil ape. Hey old man, don't talk to me so casually or I'll kill you. And all the little moments shared with everyone at Anteku. But soon, all of this would cease to exist. It's going to get quiet around here. Yashimura said wistfully. Koma's and Irimi's expressions grew complicated. Yashimura-san, Irimi and I will follow you to the death. The usually optimistic Koma was the first to break the heavy silence. Yes, to the death. Irimi added. Yashimura smiled faintly. This was his only consolation. If only. Yukina, my wish will never come true after all. The manager's coffee is as delicious as always. Just then, Byakuya suddenly spoke up. Yashimura's reminiscence of Yukina and Ito was interrupted by this voice. He'd almost forgot that Amaha-kun was still here. Amaha-kun, there's something I'd like to ask of you, just a moment. With that, Yashimura went downstairs and returned holding a small, exquisite, classically designed coffee cup. This was something he'd treasured for years, never once using it. Because he'd been waiting all along, waiting for that person to come. This coffee shop, I actually opened it for her from the very beginning. Unfortunately, I'll never get the chance to fulfill that wish in this lifetime. Now I can only entrust this cup to you. Yashimura spoke with profound meaning. That her was actually Ito. Chapter 229. Looking at the coffee cup, Byakuya sighed inwardly. Manager Yashimura had been waiting all this time for Ito to come to Anteku, to personally make her a cup of coffee. Unfortunately, years ago, the one time Ito Yashimura had come, she'd stopped at the shop's entrance and gone no further. From that moment on, Ito's hatred for her father had deepened, and she'd completely given up on this world. There was no way she would ever come to meet her father again. Byakuya said nothing and accepted the coffee cup. Thank you. Handing this coffee cup to Byakuya also meant that Yashimura was forcibly letting go of this attachment in his heart. He knew he was certain to die this time, because he had no intention of continuing to live. No matter what happened, Anteku would cease to exist. This coffee shop that held all his memories of Yukina and Ito would be destroyed. And his past self had committed too many sins. Perhaps death was his redemption. The atmosphere grew heavy once more. When the time comes, please be careful, Amaha-san. I'm quite the dangerous devil ape, you know. Despite knowing that Byakuya would appear before them as an enemy, when the time came, Koma could still joke like this. I'll be careful, thank you for the warning, Koma-san. Byakuya smiled and nodded. You should pray you don't run into the black dog. The black dog is far more terrifying than the devil ape. Irami said with a smile. What did you say? The devil ape is clearly the strongest. Koma immediately objected. This bit of playful banter lightened the atmosphere considerably. Amaha-kun needs to conserve his energy. You should head back and rest early. Yashimura said with concern. I will. Byakuya nodded. Also, I hope Amaha-kun can go tell Tauka-chan that Anteku has closed. Yashimura made his final request. Yomo already had too many people to look after. Having Amaha-kun deliver this news to Tauka might be better. He'd long since noticed Tauka's feelings for Amaha-kun. Yashimura then gave Byakuya Tauka's address. No problem, Byakuya said. Before leaving, he finished the last sip of his coffee. And then, the name Anteku may disappear, but everyone will definitely be safe. Byakuya hadn't planned to reveal too much in advance, but right now, his emotions had been stirred by the manager, Koma-san, and Irami-san. He spoke these words with a smile, his tone calm. Amaha-kun. Yashimura didn't quite understand what Byakuya meant by saying this. Was he simply trying to comfort them, or was he implying that on the battlefield he would? Don't worry, Amaha-san. I am the devil ape after all. I won't be taken down so easily. If you were to personally come after me, I might feel some pressure, but please don't hold back on my account. Koma said with a smile. That's right, please don't hold back. We at Anteku already owe you too much. We don't want to cause you trouble at a time like this. Irami was more direct. They assumed Byakuya was planning to deliberately go easy on them when the time came, which could raise suspicion among the other investigators present. That first-class Amaha was colluding with Anteku's ghouls. But what they absolutely couldn't imagine was that, when the time came, Byakuya's actions would be far more significant than simply holding back. I won't hold back, but I have just one request. Please do your best to survive. Byakuya said. Of course, if I can help it, I don't want to die either. Koma said. We'll do our best. That was all Irami could say. Only Yashimura remained silent. Byakuya didn't say anything more about this. He simply left with a goodbye and departed from Anteku. Meanwhile, Tauka Kirishima had just returned home from school. She was about to change out of her school uniform into her work clothes and head to Anteku for her shift. But just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Coming, who is it? Kirishima-san. Byakuya's voice came from outside the door. Byakuya. Tauka froze for a moment before suddenly jolting. It was Byakuya. Wait, how did he even know where I live? Tauka was bewildered. And this guy just shows up without any warning. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Seriously, this guy. Just a moment. Tauka called out toward the door, then quickly walked to a certain table and checked her reflection in the mirror above it to make sure nothing was out of place. Finding nothing wrong, she casually smoothed her bangs, then hurried to open the door for Byakuya. Opening the door and seeing that Byakuya's expression was the same as usual, Tauka spoke. "Why did you suddenly come here, and how did you know where I live?" "The manager told me." Byakuya replied, "And Anteku has closed. Stay home for now and start packing your things. Yomo-san will probably come by later to pick you up. Go with him somewhere safe." Tauka was momentarily stunned. "Closed? What happened?" "If I need to explain everything, let's go inside first. Walls have ears." Byakuya's tone remained calm. "Okay." Without another word, Tauka grabbed Byakuya's hand and pulled him inside. At this moment, she couldn't care less about embarrassment or shyness. She desperately wanted to know what had happened. Anteku suddenly closing, and being told to prepare to go somewhere safe. Something major must have occurred. Ding, the host has completed holding hands with Tauka Kirishima. Reward, 5 fusion points. This was Byakuya's first time inside Tauka Kirishima's home, and Tauka's first time bringing a boy into her house. Yet neither of them was in the mood to think about such things right now. Tauka closed the door behind her and locked it to prevent anyone from barging in, inadvertently creating a situation where a young man and woman were alone together in a room. Chapter 230. "Please tell me, I want to know what's going on." Tauka's expression was grave as she questioned Byakuya. "The CCG has discovered Anteku's, or more accurately, the manager's true identity. They're about to launch a suppression operation against him." Byakuya explained. "The CCG." Tauka's first thought went to Byakuya, who was a CCG investigator, but she immediately dismissed that suspicion. Byakuya had saved everyone at Anteku countless times. No matter what, she couldn't suspect him because of this. The manager's true identity. Is it something the CCG takes very seriously? Tauka had always known the manager's background wasn't simple, but she didn't know the specifics. The manager had never revealed anything about it. "The one-eyed owl, you've heard of it, right?" Byakuya said. "The one-eyed owl, isn't that someone from Aogiri Tree?" Tauka couldn't understand why Byakuya was suddenly bringing up someone from Aogiri Tree. "Correct. The one-eyed owl is currently the SSS-rated ghoul that gives the CCG the most headaches and makes them most wary. The manager is the non-killing owl on the same level. Against an SSS-rated ghoul, the CCG will deploy unprecedented combat strength." Byakuya explained. The CCG's understanding of the one-eyed owl was still stuck at what they knew from 10 years ago. Back then, the one-eyed owl had actually appeared weaker than the non-killing owl, having been seriously wounded by Kurawa Iwao, then a first-class investigator, who severed one of its kakyuhu. Now, 10 years later, the CCG didn't know whether the one-eyed owl had grown stronger, nor did they know that the non-killing owl had weakened considerably. Their assessment of the non-killing owl's threat level was still based on a decade ago, which was why they were mobilizing everything they had. Apart from Heisaki Shinmi, who absolutely had to remain guarding Cochlea Prison to prevent another Aogiri attack, every other special class investigator would be deployed. This included Bureau Director Yashitoki Washu as Commander-in-Chief, Special Class Investigator Marud Itsuki as Deputy Commander, plus numerous Associate Special Class and First Class investigators. It was an unprecedented deployment of elite forces. Nearly every available combatant was being sent to suppress the non-killing owl. The one-eyed owl and the non-killing owl, why are they both called owl? Does the manager have some connection to that person from Aogiri Tree? Tauka asked. Another major reason the CCG decided to suppress the non-killing owl is the suspicion that he's colluding with Aogiri Tree. That's about all I can tell you. Byakuya said. As for the manager's father-daughter relationship with the one-eyed owl, he didn't intend to go into that much detail with Tauka. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, it was out of consideration for the manager's feelings. Up until now, the manager had only discussed his daughter with Byakuya. Yomo might know something or could guess at it, but probably didn't know the full truth. Now that the manager's identity as the owl had been discovered by the CCG, there was no harm in telling Tauka about the non-killing owl. But Kyuzen's relationship with Ito could remain unsaid for now. Tauka lowered her head slightly. I don't want to run. I want to protect Anteku until the very end. Byakuya shook his head slightly. The manager, Koma-san, and Irami-san all want you to go somewhere safe with Yomo-san. They don't want you caught up in this crisis. But doesn't that mean I'd be abandoning them? The manager always said that Anteku members should help each other. Tauka's fists clenched involuntarily. Then, are you prepared to fight against the CCG's near-total deployment? There will be 6 special class investigators alone. Byakuya said. Even so, I can't just run. Tauka declared. If you don't run, you might die. Byakuya warned, his tone still calm. But the manager, Koma-san and Irami-san, they might die too. Tauka's expression was filled with worry. Anteku members should help each other. The ones who have always upheld the manager's words are Enji and Kaya. Think about it. Why are they unflinchingly choosing to fight the CCG? Byakuya couldn't let Tauka rashly join the battle. In a conflict of that scale, with Tauka's current strength, something could easily go wrong. The only reason he was confident he could protect the manager, Koma-san, and Irami-san was that all 3 of them possessed strength at least SS-rated, especially the manager at SSS. Even though Koma and Irami hadn't consumed fresh human flesh in many years and had likely weakened considerably, they could still hold their own against a team of 1 special class plus multiple associate and first-class investigators. But Tauka was different. These words struck at Tauka's heart. Her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothing. So that I, and everyone else can survive, they're willing to sacrifice themselves. The manager, Koma-san, and Irami-san are all such important people. Tauka's expression was sorrowful. The manager, he's the one who encouraged me to go to school. He's been like a father to me, always looking after me. But why? Her mind also flashed with her real father's smile. Finally, Tauka couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her moistening eyes with her hands. Everyone's just going to leave me behind. She sank down weakly, covering her face as tears fell. Everything's gone, everything. I want to save the manager and the others, even if it's useless. Even if I die, I still want to go. Tears slipped through Tauka's fingers. I've really had enough of this. Please, let me go to the manager. Byakuya had been silent for quite a while before finally speaking. Taking the willful lot of you somewhere safe is probably Renji Yomo's final mission at Anteku. So whether or not I should indulge your willfulness is what I'm considering right now. Looking at Tauka kneeling on the ground, Byakuya was deeply moved. I know I'm being selfish, but I still want to, please. Then, Byakuya mentally opened the system shop. Ding, the host has purchased Akatsuki robe ×1, consuming 10 fusion points. He reached out and gently stroked Tauka's silky hair. Stand up, put on these clothes, and then come home with me. Chapter 231. What? Tauka looked up in confusion. A black robe embroidered with red clouds had suddenly appeared in Byakuya's hand. She had no idea when. What is this? Tauka couldn't help but ask. It's the uniform of an organization I've established. If you want to save the manager and the others, this is the only way. Byakuya said. He understood how Tauka felt, wanting to protect everyone, to protect Anteku, yet being powerless to do anything. Her father and brother had both left her one after another. It truly was a bitter feeling. So he was willing to indulge her willfulness this once. If Tauka went alone, she'd be walking to her death. But with the entire Akatsuki organization, that was a different story entirely. Currently, Akatsuki's numbers were still small. Tauka was at least S-rated in terms of combat strength and was trustworthy. An organization you've established. Tauka was momentarily dazed. Wasn't Byakuya a CCG investigator? Why would he need to establish an organization? And the implication of what he just said was that he wanted her to join this organization, right? Was Byakuya planning to oppose the CCG? Yes, Rise, Tsukiyama, and even Shache-san from Ward 6 are all members. Byakuya said, We have 3 SS-rated fighters. That should be enough. He'd already contacted Shachai, who had agreed to help and could therefore be counted among them. The father-daughter bond between Shachai and Rise alone was enough to earn his complete trust. Shachai was a respectable father who would give everything for his daughter. But they're all ghouls, aren't they? Is this really okay? You're an investigator building an organization full of ghouls. Tauka couldn't help but worry. It's fine, besides, isn't this all for your sake? Byakuya said with a smile. Tauka's cheeks flushed slightly. Those words made her heart skip a beat. But she knew this wasn't the time for idle thoughts. She slapped her cheeks with both hands to quickly compose herself. Anyway, I'll go with you right now. I want to know how you're planning to act. Tauka was ready to leave immediately, not wanting to waste any time. As long as she could save the manager, Koma-san and Irami-san, she was willing to try anything. Tauka followed Byakuya all the way to his home. This was her first time visiting another boy's house, but she wasn't in any strange mood right now. Her mind was focused solely on how to save the manager and the others. As it happened, all of Akatsuki's members were gathered here today, except for Shachai, who was still in Ward 6. Kirishima-san, it looks like you've also. Tsukiyama Shu, seated in the living room, was initially surprised to see Tauka, but quickly seemed to understand. Tsukiyama, do you all already know about what's happening with Anteku? For once, Tauka didn't immediately give Tsukiyama a cold look upon seeing him. Yes, and Mahasama has already informed us and briefed us on the plan going forward. Tsukiyama nodded. But Kirona-san, Nashiro-san, and you, Byakuya, you'll all be combat personnel for the CCG this time, won't you? Tauka voiced this concern. That's correct, but it won't interfere with our plan. Byakuya then explained the entire plan to Tauka. I understand, but if that's the case, won't your position become extremely dangerous? Tauka asked worriedly. Trust me, it'll be fine. Byakuya spoke with considerable confidence. Okay. Much of Tauka's worry dissipated, and she said nothing more. She then tried on the Akatsuki robe Byakuya had given her. It fit surprisingly well, and she felt a strange surge of power rising within her. Thank you, really. Thank you, everyone. Looking at everyone present, Tauka couldn't help but express her gratitude. The one you should thank most is Byakuya. Otherwise, I couldn't care less whether you all lived or died. Rai said dismissively. But Tauka didn't get angry. Instead, she turned to Byakuya. Thank you, and please stay alive too. Am I? Byakuya nodded softly in response. Suzuya, we've been selected for another major operation. The target for elimination is an SSS-rated ghoul known as the OWL. Shinohara Yukinori had also received word from headquarters and was now informing Juzu Suzuya about the matter. Is it strong? Yeah, we might actually die this time. Is that so? Sounds interesting. Suzuya seemed indifferent to life and death. Suzuya, if you died, I'd be very sad. Byakuya probably would be too. Shinohara's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Suzuya was silent for a moment before saying, If I die, I die. It doesn't matter. Shinohara scratched his head. There was really nothing he could do about this kid. He'd thought mentioning Byakuya would help. Most associate special class investigators had been selected for the OWL suppression operation. Haoji Kusuk was among them, and his subordinate Takezawa Seidu had also been assigned to participate. The target is an SSS-rated Kakuja, the owl that everyone knows about. The higher-ups suspect he has connections to Aogiri Tree, so they've decided to launch this large-scale suppression operation. Your name is on the roster. Haoji told Takezawa. Am I? Takezawa's expression looked somewhat strange, as if he'd grown timid. Takezawa, you'll probably be assigned to rear support, and I'll be fighting alongside you. Haoji had clearly noticed Takezawa's unease and placed a hand on his shoulder. Also, take this. You should know how to write one, right? Haoji handed Takezawa a last testament form. With the OWL suppression operation about to begin, all participating personnel had to write and submit a last testament. Back home, Takezawa interacted with his family as usual. His mother nagged him about finding a girlfriend, and he bickered with his somewhat rebellious younger sister, Takezawa Seina. It was as if everything was the same as always. In his room, Takezawa wrote his last testament with an optimistic attitude, joking to himself that it felt like he was about to commit suicide. But things weren't as they appeared on the surface. On the testament he'd filled out, he'd written 4 large characters with a thick brush, "I don't want to die." When truly facing such a terrifying operation, he still couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. Takezawa's situation wasn't unique. In offices throughout headquarters and the various branches, the atmosphere was uniformly heavy. The Owl's fearsome reputation from 10 years ago meant that this single confirmed target was placing enormous pressure and anxiety on the vast majority of investigators. "First Class Amaha, here's today's report. I'll be heading home now." Akira Mato's expression was calm as she spoke. "All right," Byakuya said, "don't forget your last testament." Akira's footsteps paused for a moment. "Of course I won't forget." "Tomorrow, stay safe." As her superior, Byakuya reminded her. "You especially, First Class Amaha." Akira replied. Because she would only be assigned to logistics in the rear, while First Class Amaha would be facing the Owl directly. The next day, the day of the Owl suppression operation, Yomo had taken all the other Anteku staff, including Mayu, to a safe location. When he went to collect Tauka, the last one, he found only a note she'd left wedged in the door. Reading the contents, Yomo remained silent for a long while before finally departing. The CCG didn't begin their operation until deep into the night. They'd assembled an unprecedented concentration of combat power and completely surrounded a coffee shop called Anteku. The entire Ward 20 was locked down. No one could enter from outside, and those inside had to stay in their homes. Operation begins. With Commander-in-Chief Yashitoki Washu's order, the Owl suppression operation officially commenced. First, a group of ordinary bureau members without quinks, armed only with specialized firearms, prepared to storm the Anteku coffee shop directly. The cafe had clearly closed and turned off its lights long ago. At that moment, Anteku's door suddenly opened, startling those bureau members. 2 figures, one in black, one in white, appeared at the entrance as if they'd teleported. One wore a black dog mask, the other a devil-ape mask. "Welcome." The actual main combat forces weren't positioned in front of Anteku, because the non-killing Owl hadn't appeared yet. Squad 0, led by Kishu Arima, was stationed in the underground passage to intercept any ghouls attempting to escape that way, and to confront the one-eyed Owl, who was highly likely to appear. Bureau Director Yashitoki had deliberately held a press conference before the operation began to ensure the one-eyed Owl would learn of this news in time and be lured out. In other words, the Washu's true purpose in launching this operation was to draw out the one-eyed Owl. Yashimura was essentially just a sacrifice. Based on the Washu's judgment, they believed the one-eyed Owl, being Kyuzen's child, would come to save him. And indeed, Ito Yashimura would appear, though she was exploiting the Washu's miscalculation. In reality, she wasn't coming to rescue anyone. Though Byakuya was also a member of Squad 0, the surface battlefield needed more personnel compared to the underground passage. Therefore, the Bureau Director had assigned him to face the non-killing Owl on the ground, especially given his combat experience against it. Byakuya, Shinohara, Kurowa, Hauji, and numerous other special class, associate special class, and first-class investigators were spread across various positions awaiting the non-killing Owl's appearance. Once the Owl was spotted at any location, all primary combat personnel would immediately converge there. At this moment, Byakuya's position had only himself, Akira Mato, and some ordinary lower-ranked investigators. He slightly raised his head and spotted several figures in Akatsuki robes on the rooftop above. "It's almost time to begin," Byakuya thought to himself. Ding, the host has used 2,500 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 2500. Current fusion progress, LV4, 05,000. New abilities including upgrades. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV4, Taijutsu LV4, Sage Mode, Izanagi, Izanami Wood Style. Wood clone, wood style, deep forest emergence. Chapter 232. Fusion points, 520, cumulative total, 4,100. Byakuya's fusion progress had now advanced to LV4, leaving him with 520 fusion points remaining. His Mangekyo had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo. As for the other new abilities, those went without saying. Akira, when the non-killing owl appears, get to your position immediately. Byakuya reminded Akira. Getting to position meant going to the rear for logistics duty, which would minimize her exposure to danger. In this owl suppression operation, both the human side and the ghoul side were expendable pawns in the Washu clan's eyes. The Washu's decision was made purely to lure out the one-eyed owl. They didn't care how many investigators were sacrificed. The reappearance of the two ghoul factions, the Devil Ape and Black Dobers, that had long vanished from Ward 20 was certainly within the Washu's expectations. Yet they didn't care about casualties on either side, even if it meant numerous ordinary investigators and bureau members would die in the line of duty. I understand. Akira nodded slightly. Though she felt reluctant, she knew her strength was inadequate for this operation. Just then, a voice suddenly came through the radio. At Anteku's front, we've encountered a substantial number of ghouls. From the radio transmission, Byakuya could tell the Devil Ape and Black Dober's factions had begun their move. Though these two groups had disbanded years ago when Koma and Irimi decided to follow Yashimura, their former subordinates had remained in Ward 20, probably frequenting Anteku for coffee. So this time, Koma and Irimi had rallied them once more. At Yashitoki's position, the very rear of Ward 20's blockade, the same news arrived. A substantial number is at Aogiri Tree. But it doesn't quite seem like it. Director Washu, should we deploy the main forces to engage them? The investigators around Yashitoki were growing agitated. No. In contrast, Yashitoki spoke calmly. Squads 2 and 3 will handle those ghouls. Deputy Commander Marud will command these two squads. Squad 4 and below will maintain the Ward 20 blockade. We absolutely cannot let this affect civilians. But at that very moment, a tall dark figure suddenly appeared not far ahead of Yashitoki's position. Even though the figure had its side turned, Yashitoki recognized him at a glance. It was Yashimura. So you've graced us with your presence. Yashitoki's gaze turned grave. The other investigators present hadn't yet realized what was happening. To plunder is sin. Since the moment of our birth, we have never ceased plundering. To live is to endlessly slaughter, kill, and plunder. The very existence of life is sin itself. I know that I am evil. So too are you. Yashimura slowly turned around, his entire body transforming into his Kakuja form. SSS-rated Kakuja, the non-killing owl. The owl's sudden appearance left the investigators frozen in place, expressions of terror involuntarily spreading across their faces. Come, let us slaughter one another. With a casual sweep of his Kagyun arm, Yashimura severed the legs of an investigator before him. He then fired countless Kagyun blades. In an instant, a large number of investigators lost their combat capability. Severed limbs flew through the air. While death wasn't instantaneous, the scene was horrific nonetheless. It was clear that Yashimura was hitting much harder than usual. This time, he was genuinely angry. Anteku and everyone there had been put in danger. This, how can we possibly win? Shoot, everyone shoot. A large swath of investigators had been swept away by the owl in the blink of an eye. The remaining investigators were utterly terrified, standing frozen, not daring to move, not even daring to pull their triggers against the owl. Yashimura's gaze fell upon Yashitoki. He knew this man, especially since he was a member of the Washu. Don't look at me like that, this is my job. Yashitoki's tone carried a hint of helplessness. With the successive appearance of the Devil Ape, Black Dobers, and the Owl, the CCG rapidly redeployed their combat personnel. Squad 2, led by Special Class Investigator Tanakamaru Maugen, would handle the Devil Ape. He was equipped with the SS-rated Yukaku Quink, Higher Mind, also known as Angel Beat. Squad 3, led by Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora, would handle the Black Dobers. She was equipped with the S+ rated Yukaku Quink, Zebizu. The non-killing owl was assigned to Squad 1, the operation's main force. Squad 1, Captain Special Class Kiruwa, Vice Captain Special Class Shinohara, Squad Leader First Class Amaha, Squad Leader Associate Special Class Hauji, Squad Leader First Class Mado. Additionally, Squad 0's Vice Captain Kori Ui had been assigned to the surface to fight alongside Squad 1. In Yashitoki's view, leaving the underground passage to Arima and his team was more than sufficient. At this moment, all of Squad 1's primary personnel, except Byakuya, had arrived at the non-killing owl's location. 2 Special Class, 2 Associate Special Class, multiple First Class, plus supporting fire from numerous investigators, all mounting a comprehensive assault on the non-killing owl. Report to Director Washu. All Squad 1 primary personnel have arrived except First Class Amaha. Why hasn't First Class Amaha arrived yet? He's supposed to be our trump card against the owl. Which position was he assigned to? Is it far from here? While the surrounding investigators discussed Byakuya's situation, Yashitoki remained silent. Just then, a message came through the radio. Emergency, we've encountered 6 ghouls including the Kakuja Binge Eater, the SS-rated Shachai, and the S-rated Gourmet. All of them are at least S-rated. First Class Amaha is locked in fierce combat with the enemy. This news struck like a thunderbolt, making an already unfavorable situation even more dire. The investigators around Yashitoki were stunned. What? The Binge Eater is a Kakuja. Even the Gourmet and Ward 6's Shach have appeared. What's going on? First Class Amaha's only other effective combatant there is rank 2 motto. What do we do? The appearance of multiple ghouls, including the Binge Eater, Gourmet, and Shachai, meant the CCG's combat personnel had instantly become insufficient. Even Yashitoki couldn't remain composed now. This was something he hadn't anticipated. At minimum 2 SS-rated and 4 S-rated combatants, and the Kakuja Binge Eater might be even stronger than mere SS-rated. Facing such enemies would require at least 3 or 4 more Special Class investigators, plus multiple Associate Special Class and First Class to have any chance of resistance. But the CCG couldn't simply conjure that many Special Class and Associate Special Class investigators out of thin air. Yashitoki's expression grew extremely grave. He had no choice but to transmit to Byakuya, "Squad Leader Amaha, please hold out as long as possible. Don't let them leave that position." Chapter 233. No problem. From the other end came Byakuya's calm response. "I'm counting on you." With that, Yashitoki cut the communication to avoid disturbing Byakuya's battle. He relaxed slightly, but remained uneasy. This situation was too severe. If anything went wrong, peace might collapse. At the temporary command post, Marud Itsuki couldn't help but exclaim at the situation. "Seriously, the enemy's combat strength is way too powerful. Is this some kind of final showdown? The ghouls won't break through to our position, will they?" Another investigator asked worriedly. "Probably not. If that actually happened, then it'd be time for our last testaments to make their debut." Marud said casually. "Really, that's terrifying." The moment the non-killing owl appeared, Rise and the others descended from above. 6 figures in Akatsuki robes, each wearing different masks, landed squarely before Byakuya and the others. Only Shachai wore no mask. After all, he'd already been captured by the CCG once. There was no point in wearing a mask to hide his identity. Besides, his fighting style was quite distinctive. He hardly used Kagyun at all, relying purely on martial arts, which made him easily recognizable anyway. "Who are you?" Byakuya's gaze sharpened. None of the 6 responded. Their mere presence was enough to intimidate all the investigators behind Byakuya. "That's the Gourmet." The relatively calm Akira almost instantly recognized the one wearing the crescent-shaped mask. She hadn't expected the Gourmet to appear here. The Gourmet and Ward 6's Shachai, quite the lineup. Byakuya remarked coolly. "Shachai's here too." Akira was slightly startled. The S-rated Gourmet and SS-rated Shachai were both here, and the other 4 ghouls didn't seem ordinary either. This situation isn't good. Akira's expression grew serious. Her instincts told her something bad was about to happen. Currently, aside from Byakuya and the special cases of Kurona and Nashiro, all of Akatsuki's members were present, including Tauka, who wore a white rabbit mask. At that moment, the woman with long purple hair and a white mask suddenly charged at Byakuya, taking the lead. 4 dark crimson Kagyun tendrils fully extended, clearly the most lethal Rinkaku type. Her slender form shot forward like an arrow at incredible speed. A female ghoul, appearing alongside Shachai. Akira immediately intuited that this female ghoul might be the binge eater. According to intelligence on the binge eater, she had been active in Ward 6 for an extended period and was suspected of having significant ties to Ward 6's leader, Shachai. Though there was absolutely no information about her appearance, based on the binge eater's notoriously vicious reputation, this female ghoul who'd attacked first seemed to fit. Byakuya immediately used the Shield Form 13's Jason to block the 4 Kagyun tendrils, then calmly reminded Akira. Akira, now's the time. Transfer to logistics. No, First Class Amaha's position is so dangerous right now. How could I retreat at a time like this? But Akira refused. That's an order from your superior. Byakuya's tone was firm. Yet Akira spoke with even greater resolve. Forgive me for disobeying your order. I want to stay here and help you. Byakuya felt somewhat helpless. It was one thing for him to put on an act with Rise and the others. But now Akira wanted to be part of it too, which meant Rise and the others would have to include her in their performance. The main issue was Akira's limited strength. Even if Rise and the others were acting, Akira could still easily get hurt. If possible, he didn't want anyone to be harmed in this operation. I won't repeat myself. Rank 2 motto, please withdraw immediately. You should be protecting the command post in the rear. Having said that, he spoke no more. Instead, he turned his full attention to dealing with his subordinates before him. This time, Akira's resolve finally wavered. She really should obey her superior's orders, and her staying might not accomplish anything anyway. Seeing Byakuya exchange so many words with that human woman, Rise grew somewhat annoyed. She charged at Byakuya again, seemingly intent on forcibly interrupting them. Good, that's exactly right. Seeing Rise all-out posture, Byakuya thought approvingly. He'd told Rise and the others beforehand not to hold back too obviously, lest the Washu notice something amiss. Tsukiyama and the others also immediately sprang into action, following the prearranged plan. Only Shachai charged toward the ordinary investigators and bureau members. New. Huh. With bare hands, he shattered the firearms they held. Then he bellowed at them, "Useless trash, get out of my way." They were all paralyzed with fear at Shachai's ferocity. But Shachai's behavior wouldn't seem strange. According to CCG records, Shachai had never killed an investigator. The terrified investigators subsequently retreated further back. Akira was among them. Though she hadn't obediently withdrawn to the rear command post, she didn't advance either. She feared that trying to help might instead become a burden to Byakuya. At the same time, she worried about his safety, so she stayed to observe the situation. At the very least, she could help Byakuya maintain communication with the command post. For a time, Byakuya and the 6 ghouls fought to a standstill. He deliberately refrained from counterattacking much, mostly just dodging and blocking, with the occasional weak counterattack. With his fusion progress having advanced to LV4, his Taijutsu, Hashirama cells, chakra, and other aspects had all received another massive boost. He'd even gained Sage Mode, an ability that enhanced everything across the board. So even facing the combined assault of all 6, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Even holding back this much, his performance in Akira's and the investigators' eyes remained incredibly impressive, raising no suspicion at all. Even Shachai, an insider, was shocked. He knew Byakuya was powerful, but hadn't expected that even without activating that Kakuja form from before, Byakuya could still handle all 6 of them with ease. This young man is terrifying. At the same time, he was completely reassured. Entrusting his daughter to this young man was definitely the right choice. Chapter 234. This is first-class Amaha. Those ghouls all look like they're at least S-rated, and there's even an SS-rated like Shachai among them. Yet first-class Amaha can fight them all alone. Good thing first-class Amaha was stationed at this position. Replace him with any other special class, except maybe special class Arima, and they probably couldn't manage this. This is my first time seeing first-class Amaha in combat. He really is incredible. Seeing that Byakuya wasn't losing ground against those ghouls, the investigators in the rear felt their initial panic and fear subside considerably. But they soon realized they'd celebrated too early. Rai's Kagyun suddenly swelled abnormally. In the blink of an eye, the Kagyun had enveloped her entire body. This was clearly a complete Kakuja form, not an incomplete half Kakuja. It's worth noting that Rai's only had a single Kakuhu. Having never engaged in cannibalism, she'd had no opportunity to develop additional Kakuhu. But all Washu ghouls were born Kakujas, which allowed her to achieve Kakuja transformation even with just one Kakuhu. However, precisely because she had only one Kakuhu, Rai's Kakuja form was limited in size, similar to Tauka's father Hikari Kirishima, maintaining a normal human form with the Kakuja serving as armor encasing her entire body. Now Rai's full-body Kagyun had formed a Kakuja shell that conformed to her figure, the same dark crimson as her Kagyun. Though it couldn't match the power of the non-killing owl with his 6 to 8 Kakuhu, even a single Kakuhu Kakuja transformation dramatically amplified Rai's base strength, elevating her from S plus SS to at least SS and above. That's a K Kakuja. Wasn't the owl supposed to be the only Kakuja in this operation? Just how many allies does the owl have? What do we do? Can first-class Amaha hold on alone? The sudden development threw the investigators into panic. The appearance of a Kakuja had shaken them. She's the binge eater. Report to the director immediately. A suspected binge eater Kakuja has appeared. Akira spoke up. Yes. An investigator behind her immediately contacted Director Washu and the command post, rapidly describing the situation. In his nervousness, he accidentally omitted the word suspected from suspected binge eater. Shortly after, Byakuya received Director Yashitoki's request to hold this position. No problem. Byakuya responded without hesitation. Events continued to unfold in his favor. Of course, Rai's Kakuja transformation was also part of their plan. What did the director say? Is he sending special class investigators as reinforcements? Akira urgently asked the investigator behind her. And no, the director wants first-class Amaha to hold them here. The man didn't dare speak loudly, because he too felt the director's decision was essentially leaving first-class Amaha in a dangerous position without regard for his safety. Akira's pupils contracted. Are you kidding me? But those are the director's orders. The man said timidly. Akira's expression grew complicated, losing her usual calm composure. From a strategic standpoint, if first-class Amaha couldn't hold back these powerful ghouls, the entire owl suppression operation might fail. That was why the director had made this decision. But this could mean sacrificing first-class Amaha in exchange for ultimate victory. Influenced by personal feelings, Akira found herself hesitating, unable to achieve perfect calm and rationality. This owl suppression operation absolutely could not fail. Eliminating the owl was everyone's wish. She and her father had longed for revenge for years, but just then, a voice beside her interrupted her thoughts. Rank 2 motto, Special Class Marud requires us to reinforce logistics and stop any ghouls that might attack the command post. In this situation, Akira momentarily lost her ability to think clearly. THOOM. At that moment, Rai's attack collided with the Shield Form 13's Jason in Byakuya's hands, producing a dull impact. Byakuya deliberately pretended to be sent flying by the blow, moving the battlefield further from Akira and the others. First-class Amaha. Akira immediately worried about Byakuya's situation, but she couldn't disobey the command post's orders. After some internal conflict, she followed the other investigators toward the command post. Amaha, please be safe. Powerless to do anything else, she could only pray silently. The CCG's battles with the Devil Ape and Black Dobers had entered their most intense phase. Associate Special Class Investigator Hachikawa Chu with his partner First Class Investigator Hogi Ayumu, and First Class Investigator Hirako take with his partner First Class Investigator Aido Kuramoto. These four were engaged in combat with the SS-rated GHOUL, Black Dog. Special Class Ora Kyoko, serving as Squad 3's captain, was on scene directing the entire squad against the Black Dobers faction. Since her quink hadn't been fully repaired before the operation and posed stability concerns, she wasn't directly fighting the Black Dog, instead leaving that to Hachikawa, who was most familiar with the Black Dog. Hachikawa's group of 4 was currently locked in a fierce stalemate with the Black Dog. If Hirako Take were just an ordinary first-class investigator, Irami wouldn't be struggling this much. But this plain-faced man was stronger than most associate special class investigators. This plain-faced guy is really annoying. He might threaten Tauka and the others later on. Dying alone is kind of lonely, might as well take him with me. Irami thought, and immediately focused her attacks on Hirako. But she was quickly intercepted by cannon fire from Hachikawa's Yukaku Quink. Hachikawa, you're getting in my way. Clearly, even after all these years, Irami still remembered this man. I'm flattered. Hachikawa snorted coldly and continued firing at Irami. Irami nimbly dodged onto a building's balcony railing. But she hadn't noticed that an elderly woman was actually on the balcony, apparently drawn out by the sounds of fighting. Irami was startled. Eek. The old woman was trembling, frightened by those red ghoul eyes and the black dog mask. Why didn't that old lady evacuate? Aido Kuramoto exclaimed in surprise. Hurry and save her. Hirako said immediately. I don't care. But Hachikawa fired directly at that area. Just die along with that old hag. Irami could have dodged, but the old woman was right behind her. If she simply evaded, the old woman would certainly die. This stupid old hag. But Irami couldn't bring herself to do that. Not only did she not dodge, she shielded the old woman. I'll resent you until I die. Chapter 235. Seeing the black dog take the hit to protect the old woman, Hirako fell silent, his gaze shifting to Hachikawa. But Hachikawa showed not a hint of guilt. Only hatred for the black dog was visible on his face. Associate Special Class Hachikawa really is as reckless as the rumors say. Aido Kuramoto's expression turned awkward. Having taken the full force of Hachikawa's Yukaku Quink attack, Irami's black dog mask shattered, and she'd sustained significant injuries. As an Yukaku-type ghoul herself, Irami's characteristics included high speed and explosive power, but relatively low durability and stamina. And now that she was wounded, her bodily functions were impaired, causing her speed and explosive power to drop significantly as well. Up until now, have all the choices I've made been the right ones? Irami questioned herself internally. Are you all right? Were you protecting me? You. The old woman, having collected herself, spoke to Irami with concern. Shut up. Irami lay on the balcony, covering the wound on her face with her hand. Damn it, and here I'd been conserving my Kagyun for more important situations, but now. Irami laughed at herself mockingly. Hess, environment really is terrifying. Even my head isn't working properly anymore. Her plan had been to conserve her strength and save her Kagyun while dealing with these 4 investigators, then still have energy to help the manager. But for the sake of one old woman, she'd completely derailed her own plan. Forget it, looks like my time has come. If I'd known, I would have had one more cup of coffee. No longer holding back, Irami fully released her Yukaku Kagyun. But it was too late. Her injuries prevented her from fighting at full strength. If she'd gone all out from the start, she might have already won by now. Kuramoto, Defensive Pattern 7. Right side, attack arriving in 0.3 seconds. Hachikawa fire. Left side, attack arriving in 0.1 seconds. Hachikawa's shot arriving. Center, watch above. Just as Arima had once trained Hirako while fighting alongside him, Hirako was now using the same method to train his subordinates while coordinating with Hachikawa and Hogi in combat against the Black Dog. Due to her severe injuries, even with her Kagyun fully released, Irami was far weaker than when uninjured. Finally, Hirako landed a nearly fatal blow, critically damaging the Black Dog's Kakyuhu. Irami immediately lost combat capability, her body collapsing limply. "Ah, today I finally get to die." Irami actually seemed at peace with it. "I've finally been waiting for this day." Hachikawa glared at the fallen Black Dog with a vicious, twisted expression. "Associate Special Class Hachikawa." Hirako spoke up. "According to the GHOUL countermeasures law, civilian safety should be given top priority. I have concerns about your actions just now." Such a stickler for rules. If you want to put it that way, GHOUL investigators should adapt to circumstances as needed. There's that clause too, isn't there? Hachikawa's tone was impatient. "As long as I can kill the Black Dog, what's one old hag who doesn't have long to live anyway? Besides, it's her own fault for not evacuating or staying hidden properly." Hirako remained silent. Aido Kuramoto moved to take the old woman somewhere safe. "This is the moment I've dreamed of, now then." Just as Hachikawa was about to finish off the Black Dog, Hirako interrupted again. "Associate Special Class Hachikawa, I'd like to raise one more point. She's the leader of the Black Dobers. She likely possesses highly valuable intelligence. I believe we should apprehend her first and let the higher-ups decide how to proceed." Hachikawa's veins bulged at Hirako's interference. This guy just wouldn't let up. "Hirako, are you sympathizing with her?" "No, that's not what I mean. Listen here, if she ends up living a long life in Cochlea like the priest, I couldn't stand it." Hachikawa's voice turned cold. "I've waited 10 years for this day. My mentor, my subordinates, she killed them all. All ghouls should be exterminated. So then." He pulled down the collar covering his mouth, revealing the horrific damage ghouls had inflicted. His mouth area had been gnawed away. "First-class investigator Hirako, do you have any more objections?" What made it even more tragic was that his mentor and subordinates had been killed during a Black Dober suppression operation years ago, specifically because they'd tried to save a civilian in the exact same situation as that old woman. As the sole survivor of his squad, he'd changed dramatically after that incident. That's why, facing a similar civilian situation this time, he hadn't hesitated at all. But Hachikawa didn't share this story. No. Hirako's expression remained unchanged. Behind him, Aido Kuramoto muttered very quietly, "Wow, that's scary." And it was squad leader Hirako who did the work. "Mutt, you're fit to die in the street like a stray dog." Hachikawa's quink was already charging as he sneered down at the Black Dog. "Farewell, Mutt." But at that very moment, a figure suddenly descended from above. A man wearing a white mask and Akatsuki robes landed before Hachikawa. His eyes were unmistakably the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hachikawa's expression shifted to alarm. The figure before him was clearly a ghoul. Another enemy. Byakuya immediately activated Susanoo, a Kagyun arm reaching out to grab Hachikawa. "This is a Kakuja." Hachikawa froze in shock. The appearance of a Kakuja threw him into panic. Even the formidable SS-rated Black Dog wasn't a Kakuja. Facing what looked like a Kagyun arm, Hachikawa couldn't react in time. He was seized like someone crushing an ant. The grip focused particularly on the quink in Hachikawa's hand. Cracked. Hachikawa's quink shattered instantly, his arm suffering severe fractures. He was then hurled into a wall with enough force to punch through it. Ding, the host has defeated an Associate Special Class Investigator. Reward, 30 fusion points. The CCG had evacuated civilians from this area beforehand. Apart from that old woman, probably hard of hearing due to her age and unable to hear the alarm, the surrounding buildings were all empty. So Byakuya didn't need to worry about harming civilians. The sudden appearance of such a mysterious and powerful enemy made Hirako, and the other two afraid to make any rash moves. Aido Kuramoto and Hogi Ayumu in particular were breaking out in cold sweat. This was a worst-case scenario they'd never imagined. How could they possibly face a Kakuja-level ghoul? "Who are you?" Irami's eyes went wide. She couldn't recognize the masked mystery man shielding her. Just as Hirako assumed the enemy was about to attack and took his combat stance, the figure didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he deactivated what appeared to be a Kakuja form, turned around, picked up the black dog, and departed. Before they could react, he had vanished with the black dog, leaving no trace. Irami looked at the man holding her in his arms, unable to discern any familiarity through the mask and those blood-red eyes. Byakuya had deliberately altered his scent to avoid being identified by any Washu ghouls. After all, Yashitoki Washu was the commander-in-chief of this operation. Irami couldn't help but ask, "Who the hell are you anyway? If you don't tell me, I might have to report you for indecent assault." Chapter 236. "It's me." Byakuya spoke directly. He didn't bother disguising his voice when speaking to Irami. "Do you recognize me now, Irami-san?" Byakuya asked. Irami was stunned for a moment before finally recognizing who he was by his voice. "So it's you, Amaha-san. But this isn't something that can be solved just by running away. Everyone has already prepared themselves for this battle." Even after being rescued, Irami's face still showed worry. "I never said anything about running away. I'm simply protecting the people I want to protect. Whether it's you, Irami-san, or Koma-san, or the manager, everyone at Anteku is the same," Byakuya said calmly. Irami immediately grew concerned. "You're going to the manager's side? Do you know what's happening over there?" "I know," Byakuya said. "I was originally supposed to be the CCG's main combat force against the owl. How could I not know? But even so, I won't let anything happen to the manager." After her initial shock, Irami sighed softly. "You're such a fool. As an investigator, you didn't have to put yourself in danger for our sake. Though, you seem to be a ghoul too, don't you?" Irami didn't know why Byakuya could be both a ghoul and an investigator, but she wasn't in the mood to ask about such things right now. "What if I said, I like everyone, would that be reason enough?" Byakuya smiled. And honestly, since he'd already said that much, Irami didn't know what else to say. She smiled, helpless yet relieved. "Let's not talk about this now. I'll take you somewhere safe." Byakuya continued leaping across rooftops while carrying Irami. "By the way, Koma-san has already been rescued too," Byakuya suddenly mentioned. "That monkey, did someone else go to save him?" Irami asked. Something like that." Byakuya nodded. "That should be far enough. There are no investigators in this area." Irami pointed toward a certain high-rise building. Some Black Dobers members were gathered there as well. Byakuya promptly carried Irami there and set her down. "I need to head to the manager's side now. Another me will escort you from here," Byakuya said. "Another you?" Irami was puzzled. "Yes, that me is already here," Byakuya said. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared beside him, looking exactly like him, down to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This was one of his wood clones. The appearance was completely identical. It was impossible to distinguish the original from the clone by sight alone. It was more advanced than shadow clones. Moreover, each wood clone possessed roughly half his strength. Though they couldn't activate Susanoo, they could use ninjutsu normally. If he used the wood style, multiple wood clone technique, then each clone would be able to use Susanoo. But even as a regular wood clone, it was more than enough to dominate this entire battlefield. Now Irami understood. Amaha-san had the ability to create clones. The ability to create clones existed in this world. For instance, the SS-rated ghoul priest could create clones using his own fingers, so it wasn't something beyond this world's understanding. Amaha-san is truly far more powerful than I ever imagined. Irami couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Route V14, even if those doves know the route, they won't be able to catch up. At that moment, a Black Dobers member spoke to Irami. Just from their builds, it was clear that nearly all the Black Dobers members were female ghouls. The Devil Ape faction that had once opposed the Black Dobers was composed almost entirely of male ghouls. "Let's rendezvous there." Irami agreed. Byakuya immediately warned them. "Don't go there. Squad 0, led by Kishu Arima, is guarding V-14. If you encounter them, you'll be completely wiped out." He didn't intend to send his clone to fight Squad 0 to the death. They were all people he knew. In this battle, he didn't want to harm anyone, neither humans nor ghouls. The best solution was simply to have Irami-san and the others take a detour and avoid Squad 0 entirely. Kishu Arima, the CCG's so-called White Reaper, the undefeated investigator, "I understand." Irami nodded immediately. Of course she believed what Byakuya said. After all, he had his CCG credentials to prove it. While Irami was locked in fierce battle with Hachikawa's squad, Koma was also engaged in intense combat with Special Class Investigator Tanakamaru Maugan. Unlike Hachikawa's squad's 4-on-1 coordinated tactics against the Black Dog, Special Class Tanakamaru was fighting the Devil Ape alone. But wielding the SS-rated Yukaku Quink, Higher Mind, his offensive output far exceeded that of Hachikawa's entire squad of 4. Higher Mind Angel Beat. Few ghouls could evade Higher Mind's ranged attacks. The Devil Ape was one of those rare exceptions. He dodged Higher Mind's attacks with high-speed movement, then seized an opening to sever the fuel tank directly. Higher Mind's biggest weakness was its need for a connected fuel tank to continuously supply fuel. Otherwise, it couldn't fire those powerful energy shockwaves. Koma had identified this weakness and assumed that disabling it would leave the Special Class Investigator defenseless. Without fuel, that thing's just dead weight. Die, the Devil Ape's embrace shall be your eternal cradle. Koma stopped playing around and charged directly at Tanakamaru. But he'd let his guard down. He didn't know the Quink had another form, and this gave his opponent the perfect opportunity to catch him. "HMPH, you're the one who'll be sleeping." Tanakamaru immediately transformed his Quink. Mode change. The two large cannon barrels merged together, with another barrel rotating to the rear, forming a long cylinder with barrels on both ends. He pressed one end against the Devil Ape's abdomen as Koma charged in. "What?" Koma realized his mistake too late. There was no time to dodge. Boom! A tremendous energy shockwave pierced through Koma's abdomen, sending him flying. The mode change between melee and ranged is the true essence of Angel Beat. The internal energy reserves are more than enough to power melee mode, as if a mere monkey could understand. Tanakamaru said arrogantly. "Tanakamaru-san, the ghouls in this area have been suppressed." Just then, squad leader Fura Teishi's voice came through the communication device. "Nice job," Tanakamaru said. "Now then, time for this act's finale." With that, he aimed the barrel at the Devil Ape lying on the ground, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Tanakamaru jerked the barrel upward in alarm. "Who's there?" The moment he raised the barrel, the figure before him vanished. He could only glimpse a leg moving so fast it left afterimages, and instantly felt a terrifying force, unlike anything he'd ever experienced, transmitted through his Quink. Tanakamaru's body flew backward at an absurd speed, crashing through several pillars. Cracks appeared in Higher Mind. No. Realizing his Quink was about to break, Tanakamaru panicked. Then he saw the figure appear above his head, an axe kick clearly aimed at the Quink. Cracked. The terrifying force made the leg cut like a blade, cleaving Higher Mind clean in two. "My angel!" Tanakamaru screamed in despair. This seemed more agonizing than being killed outright. Chapter 237. With Higher Mind destroyed, Tanakamaru slumped in place, questioning his very existence. He looked up at the enemy before him, wearing a black robe from some unknown ghoul organization, with a pair of strange kakugan. Who is this guy? A ghoul with this level of strength was definitely more dangerous than the Devil Ape or Black Dog. Did Anteku really have a ghoul of this caliber besides the owl? Tanakamaru wanted to urgently report this to the director and command post, but he felt he wouldn't get the chance. A single strike from this opponent could end his life. Yet to his utter surprise, the figure before him vanished in the blink of an eye, along with the devil ape, who had been lying on the ground. Byakuya was now carrying Koma as he raced across rooftops. "Koma-san, are you still all right?" Of course, this was just a wood clone, but it was still enough to crush a special class investigator. "You're Amata." Koma, recognizing him by voice, exclaimed in surprise. He just witnessed Byakuya's skills, instantly incapacitating that special class investigator. Such overwhelming strength left him stunned. "Meh, at least I won't die." Coming to his senses, Koma responded, "Never thought the devil ape's cradle would be your embrace." From here, Koma and the surviving members of his devil ape faction were left in this wood clone's care. "He spared my life." Meanwhile, Tgthegood remained slumped where he was, unable to believe it. His opponent was a ghoul, yet hadn't finished him off. Snapping out of his shock, Tgthegood forced himself to recover. He needed to report what happened here to the director immediately. "This is Tgthegood. A mysterious ghoul far stronger than the devil ape just appeared and rescued the dying devil ape." On the other end, Yashitoki Washu and Deputy Commander Marud at the command post received Tgthegud's message. Far stronger than the devil ape, could Aogiri Tree have shown up? It might be from that organization First Class Amaha is facing. We don't even know how his battle is going. Should we try contacting First Class Amaha, though I'm worried about interrupting his fight? The news from Special Class, Tgthegood threw the investigators in the rear into a panic. Yashitoki's expression grew even more grave. The situation was spiraling increasingly out of control. "Bad news. Word from Squad 3's squad leader Hirako. A mysterious Kakuja ghoul rescued the black dog and severely wounded Associate Special Class Hachikawa with a single blow." Just then, another piece of serious bad news arrived. "What? The black dog was rescued too? This is terrible. What kind of ghouls have come out to interfere? Director, shouldn't we bring Squad 0 up from underground? Otherwise, the surface situation might become uncontrollable." For a moment, the investigators were thrown into chaos. Facing unknown ghouls, even stronger than the devil ape and black dog, and more than one of them, how could they not panic? "No, Squad 0 still has an important mission. For now, let's check on squad leader Amaha's situation." Yashitoki's expression was grave as he spoke. Intercepting ghouls fleeing through the underground V14 route was merely incidental. The one-eyed owl, who might come through the underground passage to rescue the non-killing owl, was the real concern. Squad 0 was his trump card against the one-eyed owl. He absolutely couldn't bring them to the surface unless absolutely necessary. The logistics investigators guarding the temporary command post also quickly learned of this news. The frontline situation seems dire. The devil ape and black dog were both rescued by mysterious ghouls who suddenly appeared. One of them is even a Kakuja. Seriously, how many allies does this owl have? And each one is stronger than the last. Is our operation going to fail? Stop spreading panic. We still have squad leader Amaha and Special Class Arima. Special Class Arima is the undefeated Reaper, and squad leader Amaha can fight the owl one-on-one. We won't fail. But, First Class Amaha is being held down by several powerful ghouls that suddenly appeared. Our situation is still dire. You, keep running your mouth and see if I don't punch you. Since logistics duty was relatively idle, they had time to argue. Akira's expression remained anxious. Her intuition told her the mysterious ghouls who'd rescued the devil ape and black dog were very likely from the organization First Class Amaha was facing. She had no idea what was happening on First Class Amaha's end right now, and she didn't dare think too deeply about it. Actually, the director had already learned of First Class Amaha's situation. He just hadn't shared it with logistics yet. I've pinned them down, but I can't break away. This was the only response Yashitoki had received from Byakuya. But this actually made Yashitoki more uneasy. If squad leader Amaha had indeed pinned down the Kakuja binge eater, Shachai, the gourmet, and the others, then who had rescued the devil ape and black dog? He only knew it wasn't Aogiri Tree. Could they also be allies of the group squad leader Amaha was fighting? Yashitoki was deeply anxious. the situation had deteriorated to a seriously uncontrollable level. He was debating whether to bring Arima to the surface. What Yashitoki had no idea about was that the one who just responded to him was merely one of Byakuya's wood clones. Ding, the host has successfully saved the devil ape and black dog. Reward, 100 fusion points. Ding, the host has defeated a special class investigator, Tanakamaru Maugan. Reward, 70 fusion points. As Byakuya was talking with Irimi, he heard these system notifications, confirming that one of his wood clones had successfully rescued Koma-san. Moreover, defeating special class Tanakamaru through the wood clone also triggered the system's reward mechanism. That was quite nice. It was about time for his main body to make a move. Irimi-san, I'm leaving now. Don't push yourself too hard. Make sure to stay alive. Irimi emphasized. Byakuya nodded slightly, then vanished in a flash. If nothing unexpected happened, the non-killing owl would be on the verge of defeat under the combined assault of multiple special class, associate special class, and first-class investigators, and the one-eyed owl would make her entrance by descending from the sky. That's right, descending from the sky. The one-eyed owl's entrance method exceeded Yashitoki's expectations. He'd anticipated the one-eyed owl would appear either from the surface or through the underground passage, with the underground route being highly probable, which was why he'd stationed Arima's Squad 0 underground. He'd completely failed to consider the third possibility, that the one-eyed owl could fly. Yukaku ghouls could fly once they reached a certain level of power. Though the non-killing owl could only manage brief low-altitude flight, the one-eyed owl, now even more powerful than the non-killing owl at his peak, had superior flight capabilities. However, it wasn't just the one-eyed owl who could fly. Byakuya could fly too. He'd saved his true power for the strongest ghoul about to take the stage, the one-eyed owl and the strongest investigator, Kishu Arima. Facing these two, strongest, this was his way of showing respect. Chapter 238. Wood Style, Wood Clone Technique. After Akira and the other investigators had retreated to the rear, Byakuya stopped putting on an act with Rise and the others. One moment they were fighting fiercely, the next they'd stopped completely. Byakuya immediately used Wood Clone and began executing his predetermined plan. He left one Wood Clone here to adapt to the situation and maintain contact with the director and command post. Are you sure you don't need us to act anymore? Rise confirmed with the real Byakuya before he left. Just stay here and pretend to be pinning me down. Otherwise, there's a risk the CCG will notice something's off. Byakuya said. All right. Rise said nothing more. Byakuya, please, take care of the manager and the others. At this point, Tauka, wearing her rabbit mask, couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry. With that, Byakuya vanished. The battlefield between the non-killing owl and the investigators had shifted to a building's rooftop. They were locked in a bitter struggle. The damage they dealt to the non-killing owl couldn't keep up with his regeneration speed. If damage was 6, then regeneration was 8. At that moment, Suzuya Juzu gave everything he had to wound the non-killing owl's Kagyun arm. But it was a reckless, all-or-nothing strike that left him full of openings. Too reckless. Yoshimura commented coolly. He could have decapitated Suzuya right then, but he showed mercy, only severing Suzuya's right leg. Got his left arm. Suzuya was still reveling in having wounded the owl's left arm. It wasn't until his body lost balance that. That's strange. Suzuya looked puzzled as he collapsed to the ground, not knowing when his right leg had disappeared. Suzuya. Shinohara's expression changed dramatically. He abandoned his attack on the owl and rushed to Suzuya's side. I'm fine, Shinohara-san. I just wounded the owl's left arm. Hurry and defeat the owl while you have the chance. Yet Suzuya responded with a calm expression, seemingly unable to feel pain. He'd been tortured by ghouls since childhood and had long become numb to pain. His usual self-embroidery only made him feel comfortable. How can you be fine? Your leg. Overwhelming guilt brought tears to Shinohara's eyes. As a superior, he'd failed to protect his subordinate. I don't feel pain, so please don't cry, keep fighting. Suzuya seemed unable to understand Shinohara's behavior, his expression confused. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry." Shinohara wiped the tears, mixed with rain from his face. It had started raining when the battle began, and it still hadn't stopped. "Let me stop your bleeding first, wait here." Shinohara immediately contacted the command post. "Headquarters, Rank 2 Suzuya is wounded. Please issue orders to evacuate the injured immediately." Suzuya sat there, increasingly puzzled by Shinohara-san's behavior. It wasn't Shinohara-san's fault. Why is he crying? After contacting the command post, Shinohara immediately rose to continue fighting the non-killing owl. He couldn't stay there tending to Suzuya, otherwise they'd have even less chance of defeating the owl. Then Shinohara, Kiriwa, Koriyui, and Kiryu pressed the owl back step by step. Having lost one Kagyun arm, the owl's strength had plummeted. Combined with the wounds Koriyui had earlier inflicted to the owl's abdomen and Haoji's blow to the shoulder, the owl was now on his last legs. Kiriwa stepped forward to deliver a series of slashes, worsening the owl's injuries, but lost his right hand in the process. "Now Haoji." Just then, Kiryu called out Haoji's name. Haoji was approaching with a quink case. Inside was the SS-rated quink, Kai-shi. They'd formulated their battle plan before the operation began. Everyone's roles were clearly defined, and this SS-rated Kai-shi was today's trump card, meant to deliver the final blow to the owl. "Mado-san, sorry to keep you waiting." As Haoji spoke, he drew out Kai-shi from the case, a heavy greatsword so massive it required both hands to swing. He then thrust forward, piercing through the owl's chest. The mighty owl was finally defeated, unable to regenerate any further. The enormous Kakuja form collapsed with a crash. The Kagyun mask covering the face had shattered, revealing the features of an elderly human man, his head covered in blood. Though still alive, he could no longer resist. Kiryu thought he'd finally achieved his revenge. Sitting on the ground, he breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. The next moment, an excited, trembling voice came through every investigator's communication device. "Report, SSS-rated elimination target. Owl eliminated, elimination complete." Hearing the news of the elimination, all the investigators burst into cheers. "Ooichichich, the special class investigators finally did it. Wonderful, we've won." However, the voice on the radio contained its excitement and reminded everyone, "Don't let your guard down just because the owl has been eliminated. Begin mop-up operations, don't let a single one escape." Even so, the investigators were ecstatic. Only Akira's expression remained grave. She was worried about First Class Amaha's situation. She intended to go check on him. The operation was nearly over, briefly leaving her post shouldn't matter. But just then, an emergency announcement came through the radio. "Order from headquarters. Suspend mop-up operations immediately. Another owl has appeared, another owl." Everyone froze, expressions of shock on their faces as they looked up at the rooftop where the special class investigators were, where the other owl was, while Shinohara and the others were resting. Just then, an enormous figure suddenly descended from the sky, flying in from far above. Thom. The monstrous, massive form's landing caused the rooftop floor to shake violently. The tremendous disturbance behind them left Shinohara and the others stunned. This was a Kakuja with a form somewhat similar to the non-killing owl, but far more imposing in size, a complete monster. One-eyed owl. Chapter 239. This Kakuja with its abnormally massive form was the other owl, the SSS-rated one-eyed owl. The one-eyed owl had landed directly near the non-killing owl, sheltering him beneath her body as if she'd come to rescue him. Before Shinohara and the others could react, a Kagyun arm, far larger than the non-killing owl's, swept toward them horizontally. Koriyui reacted fastest, twisting his body to barely dodge. Otherwise, his head might have been taken clean off. The others couldn't react in time. Haoji was sent flying, crashing into a wall along with his SS-rated quink Kai-shi. Gah! Blood immediately poured from his mouth. That single blow had nearly incapacitated him. Kurawa was knocked off the rooftop, falling along with his now broken quink. Fortunately, he was still wearing the SS-rated Kakuja quink, new proto. Even falling from this height, he'd probably be fine. Shinohara crashed into the edge railing. Already in poor condition after fighting the non-killing owl, he could barely move now. Though you look quite different from the footage from 10 years ago, you must be the one-eyed owl, right? Koriyui raised, hanging ice in a combat stance, clearly not yet grasping how terrifying the current one-eyed owl truly was. The one-eyed owl responded with a flurry of rapid attacks. Koriyui frantically dodged while saying, "I'll take that as a yes, that okay with you?" Just then, Koriyui spotted an opening and immediately slashed at the one-eyed owl's shoulder with the longsword-shaped hanging ice. He was using the same tactics that worked against the non-killing owl, prioritizing attacks on the shoulder kakuhu that connected to the primary attack weapon, the Kagyun arms. But the next moment, his hands went numb from the impact, as if he'd struck an impossibly hard boulder. Clang! The massive recoil sent Koriyui sprawling backward. Not only that, the one-eyed owl's counterstrike cleaved his hanging ice in two. This, you're kidding, right? Only then did Koriyui realize how dire the situation was. The one-eyed owl before him was far beyond anything he could handle. No. Having lost his quink, Koriyui scrambled to dodge. He rolled toward Haoji and picked up the SS-rated Kai-shi from the ground. "Haoji Kusuk, let me borrow this." Facing the one-eyed owl that towered over him, cold sweat poured down Koriyui's face. "Director, I'll try to buy time, but please send Arama-san and Amaha-san here as soon as possible, because I don't have the courage to face it." Koriyui's smile was strained at best. With the one-eyed owl's appearance, the investigators who'd been cheering suddenly froze. Looking up, they could even see Kurawa's silhouette falling from the high-rise building. Motto, Vice Squad Leader. Just then, Takezawa Seidu spoke to Akira beside him. "You said earlier that First Class Amaha was locked in a fierce battle with some powerful ghouls, right? I want to go search for him. I'm worried First Class Amaha might already be wounded." Takezawa. Akira was momentarily stunned. "Though it really annoys me to admit it, I have to acknowledge that your intuition has always been accurate. I think we need to check on First Class Amaha's situation." Takezawa said, "I'll go too." This cemented Akira's decision. Until just now, she hadn't been able to focus on the battle. Her thoughts kept drifting to First Class Amaha. No ghouls had attacked the command post for a while now. Briefly stepping away should be fine. Meanwhile, Yashitoki had fallen into deep thought. Where did it come from? Unknown. The perimeter is intact. The one-eyed owl appeared somewhere we didn't anticipate. A nearby investigator responded grimly. According to our investigation, without going through the underground V14 route or breaking through the surface perimeter, it should have been impossible to reach this location. Yashitoki was confused, but neither side reported anything. Where on earth did that thing come from? His expression was ugly. One unexpected development after another. Now he had no choice but to order Arama and Squad Zero to reach the one-eyed owl's battlefield as quickly as possible. Koriyui was still fighting the one-eyed owl, but the overly heavy Kai-shi was hard to handle. Even an SS-rated quink like Kai, she couldn't break through the one-eyed owl's defenses. He was being completely overwhelmed. Watching Koriyui struggle to breathe, the one-eyed owl let out a bizarre laugh. Coughs. Soon Koriyui was also sent flying, slamming into the railing, momentarily unable to fight back. But the one-eyed owl didn't finish him off. Instead, she slowly walked toward the seemingly unconscious Shinohara. Suzuya immediately sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't move. At that moment, the one-eyed owl swung a Kagyun arm down on Shinohara's right leg, casually slicing off the lower portion. New Proto's defense was nothing against the one-eyed owl. The unconscious Shinohara was instantly jolted awake by searing pain shooting to his brain. He screamed reflexively, "GHHH." But the one-eyed owl wasn't finished. She continued cutting Shinohara's right leg piece by piece, eventually skewering the chunks like meat on a kebab, then stuffing them into her mouth with several wet crunching sounds. The continuous torture kept Shinohara screaming until he finally passed out completely. Suzuya watched blankly. The scene seemed to have short-circuited his brain. Then the one-eyed owl deliberately turned to look at Suzuya, opening her mouth in a mocking grin. Now you match . This showed just how vengeful Ito Yashimura was. She'd shown mercy to Kori Ui and the others. After all, she was here to coordinate the performance with the one-eyed king, Kishu Arima. Otherwise, she could have killed every investigator on this rooftop instantly. Only Shinohara and Suzuya received targeted torment. When she'd visited the CCG as the author, Sen Takatsuki, to conduct interviews, some casual answers from Shinohara had infuriated her, which was why she'd done this in front of Suzuya. Shinohara, sir. Suzuya's brain had nearly stopped processing. He could barely speak. His mind flashed with memories of all the little moments he'd shared with Shinohara-san, as if he finally understood why Shinohara-san had cried earlier. Gehaha. The one-eyed owl used the tip of a Kagyun arm to prod Shinohara's abdomen, refusing to let him go even though he'd already passed out. Thunk. Just then, a dagger flew over and struck the one-eyed owl's shoulder. The one-eyed owl turned to see Suzuya forcing himself to stand using his quink for support. Then more daggers flew toward her, all B-rated scorpions, completely ineffective against the one-eyed owl. Ahaya tickles . Suzuya charged forward on one leg, but was immediately swatted away by the one-eyed owl. This repeated again and again. The one-eyed owl didn't kill him, just toyed with him. In truth, Ito was using Shinohara and Suzuya as entertainment while waiting for Kishu Arima to arrive for their performance. When Suzuya's injuries became too severe to continue, a reinforcement squad finally arrived, though it wasn't Kishu Arima. It was Special Class Tanakamaru, Associate Special Class Hachikawa, First Class Hirako, and the other investigators who still had combat capability. Tanakamaru had grabbed a backup quink, and Hachikawa was dragging his fractured arm while wielding a backup quink as well. Hirako immediately caught the collapsing Suzuya. "Suzuya boy, you're truly a model investigator," Tanakamaru exclaimed. Tanakamaru-san, Hachikawa-san, everyone's quinks. Kori Ui, sitting by the railing, had already noticed something was wrong. "Ui boy, without higher mind, my soul itself is now my strongest weapon," Tanakamaru declared. "Regardless, we must hold out until Squad Zero arrives." The group of investigators desperately resisted the one-eyed owl, but one by one they were knocked down like toys. "Hirako-san, please use Kaishi." Kori Ui threw Kaishi toward Hirako, clearly placing his hopes on the man whose fighting style most resembled Kishu Arima's. "Much appreciated." Hirako caught Kaishi. With Kaishi's power, he barely managed to hold off the one-eyed owl for a moment. But the one-eyed owl's strength was too terrifying. When Ito put in slightly more effort, she sent Hirako flying along with Kaishi. It's finally here. Hirako peacefully closed his eyes. Of course, he just wanted a rest, because Arima-san had finally arrived. An electric current struck the one-eyed owl, causing her to stiffen briefly, though it seemed to have only given her a massage. Reporting to headquarters, Squad Zero has assembled and arrived at the one-eyed owl's location. One member reported to headquarters. A standby. Kishu Arima advanced alone to engage the one-eyed owl, ordering the others to hold position. You're here." The one-eyed owl let out a strange laugh. Her Kagyun had become flexible enough to form a smile on her Kakuja face, though it was rather unsettling. But just as Arima was about to begin fighting, performing, with the one-eyed owl, another dark figure suddenly descended from the sky. It had even activated Susanoo midair, the third stage Susanoo at that. Crash! The third stage Susanoo stood dozens of meters tall. Its size and weight completely dwarfed the one-eyed owl. The impact of its descent from the sky directly collapsed the rooftop. Compared to the initial ribcage form, the first stage, half-body form, and the second stage, half-body with weapons form, the third stage Susanoo was far more complete. Not only did it now have legs, but it could also wield 4 longswords with 4 Susanoo arms. The user had also moved from the ground to inside the Susanoo's head. What? The rooftop collapse and the sudden appearance of this colossus left every investigator present dumbfounded. Some fell to the floor below, some luckily remained on the rooftop, some scrambled to grab the crumbling edges to save themselves. Gah! The one-eyed owl was clearly stunned too. This situation was completely beyond her expectations. According to her plan, she'd exchange a few moves with GHOUL, then swallow Yashimura and take him away. To the CCG, it would simply look like she'd come to rescue her comrade, father. But now her plan had been completely ruined. However, Ito quickly realized the colossus before her looked familiar, focusing on the figure inside the head. Her single Kakuja eye widened. Him. Why? GHOUL silently regarded the Susanoo. He too was momentarily speechless. Ito had mentioned to him about Byakuya's strange, Kakuja, form and half-ghoul identity, so he barely recognized him. But this had exceeded not only Ito's expectations, it was beyond his as well. Even if he'd considered that Byakuya might interfere with this performance, he never could have imagined Byakuya's, Kakuja, could be this powerful. Cleaving an entire building with one stroke, such combat power exceeded everyone's understanding. Now not just Ito, even GHOUL didn't know what to do. Emergency report, emergency report. A Kakuja-like colossus several dozen meters tall has suddenly appeared at the one-eyed owl's location. By the time Byakuya's Susanoo had cleaved the building, the emergency news had already reached Yashitoki Washu and the command post. The command post fell deathly silent. Every investigator was stunned, including Deputy Commander Marud. A Kakuja dozens of meters tall that could slice through a building with one sword, they'd never imagined facing such an enemy. Director, what do we do? An investigator beside Yashitoki asked, at a complete loss. You're asking me, I also. Yashitoki was questioning his entire existence. The moment the dozens of meters Kakuja appeared, he understood they'd completely lost this operation. But he couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't comprehend it. Those mysterious ghouls that appeared completely unexpectedly, especially this dozens of meters Kakuja, where had they come from? The Washu clan could essentially be called the most powerful ghoul family. Yet today, unknown ghouls far beyond their understanding had appeared, shattering his entire worldview. Chapter 240. What are you standing around for? Run! Kiriwa, lying on the ground, still had the strength to shout. Thanks to New Proto's protection, he was mostly unharmed from the fall. The surrounding investigators finally snapped back to reality and fled in every direction, managing to escape before the building completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Squad Zero's nimble half-humans used the collapsing debris to safely reach the ground. GHOUL at their head needed no mention. Some ordinary investigators weren't so lucky, but they were all fully equipped, not with new proto-class Kakuja Quinks, but still with decent protective gear. In the chaos, Byakuya rescued manager Yashimura and had another wood clone carry him away. Of course, the one who'd summoned Susanoo was also a wood clone. His main body was elsewhere, something small had come up. Even so, this wood clone capable of manifesting the third stage Susanoo was more than enough to dominate the entire battlefield. Who are you? Yashimura was still conscious. He was an SSS-rated non-killing owl after all. His vitality was extraordinary. He simply couldn't continue fighting for now. But he didn't recognize Byakuya, having never seen him look like this. Manager, I've come to save you. Byakuya spoke. Emaha-kun. Yashimura was surprised. He hadn't expected Emaha-kun to make such an entrance. And that enormous Kakuja-like monster from just now, was that also Emaha-kun? Let's not discuss this now. I'll take you to where Irami-san and Koma-san are. Byakuya said. One problem remained. The CCG had formed a perimeter around all of Ward 20. Apart from the underground passage, ghouls couldn't escape Ward 20 from any surface position. He'd already had the surviving Devil Ape and Black Dober's ghouls abandon the underground passage, since the V14 route was the only way through, and Xuanhuan had been guarding it until just now. That meant they needed to clear a path somewhere on the surface. Another wood clone was already executing this task. And the method of clearing a path was quite direct and brutal. By now, the one-eyed owl had also landed safely. Falling from great heights meant nothing to her. But she was momentarily at a loss because her plan had been completely disrupted. She didn't know what to do. She'd recognized Byakuya already. Never mind that outrageous Kakuja form, she didn't understand why he was interfering with her. But she quickly noticed Yoshimura had disappeared. Now she roughly understood why Byakuya had interfered. Xuanhuan also fell silent looking at the Susanoo. Ito had mentioned Byakuya's strange, Kakuja form and half-ghoul identity, so he barely recognized him. But this exceeded not only Ito's expectations, it was beyond his own as well. Even anticipating that Byakuya might interfere with this performance, he never could have imagined Byakuya's Kakuja could be this powerful. A single stroke cleaving an entire building, such combat power exceeded everyone's comprehension. Now not just Ito, even Xuanhuan didn't know what to do. Emergency report, emergency report. A Kakuja-like colossus several dozen meters tall has suddenly appeared at the one-eyed owl's location. When Byakuya's Susanoo cleaved the building, emergency news had already reached Yashitoki Washu and the command post. The command post fell deathly silent. Every investigator was stunned, including Deputy Commander Marud. A Kakuja dozens of meters tall that could slice through a building with one sword, they'd never imagined facing such an enemy. Director, WH, what do we do? An investigator beside Yashitoki asked helplessly. You're asking me, I also. Yashitoki was questioning his very existence. The moment the dozens of meters Kakuja appeared, he knew they'd completely lost this operation. But he couldn't comprehend it. Those completely unexpected mysterious ghouls, especially this dozens of meters Kakuja, where had they come from? The Washu clan could essentially be called the strongest ghoul family. Yet today, unknown ghouls far beyond their comprehension had appeared, shattering his entire worldview. Just as Ito was at a loss, she suddenly sensed overwhelming danger. Looking up, she saw a deep blue giant sword swinging down at her. Ito scrambled to dodge. Is that guy serious? But before she could celebrate evading that strike, a deep blue giant hand burst through a wall from the side. Combined with the dust cloud from the building's collapse obscuring her vision, she had no time to dodge before being grabbed. Byakuya manipulated the giant hand to seize her. The originally fearsome, massive one-eyed owl now looked like a baby chick being pinched in his grip. Care to dance too? Byakuya asked coldly. In truth, Ito's treatment of Shinohara and Suzuya had been too excessive, so he simply wanted to teach her a lesson. Then the Susanoo hand, gripping the one-eyed owl, began to squeeze. No matter how tough the one-eyed owl's Kakuja shell was, it couldn't withstand Susanoo's power. GHHH. The one-eyed owl let out a bizarre shriek as her Kakuja shell was gradually crushed with audible cracking sounds. Just before completely crushing the one-eyed owl, Byakuya stopped applying pressure, though he still held on without releasing her. The one-eyed owl continued struggling in agony, but no matter what she did, she couldn't break free. She couldn't budge the Susanoo at all. Investigators near and far watched with jaws dropped. That enormous Kakuja was fighting the one-eyed owl in what looked like ghoul-on-ghoul violence. Xuanhuan could only stand there watching. Given the current situation, there was no way he could rescue Ito. All he could do was wait and see how Byakuya would treat Ito. Chapter 241. At this very moment, before Susanoo had made its appearance, Akira Mato and Seidu Takizawa were en route to find Amaha Byakuya. But they had inadvertently stumbled upon Aogiri Tree members who had infiltrated Ward 20. Tatara and Naro, two executives, had appeared simultaneously, with several ordinary members following behind them. Tatara and Noro alone posed an extreme threat. Even an associate special class investigator would struggle to handle just one of them. Aogiri Tree, when did they? Akira recognized the opposing force as Aogiri Tree from the ordinary member's distinctive attire. But Ward 20 was supposed to be surrounded. When had Aogiri's ghouls broken through? Aogiri, Takezawa's face went pale with shock. He immediately radioed command. Reporting to HQ, Aogiri Tree has appeared. The message should have gotten through, but what was he supposed to do now? Fight. I have to fight. Even though fear made his legs tremble, Takezawa gripped his quink tightly and aimed it at Tatara. Akira watched Tatara with wary eyes. Her instincts told her that this figure, whose attire and presence set him apart, was likely an Aogiri executive. She didn't dare let her guard down for even a moment. The king needs to pass through, Tatara murmured, seemingly to himself. He and Noro had come here precisely to clear a path for the one-eyed king. Then rendezvous with him, that is, with Kishu Arima. Unfortunately, they had run into Akira and Takezawa. Now they couldn't let them go. In the original story, it was Kaotaru Ammon, Seidu Takezawa, and Associate Special Class Chino Senzu's 4th Squad who had the misfortune of encountering Tatara and Noro. And then, one could say that in the original, Takezawa's tragedy and Ammon's transformation into a half-ghoul were inextricably linked to Kishu Arima. But for the sake of the bigger picture, Arima had paid no mind to Ammon, Takezawa, or those sacrifices, killed by Tatara and Noro. Just then, before Tatara could make any move, Takezawa's nerves had already snapped. Terrified yet forcing himself to fight, he was on the verge of breaking down under the pressure. Takezawa, calm down. Akira noticed his distress and immediately whispered a warning. But Takezawa was beyond hearing. I have to fight, I'm a ghoul investigator. His legs shaking, he screamed and fired wildly with his Yukaku-type quink, Daohai. His aim was actually decent, but Tatara dodged effortlessly with a slight tilt of his head. Worse, Tatara recognized the weapon as having been made from one of his former comrades. Hai's Kagyun, is that Haoji's quink? His gaze turned ice-cold. Almost instantly, he flickered to appear right in front of Takezawa, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him into the air. His voice was frigid as he demanded, Are you Haoji's subordinate? Does he have Yan? The Yan Tatara spoke of was his brother, the former leader of Kaishi Lion, a Chinese ghoul organization. He had been turned into the SS-rated quink Kaishi, now wielded by Haoji Kusuk. But Takezawa was too paralyzed with fear to hear the question. Let go of me. Fine, I'll let you go. Tatara casually hurled Takezawa into the air and called out, Noro. Noro immediately released a massive Kagyun, its tip forming a giant maw ready to bite off one of Takezawa's arms. But at that moment, Amaha Byakuya suddenly appeared in midair. With 13's Jason in sword form, he severed the gaping mouth Kagyun just as it was about to clamp down on Takezawa. Tatara's brow furrowed. No, please no. Takezawa was certain he was about to die. He could feel the warmth spreading through his pants. But instead of death, he found himself being lowered to the ground by Byakuya. Unable to steady himself, Takezawa landed on his rear. Having been certain his life was over, he stared blankly at Byakuya. You all right? Did I arrive too late? Just moments ago, Byakuya's main body had been heading toward the rooftop when he spotted Akira and Takezawa below, facing off against Aogiri Tree. Akira, Takezawa. Byakuya made an immediate decision to alter his plans. He stowed his Akatsuki robe and white mask in the system's inventory, and his eternal Mangekayo, Sharingan, reverted to normal black pupils. Then he appeared in his capacity as an investigator. In his place, one of his wood clones would head to the battlefield where the manager was fighting. He had allocated that clone a substantial amount of chakra. Manifesting third-stage Susanoo shouldn't be a problem. Whether it was Akira or Takezawa, he didn't want to see tragedies like those from the original story play out again. Yamaha-san, Takezawa stammered, still dazed. He definitely wouldn't be recovering anytime soon. Not too late, Akira shook her head slightly. If anything, you arrived just in time. Seeing that Byakuya appeared unharmed, a relieved smile crossed her face. But she immediately realized she couldn't let her guard down yet. First Class Amaha, Aogiri Tree is here, please be careful. Only then did Byakuya turn his gaze toward Tatara. His tone was casual as he spoke. Nothing but a rabble. The essence of this statement was his rejection of Aogiri Tree's methods. Led by Kishu Arima and Ito Yashimura, Aogiri Tree had sacrificed so many people and created so many tragedies, all to eventually establish a brief period of relative peace. Of course, he couldn't accept that. Regardless of this world's limitations, now that he had arrived here, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch Aogiri Tree's actions unfold. A rabble, then let's put that to the test. Tatara sneered coldly. Byakuya stood before Akira and Takezawa, 13's Jason in hand. Not only that, but the Uchiha gunbai was strapped to his back. Since Byakuya had altered his scent earlier, originally to prevent the Washu from identifying him beneath the mask, Tatara failed to recognize him. Otherwise, Tatara wouldn't have taken this attitude. Anyone who could identify him would have simply walked the other way. Tatara launched himself at Byakuya at high speed. The term, rabble, was an unmistakable insult to Aogiri Tree. He would make this investigator pay dearly for it. Chapter 242. But in Byakuya's eyes, Tatara's speed was nothing special. Even without activating his eternal Manjikayo Sharingan, he could clearly track Tatara's movements. He immediately transformed 13's Jason into cannon form and took aim at Tatara. Tatara assumed that maintaining his forward momentum would prevent him from being hit. The next instant, he realized his opponent had predicted his trajectory. By the time he reacted, it was far too late. The powerful blast struck him dead on. Boom! The overconfident Tatara hadn't released his Kagyun, which meant he took the hit with just his flesh. Compared to the incredibly tough Kagyun, a ghoul's body was far more fragile. While a ghoul's physique far exceeded a human's, quinks were made from ghoul Kagyun and Kakyuhu. Their lethality could easily pierce through a ghoul's natural defenses. Even Ito Yashimura wouldn't risk taking a hit from 13's Jason with her bare body. Half of Tatara's upper body was instantly blown into a bloody mess. But his regeneration was powerful enough. The destroyed portion began rapidly reforming before their eyes. Even so, he didn't dare underestimate his opponent anymore. He immediately stopped, not daring to continue his approach. Tatara glared at Byakuya with vicious eyes, a sinking feeling in his gut. This investigator was different from the others. He seemed extremely difficult to handle. First-class Amaha. Seeing that Byakuya had immediately put that terrifying ghoul on the back foot, Takezawa couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Be quiet, don't distract him. Akira's expression was deadly serious. What's the big deal? Takezawa was a bit annoyed, but obediently shut his mouth. After all, Akira was right. He shouldn't be so loud. If he distracted first-class Amaha and caused him to get injured in combat, he'd be the greatest sinner of this entire operation. Noro, Tatara called out. Noro immediately coordinated with Tatara to launch a combined assault on Byakuya. A Kagyun tipped with a giant maw lunged toward Byakuya, while Tatara attacked from another direction. Byakuya reached back and unstrapped the Uchiha gunbai. He intended to end this quickly. Tatara and the giant-mouthed Kagyun were attacking from two sides rather than front and back. The gunbai could perfectly block both attacks and absorb them. Uchiha reflection. Seeing his opponent standing there motionless with a massive war fan, Tatara gradually sensed something was wrong. But by the time he tried to retreat, it was too late. Byakuya thrust the gunbai forward with both hands, deflecting both Tatara and the giant-mouthed Kagyun. Then he released the absorbed force as a terrifying gale that swept toward Tatara and Noro. Sensing extreme danger, Tatara had no choice but to release his Kagyun to protect himself. He hadn't wanted to casually reveal his Kagyun, especially his Kakuja form. Noro didn't particularly care. His regeneration was extraordinary. In the original story, he was only defeated because Yuri's Quink, Nutcracker, happened to counter him perfectly. In that instant, the gale sent both Tatara and Noro flying while ravaging their bodies. As he was blown away, Tatara quickly made a decisive judgment. He had recognized this investigator's true strength. There was no denying how troublesome he was, Under normal circumstances, he and Naro couldn't defeat him. Going Kakuja might give them a chance. But until the final battle, he didn't want to reveal his Kakuja form this early. Letting the CCG know in advance would be disadvantageous. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Tatara decided to retreat with the gale. Noro naturally wouldn't act on his own either. After the wind subsided, Tatara withdrew his Kagyun into his body. Even with the Kagyun's protection, his entire body was a bloody mess, his clothes torn to shreds. Noro, on the other hand, had already fully regenerated. "Can't be helped, let's wait here for now," Tatara murmured. He sat on the ground, waiting for his body to regenerate. Once that investigator left, they would proceed to the predetermined rendezvous point to meet the One-Eyed King. Ding, host has repelled SS-rated GHOUL, Tatara. Reward, 50 fusion points. Ding, host has repelled SS-rated GHOUL, Naro. Reward, 50 fusion points. Ding, host has defeated an Aogiri tree ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. This was repelled rather than defeated, so the fusion point reward was lower. As for the ordinary Aogiri members accompanying Tatara and Naro, they had been instantly swallowed by the gale. Byakuya didn't pursue them. He didn't want to waste time on Tatara and Noro. "How are you two? Everything okay?" He turned back to Akira and Takezawa. Especially Takezawa. He had been so scared by Tatara that he'd wet himself. "Still okay," Takezawa nodded, somewhat embarrassed. He had only just noticed the state of his pants. There was no way he'd mention something so humiliating. He didn't want Byakuya or Akira to know, so he kept quiet about it entirely. Fortunately, it was still raining. His whole body was already soaked, making it harder to notice. In reality, however, Byakuya had noticed immediately. He simply didn't say anything out of consideration for Takezawa's feelings. "I'm fine," Akira nodded as well. Suddenly, as if possessed, she reached out to touch Byakuya's face, perhaps to check if he had any wounds. Just then, Byakuya looked up and saw a massive Susanoo descending onto a nearby building. That meant his other self had begun. Boom! The sheer size of it landing created an enormous commotion. Akira's hand had nearly touched Byakuya's face when the sudden, startling noise interrupted her. She instinctively looked up, stunned by the terrifying figure atop the distant building. Her hand froze in midair. Takezawa stumbled and fell on his rear again, gaping. What is that thing?" Chapter 243. Byakuya turned his head and noticed Akira's hand frozen in midair. He couldn't help but ask, "Something wrong?" "No, it's nothing." With an emergency situation suddenly at hand, Akira chose to back down. She withdrew her hand, pretending nothing had happened. "We should hurry over there and find out what's going on." Byakuya's voice was grave. Of course, no one knew better than him what was actually happening. Akira nodded slightly, pushing the stray thoughts from her mind. "Takezawa, can you still stand?" Byakuya addressed Takezawa, who was still sitting on the ground looking utterly dumbfounded. "Ah, of course," Takezawa snapped back to attention. He patted his rear and hurriedly got to his feet, standing at attention. Having embarrassed himself repeatedly in front of his idol first class, Amaha left him extremely frustrated. "Then let's go. I'll escort you both to the rear first." "You're going to rush off to the battlefield alone again." Hearing this, Akira bit her lower lip. There's no other choice. This is the duty of a first-class investigator, being responsible for subordinate safety and responding to any powerful enemies that might appear. Given what Byakuya had actually done during this operation, he perhaps wasn't in a position to say this. After all, the entire owl suppression situation had been completely upended by him. "I suppose so." For some reason, Akira suddenly thought of her mother. 10 years ago, her mother Kasuka Mato had been leading a team investigating Ward 24 when they unexpectedly encountered the One-Eyed Owl. Facing the One-Eyed Owl with virtually no chance of victory, Kasuka, the strongest fighter in the group as an associate special class investigator, had resolutely stayed behind alone to face the One-Eyed Owl. Her sacrifice alone had ultimately saved everyone in the team, including Kiryo Mato. Remembering all of this, Akira felt certain her mother hadn't regretted it. The scene before her now was strikingly similar. Akira looked again toward the building. Could anyone really handle a monster like that? A being that inspired despair. But the operation wouldn't end because of this. As the main force of Squad 1, First Class Yamaha had to fight. Fear suddenly gripped Akira's heart, fear of losing someone again. First Class Yamaha. Suddenly, Akira called out solemnly. Her right hand, which she had just withdrawn, reached out again. This time, she grasped Byakuya's chin and rose onto her tiptoes. Crash! At that very moment, an earth-shaking sound came from nearby. Byakuya's wood clone had just used Susanoo to cleave the entire building into 4 pieces. But this didn't affect Akira and Byakuya in the slightest. Under Byakuya's surprised gaze, their lips met brief and sweet. Akira said nothing about it. There wasn't a hint of shyness on her face. Instead, she spoke with concern. Please be careful. She truly was like her father, Kuriomato. When she wanted to make a move, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Byakuya responded, his expression showing a moment of surprise. Takezawa, standing nearby, was completely stupefied. Mato, you. This scene was too shocking for the innocent young man. Especially since it involved people he knew, Akira Mato and First Class Yamaha. Got a problem with that? Akira shot Takezawa a cold glance. Knows nothing at all. Takezawa immediately cowered. But inwardly he was still reeling. Who would have thought this Akira Mato actually liked First Class Yamaha, and she was so bold about it? First Class Yamaha, you don't need to escort us. The battlefield over there needs you more. Akira spoke to Byakuya with a serious expression. All right then, you two be careful. Byakuya nodded. Rank 2 Takezawa, Squad Leader Adjutant Mato, what's your situation? Just then, a voice came through Akira and Takezawa's radio equipment. The situation has been resolved. First Class Yamaha came to our rescue. 2 Aogiri executives escaped, and several other Aogiri members have been eliminated. Akira reported back. We're also aware that a new enemy has appeared at the One-Eyed Owl's battlefield. First Class Yamaha is currently en route. Understood. You and Rank 2 Takezawa should relocate to the rear immediately to avoid getting caught up in the fighting. An unprecedentedly powerful enemy has appeared. Having received instructions from Command, Akira and Takezawa immediately headed toward the rear command area. As for Byakuya, he made his way to the front lines. Although the entire situation was proceeding according to his plan, there was one thing he hadn't fully decided. Should he stage a self-directed battle against his own Susanoo clone? Meanwhile, the One-Eyed Owl was already immobilized in Susanoo's grip. Inside the owl's shell, Ito Yashimura wanted nothing more than to curse. What the hell was Yamaha trying to pull? Weren't they supposed to be partners? If not for all the investigators watching, she would have burst out of her Kakuja shell right then to demand answers from Byakuya. The Yamaha Byakuya, inside Susanoo, felt he had dished out enough punishment. He casually tossed the One-Eyed Owl to the ground. The battered owl, its form already crushed out of shape, crashed through several walls before collapsing. It struggled a few times but couldn't even stand. The damage to the Kakuja shell was too severe. It wouldn't regenerate anytime soon. After struggling briefly, it gave up and lay there, questioning its existence. That damned bastard. For now, all Ito could do inside her Kakuja shell was curse. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been beaten this badly. More accurately, she had never been manhandled so utterly without any chance to fight back. Even when she first met Kishu Arima, they had fought for quite a while before she lost. But then something occurred to Ito. Why was that bastard so powerful? With strength like that, he could probably wipe out the entire Washu clan without breaking a sweat, couldn't he? If she could borrow his power, everything she had longed for could be easily achieved. But the way things looked, he had already burned his bridges with her. The more Ito thought about it, the more confused she became. What exactly was that bastard trying to do? Chapter 244. At the same time, the Devil Ape and Black Dobers had regrouped, and were in the midst of retreating when they noticed the enormous commotion in the distance. The earth-shaking noise was so over the top that even neighboring Ward 19 could probably hear it. Kaya Irimi and Jikoma and their subordinates couldn't help but look back toward the distant building. They knew that was the battlefield where the manager was fighting. Watching that giant, Kakuja-like being, Irimi immediately thought of Byakuya. Amahasan, is that big thing over there also you? Am. The Byakuya beside them didn't deny it. He was one of the wood clones, responsible for escorting Irimi and the others out of Ward 20. However, what came next required breaking through the CCG's perimeter to clear the way for Irimi, Koma, and the others. As expected, it's really hard to imagine just how strong you actually are. Irimi sighed in amazement. Originally, there was only one person I, the devil ape, truly admired in my whole life, Yashimura-san. Today, a second one has appeared. Amaha-san, you're unbelievably powerful. Koma couldn't help but add. Let me get you through the perimeter first. Byakuya didn't say much more. We're troubling you again, but those investigators are your colleagues, aren't they? Is this really okay? Irimi asked with concern. Even if investigators were their enemies, she could no longer unconditionally hate all doves, the way her past self had. It's fine, I'll be gentler than the manager. Byakuya spoke calmly. After gaining a wife and daughter, the manager, the non-killing owl, had never killed a single person. When facing investigators, he would at most leave them missing limbs. While missing limbs was already quite serious, it was still better than losing one's life entirely. What Byakuya was about to do would be gentler still. Though this wasn't his main body, a wood clone could still exert half the effectiveness of all his abilities. Is that so? That's good then. Irimi couldn't guess what Amahasan planned to do, which made her somewhat curious. At a certain position of Ward 20's perimeter, Kaotaru Ammon was leading a group of investigators to guard this sector. His mission was to prevent any ghoul from passing through. The situation over there looks terrifying. I heard a Kakuja dozens of meters tall appeared. Are we really supposed to stay here? This is beyond ridiculous. How can a Kakuja be that big? Can we even win? Stop saying things that hurt morale. Special Class Arima and First Class Amaha have already headed to the battlefield. They haven't given up, so what are we moping about? The dire and chaotic situation had left the investigators stationed here deeply unsettled. Only Kaotaru Ammon remained silent. His iron will wouldn't be shaken by such things. The frontline battlefield had Squad 1's main force holding it. The only thing he needed to focus on was his own mission, standing guard here and not letting a single ghoul through. Now equipped with the modified Daojima and the second-generation new proto that Chief Researcher Chijiu had custom-made for him, he was no longer the investigator who used to follow behind Mato-san, unable to handle major responsibilities. Squad Leader Ammon. Just then, a voice beside him interrupted his thoughts. Over there seems to be a ghoul. Hearing this, Ammon immediately snapped to attention and looked in that direction. He saw a ghoul wearing a black robe and a white mask. Ammon's expression grew grave. This ghoul's appearance closely matched what Associate Special Class Hachikawa and Special Class Tanakamaru had described about that mysterious ghoul. Especially the fiery red clouds on the black robe, which matched their descriptions exactly. A mysterious ghoul who had instantly defeated both Associate Special Class Hachikawa and Special Class Tanakamaru. He had encountered a formidable enemy indeed. This is Kaotaru Ammon. The mysterious ghoul has appeared. Ammon immediately reported to headquarters in a grave tone, his eyes never leaving the mysterious ghoul for a second. The figure was approaching slowly, seemingly in no hurry. But logically, the devil ape, Black Dog, and the remaining ghouls should be following behind him. They absolutely could not fall here, otherwise all those ghouls would escape. But the question was, could he really handle an enemy that even Associate Special Class Hachikawa and Special Class Tanakamaru couldn't deal with? Only Ammon managed to keep his composure. The other investigators around him were shaking so badly they could barely stand. Would you mind letting me through? Byakuya spoke evenly. He had altered his voice to make it deep and gravelly, very close to Uchiha Madara's tone. No one would be able to identify him beneath the mask. No. Ammon's voice was heavy and resolute. Then I apologize for what comes next. Before he even finished speaking, Byakuya's figure vanished. What? Where did he go? Ammon's expression shifted to alarm. He frantically looked around, but couldn't spot the mysterious ghoul anywhere. The other investigators were even more panicked, momentarily gripped by fear. Squad leader Ammon, above you. Someone suddenly called out. Ammon immediately looked up and finally saw the figure standing atop a rooftop. Too late. Byakuya said calmly. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Byakuya activated the technique without hand seals. The ground began to shake as if an earthquake had struck. What is this, an earthquake? No, something's coming out of the ground. Are those trees? Why would something like this exist? Trees burst from the earth one after another, rapidly transforming the terrain into a forest. The surrounding buildings were caught up in it as well. They were no match for the terrifying growth of the trees. The investigators, who had never witnessed anything like this, were thrown into complete panic. Many were so frightened they dropped their weapons. Everyone, get away from those things. The relatively composed Ammon shouted immediately. He worried the trees might be made of kagyun and could harm them. But the question remained, what kind of ghoul could produce enough kagyun to create an entire forest? What are you? Ammon stared intently at the mysterious ghoul, looking down on everything from above. Madara. Byakuya spoke in Madara's voice, his tone utterly emotionless. Nice to meet you, and goodbye. Chapter 245. Madara. Ammon was somewhat surprised that he had learned his opponent's name so easily. His opponent probably didn't consider them worth worrying about. After all, it didn't matter if a dead man knew. And that goodbye had sent an intense wave of danger through Ammon. He had a feeling he might die here today. But he definitely wouldn't give up. Even if he was nothing but an ant to his opponent, he would struggle to the very end. At that moment, Ammon decisively pulled out the quink case that Chief Researcher Chijio had given him, the one containing the second-generation new proto. Opening the case, a suit of armor that covered nearly his entire body instantly materialized around him. Even though the armor's side effects were severe, he had no choice but to go all out. With a roar, Ammon had donned the second-generation new proto and readied Daojamakai. Deep forest emergence had thrown the investigators into panic, but it hadn't actually caused them any physical harm. Otherwise, Ammon wouldn't have had the chance to power up. Parlor tricks, Byakuya said flatly. He simply didn't want to hurt these people. That didn't mean wood style. Deep forest emergence lacked lethal capabilities. Incapacitating them without causing harm, of course there was a way. Wood style, deep forest bloom. In that instant, the previously dormant trees and vines surged outward again, and massive flowers bloomed across the forest. What is that? Seeing the giant flowers appearing overhead, Ammon went on high alert. But no amount of vigilance would help now. The flowers had already begun releasing their pollen. In moments, every investigator who inhaled the pollen collapsed. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. Only Ammon lasted, not even a second longer. No. Eyes can't fall here. Ammon tried to hold on, but his body was completely beyond his control. His vision went black and he collapsed. Ding, host has defeated first-class investigator, Kouteru Ammon. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ding, host has defeated a rank 2 investigator. Reward, 3 fusion points. Ding, host has defeated a rank 1 investigator. Reward, 7 fusion points. Seeing that all the investigators had fallen, Byakuya had the flowers stop releasing pollen. Otherwise, Irimi and the others wouldn't be able to pass through. Once the pollen had mostly dissipated, Byakuya made everything created by deep forest bloom vanish. Gone completely, as if nothing had ever happened. Only the field of ruined, broken buildings remained as proof that deep forest bloom had been there. All these wrecked structures would need to be rebuilt, but the responsibility would ultimately fall on the Washu. They would foot the bill for reconstruction. Then again, a century ago the Washu had rebuilt all of Tokyo. The original Tokyo had been dragged into the underground world by the first one-eyed king when he became dragon. Rebuilding this area was no big deal for the Washu, just a bit of financial bleeding. Irami-san, Koma-san, everyone, you can leave now. Byakuya turned to address those behind him. This is unbelievable. You created all of that just now. Irami was stunned by Byakuya's methods once again. In her understanding, what had just happened should have been impossible. Yet with Byakuya, it had become reality. Amaha-san is too amazing. That guy in the armor looked tough to deal with. If it were me, I'd probably have gotten beaten again. Koma sighed. The rest of the Devil Ape and Black Dober's members were in complete awe of Byakuya. And they owed him their lives. Let's go, they won't wake up for a while. Byakuya addressed Irami and the others. From here, he would lead them out of Ward 20 to rendezvous with the other wood clone who had the manager. Director, the mysterious ghoul has appeared at Squad Leader Ammon's position. Director, we've completely lost contact with Squad Leader Ammon's team. No response from anyone. Director, according to reports from another squad, Squad Leader Ammon's entire sector has been reduced to rubble. We can't imagine what methods the enemy used to create devastation on that scale. Director, the mysterious ghoul appears to have led the Devil Ape and Black Dober's ghouls through the perimeter. Directors. In the span of barely a minute, Yashitoki Washu received one urgent report after another. He was completely numb at this point. The appearance of that colossal Kakuja had already made him question his entire worldview. Before he could even catch his breath, bad news kept pouring in. I really can't take much more of this. The priority right now is dealing with the frontline battlefield. The ghouls that escaped have escaped, there's no stopping them anyway. Yashitoki responded wearily. What's the status on Squad Leader Amaha? Has he reached the front lines? A moment later, an investigator nearby relayed the answer. Squad Leader Amaha has reached the front lines. He's currently holding back the colossal Kakuja's assault. Good. Yashitoki acknowledged, but his expression remained bleak. That colossal Kakuja was something even Arima couldn't handle. Could Squad Leader Amaha really succeed? In truth, Yashitoki had already mentally prepared himself for complete defeat and the punishment that would follow. An operation under his command going this badly, the Washu elders definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Though he felt deeply aggrieved, everything that had happened was completely unexpected. Accident upon accident, there was nothing he could do but accept his bad luck. At that moment, Amaha Byakuya arrived at the frontline battlefield. What an apocalyptic scene, he thought. The Susanoo before him was the natural disaster responsible for all of this. Though third stage Susanoo was far from his limit. Squad Leader Amaha is here. Squad Leader Amaha, be careful. That thing's attacks are terrifying. Now that Special Class Arima and Squad Leader Amaha are both here, can we win? Byakuya's appearance sent a wave of excitement through the surrounding investigators. But that excitement lasted only a moment. The enemy they faced was simply too overwhelming. Kishu Arima watched as Byakuya appeared beside him. Though his expression remained impassive, his heart was certainly far from calm. On the other side, the collapsed Ito also spotted Byakuya. With her sharp perception, she quickly understood what was happening. Her eyes filled with bitter resentment. That bastard, he played me completely. Chapter 246. At this moment, Amaha Byakuya and his wood clone faced each other. Since it was his clone, it was naturally under his complete control. An individual almost identical to himself, yet absolutely obedient to him, that was essentially what it meant. The wood clone attacked the moment they met, manipulating Susanoo to swing 4 massive swords at Byakuya. Byakuya didn't try to block head-on. Instead, he retreated at extreme speed, successfully evading the killing zone before the 4 blades descended. Even though the third stage Susanoo clone only possessed half his main body's power, 13's Jason in shield form definitely couldn't block this strike. He didn't want to waste his perfectly good quink for nothing. Boom! The colossal sword struck the ground, producing an earth-shaking roar. Deep gashes appeared in the earth as countless chunks of debris and dust were sent flying. Watch out, get back. Even the flying debris could cause serious harm. The nearby investigators immediately realized the danger and scattered. Byakuya drew 13's Jason and transformed it into cannon form, firing at Suzunu's head. The energy blast struck Suzunu's head dead-on with perfect accuracy, but the result was a perfect demonstration of all smoke, no damage. Not even a scratch appeared on Suzunu's surface. Kishu Arima also attempted to attack Suzunu with Narukami, but the lightning bolt was completely blocked by Suzunu's exterior shell, failing to cause any harm whatsoever. He immediately realized that the being before him was completely beyond his ability to handle. If even Narukami had no effect, bringing out the SSS-rated Quink, Owl, probably wouldn't accomplish much either, not that he had brought Owl to this operation anyway. Arima couldn't help but glance at Byakuya again. With power of this magnitude, why was he still at the CCG? Playing house, pretending to be a ghoul investigator. Meanwhile, Byakuya was actually getting into it. Directly engaging his own Suzunu clone was quite a novel experience. He was treating this as an opportunity to build his combat achievements, so he needed to make it look authentic. That meant having his Suzunu clone go all out from the start. Ui-san, could I borrow Kaishi for a moment? Byakuya called out to Kori Ui nearby. Sure, but it belongs to Haoji-san, not me. Ui immediately tossed Kaishi to Byakuya, not forgetting to make the correction. Thanks. Byakuya caught Kaishi with one hand, ready to seriously engage his Suzunu clone. Unlike Haoji Kusuk, Kori Ui, or Hirako Take, who all needed two hands to wield it, he could easily swing Kaishi with just one hand. After all, his physical strength was on an entirely different level from ordinary people. Next, Byakuya charged up the side of a tilted building. The angle happened to be just enough for someone to barely climb. A sword swept toward him, cleaving the already tilted building in two, but Byakuya dodged without incident. As the severed building began to collapse, Byakuya had already reached the top. He pushed off with both legs, his target being Suzunu's head. The heavy, long sword-shaped Quink Kai, she became light and nimble in his hands. He even used his full strength, gripping Kaishi with both hands as he slashed at Suzunu's head. Clang! However, it was useless. Suzunu's defense was simply too powerful, completely overpowered by the standards of the Tokyo Ghoul world. Byakuya's physical strength combined with Kaishi, one of the top-tier SS-rated Quinks, still couldn't inflict effective damage on the Suzunu clone that possessed only half his power. More accurately, Kaishi was holding him back. Quinks simply lacked the firepower to matter against Suzunu. After the ineffective attack, Byakuya landed smoothly. The surrounding investigators were amazed by first-class Amaha's skills, but seeing that even this couldn't budge the colossal Kakuja only deepened their despair. Just then, Byakuya could sense that the wood clone's chakra was nearly depleted. Suzunu consumed enormous amounts of both chakra and ocular power, especially at the third stage. While he now possessed the eternal Manjikayo Sharingan, that only meant his Sharingan would no longer have side effects and would reduce the burden on his body. It didn't mean his chakra was infinite. The wood clone wasn't his main body. The chakra he had allocated to it was limited, so naturally it couldn't maintain third stage for very long. Byakuya's current overall strength definitely hadn't reached the level of 4th War Edo Tensei Madara. After all, he didn't have the Rinnegan yet. That should be enough, you can head back now. Byakuya mentally instructed his wood clone. The wood clone immediately released Suzunu. But before departing, it used Suzunu's initial form giant hand to grab the one-eyed owl lying nearby, taking it along. This was, of course, also Byakuya's command. It ran, that thing suddenly retreated, and it took the one-eyed owl with it. Does this mean, it's over, I thought I was going to die here today? But the one-eyed owl was taken away, and the other owl seems to have disappeared too. I guess we failed. The surrounding investigators all breathed sighs of relief. Though this operation hadn't been very successful, at least they had survived. They owed it all to squad leader Amaha arriving in time and holding off that colossal Kakuja. It seemed he had worn it down until it ran out of stamina, forcing it to release its Kakuja form and retreat with the one-eyed owl. They had been in complete despair. Squad leader Amaha's appearance had given them a glimmer of hope, at least that terrifying Kakuja wasn't completely invincible. It had a weakness: insufficient stamina. Otherwise, humanity would have had no chance against ghouls in the future. Byakuya's staged performance had taken this into consideration. He didn't want to completely demoralize the human investigators all at once. Little did they know, that was nowhere near Suzanu's true power. Chapter 247. You're saying squad leader Amaha held off the enemy's assault and successfully wore them down until they retreated from exhaustion. Yashitoki Washu was quite surprised when he received the news. Squad leader Amaha had actually been able to handle that colossal Kakuja. Even if it was by wearing the enemy down, that already far exceeded his expectations. At least the CCG hadn't suffered a complete rout. Otherwise, there would be a crisis of confidence. Public trust in the CCG would waver, including the Washu family's position. And as the commander-in-chief of this operation, Yashitoki Washu would have borne the greatest responsibility. In the end, Byakuya had inadvertently saved Yashitoki. Yashitoki relaxed slightly. Though he would probably still face consequences when he returned, at least they wouldn't be as severe. He had Byakuya to thank for that. Yet even now, Yashitoki hadn't realized that Byakuya was actually the mastermind behind all the unexpected incidents. If not for Byakuya's intervention, aside from failing to anticipate the one-eyed owl's descent from the sky, Yashitoki had actually performed quite admirably as commander-in-chief. Ding, host has defeated SSS-rated one-eyed owl. Reward, 400 fusion points. Ding, host has successfully rescued Yashimura Kyuzen. Reward, 100 fusion points. Ding, host has intervened in the entire one-eyed owl suppression operation under the Akatsuki organization's identity. Reward, 500 fusion points. With the non-killing owl and one-eyed owl both vanishing, the largest suppression operation in CCG history came to an end. Byakuya's system was now processing his post-battle rewards. Everyone understood that this operation had been a failure. Though they had defeated the owl, they hadn't managed to capture or eliminate it. There was also another unexpected owl. Most investigators below special class didn't even know that 2 SSS-rated owls had existed since 10 years ago, people like Byakuya and Kori Ui being exceptions. Not only that, but the SS-rated devil ape and black dog had also escaped. The only gains from this operation were defeating one of the owls and driving away some ghouls from the devil ape and black dobers groups. Still, no one felt particularly pessimistic. After everything that had happened, simply surviving felt like something worth celebrating. Ammon's incapacitated squad had been taken to the hospital. They would probably wake up safely before long. Among the other wounded, Shinohara Yukinori's injuries were the most severe. Having had most of his leg eaten by the one-eyed owl and been disemboweled, even immediate hospitalization could only barely save his life. Ward 20, One-Eyed Owl Suppression Operation, from Subsequent Internal Operation Report. Special Merit Recipients: Amaha Byakuya, First Class. Kishu Arima, Special Class. Kori Ui, Associate Special Class. Kiriwa Iwa, Special Class. Shinohara Yukinori, Special Class. Juzo Suzuya, Rank 2. Haoji Kusuk, Associate Special Class. Kaotaru Ammon, First Class. Severely wounded. Kiriwa Iwa, Special Class. Juzo Suzuya, Rank 2. And many others. Incapacitated. Shinohara Yukinori, Special Class. Kaotaru Ammon, First Class. And many others. Deceased. And many others. After the operation ended, Byakuya immediately headed to where the manager and the others were hiding. Manager Yashimura, Kaya Irimi, and Njikoma were all here. The ordinary members of the Devil Ape and Black Dobers had been temporarily settled elsewhere. Once this blew over, they could resume their normal lives. As for Ito Yashimura, she was confined in a dark little room, watched over by Byakuya's wood clone. Given the absurd power the wood clone had displayed, Ito sat obediently in the room without making any rash moves. No matter what she said, the the wood clone ignored her. She understood it was just a clone, so she stopped wasting her breath. When Byakuya's main body arrived, the wood clone dissipated. "Takatsuki-sensei, we meet again." Byakuya smiled at Ito. Ito had long since released her Kakuja form. Now, she sat there with bandages wrapped around her entire body. "Emahikun." Ito's tone was cold. This time, her plans had been completely disrupted by Byakuya, and she was being held prisoner here. She certainly wasn't going to show him a pleasant face. "Don't be like that. It feels like Takatsuki-sensei really hates me now." Byakuya said casually. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Ito asked, unable to comprehend his purpose. "Isn't what I did quite simple?" Byakuya replied evenly. "Rescue everyone from Anteku and stop you from harming the manager. My methods might have been a bit excessive, but that's what I was acting for." "You have that kind of power, yet you did all this just for that." Ito found it hard to believe. But what he said wasn't false. He really had rescued Yoshimura and those two employees one after another. But still, using such overwhelming power for something like this. "What else?" Byakuya said, "Before achieving world peace, you should also protect the people around you. If everyone around you is gone by the time the world is at peace, what's the point?" Another reason he couldn't accept Ito and Arama's approach was that these two had not only sacrificed everyone around them, but in the end, even themselves. Of course, in the original world, they had no other choice. But Byakuya felt that since he had the power to change all of this, there was no need to let those two continue their reckless course. "I was going to say your thinking is naive, but considering your strength, I suppose you're entitled to say such things." Ito immediately retorted. When someone weak or limited in power said such things, it was naive. But for someone like Byakuya who possessed absolute power, it was an entirely different story. "I can see it clearly now. You absolutely have the ability to change this world. I want you to become the true, one-eyed king, not just of Aogiri Tree, but the one-eyed king of this world." Ito immediately extended her invitation. She was certain he had the ability. The true one-eyed king had appeared so many years earlier than she and Arama had anticipated. Chapter 248. Ito had been waiting many years for this moment. Originally, she had planned to change the world herself as the one-eyed king. But then she was attacked by Kishu Arama, who was already a cleaner for the V organization at the time. Back then, her strength wasn't what it was now. Arama, on the other hand, had been at the peak of his physical condition. Naturally, she was defeated. But on the verge of death, Ito realized that Arama was a half-human oppressed by the Washu. She proposed they work together to change this absurd world. Arama accepted her invitation, and from then on became Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king. But Ito and Arama faced a problem. Ito, as a one-eyed ghoul, wasn't the strongest, while Arama, though the strongest, had an extremely limited lifespan. Therefore, neither was suited to become the true one-eyed king. From that point on, they worked together to pave the way for the future, true one-eyed king. Until Byakuya appeared out of nowhere and completely disrupted the plans they had laid for so long. But Ito had also discovered that Byakuya was the perfect one-eyed king. Not only was he a half-ghoul, but he also possessed overwhelming, absolute power. In her view, as long as Byakuya was willing, he could definitely change this world. "But I refuse," Byakuya answered without hesitation. "Is why?" Ito immediately asked. She remembered that Byakuya's attitude toward the Washu was similar to hers. Given that, he shouldn't refuse her. Unless he looked down on them completely. "Because my principles are different from yours. You're willing to sacrifice countless lives and commit endless atrocities just to produce a so-called one-eyed king. You'd even have your own father captured and used as an experimental subject, though I can completely understand why you hate him." Byakuya spoke calmly. "You understand why I hate him, then go ahead and tell me." Ito's attention was immediately diverted. She questioned Byakuya with a sardonic expression. Byakuya hadn't intentionally redirected her attention. Ito was simply sensitive about this topic. "Manager Yoshimura has already told me many things over time. including about your mother, Yukina-san. Byakuya said expressionlessly. As I recall, Yukina-san was a human journalist who deliberately approached Manager Yoshimura to investigate certain truths about the V organization. Perhaps because of that, you came to believe that you were just an incidental byproduct of your father and mother's relationship, something unnecessary. These words, especially the last sentence, struck precisely at the painful place in Ito's heart. Too bad I don't have the power, or I'd really make you shut up. Ito said coldly. So I was right. Seeing her reaction, Byakuya understood immediately. That's right, just as you said, I'm nothing but something unwanted. They brought me, someone whose very existence is sinful, into this absurd world. How could I not hate them? Ito spoke casually. Though I have no memory of my mother at all, so it doesn't really matter. But Kyuzin, or should I say, father, I hate him so much, Tilda. She tried to gloss over the matter of Yoshimura with just that one sentence, as if she were hiding something. I'm sure you hate Manager Yoshimura very much. After all, he killed Yukina-san with his own hands. But I also think you once held a sliver of hope for him. It's just that later, even that hope turned to despair. Byakuya nodded. Ito's expression turned cold. How annoying, you act like you know me so well. Her reaction clearly showed Byakuya had hit the mark. I don't know you that well, just a little. Byakuya said mildly. Ito suddenly felt this guy really deserved a beating. Too bad she didn't have the strength to do it. Otherwise, she would definitely throw a couple of punches at him. You've despaired of this world. Despaired to the point where you could calmly have your father used as an experimental subject. But in the end, that's only because your power is insufficient. Byakuya's demeanor suddenly turned cold. The so-called Washu clan is nothing but a joke in my eyes, yet you're still racking your brains scheming just because of their existence. That's the difference between me and you. When it came to strength, Ito had no rebuttal. After a moment of silence, she spoke. So what are you going to do with me? Kill me, or hand me over to the CCG for credit? Neither. Byakuya shook his head slightly. I have no interest in killing you, and the manager definitely wouldn't want me to kill you either. No matter how cruel you tried to be to him, he would never think of harming you. You should know that in your heart. Ito wasn't stupid. If anything, she was extremely intelligent. If Byakuya could figure out these things based on her circumstances, how could she not have thought of them herself? It was just that she had already completely despaired of this world. She was willing to pay any price to change it. Ito lowered her head slightly, her voice heavy. If he really cares about me, then have him come see me. Sure, actually, I also think the manager has been doing this wrong, only knowing how to protect you from the shadows, never daring to face you. Byakuya agreed immediately. All these years, the manager had never taken the initiative to meet his daughter. It certainly wasn't just because he was worried about the V organization discovering his whereabouts. V didn't have the capability to keep Yoshimura under constant surveillance. The main reason was that the manager felt guilty toward Ito and couldn't face her, because of what he had done to Yukina. He had just waited for Ito to come to Anteku, and when Ito finally did come that one time, she was driven away by the warm, harmonious atmosphere inside the coffee shop. How awkward. As Byakuya left the room to fetch manager Yoshimura, Ito sat there and raised her head slightly, laughing at herself mockingly. Not only had she been outmaneuvered by that guy on the battlefield, but he had also seen through nearly all her secrets. How annoying. But now she was even more curious about what exactly that guy was after. Otherwise, how could he so confidently reject her principles? After a long while, Yoshimura, having recovered from the brink of death, arrived. Eat it. Yoshimura's expression was grave. His wrinkled face seemed to have aged even more. In contrast, a smile of ambiguous meaning appeared on Ito's face, looking somewhat eerie. Long time no see, Dad tilde die red heart. Chapter 249. When he left Ito's room, Byakuya immediately went to find Yoshimura. Renji Yomo, who had already found this place, had brought plenty of carrion. To help the severely wounded Irami, Koma, and especially Yoshimura replenish their RC cells so they could regenerate faster. By now, Irimi and Koma had recovered considerably. Yashimura was at least out of danger. Emahasan. Seeing Byakuya, Yomo's tone was respectful. He couldn't not be respectful. He had already heard from Irimi and Koma about what Byakuya had done. He knew that without Byakuya, Irimi, Koma, and manager Yashimura would probably have met terrible fates. I have something to discuss with the manager first. Byakuya said directly. Of course, the manager is inside. Yomo replied. Byakuya then went in to see Yashimura. Emahakund, you're here. Yashimura was seated, looking much better in spirits. Yes, I just spoke with your daughter. Byakuya said. Is she all right? Yashimura asked with concern. She's fine, I talked with her about many things. In the end, she asked if you could come see her. Byakuya said plainly. Yashimura was silent for a moment. I see. This day had finally come. Yet even at this moment, he still didn't feel mentally prepared to face Ito. My suggestion is, manager, you should go see her. It's rare to have an opportunity like this for a face-to-face meeting. Byakuya said. I'll go now. Yashimura nodded. He knew he couldn't keep running away. There might still be a sliver of hope for reconciliation now, but if he ran away again this time, he would lose even that last chance. Seeing that the manager had made up his mind, Byakuya said nothing more. Yashimura slowly rose, put on his hat, and headed to the small room where Ito was being held. At the door, he paused for a moment before entering. Inside, he saw Ito curled up on the floor. There was a bed right next to her, but she seemed to prefer sitting on the ground. Before Yashimura entered, Ito had already torn off the white bandages from her face, revealing her true features to meet him. Ito naturally recognized Kyuzan. She had seen him during her one and only visit to Anteku, though he hadn't seen her at the time. In other words, this was the first time in all these years that Yashimura had actually seen Ito with his own eyes. Before this, he knew Ito was the one-eyed owl, knew she was Sen Takatsuki, but had never actually seen her. Eat it. Yashimura's voice was heavy. Having called out Ito, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Long time no see, Dad Tilda die. Ito spoke cheerfully. We were supposed to meet under different circumstances, but some little accidents happened, Tilda. The different circumstances she referred to was the meeting that would have taken place before bringing Yashimura back to Aogiri Tree. Yashimura understood what Ito meant. When he had seen the one-eyed owl descend from the sky, he had already known what his final fate would be. After all, he was well aware that Aogiri Tree had been collaborating with Kano. It was only Byakuya's unexpected intervention that had changed everything. You should know, right? If that guy hadn't messed everything up, what would I have done to you, Daddy? Ito asked deliberately. I know, but perhaps that would have been my final atonement. Yashimura said slowly. Even knowing what Ito had planned to do to him, he wouldn't resent her in the slightest. The smile on Ito's face stiffened slightly. This is why I really hate people like you. Always going on about atonement, why don't you actually do something meaningful? She also felt frustrated. If the old man had blamed her or cursed at her, that would have been fine. Instead, he had this accepting, completely non-blaming attitude, which made her feel uncomfortable. Yashimura was momentarily speechless. Though he had always been silently protecting Ito from behind the scenes, none of that was as useful as simply meeting her face to face. Otherwise, many things could never be resolved. Ito sighed softly. Originally, I completely rejected your laughable principles, but now even my own firm principles are starting to waver. It's all that bastard's fault. Originally, she had looked down on Kyuzan's behavior of hiding away in Anteku, barely surviving. So what if he helped many ghouls and maintained peace in Ward 20? Little Ward 20 had almost no impact on the world. But now, that slash from Byakuya's Susanoo clone that had cleaved the building in two had also cleaved a crack in the beliefs she held in her heart. Whether it was the one-eyed king or whatever else, her ultimate goal had always been to change this world, to prevent the tragedy of people like herself, born into sin, from repeating endlessly. Yet Byakuya had displayed absolute power. making all her schemes and her efforts to pave the way for the future one-eyed king into a joke. Byakuya could use absolute power to directly change this world. Why bother with all her redundant efforts? Right now, Ito was questioning herself. Perhaps you could try walking the same path as him. Yoshimura offered his suggestion. No. Ito hesitated briefly before refusing. Without realizing it, Byakuya had beaten her down to the point of stubbornness. She had prepared for so many years, paid countless prices. How could she just give up? Since that guy was unwilling to become the one-eyed king, she would find a way to make him accept. Otherwise, everything she had done would have been for nothing. This was all that bastard's fault. Without Kyuzin as an experimental subject, Kanu, whom she had brought to Aogiri Tree, was completely useless. Her plan to create half-ghouls had fallen through. This path had essentially become a dead end. Unless they could capture a ghoul from the Washu clan to serve as an experimental subject, but that was practically suicide for Aogiri Tree's forces. Furuta had only succeeded because he was Tsunayoshi Washu's illegitimate son. So the only path left before Ito was to find a way to convince Byakuya to become the one-eyed king. Chapter 250. Yoshimura had no intention of interfering with Ito's thoughts. He had never interfered with Ito. He only hoped Ito wouldn't oppose Amahakun. After all, he had already witnessed Byakuya's power. Ito, are you still planning to oppose Amahakun? Yoshimura asked with concern. No, how could I still oppose him? I don't want to die having accomplished nothing. Ito said immediately. That's good. Yoshimura relaxed slightly. As long as Ito didn't oppose Amahakun, whatever she planned to do was fine. Also, then Ito suddenly shifted the topic to Yoshimura. Daddy Tilda, we finally get to meet. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? When facing Kenki Ken or everyone at Anteku, Yoshimura could always speak with philosophical and profound words. Yet when facing his own daughter, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Actually, he had thought about this long ago, what he would say to Ito when she came to Anteku. After all, from the very beginning, he had carefully preserved that classical, elegant coffee cup, waiting for the day Ito would arrive. But now that he was actually face-to-face with Ito, it was as if he couldn't remember anything. For the longest time, he couldn't utter a single word. After a while, seeing Kyuzin still standing there in silence, Ito felt somewhat disappointed, but not particularly surprised. This old man was just like this. Forget it, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. After all, you won't be dying now. After all, that bastard wants you alive, so no one can touch you anymore. Ito spoke casually. So, can I leave now? Being stuck in this tiny, dark place is kind of uncomfortable. It reminds me of certain things from my childhood I'd rather not remember. The certain things, she referred to were her early years in Ward 24. Especially after her adoptive father Nori was killed by the V organization. Until she became capable enough to survive on her own, her experiences in Ward 24 were undoubtedly unbearable to recall. You can go wherever you want. Just then, Byakuya's voice came from the doorway. He had just walked in. So, you were eavesdropping just now. That's not very nice, is it? Ito immediately teased. No, I just happened to arrive. Byakuya replied calmly. Ito naturally knew whether Byakuya was telling the truth or not. After all, she could tell by smell whether he had been standing outside listening. And the truth was just as Byakuya said. Then I'm leaving. Ito immediately stood up, preparing to depart. She had been gone too long. Everyone at Aogiri Tree was surely worried, especially Tatara and the others who still didn't know what had happened. She needed to head back immediately. She just didn't know if that Byakuya bastard would actually let her go. And when Ito passed by Byakuya and walked out the door, Byakuya indeed didn't stop her. At least go introduce yourself to Yomo-san and the others and say goodbye. Byakuya suddenly spoke again. I see, if that's all you're asking, I can accept that. Ito smiled faintly. She took this as Byakuya's condition for letting her leave. It wasn't an unreasonable request, so she was willing to comply. As for Yoshimura, in the end, the relationship between Yoshimura and Ito hadn't improved at all. Reconciliation between them was clearly not going to be easy. In fact, it would be extremely difficult. Things had already reached an almost irreversible point. After all, Ito had been heartless enough to have Yashimura captured as an experimental subject. Though it wasn't just Yashimura, everyone in Aogiri Tree, including Arima and many innocent people and ghouls, were all sacrifices Ito was willing to make for her ultimate goal. But relatively speaking, Arima, Tatara, and others were willing participants. However, with Byakuya's brute force disruption completely scrambling the entire situation, a sliver of hope for reversing the irreversible relationship between Yashimura and Ito had been forcibly created. Perhaps this was what they called miracles through overwhelming force. It was precisely because of Byakuya's overwhelming power that Ito had seen hope for this world. She no longer needed to cling stubbornly to her plan that required enormous sacrifices and had little chance of success. Afterward, Ito came to the hall where Yomo, Irimi, and Koma were. She had to pass through here to leave anyway. Unless she broke through the wall, which Byakuya definitely wouldn't allow, she couldn't make that kind of commotion. Byakuya and Yashimura also came over. Seeing this unfamiliar girl wrapped entirely in bandages and wearing a dark red cloak, her face revealed and showing delicate, cute features mixed with an air of something bewitching. Irimi and Koma were both curious about who this girl they'd never seen before was. Yomo was the quickest to react. He remembered Byakuya saying the one-eyed owl was also being held here, and he knew the one-eyed owl was the manager's child, so he quickly wondered if this girl before him might be the one-eyed owl. The next moment, Ito spoke to Irimi and the others in a friendly manner. "Nice to meet you. I'm Manager Yashimura's daughter, Ito Yashimura. Please take care of me." At this moment, she seemed less like the one-eyed owl and more like the human author, Sen Takatsuki. "Oh, nice to meet you." Irimi was startled. "So the manager has a child. To think you're the manager's daughter. Please take care of us too." Koma was also surprised. Neither of them had known about this because the manager never talked about his family. Even when they asked, he always said he had none. Unlike Yomo, who went out collecting information all the time. Especially since Yomo was friends with Yuta and Itori, both members of the clowns, he had access to even more secret information. Speaking of which, the manager should be quite old by now, right? How come his daughter looks like she's only? Irimi suddenly noticed that Ito looked very young. If Ito had claimed to be the manager's granddaughter, she wouldn't have doubted it. Maybe the manager had children late in life. Koma suggested, "I might look like this, but I'm actually 24 years old." Hearing this, Ito smiled and answered. Chapter 251. "Oh, so you're already 24. You really do look young, Ito-san." Irimi remarked with admiration. She recalled when she had first met the manager 10 years ago. Even at 18, she hadn't looked as young as Ito did now. To put it another way, Ito looked incredibly youthful. But having been malnourished since childhood made it unavoidable. Otherwise, with Yashimura and Yukina's genes, she surely wouldn't have ended up at this height. It was nice meeting everyone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to attend to. With that, Ito glanced at Byakuya, seemingly indicating that she had fulfilled her end of the bargain. "Oh, right." Byakuya suddenly spoke up. "Didn't I mention before that I'd have you agree to one request? You remember, don't you?" He naturally hadn't forgot. In fact, he had been laying the groundwork for this moment back then. Why else would he have refrained from making his request at that time? "Of course I remember. Have you decided what it is?" Ito was somewhat surprised that he would bring it up now. Especially since she now knew the extent of Byakuya's power. She couldn't imagine what request he could possibly need her to fulfill, unless it was something perverse or indecent. "I don't want to do that sort of thing, but I obviously have no power to resist. If that's really what he wants, I'll just have to accept my fate. Anteku will be reopening, though it won't be called Anteku anymore. When you have time, come by and have a cup of coffee." Byakuya spoke as casually as if chatting with a friend, without any commanding tone. Ito was momentarily stunned. She clearly hadn't expected Byakuya's request to be something like this. Yoshimura beside her also looked somewhat surprised. Sure, I'll remember that. With that, Ito departed. As she walked away, she was still thinking about what had just happened. That bastard had actually made such a request. In her view, this was about the simplest request possible. Though it was somewhat difficult for her personally, it offered Byakuya absolutely no practical benefit. She couldn't quite understand. Did that bastard really care that much about the old man? Or was it that he cared about her? But Ito immediately dismissed that ridiculous thought. After Ito left, Byakuya spoke privately with Yoshimura again. Has the manager's relationship with his daughter improved at all? Byakuya asked. Since he genuinely hadn't been eavesdropping outside the door, he didn't know how things had gone between Yoshimura and Ito. No. Yoshimura sighed. As a father, I'm still a complete failure. I suppose so. Byakuya wasn't surprised. Given what had happened between Yoshimura and Ito in the past, it would have been strange if things had improved so quickly. Regardless, I'm eternally grateful to you. Not only did you save everyone from Anteku, but you also gave me the chance to see Ito, even though I failed to make the most of this opportunity. Yoshimura expressed his gratitude. Don't worry about it, you'll have more chances to see each other. Next time Yoshimura-san comes to the coffee shop as a guest, that cup you've been treasuring will finally serve its purpose. I've been keeping it safe at my place. Byakuya smiled. Indeed. A smile also appeared on Yoshimura's face. Speaking of which, we should start preparing to rebuild the coffee shop, but we definitely can't use the name Anteku anymore. As for the new name, do you have any suggestions, Amaha-kun? The name Anteku had already been exposed to the CCG and even to the public. Using it again would only invite more CCG attention. They needed a new name to start fresh. Even if they could no longer help other ghouls, Yoshimura would continue running the coffee shop for the sake of Yukina and Ito. A new name, how about Rei? Byakuya suggested. Re meaning again or anew. This was also the name Yomo and Tauka had given the rebuilt Anteku in the original story, specifically, Rei. So he figured they might as well use that name. Rei, is it? That is indeed a good name. Yoshimura nodded. I'll discuss it with Kaya and the others later. I'm sure they'll like it too. Byakuya, manager, are you both here? Just then, Tauka Kirishima's voice came from outside. It seemed Tauka had found her way here. There were no outsiders or ghoul investigators nearby, so it didn't really matter even if Tauka was shouting like this. Yomo went out to meet her and brought her inside. Irami-san, Koma-san, and manager, you're all okay, I'm so glad. Seeing the three people she had been so worried about all safe and sound, Tauka was moved to tears of joy. She had been so terrified of losing the people around her again. Thankfully, everyone had made it through in the end. It's all thanks to Amaha-san that we could gather here together. Otherwise, I might have already been done in by that big-nostriled guy. Koma said self-deprecatingly. Same here, those 4 investigators and that old lady really gave me a hard time. Irami also smiled wryly. I know, of course I know. This time, almost everything was Byakuya's doing alone. Tauka murmured. Then she shifted her gaze to Byakuya. Even now, it still feels unbelievable that you actually consider us your comrades. So, how do you see me? Tauka suddenly changed direction, her serious expression tinged with a faint blush. Oh ho! Irami and Koma's ears immediately perked up. They could naturally tell what Tauka's question implied. Yomo remained as expressionless as ever. As a good uncle, he certainly wouldn't interfere in Tauka's matters of the heart. Yoshimura maintained his gentle smile throughout. He was gradually noticing that there seemed to be quite a few girls who liked Byakuya around him. Kirishima-san. Byakuya was somewhat caught off guard by Tauka's sudden question. Don't call me Kirishima-san. Tauka immediately said with displeasure. You're always Kirishima-san this, Kirishima-san that, but you call that Rise woman Rise-san. Isn't that unfair? Chapter 252. Then, Tauka-san. At Tauka's request, Byakuya immediately changed how he addressed her. And how exactly do you see me? Tauka pressed Byakuya for an answer. Having nearly lost her comrades, this time had changed her somewhat. She had become bolder and more direct. Now she could face her own feelings honestly. Like was like, dislike was dislike. She didn't want to wait until the day she truly lost someone before suddenly regretting it. Though at this moment, Tauka still couldn't be completely bold and direct. The blush on her face had deepened even more. Well, naturally, as a very important comrade. Byakuya responded in a joking tone. Hearing this, displeasure immediately showed on Tauka's face. Clearly, this wasn't the answer she wanted. I was just kidding. Only then did Byakuya smile and speak seriously. I like you, Tauka-san. That's why I went to such lengths to protect everyone. That's more like it. Tauka muttered softly. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, momentarily too embarrassed to meet Byakuya's gaze. Even though she had prepared herself mentally beforehand, she still hadn't expected to feel this flustered when actually facing this moment. Just then, Irami keenly noticed the word everyone. She tentatively asked Byakuya, I'm also a bit curious about how Amahasan sees me. I like you too. Byakuya answered candidly and concisely. Irami fell silent for a moment. Just as she had suspected, a question mark seemed to appear above Tauka's head. And what about Koma-san and manager Yoshimura? Irami continued asking. I like them all. Byakuya continued to answer. Come on, Amahasan, even the devil ape can get embarrassed, you know. Koma laughed and scratched his head. Yoshimura just smiled without saying anything. Honestly, Irami sighed. That's not the kind of answer Tauka was hoping for. Sure enough, Tauka's expression had become somewhat strange. But what Byakuya said was the truth. If he didn't like Anteku, he wouldn't have gone to such trouble to help them. It was just that. The meaning of like might not be the like that Tauka wanted. Forget it. Tauka sighed softly. No matter how much of a temper she had, she wouldn't get angry at Byakuya. After all, he had just saved everyone at Anteku. Anyway, I've made myself clear. From now on, call me Tauka. And I like you, that's all, goodbye. With that, Tauka fled as if escaping. She was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Irami-san, Koma-san, and the manager were all watching. My Tilda. Koma sighed with feeling. It's good to be young. Did you hear that, Amaha-san? Your answer should have been like Tauka's. Irami teased Byakuya. Haha. Byakuya gave an awkward laugh. He thought to himself that he had now thoroughly become a scumbag. But fortunately, this was the alternate world of Tokyo Ghoul. Surely it didn't matter. Right. But regardless, he would definitely take responsibility. Once manager Yoshimura and the others had mostly recovered from their injuries, they began preparing to rebuild the coffee shop, renaming it Ray. The chosen location was still in Ward 20, but definitely not in the same spot where the original Anteku had been. The old Anteku had been sealed off by the CCG and would be under investigation for some time. However, all the documents from Anteku's interior had already been organized and disposed of by Irami, so now it was simply an empty shop with no investigative value. There was also one difference from the original story. In canon, Ken Kenki had been an Anteku employee. Shinohara and Suzuya had visited Anteku while investigating Kenki's connection to the gourmet, which meant they had seen the manager, Tauka, and the others' true faces. But in Byakuya's world, Kenki had no connection to the gourmet, so Shinohara and Suzuya never investigated Anteku. As a result, to this day, the CCG still didn't know what the non-killing owl actually looked like. The only concern might be how the Washu would view the rebuilt, whether they would try to hunt down Yoshimura or something else. Byakuya would decide on countermeasures based on the specific situation when the time came. For now, it was time to bring back Roma Hoito, Hinami Fugachi, and the others who had been in hiding. He just didn't know if Roma had already run off. In the original story, she had disappeared without a trace after Anteku was raided by the CCG and never showed up at the rebuilt Ray. Byakuya followed Yomo to the evacuation point. Yomo had taken everyone to Ward 4 to hide, since this was indeed the safest and most reliable place for him. Yomo-san, Byakuya Neichin. Finally seeing Byakuya and Yomo, the long-anxious Hinami immediately called out. Mayu, Ryauko Fuguchi, Washuchika, and Roma Hoito were all here as well. Since they hadn't gone outside, they still didn't know what had happened to Anteku. Amaha-kun, how is Anteku? Is the manager okay? Ryauko asked worriedly. She had already mentally prepared herself for the worst. They're all fine. Though they suffered varying degrees of injury, they've mostly recovered by now. Byakuya responded. That's wonderful. Ryauko immediately relaxed. Hinami was even more delighted. Did you save them, Onia-chan? She had learned from Yomo that the CCG was deploying almost all their forces against Anteku. She had worried that the manager and the others might be in grave danger, and guessed that her brother had helped everyone again. Yes, according to the manager and the others, Amaha-san's appearance completely turned the tide of the entire battlefield. Yomo spoke gravely. Without Amaha-san, Irimi-san, Koma-san, and the manager might all have. Chapter 253. Before Byakuya and Yomo arrived, Roma had gone to have a little gathering with Yuta and Itori. Nico and Sauta, Furuta, were also present. These 5 were the current members of the clowns. As for the third clown king, Priest, he was still locked up in Cochlea prison. So how did it turn out in the end? Roma asked curiously. A complete mess. An absolute disaster, all thanks to a mysterious ghoul throwing everything into chaos. Only Furuta among the 5 kept his Sauta mask on throughout as he narrated the owl suppression operation. That mysterious ghoul is most likely Amaha, you know, the Amaha-sama that Roma likes so much. Tilda. A ghoul? Amaha isn't a pure ghoul, is he? Another mixed-blood aberration. Yuta licked the eyeball in his hand, whether real or a model, who knew, as he spoke casually. He had smelled Byakuya's scent before, and could confirm he wasn't a pure-blooded ghoul. According to my information, the CCG's original objective was total annihilation. Who would have thought Amaha-kun would make such a mess that most of them survived? Pretty impressive. Tilda. Itori sipped her red wine. Well, he is the man I've got my eye on. Tilda. Nico said with a smile. He likes beauties like Rise-san. He's not going to look at a drag queen like you. Itori said bluntly. That doesn't stop me from quietly watching over him from behind the scenes. Tilda. Nico said indifferently. Only Sauta remained silent on this topic. Too bad we didn't get to see anything interesting happen. Let's do something more entertaining, shall we? Yuta said blandly. Roma put on her clown mask. If life is boring. Tilda. Sauta, living has no meaning. Nico, the beard has grown out. Itori, the ones who laugh last. RS, the clowns. The group continued their playful banter. However, when the scene shifted to Byakuya and Yomo's arrival, Byakuya seized the moment when no one was paying attention and pulled Roma into a room alone. Amaha-sama, you look really scary like this. You're not going to do something rough to me, are you? Roma immediately shrank into the corner, her voice trembling delicately. Byakuya's expression was ice cold as he pressed forward, cornering Roma against the wall. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, You're one of the clowns, right? You can seek your entertainment however you like, but if you dare cause trouble, don't blame me for not being sentimental. Ah, tilde. Apparently Roma's ears were a sensitive spot. Byakuya's whisper made her instantly go weak, collapsing into a duck-sit position on the floor. Byakuya was rendered speechless. This woman. I understand. Amaha-sama was so scary just now. Roma pressed her finger to her lower lip, speaking in a sweet, coy manner. Cut the act, you're what, 50 years old? Byakuya couldn't help but say. If he remembered correctly, Roma was around 50 years old. Though her appearance looked about 20, her act of being a cute young thing still made one want to punch her. How mean, I'm clearly a beautiful young maiden. Roma immediately protested. Anyway, do you understand? Byakuya couldn't be bothered to keep bantering with Roma. Understood. Roma finally became somewhat serious, though her excited manner made it seem like something good had happened. Good. Byakuya wasn't going to waste any more time on Roma. Where did you go just now, Byakuya Neichin? Seeing Byakuya disappear for a while and then reappear, Mayu asked curiously. Roma, who had emerged alongside him, immediately chimed in. Amaha-sama just did some naughty things to me, Tilda. Naughty things? The innocent Mayu looked confused, seemingly unable to understand what naughty things meant. Naughty things? Hinami's reaction was different. The slight blush on her face clearly showed she understood more than Mayu did. Washuchika imagined a scene of Byakuya doing a kabedon to Roma, and in fact, that much was actually what had happened. No, I just had a word with this idiot about something. Byakuya explained with an indifferent expression. I'm not an idiot. Roma immediately protested. But joking aside, what Byakuya had just done was indeed effective. Roma wouldn't dare have any ill intentions toward the people around him now. At the same time, he was warning the entire clown's organization. Otherwise, those people would be hard to feel at ease about. However, after Roma learned of Byakuya's performance during the owl suppression operation, she hadn't dared to easily offend him anyway. Completely ignoring Roma's protest, Byakuya addressed Hinami and the others. The manager and the others are now preparing to rebuild the coffee shop. It'll be renamed from Anteku to Rei. Life will continue as before. For now, let's go meet up with the manager and the others. Under Byakuya and Yomo's guidance, everyone returned to reunite with the manager. This included Roma as well. Since all of Anteku's members were safe, she had no thought of running away anymore. She planned to continue seeking entertainment at the new coffee shop. Breaking plates daily would naturally remain an essential activity. Yoshimura used his own money to select a shop in another location in Ward 20 that was larger than the original Anteku. He still had plenty left from the wages he had earned while working for the V organization, more than enough to establish a new coffee shop. With help from Irami and Koma's subordinates, the coffee shop named Rei was quickly completed and opened for business. The CCG had no time to pay attention to a quietly opened coffee shop in Ward 20, they didn't even know about it. The events of the owl suppression operation had left them with no leisure to monitor every corner of Ward 20. As for the Washu, they also showed no movement for now. After all, the greatest threat to the Washu was no longer the one-eyed owl or the unknown one-eyed king. It was the mysterious ghoul named Madara, who had appeared during the owl suppression. Chapter 254. Apart from the deceased, the most severely injured in this owl suppression operation were the partners Shinohara Yukinori and Juzu Suzuya. Suzuya's right leg, severed by the non-killing owl, had already been treated and bandaged. His body was no longer in danger, and he could move around normally in a wheelchair. Today, Byakuya came to the hospital to visit. He visited Kurowa Iwao, Kaotaru Ammon, and others in succession. Kurowa's left hand, severed by the non-killing owl, would never return either. But fortunately, he could still use his quink with his right hand, and he could be fitted with a prosthetic suitable for combat. As for Ammon, he had already fully recovered. He was staying at the hospital only as a precaution against any potential aftereffects. However, the pollen released by deep forest bloom had only knocked Ammon and his squad unconscious. It wouldn't cause them any actual harm. The most terrifying aspect of this ninjutsu was its ability to make people collapse the instant they inhaled the pollen, and its range was enormous. Byakuya had deliberately limited the range of deep forest bloom back then. Otherwise, it would have covered an even larger area. Though the one who had used deep forest bloom was one of Byakuya's wood clones. Even if the clone had gone all out, it would only achieve half the power of Byakuya's main body. Afterward, Byakuya went to see Suzuya. Suzuya was sitting on his hospital bed, gazing out the window. He seemed not to have noticed someone arriving at the door. Suzuya. Byakuya called out first. Only then did Suzuya turn his head. When he saw Byakuya, a glimmer of life finally appeared in his previously vacant eyes. Byakuya, you came. Suzuya spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. Are you okay? Byakuya asked with concern. I'm fine, it's just Shinohara-san. Suzuya lowered his head and fell silent. Shinohara-san will be fine too. Byakuya said. Thank you, Suzuya said. Byakuya, I want to go see Shinohara-san. Can you take me there? Of course. Byakuya nodded. Suzuya got into the wheelchair, and Byakuya pushed him to Shinohara's room. Kiriwa was also at the door, having come to check on Shinohara's condition. But the reality was that Shinohara's situation was extremely dire. Due to excessive blood loss and severe trauma to the brain, he's now in a state similar to a vegetative state. The doctor beside them spoke grimly. His consciousness will never recover. Even the doctor had said so, and without using the word may. Even if the doctor had said, his consciousness may never recover, it would have meant Shinohara had almost no hope. But without even a may, it meant there was no hope at all. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely heavy. Only Byakuya knew that once the dragon cells from dragon were applied to medicine, Shinohara would be able to wake up and even make a full recovery. Dragon cells shared a similar origin with the RC cells in GHOUL's bodies. In the original story, everything Kanu had done was to apply dragon cells to medicine. If this had happened earlier, his mother, who had been suffering from a terminal illness, wouldn't have died untreated. It was only after discovering that the Washu were the main obstacle to the combination of ghouls and medicine that Kanu became what he was now. As it turned out, Kanu's goal had been good. The combination of ghouls, or rather, dragon cells, with medicine had allowed modern medicine to advance by leaps and bounds. Even terminal cases like Shinohara, who would have been in a vegetative state for life, could be cured. At least it wasn't your dominant hand, Iwa. Just then, a voice came from behind. Kiriwa turned around, slightly surprised. Former Special Class Iba. Former Special Class, I retired a long time ago. The man corrected him. The newcomer was Fujishige Iba, a former Special Class investigator of the CCG. At 50 years old, his spirit still seemed strong, though his right sleeve hung empty. He had participated in the owl suppression operation 10 years ago, the one where the non-killing owl had impersonated the one-eyed owl while attacking the Ward 2 CCG branch. He was the one who had lost his right hand to the non-killing owl and had also been Shinohara's superior. That was why he could empathize that at least Kiriwa hadn't lost his dominant right hand. Back then, losing his right hand had caused his combat ability to decline drastically, leading to his immediate retirement. Standing before the hospital bed and looking at his former subordinate and disciple, Iba sighed. This fool was really unfilial to his superior. Suzuya had remained silent for a long time. Even after Byakuya, Iba, and the others left, he continued to watch over Shinohara's room. After an unknown amount of time, a beautiful young woman suddenly entered the room. Seeing Suzuya beside the hospital bed, she immediately asked, "Are you, Suzuya?" Suzuya was dazed for a moment, before quickly realizing who she was. He immediately bowed deeply, his voice filled with self-reproach. "I'm sorry. If I had performed better, Shinohara-san would." "Suzuya, you don't need to do that. I'm an investigator's wife. I was prepared to face any unexpected situation long ago." The woman spoke gently. "Yukinori, he always thought of you as his own child." Much later, Shinohara's wife also left. Suzuya continued keeping vigil. Late at night. "I'll work hard for both of us, please rest well." Suzuya leaned against Shinohara's bedside and gently kissed his forehead. "Good night, Shinohara-san." Ward 1 Main Office, General Chairman's Council Chamber. Commander-in-Chief Yashitoki Washu and Vice Commander Maruditsuki were giving their final report on the owl suppression operation to General Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu. "We failed to capture the most important target, the one-eyed owl. We also allowed a mysterious ghoul named Madara to disrupt the situation. The owl's escape is largely due to that Madara. This failure was due to my lack of foresight. I deeply apologize." Before the General Chairman, even though he was facing his own father, Yashitoki maintained a humble, subservient posture. "We must eliminate Aogiri trees, one-eyed owl, no, the one-eyed king, at any cost." Tsuneyoshi's stern expression remained unchanged. "As for the ghoul named Madara, designate him as the CCG's highest threat level. Codename Madara, SSS-rated target." Chapter 255. The Washu were now facing threats on two fronts. The one-eyed king and one-eyed owl of Aogiri Tree on one side, and the mysterious Madara, who had appeared from nowhere on the other. The Washu had already discovered that the one-eyed owl and the one-eyed king were not the same person. That alone had been enough to give them headaches. Before they could deal with the major threat of Aogiri Tree, an even greater threat had suddenly emerged. "We understand." Yashitoki responded with his head lowered. As for Marud beside him, he didn't dare speak at this moment. Though he usually liked to badmouth the general chairman in private, when actually facing the one known as Demon Tsunayoshi, he didn't dare act out of line, especially after the owl suppression operation they had commanded had yielded essentially no results. Additionally, regarding first-class investigator Amaha Byakuya's performance this time, it seems to have exceeded even Arama's. He held off the Kakuja, Binge Eater, Shachai, and several other dangerous ghouls. In the end, he also held off that Madara, who appears to have some kind of cloning ability. Otherwise, our failure would have been even more severe. Yashitoki said. "Kakuja, Binge Eater." Tsunayoshi fell into thought. However, he still hadn't connected Binge Eater with Rise. He was simply curious about this suddenly appearing Kakuja. It seemed all these individuals were allied with that Madara. First-class Amaha has also proposed a concept, drawing from Akihiro Kanu's half-ghoulification surgery to form a special squad of half-ghoulified members. Yashitoki continued. Chief Researcher Chijio apparently already has a plan. It will be much safer than Kanu's surgery and has been tentatively named the Quink surgery, if the surgery proves viable. He was doing this at Byakuya's request, presenting the proposal to General Chairman Tsunayoshi for approval. This kind of matter naturally required the General Chairman's final decision. Tsunayoshi's thoughts were pulled back. As long as Chijio Koitsu's Quink surgery succeeds, name that squad the Quink Squad. Tsunayoshi approved the concept Byakuya had proposed. Understood. The Quink Squad can be used to counter any half-ghoulified weapons that Aogiri Tree might develop in the future. Yashitoki said. Going forward, the Quink Squad would be established with Byakuya as the lead and person in charge, Kyoko Ora as advisor, and Kurona and Nashiro as the first members. The Washu's intention was to have Byakuya's Quink Squad and Arama's Squad Zero specifically counter Aogiri Tree and Madara. Ding, host has completed Choice 2, propose establishing the Quink Squad to CCG. Reward, 50 fusion points. This was a choice mission that had been activated back when he investigated Kanu's underground laboratory. Only now had he received the reward. Looking at it this way, the General Chairman must have approved it. Byakuya wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Quink Squad had existed in the original story. The only difference was that the Quink Squad's members had changed from Hei's Sasaki to Kurona and Nashiro. Byakuya's objective had been achieved. Kurona and Nashiro could continue working normally at the CCG in their capacity as half-ghouls. However, Chiju's Quink surgery was still in the experimental stage and hadn't been formally applied to investigators yet. It would probably take some more time before the Quink Squad reached its official scale. The current Quink Squad was just being established to accommodate the special cases of Kurona and Nashiro. By now, the twins' half-ghoul status was no longer a secret within the CCG. But with Kyoko Ora, and especially Byakuya overseeing the Quink Squad, even investigators with strong prejudice against ghouls wouldn't dare say anything. Their excessive bias against ghouls naturally extended to viewing half-ghouls with suspicion as well. After all, half-ghouls were still closer to ghouls than humans. Natural-born half-ghouls like Ito were more balanced, but artificial half-ghouls like Kurona and Nashiro lacked something crucial that Ito had: they couldn't eat normal human food. Just like in the original story, even with Chiju's help, Hei's Sasaki couldn't consume human food. Perhaps no amount of RC suppressants could reduce an artificial half-ghoul's levels enough to eat normally. To enable Kurona and Nashiro to eat normal food, there was only one way: infinite Tsukuyomi. The owl suppression just ended, and everyone's currently in recovery mode. Since we have this rare opportunity, why don't you all come over to my place again? You can try my cooking." While Byakuya and the others were preparing for the upcoming Quink squad, Kyoko Ora suddenly extended an invitation. The so-called recovery mode meant that the key participants were currently resting and didn't need to go out on investigation or extermination missions, just the occasional patrol. It wasn't as if the entire CCG was on vacation. If that happened, Tokyo would descend into chaos, and ghouls could hunt humans with impunity. "Sure, Kyoko-ni." Byakuya agreed casually. Hearing Byakuya address Special Class Aura so intimately as Kyoko-ni, both Kurona and Nashiro simultaneously took note. "Byakuya, since when did you become so close with Special Class Aura? You're even calling her Kyoko-ni." Kurona immediately asked. "That's right. Did something happen between you and Special Class Aura while Kurona and I weren't around, Byakuya-ni-chan?" Nashiro followed up. "I asked Byakuya to call me that. It makes me feel like I have a little brother." Before Byakuya could respond, Kyoko had already explained for him. Then Kyoko moved closer to Kurona and Nashiro, speaking to them in a tone laden with meaning. "Don't worry, I won't steal your Byakuya. After all, I'm your superior right now." But the thing was, Kyoko hadn't said she wouldn't take him once she was no longer their superior. Chapter 256. Caught off guard by Special Class Aura's perceptive remark, both Kurona and Nashiro's cheeks flushed slightly. They hadn't expected Special Class Aura to have already noticed. "Also, why don't you two call me Kyoko-ni as well? We're partners, so there's no need for such formal address." Kyoko said. "All right then, Kyoko-ni." "Kyoko-ni." Kurona and Nashiro spoke simultaneously. They also felt that Kyoko-ni rolled off the tongue more easily than Special Class Aura. Ward 1, the Aura residence. Byakuya, Kurona, and Nashiro had been invited to visit Kyoko's home. The interior looked cleaner than last time. Clearly Kyoko had made an effort to tidy up. At the moment, Kyoko was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Kyoko-ni, do you need any help?" Byakuya asked. Kyoko slid open the kitchen door. "If you don't mind, I'd appreciate it." "It's no trouble." Byakuya went in to help. Before long, Kyoko noticed that Byakuya's knife skills were exceptionally good. Despite being so young, he possessed remarkably refined technique. Much of this was due to the immense enhancement the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had given Byakuya. Otherwise, his knife skills would have only been decent and practiced. "Byakuya, I had no idea your knife skills were this impressive. Could you teach me?" Kyoko asked. "Sure, though I'm not sure how to teach." Byakuya said. "Actually, you just need to help me cut these slices of meat. Let me feel the rhythm of it." Kyoko said. "All right." Following Kyoko's request, Byakuya stood beside her, ready to help with the meat slicing. "This isn't very convenient, just stand behind me," Kyoko added. Byakuya suddenly felt like this might not be entirely appropriate. But since Kyoko-ni didn't mind, there was no need for him to overthink it. He then positioned himself behind Kyoko, standing very close. He needed to use his right hand to guide hers as she held the knife. Only through this hands-on approach could she truly feel the technique. Kyoko seemed to be quite enjoying this moment. After all, it was she who had requested this arrangement. Having noticed that both Byakuya and Kyoko-ni were in the kitchen, Kurona and Nashiro became somewhat concerned. They quietly slid the kitchen door open, just a crack. Kurona peeked through from above while Nashiro looked from below, spying on what was happening inside. What they saw was Byakuya and Kyoko-ni in this intimate posture. Both Kurona and Nashiro's eyes widened. This was clearly beyond a normal relationship, wasn't it? Without them knowing, Byakuya and Kyoko-ni's relationship had already become this close. Earlier, Kyoko-ni had told them she wouldn't steal Byakuya from them, but the scene before them was completely unconvincing. Kuro Shiro, spying on others isn't very polite. Just then, Kyoko's voice reached them. Obviously, Kurona and Nashiro had been discovered. Since they'd been caught, the twins stopped hiding and openly slid the door open. "Kyoko-ni, what are you two doing?" Kurona couldn't help asking. Nothing much. I just asked Byakuya to teach me how to cut vegetables. His knife skills are much better than mine. Kyoko said blandly, as if this were just an ordinary little thing. I see. Kurona nodded, half believing. Though both twins had their doubts, Kyoko was their superior. They couldn't exactly question her. The situation had become rather awkward for Byakuya. Byakuya and Kyoko brought out the prepared dishes. Unfortunately, Kuro and Shiro can't taste these right now. There are plenty of drinks in the fridge, help yourselves. Kyoko said, with a hint of regret. Now that she knew about Kurona and Nashiro's past experiences, she naturally understood they couldn't eat normal food anymore. But ghouls could drink beverages. That was at least some small consolation. Thank you, Kyoko. Kurona and Nashiro nodded. Byakuya's conviction regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi had never wavered, but at this moment, it became even more resolute. Ward 20, Ray. The new Anteku had been rebuilt and was now officially open for business. The manager was still Yoshimura. The staff were still the same as before, even Roma hadn't run off. The ghoul customers who had frequented the old Anteku quickly learned of its reconstruction and flocked to visit. Mainly because the CCG's raid on Anteku had caused such a massive commotion that almost every ghoul in Ward 20 now deeply admired manager Yoshimura. One reason was that, thanks to the CCG's disclosures, everyone now knew manager Yoshimura's true identity was the legendary SSS-rated owl. Roma Hoito, also SSS-rated as the Dodgy Mother, had been imprisoned by the CCG for so many years that she had long since faded from prominence in the ghoul world. So in most ghouls' minds, the owl was practically the only SSS-rated ghoul. But now there was new information. There was another SSS-rated owl, Aogiri Tree's one-eyed owl. Rumors had it that Aogiri Tree's one-eyed owl was the child of that old man, Yoshimura from Anteku. In the hearts of ordinary ghouls, Yoshimura had become a true legend. As a result, ghouls from other wards often came to visit, all seeking Yoshimura. Amaha-san, my brothers want to repay you for saving their lives. They asked me to check if there's anything you need help with. Koma approached Byakuya. My sisters feel the same way. They want to repay your kindness. Irami added, repaying kindness. When Koma and Irami mentioned this, Byakuya suddenly remembered something. Expanding the Akatsuki organization's size could earn fusion point rewards. The Devil Ape and Black Dobers were two ghoul groups with quite a substantial number of members. Chapter 257. If you really want to repay me, the organization I've just established happens to need people. You could join under your identities as the Devil Ape and Black Dobers. Rather than calling it absorption, it's more like a partnership. Byakuya said, of course, if you're unwilling, you can refuse. It's fine with me, truthfully, you don't need to repay me at all. He certainly wouldn't force Irami and Koma. If they were willing, that would be great. If not, he wouldn't press the matter. An organization. Is it the mysterious organization that appeared during the big battle with the CCG? Koma immediately asked. I heard about that too. Besides Aogiri Tree, an unknown ghoul organization also appeared. Apparently, it really spooked the CCG commanders. Irami added, it's called a mysterious organization, but it's actually almost all people you know, including Tauka-san. Byakuya said with a smile. I see, now I understand. Both Irami and Koma grasped the situation. It was just Rise and the others. Only now did Irami and Koma realize that Tauka and Rise had also joined the battle that day. Wait, I almost forgot the main topic. Koma steered the conversation back. Regarding Amaha-san's request, if we can't even fulfill this much, how can we talk about repayment? That's right, besides we're all family anyway. Irami smiled. You could say Anteku operates in the shadows now, while Amaha-san's organization is in the light, but it's still all the same people. Correction, it should be Rei now. Anteku is in the past. Koma pointed out. And so, the Devil Ape and Black Dober's ghoul groups both became part of the Akatsuki organization. Ding, host has expanded the Akatsuki organization to 20 members. Reward, 20 fusion points. Ding, host has expanded the Akatsuki organization to 50 members. Reward, 50 fusion points. Ding, host has expanded the Akatsuki organization to 100 members. Reward, 100 fusion points. In an instant, the Akatsuki organization's membership exceeded 100, and Byakuya received the corresponding fusion points for each milestone. Following the recent owl suppression operation, the devil ape and black dobers had suffered significant casualties, but their combined numbers still exceeded 100. This was quite impressive. After all, even Aogiri Tree, currently considered the strongest ghoul organization, only had a few hundred members. During the Ward 11 Aogiri Tree suppression, over 200 of them had been eliminated. At this moment, Byakuya suddenly realized he hadn't checked his accumulated fusion points in a while. He opened the system panel to take a look. Fusion points, 2,520, cumulative, 6,000. He could see that from the owl suppression operation, until now, he had earned nearly 2,000 fusion points. That battle had been especially rewarding. He remembered having only 700 or 800 before. However, Byakuya wasn't in a rush to spend these fusion points. His current strength was already unmatched anyway. Whether or not he added points made little difference now. Everything from here on was for activating the infinite Tsukiyomi. First, he needed to raise his fusion progress to level 5. At that point, he should be able to evolve from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the Rinnegan, one of the prerequisites for activating the infinite Tsukiyomi. Just the Rinnegan alone would require another 5,000 fusion points to reach level 5. Then there were the 9-tailed beasts, the Jido statue, and so on, all of which would burn through fusion points. But Byakuya wasn't worried. As long as he accumulated enough fusion points, he would eventually gather everything he needed. Compared to that, everything else was trivial. I'll save these 2,000+ fusion points for now. If I really need them, I can use them later. Byakuya thought to himself. Just as Byakuya was reading with Hinami, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated and rang. Little Hinami, sitting on his lap, was startled. "Huh, what's that?" Hinami nearly jumped up. "Sorry, that's my phone." Seeing little Hinami's slightly flushed cheeks, Byakuya smiled awkwardly. "Oh." Little Hinami shyly lowered her head. As for why she was shy, well, those who understood would understand. Before answering, Byakuya glanced at the caller ID and discovered it was from Ito Yashimura. "Hello, is there something you need, Takatsuki-sensei?" Byakuya answered. "Takatsuki-sensei." Hearing Takatsuki-sensei from her brother's mouth, Hinami immediately became curious. She leaned back against Byakuya, her ear positioned just below his phone, able to hear the conversation. Byakuya naturally didn't mind letting Hinami listen to his conversation with Ito. "Still calling me Takatsuki-sensei? Shouldn't you be calling me Yashimura-san?" Ito's voice came through. "That works too, though I think Takatsuki-sensei rolls off the tongue better." Byakuya replied. "Yashimura-san." Hearing this, Hinami became confused. She remembered the manager was also named Yashimura. Why would Takatsuki-sensei share the manager's surname? Was it a coincidence, or was Takatsuki-sensei the manager's daughter? Also, little Hinami is right here listening. You can probably imagine her confused expression right now. Byakuya added, "Oh, Hinami-chan is there too. Ha ha ha. Looks like she doesn't know yet about my relationship with that old man Yashimura." Ito laughed. "Yeah, but she probably knows now." Byakuya responded. "Oniya-chan is Takatsuki-sensei, really the manager's daughter?" Hearing her brother and Takatsuki-sensei teasing her, Hinami immediately asked. Before Byakuya could answer, Ito spoke first. "That's right, surprising, isn't it, that I'm actually that old man's daughter?" I really didn't expect that. I've never seen Takatsuki-sensei at Anteku." Hinami said. Of course, little Hinami didn't know about the past between Yashimura and Ito. Only a handful of people knew those things. Yashimura had only really told Byakuya. Ito's voice took on a wistful tone. "Yeah, I never went there. I'll come by in a couple of days to see you, Hinami-chan." Chapter 258. Really, that's wonderful. Hinami exclaimed happily. I'm actually a bit surprised you're willing to visit so soon. Byakuya remarked. Surprised? I'm just fulfilling your request. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to see that old man. Ito said with a light laugh. So you called just to tell me this, or is there something else? Byakuya asked. I wanted to invite you out for a drink. I also have some things I'd like to discuss with you. Ito said. So, the usual place. That's right, I'll be waiting for you there. Then she hung up. Is Oniachan going to meet Takatsuki-sensei? Hinami asked. Yes. Byakuya nodded. I see, then let's finish this book next time. I've already placed a bookmark where we stopped. Hinami said. Good girl, Hinami. Byakuya patted her head. I'll be going now. Goodbye, Oniachan. If possible, could you get me another autograph from Takatsuki-sensei? Hinami handed Byakuya the small notebook she had been using for her drawings. Of course. Byakuya nodded slightly. At the same coffee shop as before, Byakuya had arrived on the second floor. Hello, Tilda over here. Spotting Byakuya coming up, Ito waved at him. She was sitting by the window. Byakuya walked over. At the moment, Ito was naturally dressed as the human author, Sen Takatsuki, an innocent-looking, harmless, cute girl. I've already ordered ahead. It should arrive soon. Until then, let's just chat. Ito said casually. Byakuya didn't care what Ito had ordered. He got straight to the point. Hinami asked me to get your autograph. She wants you to sign this notebook. Seeing Byakuya produce Hinami's notebook, Ito asked curiously, Hinami-chan's notebook. Do you mind if I look inside? Should be fine. Byakuya handed the notebook to Ito. Since she was going to sign it anyway, he had to give it to her eventually. Ito first signed her name on it, then flipped through the pages. Page after page revealed drawings by little Hinami. Though the style was rather rough, almost like a child's doodles, you could still make out what Hinami had drawn. The earlier pages were mostly about Hinami and her parents. Later, Byakuya, Tauka, and others began to appear, with Byakuya showing up most frequently. These are really nice, I'm almost jealous. Ito smiled as she returned the notebook to Byakuya. She wasn't joking. Hinami's family was so much more complete than hers. Not only were both parents present, but she was also cared for and protected by everyone at Anteku. In comparison, she herself had. Sometimes, Ito's offhand jokes could already be planting seeds of resentment against you. She was extremely vindictive. Shinohara Yukinori had been tortured into a vegetative state simply because he'd said something slightly wrong that irritated her, and Shinohara hadn't even realized he'd said anything wrong. Of course, it depended on who was involved. Shinohara was a CCG investigator. In Ito's eyes, he was either an enemy or someone whose life or death didn't matter, just a chess piece. But Hinami was different. Ito had always been rather friendly toward Hinami. Moreover, Hinami was someone close to Byakuya. Jealous? Well, I suppose so. After all, Hinami is far happier than you. Byakuya said calmly. Your childhood experiences in Ward 24 are beyond what the manager or I can imagine. Only you know what kind of hell that was. Talking about that now is meaningless. It's been 10 years. I stopped caring long ago. Ito said, with an indifferent look in her eyes. But Byakuya could detect a trace of displeasure deep within them. He knew Ito was never the type to easily let things go. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so vindictive. Still, even though Hinami-chan is happy, she must have her own worries, right? Ito deliberately changed the subject. Actually, I could tell from those drawings. The more recent ones especially, you can feel the anxiety in her strokes. What do you mean? Byakuya asked. He could already guess. Hinami's worries were probably about not being able to help everyone at Anteku, especially during the owl suppression, when all she could do was flee to Ward 4 for safety. At Hinami-chan's age, there are always things you can't solve on your own, situations where you feel helpless, where you don't know what to do. I went through that phase too. Ito said, so, could you tell Hinami-chan for me that whenever she's struggling, she can reach out to me anytime. I'll answer as long as I'm not working. I'll let her know. Byakuya nodded slightly. By the way, you're being so nice to Hinami-chan. Is it also for gathering material for your writing? Byakuya saw right through Ito's true purpose. Correct, I didn't expect you to see through me so easily. Ito admitted with a smile. But I really do like Hinami-chan. That doesn't conflict with wanting to use her as inspiration. I know you won't hurt her. So what I meant was, when she needs it, I'll be counting on you to have heart-to-heart talks with her. Byakuya said. Having Ito, this kindred big sister, counsel little Hinami wasn't a bad idea. Also, if you didn't burden yourself with so much, if you weren't constantly thinking about changing the world at any cost, you could probably live quite happily too. Byakuya then steered the topic back. Hearing this, Ito fell silent for a moment. Who knew what she was thinking? Then she finally spoke. I'd like that, but what can I do now? Everything I had planned was thrown into chaos by you. If you'd agree to become the one-eyed king, I wouldn't have to worry about so much. Ito said, taking the opportunity. Then she watched Byakuya's face, observing his reaction. Chapter 259. This again, if it's just the title of One-Eyed King, that's one thing. But if you want me to endorse Aogiri Tree's ideology, that's impossible. Byakuya felt somewhat exasperated. Ito kept fixating on this One-Eyed King business. Just the title would be fine too. Ito said immediately. She knew perfectly well that given the absolute power Byakuya had displayed during the owl suppression, her ideology was no longer the only solution. She was simply unwilling to accept it, which was why she was being stubborn about the One-Eyed King thing. If Byakuya were truly willing to inherit the title of One-Eyed King, it would feel better to her than having all her efforts go to waste. However, Byakuya said expressionlessly, I said it was one thing, I didn't say I'd accept. There was nothing in it for him. Why should he have to inherit the title of One-Eyed King? It would only benefit Ito. Ito clicked her tongue lightly. She thought she had succeeded. I heard that loud and clear. Byakuya couldn't help but comment. Ah, the set meal is here. Ito waved to the approaching server. Over here, I'm the one who ordered. Byakuya glanced over. It was, as always, the couple's set meal. Takatsuki-sensei still enjoys joking around. Byakuya said mildly. Don't you like this sort of thing? Ito countered. I thought you liked me. Otherwise, why would you care so much about the situation between me and my father? She had been wondering about this since the day she met Yoshimura. Especially since Byakuya's request had been for her to visit Kyuzen's coffee shop. That was pretty obvious. If you insist on putting it that way, then yes, I suppose I do like you. Byakuya didn't deny it. Otherwise, why would he bother meddling in their affairs? He clearly felt that Yoshimura and Ito, this father-daughter pair, had too many regrets between them. And he did like this pair, which was why he cared about these matters. Otherwise, he could have taken an entirely different, extreme approach, using his investigator identity during the owl suppression to capture both the non-killing owl and one-eyed owl, which would have also earned him plenty of fusion points. He simply didn't want to do that. Admitting it without any embarrassment. Ito found this quite interesting. Because there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Byakuya said calmly. If you like me, why won't you agree to my request? Inheriting the title of One-Eyed King is just a small thing for you, isn't it? Ito pressed. Probably because I don't like you enough for that. Besides, liking someone never means you have to give one-sidedly. Byakuya said, everything I've done is because I wanted to do it, not because I had to. There's a fundamental difference. The like he spoke of might not mean the same thing as Ito's like. After all, his like included both Yoshimura and Ito as a father-daughter pair. How troublesome, so as long as you like me enough, that's all it takes. Ito rested her chin on her interlaced fingers. Come to think of it, you like my books, right? From now on, I'll give you all my works for free. Byakuya was momentarily speechless. As if he couldn't afford to buy books, though admittedly, books in Japan were quite expensive. Joking aside, I called you out for two reasons. First, I was curious why you cared so much about my situation with Kyuzen. I think I've gotten my answer. As for the second reason. Ito finally became serious. I wanted to ask you, if I really do show up at Kyuzen's coffee shop as Sen Takatsuki, and the ghouls at Anteku learn about my relationship with Kyuzen, it'll be easier for the Washu to discover my existence. Basically, this puts me in a difficult position. Once the Washu discovered that the human author, Sen Takatsuki, was Yoshimura's daughter, she would constantly face the risk of being exposed. Even with her current level of power, the V organization remained a formidable threat. That's simple, I can guarantee your safety. Byakuya said evenly. Oh, you said it yourself. When the time comes, you must take responsibility for me. Ito emphasized. She naturally believed Byakuya had the ability. All she needed was his verbal commitment. No problem. Byakuya nodded. Then that settles it, time to eat. Ito immediately started eating. Byakuya smiled faintly and prepared to casually have some coffee and dessert. Shortly after they started, Ito spoke again. Byakuya, you're about to be promoted to Associate Special Class soon, right? Are you planning to keep playing around in the CCG? Her mouth was still full of food, making her words a bit unclear. Notably, Ito's way of addressing Byakuya had changed. Who says I'm playing around in the CCG? From your perspective, I suppose there's no reason for me to work for a CCG controlled by the Washu. But I have my own plans. Byakuya chatted with Ito like friends, eating and talking casually. Is that so? I thought so, that this was part of your plan, no wonder. Ito could naturally consider this possibility, so her expression showed no surprise. By the way, among the participants in the last owl suppression, one of them is Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king, right? Byakuya suddenly brought this up in a casual tone. Ito's gaze flickered. You figured it out, does that mean you already know who it is? I ran into Tatara. He was muttering about clearing the way for the king. And since you're not the one-eyed king, and no ghoul fitting the profile appeared during that time, it means the one-eyed king was among the CCG participants. Byakuya analyzed something he already knew with a straight face. If I'm not mistaken, the one-eyed king should be Arama-san, right? Ito fell silent momentarily. She hadn't expected Byakuya to actually deduce Aogiri Tree's current one-eyed king. Chapter 260. Don't worry, I'm just mentioning it in passing. Personally, I have great respect for Arama-san. Byakuya said. What do I have to worry about with you? I was just surprised. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Ito laughed lightly. Given Byakuya's power, if he truly wanted to harm her and Arama, he wouldn't need to beat around the bush. He could just take direct action. So she had no reason to worry about this. Yeah, Arama-san being Aogiri Tree's one-eyed king was quite surprising to me too. Byakuya said mildly. After all, he's also V organization's cleaner. Rise must have told you that. Ito said. Actually, Arama and I started working together long ago. But after all these years of effort, everything went to waste overnight a little while ago. The little while ago she referred to was naturally the owl suppression. She was clearly alluding to Byakuya. Nothing I could do about that. When it comes to the manager, I won't back down. Byakuya said casually. If he had handed the manager over to Ito to be used as an experimental subject, wouldn't everything he had done have been for nothing too? I know. I'm not going to keep dwelling on it. If there's no need for that old man to sacrifice himself, I don't really want him to die like that either. He's still my father after all. Ito continued to speak harshly about her old father. But Yoshimura had truly wronged Ito far too much. Even his desperate efforts to protect her from the shadows couldn't make up for the suffering she had endured. Not only had she been alone and helpless in the extremely chaotic and dangerous Ward 24, but her mother had been killed by her father's own hand. Ito's despair toward the world was one matter. Her resentment toward her father was another. Changing the world was certainly more important than her private grudge against her father, but that didn't mean Ito didn't harbor such feelings. So even though Ito continued to speak disrespectfully about the manager, Byakuya said nothing. That would naturally be for the best, as long as manager Yoshimura is fine. Byakuya also made his stance clear. You. Ito sighed. All right, I understand now why you care so much about me and Kyuzen. I happen to have some free time in a couple of days. I'll drop by your coffee shop, though honestly, I'm pretty free every day. As long as there was hope of changing this world, as long as she didn't have to bear such enormous pressure alone, there was nothing absolutely irreconcilable between her and Yashimura. Now Byakuya was the hope in her eyes. In her view, Byakuya's success was only a matter of time. She just didn't know what his plan actually was. There was no hatred that absolutely required mutual destruction. Just like in the original story, when the dragon orphans appeared, humans and ghouls, now facing a common enemy, had formed cooperation and peace. Ken Kanki, who became the One-Eyed King, was only one of the main contributors. Furuta Nomura, Kano Akihiro, and others also deserved significant credit, as they had driven the emergence of Dragon. Almost every element had been indispensable. Takatsuki-sensei is always welcome. Byakuya responded with a smile. Speaking of which, didn't you establish a ghoul organization? It appeared during the last suppression, didn't it? Ito suddenly asked. That's right, that's also part of my plan. Byakuya nodded slightly. More precisely, it was an important component for earning fusion points. This could also be considered part of the Eye of the Moon plan. I see, no wonder you were dressed like that. Your organization's other members should have the same attire. That'll make it easier to tell you apart next time. Ito said casually, while sipping her coffee. Actually, I think Aogiri Tree could merge with the organization I've established. After all, our ultimate goals are the same, even if our specific plans and ideologies differ. Byakuya suddenly remembered the matter of expanding the Akatsuki organization. Aogiri Tree had several hundred members, if not 1,000. Merging them would surely yield plenty of fusion points. I didn't expect you to have such plans. Ito was somewhat surprised. While merging is certainly possible, don't you think it'd be a loss for me if I don't set some conditions? Of course, if the other party intended to forcibly absorb them through power, then there was no question of loss, and she couldn't resist anyway. She was speaking this way with Byakuya because he hadn't shown an aggressive or domineering attitude. What conditions? Don't tell me you still want me to inherit the title of One-Eyed King. Byakuya guessed. He felt that any condition Ito might propose would be closely related to this. I won't bring up something you can already guess. If I'm going to make a demand, it'll be one you won't expect. As for what exactly that is, I'll tell you once I've decided, Tilda. Ito said mysteriously. This seemed to be mimicking Byakuya's earlier approach. He had ultimately made a request that surprised her. As you wish. Byakuya said mildly. Ito narrowed her eyes slightly. Your indifferent attitude is really annoying. I'll definitely come up with a condition that'll shock you. I'll look forward to it. Byakuya's demeanor remained calm. Oh, right, if we're going to merge. Shouldn't you tell me what your organization is called? Ito asked. Akatsuki, the Akatsuki of Dawn, that's its name. Byakuya answered. Akatsuki. Hearing this name, Ito suddenly thought of something. I recall your current partner at the CCG is a girl named Akira Mato, right? Don't tell me your Akatsuki organization is named after her. Naming an organization after a girl you like. Wouldn't that be a bit too lame, Tilda? Ito took the opportunity to tease Byakuya. And also, Mato, such a distant surname. Ito still remembered the female investigator known as Associate Special Class Mato, whom she had killed 10 years ago. Chapter 261. That's definitely not the case, just a coincidence. Amaha Byakuya immediately dismissed the notion. Had Ito Yashimura not brought it up, he really wouldn't have noticed the coincidence at all. Of course, Ito knew perfectly well that Byakuya wasn't so shallow or predictable. She was merely teasing him. Is that so? Though I suppose compared to humans, ghoul girls are more to your taste anyway. Ito shifted angles in her teasing. Enough with the nonsense. Byakuya couldn't be bothered to continue this banter. Fine, fine, Tilda. Ito's expression turned cheerful. But once we merge our organizations, we'll definitely have to give the Washu a nice surprise. I really want to see the looks on those Washu bastards' faces when the time comes, Tilda. What kind of surprise are you planning for them? Byakuya asked with some curiosity. Ito promptly moved close to Byakuya's side, whispering something in his ear with an air of great mystery. Ward 1, CCG Main Office. Byakuya, Kiryu Mato, and Akira Mato were currently discussing the recent owl suppression operation. The non-killing owl and the one-eyed owl, Kiryu sighed. I never imagined there would be two owls. When he'd helped the special class investigators defeat the owl, he thought he'd finally achieved his revenge. But it turned out his target had been completely wrong all along. The one they'd defeated was the non-killing owl, not the true one-eyed owl. The real one-eyed owl had descended and defeated them all within moments. Kiryu himself had blacked out immediately. The one who really killed Mom should be that one-eyed owl who appeared afterward, Akira said. Most likely, Byakuya agreed. Discussing this matter with the Mato father and daughter left him feeling somewhat conflicted. But I think I'm about ready to give up, Kiryu said, his expression tinged with sorrow. Just defeating the non-killing owl cost us dearly. We threw nearly everything CCG had at it and barely succeeded. And honestly, I could tell during the fight that he didn't want to battle us. He had more than one opportunity to kill any of us, yet he didn't. His instincts were sharp, and they hadn't dulled during combat. He could sense that the one called the non-killing owl, rather than fighting them, seemed to be seeking death. He didn't know why the non-killing owl would act that way, but his point was this. They'd barely won against an opponent who was actively trying to die. Kiryu looked at Akira. I've heard what happened, that Akira encountered attacking Aogiri Tree executives that day. If investigator Amaha hadn't arrived in time, Akira might not have made it. I don't want to lose another family member. In pursuit of revenge against the one-eyed owl, both he and Akira had nearly died during the owl suppression operation. His own death meant nothing. Having long since set aside concerns for his own life, he wouldn't flinch in the face of death. But Akira was different. Having already lost his wife, he absolutely couldn't bear to lose his daughter, his only remaining family. And the most frustrating part was that despite their enormous sacrifices, the owl they'd defeated was the non-killing owl, not the one-eyed owl. All these factors contributed to Kiryu's wavering resolve. He'd come to accept that he lacked the ability to exact revenge on the one-eyed owl. The next time he faced it, he would most likely die. If it were just his own death, fine, but he didn't want Akira following the same path in pursuit of vengeance. His words about giving up were also meant for Akira to hear. As for himself, he would continue finding ways to cultivate excellent investigators. Shinohara Yukinori, Hauji Kusuk, and Kaotaru Ammon had all been his former subordinates, all outstanding investigators. He recognized that while he lacked the ability to take revenge personally, he had the ability to train others. Cultivating more excellent investigators to oppose the one-eyed owl, that wasn't truly giving up. Father, Akira was momentarily speechless. She had never tried to dissuade her father from his obsession with revenge, but hearing him say he was ready to give up didn't feel like a bad thing either. Hatred was complicated, impossible to judge simply as right or wrong. There was no clear moral answer when it came to revenge. But if her father died in pursuit of vengeance someday, she would be devastated. So hearing her father finally waver actually brought her a small measure of relief. At least this way, she wouldn't lose him too. The weight of the topic left Byakuya uncertain what to say, especially since it touched on the Mato family's private matters. The heavy atmosphere lasted only a moment before Kiryu spoke again. Based on headquarters analysis, the one-eyed owl appears to be the non-killing owl's child. Do you have any insights on this, Investigator Amaha? The non-killing owl's territory, Ward 20, was your jurisdiction. Correct, the one-eyed owl should indeed be the non-killing owl's child. Byakuya thought to himself that he could finally contribute something normal to the conversation. According to post-battle reports, the non-killing owl has aged significantly compared to 10 years ago. In contrast, the one-eyed owl has grown much stronger and more robust. We can confirm the non-killing owl is elderly, while the one-eyed owl is in its prime. Moreover, their Kakuja forms 10 years ago were extremely similar. The one-eyed owl's current form only changed because it underwent metamorphosis. That level of resemblance isn't possible between unrelated ghouls. So we can deduce that the non-killing owl's actions have always been about protecting its child, the one-eyed owl. But from its first appearance 10 years ago until now, there's no record of it killing anyone, hence the name, non-killing. It's probably an old man atoning for his past self and for his child. That's likely why he seemed so intent on dying when he fought you. Byakuya provided his analysis. His reasoning was sound. Anyone could see that a Kakuja as highly developed as the non-killing owl couldn't possibly have never killed anyone. It was just that for these past 10 years, or more accurately, the 20-plus years since falling in love with Yukina, Yoshimura had laid down his blade and become gentle. A ghoul with emotions like a human's? How revolting. Kiryu shook his head. That's still how I feel about those ghouls, but if I ever had the chance to sit down and have a real conversation with that one, the non-killing owl, I think it would be quite interesting. Kiryu suddenly pointed at his own neck. Come to think of it, when that creature had the chance to take my head off, it seemed to deliberately miss. I actually want to ask him face to face whether that was intentional. Chapter 262. The non-killing owl should still be alive. Word is he was rescued by that mysterious ghoul called Madara. Perhaps you'll have a chance to speak with him directly someday, Investigator Motto. Byakuya said this knowing that if the timing was right, he could arrange such a meeting himself. Investigator Motto. Kiryu immediately corrected him with a serious expression. I think you could just call me father-in-law. That would be more appropriate. Note, in Japan, the more common form would be Atu-san dad. Investigator Motto is joking again. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. He knew Kiryu had a habit of delivering jokes with a completely straight face. Akira sat expressionless and silent, but her eyes betrayed obvious turmoil. I wasn't joking just now. Kiryu stated plainly. Akira asked me once when my first kiss with her mother was. My instincts immediately told me, could it be that you and Akira have already kissed? His words were meant to confirm this with both Byakuya and Akira simultaneously. Byakuya didn't know how to respond, since he had to consider Akira's feelings. Akira's composure wavered further, her carefully maintained calm expression on the verge of cracking. Meanwhile, other investigators in the area had overheard Kiryu's words. The main hall's rest area couldn't possibly be occupied by just the three of them. A kiss, what does that mean? Could it be that Investigator Amaha and Investigator Motto have already? That's obviously what it means, and it came straight from Motto-san himself, Akira's father. I recall Akira Motto being quite popular within CCG. How many boys are going to be heartbroken now? If the competition is Investigator Amaha, then it's game over for anyone else. Besides, an excellent beauty like Miss Motto would naturally have high standards. The investigators began chattering enthusiastically. At this point, Akira finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. Seeing her sudden movement, the surrounding investigators fell silent. She addressed Kiryu. Father, you've had too much to drink. You should go home and rest. I haven't had any alcohol today. Kiryu responded immediately. No, you're definitely drunk. Akira wasn't having any of it. She began pushing Kiryu toward the exit. Kiryu didn't resist, letting Akira push him out of the CCG main office, knowing she was just embarrassed. Though Akira's personality was very similar to his own, she was still a young woman. Compared to him, she was naturally more prone to embarrassment, mainly because Kiryu had said such things in front of so many people. No need to be so shy. You've already kissed, now's the time to launch a fierce offensive and seal the deal. Outside, Kiryu offered his advice. Akira maintained her expressionless facade. This is my own business. Father needn't concern himself. Father should focus on taking care of his own health. Your injuries from the owl suppression haven't fully healed yet. You should go home and rest properly. All right, Tildo, I understand. I'll head back then. Before leaving, Kiryu left one final remark. When you spot an opportunity, seize it properly. Don't wait until it's too late to have regrets. Akira made no response. Who knew what was going through her mind at that moment? Afterward, Akira returned to the rest area and sat back down in her original spot, her expression unchanged. As if nothing had happened at all. "What about Investigator Mado? Has he gone home?" Byakuya asked. "Yes, he wasn't feeling well. He went home to rest." Akira replied calmly. "I see." Byakuya nodded slightly. Following this, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere grew awkward. All because of that kiss during the owl suppression operation. Akira hadn't actually been mentally prepared at the time. She'd acted on impulse. About last time. Just as Akira was about to clear the air, an unexpected voice interrupted her. "Amaha-senpai, so this is where you are." Haru Aihe happened to be passing through the main hall's rest area and spotted Byakuya sitting across from Akira. Having run into Amaha-senpai at the main office, a rare occurrence, she naturally had to come over and say hello at the very least. "Investigator Aihe." Byakuya turned around to find that it was indeed Haru. He'd recognized her by voice alone. Haru's tone and manner of speaking were quite distinctive. "By the way, is this Amaha-senpai's current partner?" Haru walked right up to Byakuya and sat down in the seat beside him. Even though she didn't know Akira at all, that wouldn't stop her from catching up with her beloved senpai. "That's right, this is Rank 2 Investigator Akira Mado." Byakuya nodded. "Current, what do you mean by that?" Akira picked up on the nuance immediately, directing her question at both Byakuya and Haru. "Oh, Miss Mado might not know, I was actually Amaha-senpai's first partner, though only a temporary one." Haru smiled pleasantly at Akira. "Is that so?" Had Haru not mentioned it, Akira wouldn't have known this. But Akira's expression remained unchanged. She simply said flatly, "Regardless, I was the first official partner." "True, but a temporary partner is still a partner. I was here first." Haru's smile didn't waver either. Byakuya sensed that Haru and Akira seemed to be at odds somehow, though he couldn't quite understand what there was to compete over regarding partners. "Akira, this is my temporary partner from when I was investigating the GHOUL organization, Gray Straw. First class investigator Haru Aihe. That happened to be right when we were about to become official partners." Byakuya interjected, introducing Haru to Akira. "Investigator Aihe." Though she inexplicably found Haru somewhat disagreeable, Akira still used the polite form of address out of courtesy. "Amaha-senpai always calls me Investigator Aihe, but he addresses his current partner by her first name. How unfair." Haru began objecting to Byakuya's choice of address. Chapter 263. "So, should I call you Haru too?" Byakuya offered tentatively. "Great Tilde, then I'll call you Byakuya-senpai Tilde." Haru immediately changed her form of address as well. Meanwhile, Akira sat quietly sipping her tea, appearing unconcerned with what was happening before her. "I have something to take care of, so I'll be going now. I'll come find you next time, Byakuya-senpai." "Byakuya-senpai, Miss Mado, goodbye Tilde." With that, Haru rose and departed. Though there had been a small interruption, it didn't stop Akira from saying what she wanted to say. She continued the topic Haru had cut off. "About what happened last time, did it cause you any trouble, Investigator Amaha?" "And what exactly?" Byakuya could roughly guess what she meant, but since Akira hadn't specified, he wanted to confirm. Akira fell silent for a moment. She took a deep breath internally, then addressed Byakuya with a calm expression. "I mean when I forcibly kissed you." Though she spoke quietly, not wanting those around them to overhear, she still articulated every word clearly. That incident didn't cause any trouble actually." Byakuya said. "That's good, it was something I did on my own initiative. I developed feelings for you of my own accord, that's what I wanted to say. Well then, I should be going too." Akira laid everything out plainly, her expression betraying no emotional fluctuation. But the moment she finished, she rose and left. Her seemingly composed face actually concealed considerable inner turmoil. She'd said her piece and immediately departed, clearly because she was reaching the limits of her composure. Now only Byakuya remained sitting there alone. What Akira had just said, that was essentially a confession, wasn't it? Her feelings for him hadn't come as a surprise. Even a fool would have understood after that kiss. But her directness in confessing was somewhat unexpected. Now that he was alone, there was no point staying here. Ito was supposed to visit the renamed Anteku, this afternoon anyway. He might as well head over to the cafe. Ward 20, Ray. The cafe was bustling with customers again today, almost entirely ghouls. Before heading to the cafe, Byakuya had stopped home to retrieve the elegant, antique cup that Yoshimura had entrusted to him. For today, that cup was something very important. Oniai-chan, teacher Takatsuki is coming today, isn't she? Spotting Byakuya, Hinami Fuguchi immediately came over to ask. Yes, she said sometime this afternoon. I don't know the exact time, though. Byakuya replied. That makes sense. After all, teacher Takatsuki is a famous author and very busy person. Hinami said. Byakuya smiled without comment. He knew Ito was actually quite free. As a traditional author who published physical books in single releases, she didn't need to spend hours each day rushing to meet deadlines. From when she'd started in the industry until now, about 10 or 11 years, she'd produced several medium to long works and dozens of short pieces. A medium to long work was roughly a few 100,000 characters per book. Adding all her works together probably amounted to several million characters total, averaging out to a few 100,000 per year. She definitely wasn't writing every single day. At Aogiri Tree, Ito was basically a slacking executive on paper, with Tatara handling the visible operations. Add in the occasional fan meetup or similar event, and that was essentially Ito's daily life. So Oniai-chan, are you free today? If you are, would you keep reading this book with me? Hinami tugged at Byakuya to continue the book they hadn't finished last time. Of course I'm free. Byakuya nodded. I knew Oniai-chan was the best to me. Hinami exclaimed happily. She then settled herself comfortably on Byakuya's lap, having long grown accustomed to this arrangement. Plus it made reading together much easier. Little Hinami likes Amaha-san so much, Tauka's going to get jealous Tilda. Kaya Irami teased Hinami with a playful smile. Huh, then I like Tauka-nichan the most too. Hinami quickly amended her statement. All right. Kaya felt somewhat awkward. That wasn't what she'd meant at all. In fact, it was the complete opposite. But since Hinami hadn't picked up on the implication, she decided not to say anything more. Just then, Mayu approached Byakuya. Oniai-chan, could you help me put on lipstick? I can't do it well myself. With the monthly salary she received from the manager, she'd been spending on cosmetics and pretty clothes. The only problem was that she'd just started experimenting with makeup and couldn't even apply lipstick properly yet. It always came out wrong. I don't really know how either. Byakuya answered honestly. Seeing Mayu's expression immediately turned disappointed, Byakuya quickly added, but I'll try my best to help you. Okay, then I'm counting on you, Oniai-chan. Mayu nodded happily. She handed him the lipstick, then leaned closer to make it easier for him to reach her lips. Hinami was good friends with Mayu, so she didn't mind her reading time with Oniai-chan being briefly interrupted. At the same time, she was curious about the lipstick. She wanted to see what Mayu-nichan would look like wearing it. Byakuya knew nothing about applying lipstick. He could only rely on his keen perception for precision and play it by ear. Whether it turned out well was anybody's guess. If it didn't, he could only say he'd tried. Mayu's cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected being watched so closely by Oniai-chan while he focused on her lips to be so embarrassing. But she certainly didn't dislike the feeling, so she didn't resist at all. Done, I think. Byakuya wasn't sure himself. It felt about right to him. Fortunately, after checking in a mirror, Mayu seemed quite satisfied. It looks so good, much better than when I do it myself. Glad you're happy with it. Byakuya said. Hello Tilda, Amaha-kun, Hinami-chan, did you miss me? Just then, Ito suddenly appeared behind Byakuya and Hinami, waving at them with a grin. She'd successfully startled Hinami, who spun around and exclaimed, Taket. But before she could finish, Ito covered her mouth. Ito maintained her smile while making a SHH gesture with her finger. Chapter 264. Although Ito had already received Byakuya's promise to take responsibility for her safety. With so many customers in the cafe right now, ghouls though they were, still a motley crew, it was best not to let Hinami blurt out that she was Sen Takatsuki in front of everyone. In crowded places like this, I'd prefer if you didn't say my pen name out loud, Hinami-chan. Ito explained while still covering Hinami's mouth. MMPH MMPH. Hinami nodded quickly, only able to make muffled sounds with her mouth covered. You can just call me Ito-nichan, that's actually my real name. Then Ito released her hand. Hinami hadn't expected to learn teacher Takatsuki's real name by accident. She exclaimed happily, "Okay, Ito-nichan." Good girl. Ito smiled and patted Hinami's head. You're here. Byakuya smiled at Ito. Of course I am. I wouldn't break my word about something like this. Ito replied casually. In truth, she'd been pacing outside the cafe for a while before coming in. She wasn't nearly as composed as she was letting on. Oni-chan, who is this pretty little sister? Mayu asked from nearby. Since both Ito and Hinami were around 150 centimeters tall, Mayu had instinctively assumed Ito was the same age as Hinami-chan. Now, I'm not a little sister. If anything, you should be calling me big sister. Ito smiled. Mayu looked utterly confused. This big sister is already a 24-year-old old lady. Can't tell, can you? Ito said. 24. Mayu's expression shifted instantly from confusion to surprise. As for who I am, Tilda. Ito continued cheerfully. I'm your Oni-chan's rumored girlfriend. Or rather, I should put it the other way around, your Oni-chan is my rumored boyfriend. That's roughly the relationship. Rumored boyfriend. Mayu immediately sensed that this big sister, had an unusual relationship with Oni-chan. She's asking who you are, not your relationship with me, and you're not my rumored girlfriend. Byakuya corrected her flatly. Don't be so literal, I was just joking. Ito laughed. Then she actually answered properly, I'm Ito Yashimura, and you? I'm Mayu. It took Mayu a moment to process. The next instant, she realized the other person's surname was Yashimura. Recalling that the manager was also surnamed Yashimura, Mayu immediately asked, could you be the manager's granddaughter? Wrong, it should be daughter. Ito corrected her. Oh, I see. Mayu nodded, somewhat surprised. Just then, Ito noticed Byakuya and Hinami's positioning. She stroked her chin and teased, so Hinami-chan and Amaha-kun have already gotten this close. Understanding what Ito-nichan was implying, Hinami's cheeks flushed, but she made no attempt to deny it. Ito was about to ask where the manager was when her gaze happened to catch Roma Hoito over by the dishes. She'd seen Roma during her attack on Cochlea, so she naturally recognized her. Even if she hadn't seen her then, she knew who Roma Hoito was. When they'd raided Cochlea, they'd tried to recruit Roma for Aogiri Tree, only for her to refuse with boring as her reason. Ito knew that after Roma had escaped Cochlea, she'd been hanging around Anteku. She's still here and hasn't run off yet. Roma had also noticed Ito's gaze. She could likewise recognize the one-eyed owl in human form. Rather than avoiding her, Roma walked right over. New customer, you were just looking at me. Roma smiled, playing dumb. What is it? Have we met somewhere before? Having already been exposed as a clown by Byakuya, she was actually in a safe position now. She understood she just needed to behave herself. Besides, she and Ito each had dirt on the other, knowing each other's identities, so she faced Ito without fear. What Roma hadn't considered was this. Between herself and Ito, whose side would Byakuya favor? Ito's smile didn't waver. She projected even more confidence than Roma, going so far as to say outright, of course we have. Didn't we meet at Cochlea last time? The moment Roma saw Ito's expression, her sharp instincts told her something was off. So when Ito had only gotten as far as cock, Roma was already trying to stop her. Wait, you can't just say things like that. Roma started to panic, finding herself at a disadvantage against Ito. She hadn't expected this woman to be like a self-detonating truck, leading with self-exposure. If word got out that Roma had escaped from Cochlea, she wouldn't be able to stay at Ray anymore. After all, Tauka and the others still believed she was just a weak ghoul seeking shelter. I'm not saying anything untrue, Tilda, but if Miss Hoyto prefers I don't mention it, I can keep quiet. Ito's smile remained. Her confidence in this standoff with Roma came directly from Byakuya's promise to take responsibility for her. In her view, she was clearly worth more than this clown skulking around in the shadows. Haha, Yashimura-san, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Roma laughed it off, trying to move past the topic. Afterward, Ito stopped giving Roma a hard time and stopped acknowledging her entirely. She'd never had any respect for these aimless clowns who only knew how to amuse themselves. Weren't you worried about exposing your own identity just now? Byakuya asked Ito quietly. Her self-detonating truck behavior had surprised even him. Ito immediately leaned close to his ear and whispered cheerfully, "What's there to worry about? Didn't you say you'd take responsibility for me?" Chapter 265. Fair enough. Byakuya felt somewhat exasperated. So her trump card was just him. Observing Ito's intimate gesture with Byakuya, Roma roughly understood why Ito could so casually self-detonate earlier. She felt helpless. Unfortunately, she herself was already an old lady. She definitely couldn't compete with Ito in that regard. So she was destined to lose to Ito on that front. By the way, where's the manager? I haven't seen him anywhere. Ito asked. Miss Ito, the manager just happened to go upstairs for something. Kaya Irami spoke up from nearby. Thanks, I'll go find him. Ito showed a mild smile. Hinami-chan, let's go upstairs together. Ito also addressed Hinami. Okay, Tilda. Hinami followed Ito, preparing to go upstairs together. Only Byakuya remained seated, unmoved. Not coming along, you've always been so concerned about my situation with Kyuzin. Ito asked Byakuya. Byakuya smiled wordlessly and stood up. He could tell Ito was feeling awkward and wanted a familiar face to come along, but he saw through it without calling her out. Upstairs, they found not only Yashimura, but also Tauka Kirishima. With plenty of staff at the cafe now, Tauka could take breaks upstairs to study. Byakuya, Hinami, and this is. Seeing the quiet, sweet-looking girl with green hair beside Byakuya, Tauka wondered who she might be. She'd never met Ito before. The time she'd gone to find the manager and Byakuya at the shelter, Ito had just left moments earlier. They'd perfectly missed each other. Ito. Yashimura spoke involuntarily upon seeing his daughter appear. The manager knows her too. Hearing the manager's reaction, Tauka immediately asked. We meet again, Dad Tilda. Ito smiled at Yashimura. Dad, what? Tauka was stunned, looking incredulously between Ito and Yashimura. She never imagined the girl before her could be the manager's daughter. You must be little Tauka, right? I've heard about you from Amaha-kun. Ito greeted Tauka. As you heard, I'm the manager's daughter. Oh, is that so? He told you about me. This piqued Tauka's interest. I never said anything of the sort. Byakuya almost wanted to retort, but held back. That's right. He said there's a very hardworking, very cute girl named Tauka at this cafe. Ito smiled. Upon hearing this, Tauka felt both happy and flustered, fidgeting with the pen in her hand. Damn Byakuya, now I can't concentrate on studying at all. Meanwhile, Yashimura had gone to retrieve the cup he'd kept for Ito all this time. Since you've come all this way, sit down and have some coffee. Yashimura poured Ito a cup of coffee he'd personally brewed. He'd waited so many years for this moment that his hand trembled slightly as he poured. His emotions were overwhelming. Amaha-kun, Hinami-chan, would you like some too? Yashimura asked. Yes, thank you, manager. Thank you, manager. Byakuya and Hinami both nodded. Ito picked up the cup. This cup is quite pretty. She took a sip. This was her first time tasting Yashimura's coffee. Both Yashimura and Ito had been influenced by Yukina. Yashimura had opened the Anteku Cafe in Ward 20 for Yukina and Ito. Ito, meanwhile, enjoyed frequenting coffee shops for creative inspiration. Only, before today, Ito had never once set foot in the cafe Yoshimura had opened. "How is it?" Yoshimura asked. He cared deeply about Ito's opinion. Compared to their last meeting, Yoshimura was doing much better now, not at a loss for words. The environment and circumstances were completely different, especially since Ito was no longer in the state she'd been in before. Last time, Ito had been wrapped in bandages with only her face visible, looking weakened from her injuries. The dark, oppressive atmosphere had also played a role. Additionally, Yoshimura had mentally prepared himself this time. The cup Byakuya had brought back had been polished until it gleamed. "Delicious," Ito answered straightforwardly, "better than any coffee I've had anywhere else." Hearing this, Yoshimura relaxed slightly, a gratified smile appearing on his face. But then Ito added, "It would be nice if Mom could have tasted this too." These words made Yoshimura's expression freeze. Byakuya shook his head slightly. This woman really doesn't hold back, even at a time like this, still saying things that stab at the manager's sore spot. Of course, this might have been Ito's uncontrollable sentiment. After all, Yukina was Ito's sore spot too. The atmosphere grew awkward. Tauka and Hinami both looked between Yoshimura and Ito with puzzlement. They didn't know what was going on, but the tension made the problem obvious. It seemed to be something quite heavy, so both Tauka and Hinami wisely kept silent. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to Byakuya. If only I could bring Yukina back to life, that would be the best solution. But from a practical standpoint, it was essentially impossible. Even if Byakuya eventually obtained the Rinnegan and mastered the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, he wouldn't be able to forcibly resurrect someone who had died over 20 years ago. The samsara of heavenly life had time limitations. Those who had been dead too long couldn't be revived, their souls might have already reincarnated. Unless this world had no such thing as soul reincarnation, or perhaps the samsara of heavenly life technique could be modified by the system, then there might still be hope. Chapter 266. Don't take it to heart, I just couldn't help but let that slip out. Ito spoke first to break the awkward atmosphere. But Yoshimura's expression remained complicated. Once this topic was raised, it couldn't be easily dismissed with just a casual remark. Byakuya smiled wryly. This wasn't something he should interject on. It was best left for father and daughter to resolve themselves. "Yukina, she said something to me once. She said that Ito, as a half-ghoul, was destined never to live an ordinary life, but she still hoped you could live a normal, happy life." Yoshimura spoke with deep emotion. Ito fell silent for a moment, then asked, "So that's your excuse for abandoning me in that place?" Hearing that the conversation had veered into this territory, Byakuya immediately stood up. He grabbed Tauka's and Hinami's hands and led them out of the room. It wasn't just because the topic was sensitive. It wouldn't matter much if Tauka and Hinami heard about these things, since they were all family anyway. The main reason was to give Yoshimura and Ito some privacy. "What are you doing? I still need to study." Tauka felt flustered at being suddenly grabbed by Byakuya. Besides, the conversation between the manager and his daughter had piqued her curiosity, and now Byakuya was pulling her away. "Just come with me for now." Byakuya led Tauka and Hinami outside the door, then explained, "I'm giving the manager some space. If you want to listen, you can still hear through the wall." After all, ghouls had enhanced senses. They could easily hear the conversation inside, even through the wall. "Oh, okay." Tauka nodded. "Actually, I'm really curious about what happened between the manager and Ito-nichan too," Hinami said with concern. "Then just listen from out here," Byakuya said. Byakuya's departure with Tauka and Hinami didn't interrupt the conversation between Yoshimura and Ito. "So I'm guilty toward both of you, Yukina and you," Yoshimura admitted directly. He had failed to give Ito a happy life and had killed Yukina with his own hands. This left him deeply guilt-ridden toward Ito, which was why he still couldn't properly face her. But he'd had no choice. In his early years, he was constantly under V's surveillance. Entrusting the newborn Ito to Noor had been his only option. Only the depths of Ward 24 could evade the Washu's eyes and ears. And he'd never dared visit Ito in Ward 24, because V had already become aware of his child. Otherwise, Noor wouldn't have been killed when Ito was still very young. This proved that V had suspected early on that Yashimura and Yukina had a child. Noor had likely died to prevent V from discovering Ito. Otherwise, the native ghouls of Ward 24 couldn't possibly have touched an SS-rated ghoul like Noor. Of course, later during the Aogiri tree period, beyond worrying about V's surveillance, it was mostly Yashimura's own problem. He simply couldn't bring himself to face Ito. Even after learning that Ito had become an author under the pen name Sen Takatsuki, he'd never gone to see Sen Takatsuki, even once. Visiting a human author surely wouldn't have attracted V's attention. Meanwhile, when Ito herself had wanted to approach him, she'd happened to see Yashimura chatting and laughing with his staff. It would have been strange if she didn't hate him after that. There's no point talking about this now. The past is the past. I was foolish for bringing up all that nonsense just now, Ito said with an indifferent expression. This wasn't the first time she'd said something like this. She'd say it wasn't a big deal, but deep down she still cared deeply. Yashimura didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he could do to make up for the guilt he felt toward Ito. If you'd like, you're always welcome to come have coffee anytime, Yashimura said. Dad, do you know, if I hadn't agreed to that guy's request, I wouldn't have come here today. Ito responded bluntly. This coffee really is delicious, but being here doesn't make me feel relaxed or happy. You know I'm a writer now, I need to maintain a good mood and mental state. I like going to coffee shops for inspiration. Yashimura was rendered silent once again. However, Ito continued, Hinami-chan, Mayu-chan, they're all here, and that guy is here too. I enjoy spending time with them. Besides, Hinami-chan happens to be good material for my writing, so when I'm in a good mood, I might drop by. Yes, you're always welcome. Finally, a smile appeared on Yashimura's face. Hearing this from outside the door, Byakuya also breathed a small sigh of relief. That woman did have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart after all. Thankfully, she hadn't said anything too harsh in the end. That's about it. I don't really have anything else to talk about with you, and I don't want to dredge up those memories. With that, Ito drained her coffee in one gulp and stood as if preparing to leave. Before turning to go, she left one final remark. This old man should have retired long ago. Stop running around making trouble. The implication was clear. Yashimura no longer needed to disguise himself as her Kakuja form to protect her. Moreover, the current Yashimura could no longer impersonate the monstrous physique of today's one-eyed owl. The non-killing owl's identity had already been exposed. Staying out of CCG's sight was the best choice. So in a way, Ito's words were also her way of showing concern for her elderly father. Yes. Yashimura naturally understood the meaning behind Ito's words. I understand. These old bones of mine should indeed retire. Good, that's all then, I'm leaving. With that, Ito walked away without looking back. Yashimura gazed at the coffee cup left on the table. Yukina, my wish has finally come true. Chapter 267. When Ito left the room, she immediately spotted Byakuya, Tauka, and Hinami standing outside the door. Hinami-chan, eavesdropping on others' conversations isn't something a good girl does, Tilda. Ito teased Hinami. Her smile made it seem as if nothing unpleasant had just occurred. Sorry. Hinami immediately lowered her head in apology. Oh my Tilda, now you're making me feel bad. Ito laughed, don't take it seriously, I was just joking. You're actually a bit tsundere, aren't you? At least in front of Yashimura-san. Byakuya suddenly remarked. Ito's gaze sharpened, seemingly displeased with the word tsundere. I don't know where you got that conclusion from, but let me correct you. If you hadn't interfered, that old man would have become an experimental subject for us long ago. Just now was purely because I was in a decent mood. So you do know, I drew that conclusion from what you just said. Byakuya said calmly. Well, that's what being tsundere is like, but don't get upset, I think tsundere is actually pretty cute. Too bad I can't beat you. Otherwise, I'd really like to punch you a couple of times. Ito's smiling face, now, seemed to have an irritation mark hovering over it. All right, I'll stop joking. So you're planning to leave now? Byakuya smiled. Who said I'm leaving now? I just got here a few minutes ago. I just don't have anything more to discuss with that old man. Ito said. All right, let's head downstairs then. Byakuya nodded. Ito-nichan, I'd like to discuss your works with you. Would that be okay? Hinami asked Ito. Of course, let's go down together. I happen to be quite free today, so I can chat with you properly, Hinami-chan. It'll also give me some material for my writing. Ito said warmly. Tauka didn't say anything. She could already sense that the relationship between the manager and this Miss Ito was complicated. And she remembered that the manager was the non-killing owl, while the manager's child was Aogiri Tree's one-eyed owl. Which meant this Miss Ito was the leader of Aogiri Tree, someone she'd considered an enemy. She never imagined this person would turn out to be the manager's daughter and simultaneously a famous author. It was almost unbelievable. But that wasn't even what concerned Tauka the most. She could also sense that this Miss Ito seemed to have an unusual relationship with Byakuya. That guy Ito kept mentioning during her conversation with the manager, that was definitely Byakuya, right? Honestly, why were there always so many pretty girls around Byakuya? Now even the manager's daughter had appeared out of nowhere. Thinking about this, Tauka let out a small sigh. Little Tauka, what are you spacing out about? Aren't you coming downstairs with us? Ito addressed Tauka, though this guy probably needs to stay here a bit longer, or would you rather hang out with him? She always liked to speak with hidden meanings. These words were clearly hinting at Tauka's feelings for Byakuya. Ito was quite perceptive in this regard. She could tell at a glance that Tauka also liked Byakuya. No, I'll go down and help out. I think I've studied enough anyway. Tauka said, somewhat flustered. Though she'd already confessed to Byakuya, facing someone like Miss Ito, a potential rival, still made her instinctively hold back. After Ito and the others went downstairs, Byakuya entered the room. He saw Yoshimura standing there holding the coffee cup Ito had just used. He was preparing to wash it clean, then pour another cup for Ito. He'd heard her say outside the door that she wasn't planning to leave so soon. Hearing Byakuya enter, Yoshimura turned. Amaha-kun, I must thank you again. With my cowardice, this wish might never have come true. How could that be? If you were cowardly, manager, then who was the non-killing owl who faced all those special class investigators that day? Byakuya shook his head slightly. He didn't consider the manager cowardly. This was the perfect time to invoke the wise words that dear teacher Yamori had helped Kenki understand. The one who's wrong isn't me, it's this world. Blame society and move on, no further explanation needed. The situation Yoshimura had faced was nearly unsolvable. Few fathers could have handled Ito's situation any better. Although Yoshimura shouldn't have taken so long to face Ito directly, he had at least been willing to sacrifice everything for her. Byakuya, as a transmigrator, had simply used physical means to forcibly intervene in the relationship between father and daughter. He didn't think he had any right to criticize Yoshimura's actions. This old father had been through enough. In the original story, he'd even died at his own daughter's hands. Yoshimura smiled faintly. Let's not dwell on this. I'll pour another cup of coffee for Ito. Would you mind taking it down to her? She probably doesn't want to see me. Actually, I don't think that's true. Byakuya disagreed. I think if you spent more time coaxing her, your relationship would improve quickly. That woman may have a sharp tongue, but she's actually quite sensitive inside. Coaxing her? Yoshimura fell into silence. Byakuya hadn't expected this suggestion to put Yoshimura in a difficult position. Because Yoshimura wasn't particularly skilled at, or rather, didn't quite understand, such things. Back when he and Yukina fell in love, it had happened very naturally, without any push and pull. Actually, Yukina had initially approached Yoshimura to investigate V organization intelligence, and somehow they'd ended up falling in love. And since he'd handed Ito over to Nora shortly after her birth, he had virtually no experience raising a child. Yoshimura could lecture juniors like Tauka and Kaya with ease. he had no psychological burden facing them. But when it came to his own daughter, he became utterly lost. Chapter 268. Downstairs, Ito got along harmoniously with the staff. Even though people like Kaya Irami, Enji Koma, and Renji Yomo all knew that Ito's true identity was Aogiri Trees, one-eyed owl. But everyone tacitly refrained from commenting on it. After all, while Ito was indeed the one-eyed owl, she was also the manager's daughter. If the manager had no objections, they had nothing to say either. Even when facing Roma Hoido, Ito could maintain a cheerful smile on the surface. Roma, of course, was also just putting on an act, exchanging pleasantries. Then Ito noticed Washu Chika sitting and reading a book. She'd seen Washu Chika before at Dr. Kanu's underground laboratory, so she remembered her. Intrigued, Ito asked Kaya Irami beside her. "Miss Irami, that girl over there, she's also one of our staff, right?" "Yes, that's Rai-san's younger sister, Chika Kamishiro." Kaya nodded. "Chika Kamishiro." Ito smiled with amusement. "Don't stir up trouble." Byakuya spoke up from nearby. "I won't, I know better than that." Ito smiled lightly. But Byakuya still felt like she was up to no good. "Miss Chika, I can call you that, right?" Ito walked over to Chika and initiated a greeting. "Hi." Chika looked up at the unfamiliar green-haired girl before her. "Hello, I'm one of Dr. Kanu's collaborators. Dr. Kanu says he misses you very much, so he asked me to check on how you're doing, Miss Chika." Ito said with a smile. But these words were anything but friendly. Byakuya felt helpless, so she really was trying to stir up trouble. The moment she heard Dr. Kanu, Chika's face went pale with terror. She immediately hid behind Byakuya, terrified that Ito would take her away and subject her to that torture again. All right, stop teasing her. That's too cruel, scaring someone with that kind of thing right off the bat." Byakuya addressed Ito. "It's not that bad, I was just having a little fun with Miss Chika." Ito said. "Ahem." Only then did Chika realize the situation might not be as dire as she'd thought. She looked at Ito with confusion, wondering who this girl was. "Let me give you a proper introduction. I'm the manager's daughter, Ito Yoshimura." At this point, Ito suddenly leaned close and whispered in Chika's ear. "And I'm also the one-eyed owl that your Washu have been trying so hard to catch." Hearing this, Chika froze. "But don't misunderstand, I mean you no harm. After all, you're not one of their accomplices anymore. I just wanted to get to know you." Ito smiled. Only then did Chika finally relax. She mentally breathed a sigh of relief. She thought for sure Ito had come seeking revenge. "You seem quite comfortable here in my father's cafe." Ito remarked. "Yes, the manager is a very kind person. He takes good care of all of us." Chika replied. But halfway through her sentence, Byakuya suddenly covered her mouth. Because saying such things in front of Ito wasn't wise. "Is that so? How nice." Ito's smile remained, but internally she was growing irritated. Think about it, Manager Yoshimura taking such good care of everyone at Anteku, while neglecting Ito, his own flesh and blood. At least, that's how it looked from Ito's perspective. Of course, she knew that Yoshimura had been secretly protecting her for the past 10 years. The one-eyed owl that had attacked CCG branches 3 times was obviously him. She could figure that out with her eyes closed. She'd even set aside her hatred once, wanting to meet Yoshimura, deliberately bringing her debut novel along, perhaps hoping for his praise and acknowledgement. The result, well, everyone knows what happened. Note, not going to rehash that again. "Look, why don't you just join Anteku?" "No, wait, it's Ray now. Wouldn't that solve everything?" Byakuya skillfully changed the subject. "A dream on." Ito rolled her eyes at Byakuya. "Seeing that old man every day would make me sick. I'll only come visit when I'm in a good mood." Mainly because joining Ray would be meaningless for her. This was Yoshimura's cafe, she could come and go as she pleased. Her willingness to join Byakuya's Akatsuki organization was because she needed his power to achieve her wish, to change this nonsensical world. Afterward, Ito went to chat with Hinami about her works. She was also gathering material from Hinami. She was planning to write a new work featuring a ghoul as the protagonist. Her original plan was to use that new work to expose the Washu clan's true nature, but now she felt she should wait and see what Byakuya did. For instance, if Byakuya eliminated the Washu clan first, then whether she exposed them or not wouldn't matter much. Speaking of which, I gave you plenty of face today, didn't I? So shouldn't you come make an appearance at Aogiri Tree? Ito said to Byakuya. Of course, you can choose to reveal your true identity only in front of people you trust. She herself didn't reveal her true face to Aogiri Tree members either. Gave me face? You clearly wanted to come here yourself. I even gave you a way to save face. Byakuya retorted. If he hadn't proposed that request and given Ito a face-saving excuse, she probably wouldn't have come even if she'd wanted to. Her pride and strained relationship with Yashimura would have stopped her. Ito shot Byakuya an exasperated glare. Even if that's true, you don't have to say it out loud. Byakuya said calmly. Anyway, I'll make another trip to your Aogiri Tree. After all, we'll be merging soon. Also, you can actually reveal your identity to them then, not your true face, but your identity as the one-eyed owl. Chapter 269. Indeed. Ito nodded slightly. I was originally planning to reveal myself during the final battle. Revealing my identity a bit earlier won't be a problem. Byakuya and Ito were conversing in the furthest corner of the room, with no other customers nearby. As long as they kept their voices down, outsiders wouldn't overhear. I should probably head back. I've just started working on a new book and need to get some writing done. Ito said, standing up. I look forward to teacher Takatsuki's new book. Byakuya said. There you go again. Ito smiled faintly. If you don't show up to support me at my book launch, then you're a big liar. Given Byakuya's strength, she couldn't exactly threaten him, so big liar was the harshest thing she could say. How could I not? I'll definitely be there to support teacher Takatsuki. Byakuya said. Learning that Ito was leaving, Hinami looked reluctant. Ito-nichan will come back, won't she? Of course, and Hinami-chan, whenever you miss me, you can always call. Ito smiled. Okay. Hinami nodded happily. A few days later, Squad Zero had a mission to carry out. It wasn't a GHOUL extermination operation. Rather, another batch of academy recruits was due for their field training. Byakuya was now sitting in the conference room at the Ward 20 CCG branch, with Kori UI discussing the details. This is the list of trainees for this round. We'll be taking them to Ward 24 for some experience, just like you and Rank 2 Suzuya went through. Kori placed a document in front of Byakuya. Rikai Suzu sat nearby, also reviewing the list. Since Akira Mato and Juzu Suzuya weren't Squad Zero members, they weren't present in the conference room. Looking at the names and photos on the list, Byakuya's eyes flickered slightly. He recognized several familiar faces. Kuki Yuri, Toru Matsuki, Jinshi Shirazu, and Seiko Yonbayashi. All four were members of the Quinx squad from the original story, and they were all on this trainee list. As for the other trainees, he didn't recognize them. If he did, that would be truly remarkable. Some of these trainees should be classmates, you know, right? After all, you've only been out of the academy for less than a year. Kori asked casually. Yes, though we're not close. I've only seen them around. Byakuya nodded. He'd only actually met Toru Matsuki before. Doesn't matter, you'll get to know them soon enough. Kori smiled. We won't be deploying the full squad this time. Neither Aramisan nor I will participate in this whack-a-mole operation. Headquarters wants you to serve as Squad Zero's acting captain for this mission. Kori explained. Also, I'll be leaving Squad Zero soon. You'll likely take over as vice captain. It's probably because I'm about to be promoted to special class and will be reassigned. Though honestly, I think you deserve this special class position more than I do. That's not true. Kori-san's contributions during the owl suppression fully merit this honor. That doesn't conflict with however well I performed. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Whether the post-owl suppression promotion ceremony saw him normally promoted to associate special class or skip promoted to special class, he didn't particularly care. These titles were just fusion points in his eyes, fixed points he'd eventually earn. No need to rush. Well, I appreciate you taking this on. The major battle just ended, and now you're already being asked to lead a team of rookies. Corey said, It's fine, being too idle actually makes me uncomfortable. Byakuya said casually, I'll have the trainees assemble directly at our branch this time. It'll be more convenient. Corey said, Sounds good. Byakuya nodded. By the way, that non-killing owl is probably still in Ward 20, our jurisdiction, isn't it? Corey suddenly brought up this topic. Possibly, or it might have fled elsewhere to hide. Byakuya replied evenly. Sai, headquarters doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with the non-killing owl right now. All eyes are on the one-eyed owl and that Madara. There are just too many terrifying and dangerous enemies these days. Corey slumped back in his chair. His last battle against the one-eyed owl had left him utterly battered, and then an even more terrifying Madara had appeared. Honestly, I really don't want to fight that Madara. You're probably the only one who could go toe-to-toe with him. Corey sighed. Don't put everything on me. Byakuya felt somewhat amused and exasperated. Last time he'd essentially been fighting himself, yet CCG had already positioned him as their primary asset against Madara. If we can't count on you, there's no one else to count on. Even Aramisan was helpless against him. Corey stood and patted Byakuya's shoulder, speaking solemnly, We're counting on you from now on. All right then. Byakuya smiled wryly. Corey then left the conference room to handle other matters. Rikai, let's go too. Byakuya stood and addressed Rikai Suzu. Yes, acting Captain Amaha. Rikai had already adapted to this form of address. Passing by the office area, Byakuya noticed Akira working overtime even during what should have been rest time. She was investigating the gourmet case, and had also taken on the binge-eater case that originally belonged to Shinohara and Suzuya. Both the gourmet and binge-eater had now been confirmed to be closely connected to the SSS-rated Madara that CCG was prioritizing. Specifically, they were confirmed to be members of the same GHOUL organization. Akira, working hard even on your day off. Byakuya expressed his concern. Staying home is too boring. Sitting in the office investigating ghouls suits me better. Akira replied without expression. Fair enough, but make sure to rest properly. Thank you for your concern, Investigator Amaha. I'll keep that in mind. Even as she responded, Akira's eyes never left the intelligence reports on her desk. Byakuya felt an indescribable sense of awkwardness. The main issue was that Madara was actually him. Akira was working overtime specifically to investigate matters related to him. Chapter 270. Right after the owl suppression operation ended. Once he'd handled everything that needed handling, Byakuya went home to rest. Rise and the others had returned much earlier. Tsukiyama Shu and Matasaka Kamishiro had already gone back to their respective homes. Welcome back. Rise greeted Byakuya at the entrance, helping him out of his coat and into comfortable house clothes. Rise appeared to have just bathed. Besides Rise, Kurona, Nashiro, Matsumi, and Kani had all bathed too. The owl suppression had been conducted in constant rain, and they'd been fighting while getting soaked. Rise had returned earlier. Kurona and Nashiro were still in the bathroom. However, as Rise was changing Byakuya's clothes, she suddenly caught a faint scent that piqued her interest. After carefully identifying its location, she zeroed in on Byakuya's lips. Byakuya, you've had mucous membrane contact with someone, haven't you? Rise immediately questioned him. Mucous membrane contact? Byakuya didn't register what she meant at first. After a moment's pause, he realized what Rise was referring to. The kiss from Akira must have left a scent that Rise had detected. This scent seemed somewhat familiar. Which girl was it this time? Though Rise had never met Akira face-to-face, Byakuya had been working with Akira almost daily, constantly carrying traces of her scent on him. Having smelled it so often, Rise naturally found it familiar. It was just that this particular scent from the kiss was too faint, making it difficult for her to immediately identify. It's my current partner, Akira Mato. Byakuya didn't try to hide anything from Rise, telling her directly. Her, is it? Rise knew about Byakuya's partner. She followed up, so she forced a kiss on you. Yes. Byakuya confirmed. Then, Rise pointed at her own lips. Kiss me on your own initiative, and I'll forgive you. Okay. Byakuya responded immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the initiative to kiss Rise. This time, instead of Rise standing on tiptoe, Byakuya wrapped his arm around her waist and bent down to kiss her. Rise was briefly stunned by how unhesitating and skillful this was. A moment later, their lips parted. So when you actually want to do it, you can do it quite well. Rise couldn't help but comment. She thought Byakuya would just give her a quick, clueless peck and then stand there not knowing what to do next. This was somewhat surprising. This should be your first time initiating a kiss with someone, right? Rise asked with a smile. Now that you mention it, yes. Byakuya nodded slightly. Good. Rise said plainly. On this point alone, she had already won. Whether it was Byakuya's first kiss or his first time taking the initiative, she had claimed both. That sneaky cat from CCG who'd forced a kiss on Byakuya suddenly seemed far less threatening. Though, Rise seemed to have forgotten that she herself had also forced a kiss on Byakuya at the very beginning. Just then, Kurona and Nashiro emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and changed. You're back, Byakuya. Why are you two still standing at the entrance? Kurona asked. I just finished helping him change. Rise said casually, then turned and walked into the living room as if nothing had happened. Nashiro was curious. She'd noticed Rise seemed to be in an unusually good mood. But Nashiro couldn't get an answer, since Rise had no intention of letting Kurona and Nashiro know what had just transpired. A while later, Byakuya, Rise, Kurona, and Nashiro were all seated on the sofa. Matsumi and Kani had just finished their chores and sat nearby to rest. It seems like you're not in a hurry to deal with the washu, so we can just relax for now. Rise asked Byakuya. Since Byakuya hadn't yet told Rise and the others the specifics of the Eye of the Moon plan, which involved the system's existence, they didn't know what came next. Correct, no rush for now. Byakuya said, I've mentioned something called the Infinite Tsukiyomi to you before, right? Our ultimate goal is to achieve it. Using the power of these eyes of mine will change this flawed world. As he spoke, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan manifested. Rise and the others believed these eyes were mutated Kakugan. That's what Byakuya had told them before. They didn't know about the eternal Mangekyo. The power of those eyes alone can achieve this, Master. Matsumi asked with confusion. She had no idea what the Infinite Tsukiyomi actually was, nor how mere eyes could change the world. Neither did Rise and the others, really. It's not hard to understand. You all saw my Kakujified clone during the battle, right? That clone had only half my power, and it's all from the abilities stored in these mutated eyes. Byakuya explained in terms they could comprehend. I saw it. Master, the size of your Kakuja form was beyond anything I could have ever imagined. Matsumi said with awe. Yes, I also saw the one-eyed owl being held like an ant. Rise smiled lightly. Though she already knew Sen Takatsuki and the one-eyed owl were the same person, she still held no fondness for the one-eyed owl after Aogiri Tree had tried to capture her. What I'm trying to say is that the power stored in these eyes goes far beyond what you saw that day. Byakuya continued. The so-called Infinite Tsukiyomi, when the time comes, I'll project the power of these eyes onto the moon, allowing every ghoul in the world to become human again. However, my power isn't sufficient yet, so we need to take it slowly. As for the Washu clan, they're a minor issue. I could crush them anytime, it's just not necessary yet. Byakuya felt this explanation was sufficient. He hadn't revealed the system's existence, while giving Rise and the others a general understanding of his plan. I see, such power is truly incredible. Rise found it hard to believe. Byakuya had mentioned before that he wanted to turn all ghouls back into humans, but she hadn't known the specific process. She never imagined it would be through such an unbelievable method. Chapter 271. Turning all ghouls in the world back into humans, so that's your ultimate goal, Master. Matsumi murmured. She'd never really felt one way or another about being a ghoul, never thought it was particularly bad or particularly good. She was just a head maid of the Tsukiyama family. Whether the Tsukiyamas were a human family or a ghoul family wouldn't change her position. But now, things were different. She was no longer the Tsukiyama family's head maid, she was Amahasama's servant. In any case, becoming human instead of a ghoul made no real difference to her. As for Kurona and Nashiro, there was no question, they absolutely wanted to become human again. Otherwise, they couldn't even sit at the table and share a meal with Byakuya. Only Kanny seemed to have a troubled expression at this moment. Her greatest wish was to revive the Rosewold family. If she became human and lost her powerful ghoul abilities, she wouldn't be able to achieve that. Byakuya naturally noticed the look on Kanny's face, and he could guess what she was thinking. Kanny. Byakuya addressed her directly. I know you're a survivor from some German family, right? Kanny's expression shifted to alarm. You, how did you know, master? She'd never mentioned this to Byakuya. Even within the Tsukiyama family, only Master Marumo knew about this. Don't underestimate my intelligence network. Byakuya brushed past the question and got to the point. I even know that Matsuri Washu led the German CCG in destroying your family. Am I correct? These matters are also recorded in CCG files. Since he no longer needed to worry about Kanny's loyalty, he wasn't too concerned about saying things that might raise suspicion. If you have any concerns, you can tell me directly. If I'm not mistaken, it's about your family, right? Byakuya said frankly. That's right. Kanny hesitated briefly before nodding. I want to revive my family. If I become human, I won't have enough power. What's there to worry about? Byakuya said calmly. Your family, the Rosewold family, I've committed it to memory. Even if you lose your abilities when the time comes, I have the power to help you. Hearing this, Kanny was deeply moved. She'd witnessed her master's strength and knew that if he said this, he had absolute confidence. With his help, she would definitely succeed. Kanny felt a surge of excitement and profound gratitude. But speaking of which, Byakuya then asked, Isn't the Rosewold family down to just you? How exactly do you plan to revive it? Obviously Kanny started to answer, but stopped abruptly. All this time, she'd been focused on having enough power to rebuild the family under German CCG's interference. She'd never considered that one person alone couldn't constitute a family. But actually, the solution was simple, spreading branches and leaves. Kanny realized this now, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. It was too embarrassing. Her face turned bright red. At heart, she was still a young maiden. By what? Byakuya asked, oblivious to the subtext. Though he didn't think the current discussion required reading between the lines, he was discussing serious matters with Kanny. Marriage, having children, continuing the bloodline. Faced with her master's questioning, Kanny had no choice but to answer obediently. This showed how completely she'd accepted Byakuya as her master. As a servant, she was conditioned to comply. Indeed, from that perspective, the plan to revive your family is certainly feasible. Byakuya nodded, so rest assured, when the time comes, I'll help you. Kanny was now a member of Akatsuki, which made her family. Helping each other within the organization was perfectly normal. Hearing Byakuya's promise, Kanny's face flushed crimson and rapidly grew even redder. Byakuya had no idea why she was blushing so much. The truth was, Kanny had misunderstood what Byakuya meant. She was currently facing two problems: insufficient power and the matter of continuing the bloodline. Both were difficult challenges for her, and Byakuya had just openly promised to help her, so she'd thought. Unlike Byakuya, who hadn't caught on, Rise had already noticed what was happening. Rise's eyes narrowed slightly. Knowing Byakuya as she did, either he genuinely hadn't realized what he'd implied, or he understood perfectly and was playing dumb. Either way, she felt the need to intervene. Besides Rise, Kurona and Nashiro also noticed Kanny's bashful demeanor, though they hadn't figured out exactly what she was embarrassed about. Only Matsumi showed no reaction whatsoever, as if completely unconcerned, or perhaps she'd seen through everything. After all, hardly anyone knew Canny better than she did. At that moment, Rise, who happened to be sitting right beside Byakuya, leaned over and whispered in his ear. "Are you playing dumb, or do you really not get it? That girl Canny probably thinks you meant you'd help her make babies, Tilda." Rise's tone was entirely teasing. Since Canny was so naive and innocent, she couldn't even get properly angry at her. Rise's words instantly cleared up Byakuya's confusion. He'd been wondering why Canny was blushing when he hadn't said anything strange. His words hadn't been strange at all, right? Yet here Canny was, letting her imagination run wild. "I see." Byakuya acknowledged Rise. He was about to clarify things with Canny when Rise pressed a finger to his lips. "Wait, I'm not done yet." Chapter 272. "You're not planning to just blurt that out to her face, are you? She's still a girl. At least spare her some dignity." Rise continued whispering her reminder to Byakuya. One thing at a time. She bore no ill will toward Canny and didn't want Byakuya's bluntness to mortify her. "Am I?" Byakuya nodded slightly, then addressed Canny. "Canny, when I said I could help you revive your family, I meant within the scope of what I can reasonably do. I wouldn't put you in any difficult positions." He was being quite tactful. Surely Canny could understand. Canny froze for a moment, seeming to comprehend. "Oh, I see." She realized she'd misunderstood her master's meaning. "I got carried away with my own delusions again." Canny felt so embarrassed, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Fortunately, Byakuya had been diplomatic enough not to spell things out explicitly in front of Kurona and Nashiro. Otherwise, she might have died of shame. From there, they returned to the main topic. "In any case, I'm still preparing for the infinite Tsukuyomi. The preparation time won't be too long, but it's not short either." Byakuya said, "During this period, just live your normal lives. Don't worry too much and don't worry about me. For me, it's mainly just a matter of time." Byakuya had explained things clearly enough to Rise and the others. He simply hadn't mentioned the system or fusion points. "With your current capabilities, there's really nothing to worry about," Rise said. Anyone who'd witnessed Byakuya's strength wouldn't worry about his safety anymore. At this point, he was essentially invincible. "We still haven't even seen your full power. You're always so secretive." Rise sighed. She suddenly remembered how she'd once planned to seduce Byakuya and then eat him. Looking back, how foolish she'd been. But she'd also inadvertently been saved because of that foolish idea. If not for that, she'd probably have been ambushed by Nomura Furuta sooner or later, ending up the same as Washu Chika. Yeah, Byakuya was already this amazing even back when he was going through training with me and Nashiro as a rookie. He beat us so badly. Kurona said, with a hint of complaint in her voice. But we also got to be under Byakuya Oniachin's care because of that. Nashiro added. She understood that without Byakuya, she and Kurona might have been deceived by Kanu and fallen completely into darkness. True, I can't deny that. Kurona couldn't argue with that. Besides, she'd just been griping a little. Deep down, she'd always been grateful to Byakuya. With that, Rise and the others now understood what they needed to do going forward. Which was essentially nothing, just live their lives properly. They'd only operate as Akatsuki members when needed. Time returns to the present. Today, Byakuya came to the Ward 20 CCG branch again. This was the day Squad 0 would be leading the new recruits on their training exercise in Ward 24. This batch of trainees would rendezvous with them at the Ward 20 branch. The Squad 0 members had already arrived early. Aside from Kishu Arima and Kori Ui, who weren't participating, Haru Aihei, Shio Ai, Rikai Suzu, and Yusa Arima were all present. And of course, Byakuya as acting captain. "Byakuya-san, we finally get to work together." Shio seemed very happy, grinning as he spoke to Byakuya. Since Byakuya had joined Squad 0, this was his first group operation with them, hence Shio's excitement. Shio's the same as always, so happy whenever he hears he gets to work with Amaha-san. Yusa remarked, "I'm also happy to work with Amaha-san." Rikai spoke up. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Rikai say this caught Yusa somewhat off guard. Something must have happened between Rikai and Amaha-san, when he wasn't around. Byakuya-senpai tilde. Haru was all smiles too. Come to think of it, Byakuya-senpai was doing training exercises with us as a rookie not so long ago, and now he's suddenly become captain. Acting captain. Byakuya corrected casually. Same thing. Honestly, I still find Byakuya-senpai the most natural to say. Haru laughed. Call me whatever you want. Byakuya said. Never mind Haru, even he found acting Captain Amaha a bit awkward. It was like how Takezawa Seidu had addressed Akira as squad leader aide motto on the battlefield. The Japanese were particular about honorifics. Subordinates generally weren't allowed to address superiors casually. Haruni seems to be on really good terms with Byakuya-san already. Shio asked curiously. He remembered that at first, Haru barely spoke to Byakuya-san. At most, she'd just stare at him frequently. Of course, he's Byakuya-senpai after all. Haru replied. Yusa suddenly realized that apparently, aside from himself, everyone else in Squad Zero had already gotten close to Amaha-san. Even Haru, who was normally cold to outsiders, was now calling him Byakuya-senpai at every turn. Meanwhile, he himself had barely exchanged words with Amaha-san. Though Yusa tended to be quiet and reserved, he still felt he should at least build good rapport with his teammates, especially since Amaha-san was now acting captain. Essentially, this meant that whenever Arima-san wasn't around, Amaha-san would be managing all of Squad Zero. Amaha-san, based on the schedule, this batch of recruits should be arriving soon. Yusa addressed Byakuya. He didn't know any clever ways to get closer, so he figured he'd just talk to Amaha-san more. Good, let's wait here and rest while they arrive. Byakuya nodded. A short while later, just as Yusa had predicted, the new trainees arrived. There were over a dozen of them, including Toru Matsuki, Seiko Yonbayashi, Jinshi Shirazu, and Kuki Yuri. Chapter 273. Leading the group was Kuki Yuri, described on the roster as the most outstanding student in this batch. His performance at the academy had been exceptional. He was an honors graduate who'd skipped grades. Though not as dramatically as Byakuya, anyone who could skip grades was already among the best of the best. Moreover, Kuki Yuri was the son of former special class investigator Mikito Yuri, the special class who'd been the first to die at the one-eyed owl's hands. Yuri had distinctive features: triangular-shaped eyes with a dead fish stare, 2 beauty marks below his left eye. He wore a light-colored coat over a gray shirt with black gloves. He usually wore headphones, but hadn't brought them for such a formal occasion. Behind Yuri, the slightly taller blonde youth was Jinshi Shirazu. He looked somewhat like a delinquent punk, with distinctive serrated shark teeth. Beside Shirazu was Seiko Yonbayashi, a somewhat plump girl about Hinami's height, with blue twin tails. Walking at the very back of the four was Toru Matsuki, a slender, short-haired youth with delicate features and somewhat dark skin. More accurately, Matsuki had already been dressing as male by this point, having developed an aversion to her female identity due to certain painful childhood experiences. She looked timid and shy. Walking at the rear was probably due to this. The Quink squad, ignoring Sasaki Hayes. The other trainees also appeared rather nervous. After all, they were being led by Squad Zero, CCG's most mysterious and powerful unit. Amaha Byakuya and Kishu Arima were idols and role models to countless rookies and investigators alike. Though Special Class Arima wasn't participating this time, hearing that Investigator Amaha would be leading had the trainees quite excited. Acting Captain Amaha. One recruit addressed Byakuya with great enthusiasm. Though Kuki Yuri disliked such formal titles, he also didn't want to appear disrespectful. He addressed Byakuya with a flat tone, Investigator Amaha. Right, just call me Investigator Amaha from now on, or just Amaha if you prefer. Byakuya said without any pretension. Sure, Amaha. Shirazu started to say. Yonbayashi immediately shot Shirazu a look, interrupting him in a whisper. You actually dare to call him that? Investigator Amaha is obviously testing us. I was just kidding. I was going to say Investigator Amaha. Shirazu grinned. I wasn't testing you. Byakuya said, somewhat exasperated. Anyway, address me however you like. For now, let me brief you on the upcoming operation. Byakuya-senpai, need any help? Haru asked. Sure, if you don't mind, thanks. Byakuya really didn't want to go through all those rules. Since Haru had volunteered, he had no reason to refuse. Haru stepped forward. But before she could start speaking, her sweet yet somewhat alluring features, and her impressive figure even under the combat uniform, immediately drew the gazes of several male trainees. Including Shirazu, whose face had even turned red. Apparently girls who looked like Haru were his type. Only Kuki Yuri remained expressionless throughout. Due to his father's death in the line of duty during his childhood, he'd grown up focused solely on becoming stronger and seeking revenge. He'd long since lost interest in such things. Yonbayashi immediately noticed what these boys were thinking. Sure, the Squad Zero lady was very pretty, but did they have to be so obvious about it? Especially Shirazu next to her, his eyes were practically fixed in a stare. Being his classmate, Yonbayashi couldn't help but tease him. Look at that pathetic face of yours, but I'd advise you to give up. Didn't you hear her calling Investigator Amaha Byakuya-senpai? She's probably already taken Tilda. Nobody asked you to talk. Caught out, Shirazu felt embarrassed and annoyed. Though he only looked angry on the surface, he wouldn't actually get upset with Yonbayashi over something this minor. Oh, he's mad, he's so mad. Yonbayashi covered her mouth, giggling. Geez, I know my own situation. I'm not going to keep fantasizing about something so unrealistic. You didn't need to remind me. Shirazu sighed. He understood. Just from that Byakuya-senpai, alone, even if this senior wasn't already dating Investigator Amaha, they were clearly very close. So he knew to abandon such unrealistic fantasies. Excuse me, is something wrong with those students over there? If you have something to say, please speak up. Just then, Haru spoke with a smile. Though Shirazu and Yonbayashi had been whispering very quietly, as a half-human, Haru's senses and physical abilities were considerably superior to ordinary people's. She'd heard everything. But she acted as if she hadn't, since she couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. Shirazu went pale with shock. Nothing at all, I'm very sorry, we won't whisper among ourselves again. He hastily apologized with utmost sincerity, not wanting to make a bad impression on their Squad Zero seniors right off the bat. This also served to cover up what he'd been thinking. If she found out about that, it would be mortifying. Not just Shirazu, the other male trainees also composed themselves immediately, no longer daring to look at Haru with strange expressions. Good, then I'll continue explaining the operation details. Haru proceeded to outline the upcoming Ward 24 operation and the precautions they needed to observe. This was no ordinary training exercise. There was genuine mortal danger involved. Everyone needed to take it seriously. These rookies especially needed to commit every precaution to memory, and even then, it would only reduce the risk of casualties. Shirazu thought the earlier incident had blown over, not knowing that Haru had heard everything. She simply hadn't cared at all about what he'd said to Yonbayashi. If Shirazu learned the truth, would that be even more painful? Chapter 274. Haru had finished explaining everything she needed to. The trainees all nodded to indicate they'd understood. Afterward, everyone made brief preparations before heading to Ward 24. En route, Haru walked up front and brought up the earlier incident with Byakuya. Byakuya-senpai, that girl called Yonbayashi seems to have mistakenly assumed we're dating. Haru said, with a hint of playfulness in her voice. She was curious how Byakuya-senpai would react to this. Is that so? I wonder how they got that impression. But Byakuya's response was quite calm. He'd also heard the exchange between Yonbayashi and Shirazu, but had similarly chosen not to address it. Honestly, Byakuya-senpai didn't react at all. Haru muttered under her breath. What reaction was I supposed to have? Should I have said, let's just roll with the misunderstanding and actually start dating? Byakuya joked in response. Ahem. Haru actually appeared to consider it. If it's senpai, then it's fine. It might be interesting. You don't just agree to something because you think it would be interesting. Byakuya was exasperated. It's not just anything. Haru said, I'm only considering it because it's Byakuya-senpai. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even think about it. At this, Byakuya couldn't help but look at Haru, his expression somewhat surprised. She's actually serious. Haru tilted her head slightly, maintaining her smile as she met Byakuya's gaze. So, Haru, do you really like me? Byakuya asked in a more serious tone. I like you. Haru answered with a smile. But Byakuya noticed she'd hesitated briefly, so he asked, Wait, let me clarify first. What kind of like are you talking about? It's just like, what other kind is there? Haru said plainly, looking slightly puzzled. True enough, like doesn't need reasons. Byakuya said. Mainly, he suspected Haru might not even know what like meant, or she knew perfectly well and was just messing with him. After all, Haru was the type who seemed sweet but had a dark streak. Think it over, Byakuya-senpai. I need to go tell them some other things. With that, Haru turned back to address the trainees. This is getting complicated. Byakuya murmured with a sigh. Ward 24, Underground Labyrinth. Byakuya had led everyone into the area, following pre-planned routes. They naturally wouldn't take rookies into deeper or unexplored regions. They were training in areas that had already been mapped with established routes. After an afternoon of training, Byakuya had largely assessed each trainee's personality. First was Kuki Yuri, the most outstanding of this batch, and also the most achievement-obsessed. Basically, whenever they encountered ghouls, he was always first to charge in. Though this was reckless behavior, his skills were genuinely good. After an entire afternoon, he'd sustained only minor external injuries. Next was Jinshi Shirazu, who was quite hardworking. Contrary to his delinquent appearance, he was very earnest and diligent in action. After all, he needed money to save his dependent sister. His fundamental reason for becoming an investigator was the paycheck. Seiko Yonbayashi was clearly somewhat lazy, with obvious signs of slacking during operations. As for Toru Matsuki, apparently too timid, she'd barely taken any action the entire time, hiding behind other trainees. From another perspective, Matsuki's slacking was far more severe than Yonbayashi's. These four basically matched their characterizations from the original story and aligned with Byakuya's impressions of them. Aside from these four, the other trainees varied considerably in skill level, with most being relatively weak. Byakuya had noted each trainee's personality and performance, since he'd need to provide evaluations after the training concluded. As evening approached and their shift was ending, they returned to the Ward 20 CCG branch to dismiss. I observed all of your performances today. Let me highlight a few points. First, Yuri, your performance was indeed the best, but you were too reckless. My advice is to prioritize safety. Byakuya addressed the trainees. Then there's Matsuki. You're the exact opposite of Yuri, perhaps too calm. I hope you can be bolder. You can't become a ghoul investigator if you're afraid to face ghouls. He'd only singled out these two extreme examples. He couldn't go through every trainee one by one. Even if they didn't mind, he'd find it tedious. Understood. Kuki Yuri nodded with a neutral expression. He wasn't arrogant enough to disregard Investigator Amaha, and besides, Investigator Amaha hadn't said anything too harsh. A simple nod would suffice. Hearing this, Shirazu felt a touch of schadenfreude. He'd never liked Yuri anyway. The guy only cared about achievements. Not only was he arrogant, he showed no concern for his teammates. Their personalities were polar opposites, so Shirazu and Yuri had never gotten along. Meanwhile, Matsuki hung her head in shame, even becoming somewhat self-deprecating. I'm sorry, my performance was terrible. Maybe I'm just not cut out to be an investigator. Seeing Matsuki already starting to give up on herself, Byakuya felt exasperated. As expected, this one was troublesome, probably the most troublesome of all the trainees. Chapter 275. Don't get discouraged. People can change. You can change yourself too. Byakuya offered Matsuki some encouragement. As her superior, he could hardly tell her to just give up. Am I? Matsuki nodded slightly. I'll try harder to overcome it next time. I believe you can do it. Byakuya acknowledged. That's all for today. Rest up when you get home. We continue tomorrow. With that, the trainees dispersed to their respective homes. After they left, the Squad Zero members prepared to leave as well. On the way back, Haru and the others were heading to the subway station, which happened to be in the same direction as Byakuya. As they walked, Haru suddenly asked Byakuya, "Among this batch of trainees, who do you think has the most potential, Byakuya-senpai?" "Well, in my view, it's either Kuki Yuri or Toru Matsuki, or perhaps both of them," Byakuya answered. He was speaking based on the original story. Yuri and Matsuki were undoubtedly the most prominent performers among this batch. One had eliminated the SSS-rated Daji Mother, Roma Hoito. The other, Matsuki after her dark transformation, had also become quite powerful. Yonbayashi and Shirazu had decent performances in the original too, but weren't the most outstanding. Really? I can understand Kuki Yuri, but Toru Matsuki seems off, doesn't she? Haru looked puzzled. Given her performance today, she barely qualifies as an investigator. I can't see any potential there. Or is Senpai biased because she's a girl? You know she's a girl, Byakuya said with some surprise. Yeah, I thought something was off from the start. After observing her closely, I confirmed she's cross-dressing. Haru said, seems like Senpai noticed too. Is that why? How could it be? Byakuya shook his head slightly. If that were the reason, why wouldn't I favor Yonbayashi, who's also a girl? Good point, I was just joking anyway. Haru smiled. What I'm more curious about is how Byakuya-senpai's consideration is coming along. Consideration. Byakuya remembered Haru had asked him to consider dating. He hadn't expected her to bring it up again now. About that, actually, I want to ask if you're mentally prepared. Couples often do all sorts of things together. For instance, I quite like doing this. As he spoke, Byakuya lightly lifted Haru's chin with his finger. His intention was to intimidate Haru a little. He suspected she either didn't understand anything or understood perfectly and was just toying with him. This way, she'd probably back off on her own. That's fine if it's Byakuya-senpai. But that's what Haru said. Byakuya was momentarily speechless. Neither spoke for a moment. After a brief standoff, Haru was the first to yield. But I guess I am a little embarrassed. Let me get mentally prepared first. Her cheek slightly flushed. She said this and then moved away. Sure, we can talk again when you're ready. Byakuya smiled faintly. As expected, he was still a step ahead. The next day, Byakuya continued leading the trainees through the whack-a-mole operation in Ward 24. The walls of Ward 24's underground labyrinth were made of kagyun, and ghouls could freely manipulate these kagyun walls. So during operations in Ward 24, ghouls would frequently burst out from the walls, like moles popping out of holes, and the investigators would have to fight them. Hence the name, whack-a-mole. At this moment, they'd encountered several more ghouls emerging from the flesh walls. Byakuya and the other Squad Zero members observed from the side, only intervening if things became dangerous. Today, Matsuki was clearly making an effort. Wielding her pair of B-rated Baikaku quink daggers named Absal and Ifraft, she stepped forward to fight the ghouls. Though timid, when she mustered her courage to fight, her movements didn't falter from fear. For Matsuki, achieving this much was already significant progress. Yuri showed no obvious changes, still charging at ghouls the moment he spotted them, with virtually no team awareness. Like a glory-seeking lone wolf. Just then, Byakuya noticed Matsuki was about to be overwhelmed. If this continued, she'd be in danger. He alerted Haru beside him. Haru. Emma. Haru nodded slightly. Her quink briefcase had already transformed into combat mode, the S+ rated Yukaku, T-Human, ready to rescue Matsuki at any moment. Byakuya trusted Haru's gifted dynamic vision, and even if something unexpected happened, he was still there. Though a near-death experience might trigger Matsuki's dark transformation, that transformation wasn't exactly a good thing. Just as Matsuki faced danger, Haru immediately raised T-Human. A massive energy sphere shot forth, engulfing and annihilating the ghoul in front of Matsuki in an instant. Matsuki breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously a bit shaken by the tremendous destructive power she'd just witnessed. She turned to Haru and bowed in thanks. Thank you, Investigator Ihe. You're welcome. Haru smiled. Shortly after, the remaining ghouls were also dealt with by the trainees. Well done, you can now face ghouls in direct combat. Byakuya praised Matsuki. Yes. Matsuki nodded with a smile. As for Yonbayashi, though I didn't call you out yesterday, you shouldn't keep slacking off either. Byakuya then addressed Yonbayashi. Yonbayashi's expression shifted to alarm. Oh no. Caught slacking. Yonbayashi had assumed no one would notice her laziness. After all, she had been putting in some effort, just not her full strength. But she couldn't escape Investigator Amaha's watchful eye after all. Chapter 276. The second day's whack-a-mole operation concluded smoothly. A few trainees sustained minor external injuries, but no one was seriously wounded or killed, already an excellent result. The training exercise lasted 3 days total, with only the final day remaining tomorrow. As long as they participated in all 3 days and didn't perform too poorly, the surviving trainees would generally pass. On the final day, none of this batch of trainees died. With Byakuya present, accidents were simply impossible. Ding, host led this batch of trainees through their training exercise. Reward, 50 fusion points. After Byakuya submitted his performance evaluations for each trainee to headquarters, the entire batch successfully passed their training. Kuki Yuri was awarded the rank of Rank 2 Investigator. Jinshi Shirazu was awarded the rank of Rank 3 Investigator. Seiko Yonbayashi was awarded the rank of Rank 3 Investigator. Toru Matsuki was awarded the rank of Rank 3 Investigator. Their starting ranks differed not because of performance variations during this mission, but because of their backgrounds. For instance, the academy contained 2 institutions, the GHOUL Investigator Training School and the GHOUL Countermeasures Institute. Those entering the training school typically came from well-off families and graduated as Rank 2 investigators. Meanwhile, the institute was mostly comprised of orphans or those from difficult backgrounds. No matter how excellent their performance, they could only start as Rank 3 investigators upon graduation. Even Juzu Suzuya, favored by the general chairman himself, had to start at Rank 3. Investigator Amaha, I'd like to ask you something if you have a moment. Just as Byakuya was about to bid farewell to this batch of trainees, Shirazu approached him, looking somewhat nervous as he spoke quietly. Of course, go ahead. Byakuya replied amiably. I heard CCG is recruiting volunteers willing to be guinea pigs for some experiment, and apparently the compensation is pretty good. I wanted to apply for that. Facing Investigator Amaha directly, Shirazu scratched his cheek nervously. His personality was straightforward. He openly expressed his desire for compensation, even to a superior. Oh, you're talking about the quink surgery, right? Byakuya said, I think that's a good idea, you should try it. He knew this surgery carried minimal risk. Before the operation, candidates underwent comprehensive examinations to rule out any risks before proceeding. These examinations were quite stringent. In the original story, only 6 people initially passed. As for why the actual Quink squad only had Yuri, Shirazu, Yonbayashi, and Matsuki, the other 2 had probably withdrawn partway through. It was obvious that an experiment with such high compensation and minimal risk would attract many applicants. The only potential hesitation was that once you accepted the experiment, you had to work for CCG afterward. Those who hadn't graduated from the academy would need to complete their training first, while those like Shirazu who had already graduated could join directly. I'd like to try too. I just wanted to ask Investigator Amaha who I should contact to sign up. Shirazu asked. He'd only just heard about this and didn't know the specifics of the Quink surgery. Worried that the well-compensated slots might be taken by others, he was anxious to register. Just then, Yonbayashi walked over and poked Shirazu. What are you talking to Investigator Amaha about? Oh, I'm asking Investigator Amaha about the Quink surgery. You wanted to participate too, right, Yonbayashi? Looking at Yonbayashi, Shirazu suddenly remembered she'd expressed interest in this before. Yeah, but you're actually bothering Investigator Amaha with something this trivial. What if you're interrupting his work? Yonbayashi complained. I was just too anxious. It would be bad if all the slots got taken. Shirazu explained. Whatever, anyway, it's not just us two. Yuri apparently wants to sign up too. Yonbayashi said. What, that guy's coming too? The thought of potentially working in the same squad as Yuri made Shirazu immediately uncomfortable. Working alongside someone who acted like a lone wolf with no concern for teammates. Just thinking about it made him dread the days ahead. What, you're saying I can't join? Yuri had arrived, immediately questioning Shirazu in a cold tone. Just hearing you talk makes me uncomfortable. Shirazu said irritably. Likewise. Yuri responded flatly. I'd like to sign up for the quink surgery too. Matsuki, who had appeared at some point, timidly raised her hand. You too, then we already have 4 people. Won't there not be enough slots? Shirazu immediately worried about availability again. There will be, but since you're so eager, I'll take you to meet the person in charge of this quink surgery right now. Byakuya said. Really? Thank you so much, Investigator Amaha. Shirazu exclaimed happily. Thank you, Investigator Amaha. Yuri also spoke up. Yonbayashi and Matsuki likewise expressed their thanks to Byakuya. Is Byakuya-senpai taking them to the CCG laboratory building? Haru, drawn by the commotion, asked Byakuya. Yes, to see Dr. Chijio. Byakuya nodded. The person in charge of this quink surgery, also called QS surgery, was CCG laboratory building's chief researcher, Chijio Kuitsu. Then I'll come along too. It's on my way home anyway. Haru smiled. Her home was also in Ward 1. Sure, whatever you want. Byakuya acknowledged. Speaking of which, won't Byakuya-senpai be the leader of the quink squad later? Haru suddenly remembered this, then addressed Yuri and the others. You've basically met your future superior early. You already knew about this. Byakuya was somewhat surprised. He'd assumed the bureau director would keep this confidential for now. Haru smiled. Of course. After all, I've always paid close attention to Byakuya-senpai tilde. Chapter 277. Hearing Investigator Aihei speak so intimately to Investigator Amaha right in front of them. Yonbayashi and Shirazu were now certain of their earlier suspicions. Investigator Amaha and Investigator Aihei really did have an unusual relationship. Additionally, they seemed to have heard something significant. Investigator Amaha was going to be the quink squad's superior. Wait, Investigator Aihei, what you just said about Investigator Amaha being the quink squad's superior. Is that true? Yonbayashi immediately asked. Yuri, Shirazu, and Matsuki all became interested in this. They naturally knew they'd be assigned to the quink squad after undergoing the surgery. They just hadn't expected their superior to be Investigator Amaha. That's right. The quink squad is under Byakuya-senpai's command, so coming to him was exactly the right choice. Haru nodded. So that's really how it is. The 4 were quite surprised. Byakuya didn't say much, simply smiling at them. Ward 1, CCG Laboratory Building. Byakuya had brought the 4 trainees here, with Haru accompanying him. They soon located Chijio Kuitsu. You're all here to register, right? Just fill out these forms directly with me, saves going through all the procedures. Chijio produced 4 forms and handed them to the 4 trainees. But before that, let me confirm your intentions. Have you all thought this through carefully? You can change your minds anytime before lying on the operating table, but if you're going to back out, there's no need to sit here filling out forms. You all know about the post-surgery side effects, right? I won't elaborate on those here. And the enemies you'll face afterward are the powerful Aogiri tree. Those ghouls are extremely dangerous, especially the one-eyed owl among them. Chijio was confirming the 4's intentions face-to-face. Though the quink surgery's side effects weren't severe, not everyone could accept having a Kakugan in one eye. The procedure would barely affect daily life. The difference was being able to unleash ghoul-like power during combat. I understand. I've thought this through completely. There's no possibility of backing out. Yuri said decisively. His goal was crystal clear, to become stronger. He not only harbored hatred for the one-eyed owl who'd killed his father years ago, but also for Kuriwa Iwao, who had been his father's subordinate at the time. He believed Kuriwa's failure to save his father had led to his horrible death. His father, Makido Yuri, had been a special class investigator in Squad S3, which made Yuri obsessed with joining S3 himself. However, S3 had high entry requirements. Newcomers couldn't easily get in. Squads like S1, S2, and S3 were all led by special class-level investigators, essentially elite squads second only to Squad 0. So Yuri wanted the fastest path to becoming stronger, accepting this QS surgery, so he could join S3 as soon as possible and exact his revenge sooner. Same here, I really want this opportunity. Shirazu spoke up as well. For that substantial compensation, there was no way he'd back out halfway. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money for his sister's treatment. I've thought it through too. I have my mother's consent, so there shouldn't be any problems. Yonbayashi raised her hand. Her reason for accepting the experiment was the same as Shirazu's: money. Her family was relatively poor, with only her mother supporting her and her brother. Though they'd opened a bar with relatives' help, business had always been bad. They couldn't even afford normal schooling, so her mother had sent her and her brother to the GHOUL Countermeasures Institute where tuition was cheap. Actually, Yonbayashi had never particularly wanted to become an investigator. She just ended up at the academy, so this was her only career path. When she discovered the QS surgery came with substantial compensation, she discussed it with her mother and decided to try. Finally, there was Matsuki. I don't want to be so timid anymore. I want to become stronger too. That's why I'm here. Though Matsuki spoke softly, her tone was quite resolute. Good, then there are no issues. Chijiu nodded. After you finish the forms, come over for the QS surgery compatibility test. If you don't pass, you can't undergo the surgery, otherwise there would be risks. Understood. The four nodded and began filling out their forms. The QS surgery compatibility tests had concluded. This is quite incredible. All four of you passed the tests simultaneously, every applicant before you failed. Chijiu held 4 examination results, speaking with evident surprise. Great, I passed. Shirazu exclaimed happily. Even Yuri's face showed a rare hint of a smile. He'd worried about failing the test. Yonbayashi and Matsuki were both smiling too. These 4 were all brought by Investigator Amaha, weren't they? Your eye for talent is that good. Chijiu couldn't help but ask Byakuya. I didn't bring them, they came to me on their own. Byakuya corrected. They just completed their training exercise. I was the one who led them to Ward 24 for the whack-a-mole operation. When training ended, they approached me about this. I see. Chijiu nodded. This made him even more amazed. What a coincidence. If you're willing, I can begin the surgeries right now. The procedure won't take long. Chijiu addressed the 4. The 4 had no objections. They all wanted to complete the surgery as soon as possible. Yuri and Matsuki wanted to become stronger quickly. Shirazu and Yonbayashi wanted to get paid quickly. Following the order of registration, the 4 underwent the QS surgery one after another. As Chijiu had said, the surgeries were quite fast and went smoothly without incident. This was largely because Kanu's underground laboratory had contained extensive experimental data, most of which hadn't been destroyed. CCG had naturally retrieved all that data during their investigation, providing Chijiu with rich reference material. Combined with Chijiu's own abilities, he'd been personally praised as a genius by Kanu himself. He'd been able to refine the procedure this well. Honestly, Byakuya half suspected that Kanu had deliberately left that data in the underground lab. With Kanu's capabilities, destroying it would have been easy. It was simply a matter of whether he wanted to or not. The results are in. The girl named Seiko Yonbayashi has the strongest compatibility with the QS surgery. Chijiu had emerged from the operating room and was sharing the results with Byakuya. Then Kuki Yuri and Jinshi Shirazu are also doing very well. He paused. Finally, there's Toru Matsuki. Her RC cell count is somewhat low, the lowest among the 4, so low that she can't properly use a Kagyun. Even at full power release, her RC cell count only reaches 5 or 600, barely different from an ordinary human. Ordinary humans had RC cell counts in the hundreds. Ghouls were powerful because their RC cell counts far exceeded humans. Matsuki's situation meant, not only was her RC cell count too low to manifest a Kagyun, but her physical capabilities were no different from a normal person's. One could say Matsuki's QS surgery made essentially no difference whether she'd had it or not. No, wait, there was one difference. Matsuki's Kakyugen now couldn't be turned off. The four had now emerged from the operating room. Yuri clenched his fist, sensing that his strength had noticeably increased, and this was just his normal state, not even activated. Whoa, I really do feel much stronger. Shirazu exclaimed happily. Dr. Chijyu just said my compatibility was the strongest. Turns out I have the best aptitude. Yonbayashi said with some pride. Only Matsuki looked troubled, having felt no change in herself at all. Matsuki, aren't you going to deactivate your Kakyugen? Yonbayashi noticed Matsuki's right eye was still in Kakyugen form and immediately pointed it out. Deactivate, I don't know how. Matsuki was confused. She had no idea what was going on. Oh wait, it's not really deactivating. Normally, the Kakyugen just doesn't appear, it only manifests uncontrollably when using power. And Dr. Chijyu just gave us RC suppressants, so normally the Kakyugen shouldn't still be showing. Yonbayashi said. Could something have gone wrong during the surgery? Shirazu wondered curiously. It wasn't an accident, it's because her RC cell count is too low. Not only can't she control her Kakyugen at will, activating her Kagyun is also problematic. Chijyu walked over and explained. Then what should I do? Matsuki asked worriedly. She felt quite troubled. Everyone else had become stronger after the QS surgery, while she was the only one unchanged. Wasn't this surgery basically pointless? And she couldn't control her Kakyugen. She wouldn't be able to live normally in human society anymore. There's no good solution. I can only have you come in periodically for checkups and adjustments. Chijyu said helplessly. As for your Kakyugen, just cover it with an eye patch normally. As long as you don't expose it in front of others, it should be fine. Even he didn't fully understand Matsuki's situation. Logically, RC cell counts shouldn't be this low after completing the QS surgery. All right. Matsuki nodded somewhat dejectedly. This was the only option for now. Only Byakuya knew the truth. In reality, Matsuki's RC cell count wasn't as low as 5 or 600, it was actually absurdly high. The off-the-charts reading had probably caused an error in the results. Exactly how high remained unknown even in the original story. Of course, it could also be similar to Sasaki Hayes' situation, where Kenki Ken's half-Kakuja, centipede, power had been forgotten due to multiple personalities. Matsuki's mental state was also abnormal. She likely had a split personality. Childhood abuse by her parents had caused psychological fragmentation, with the painful memories sealed away in another personality. When the violence and abuse had become unbearable, Matsuki had killed her family with her own hands. But having immediately dissociated, by the time police arrived, she no longer knew she'd been the killer. She believed a ghoul had broken in and murdered her family. The police believed it too, since the scene didn't look like anything a little girl could have done. Matsuki was then taken in by CCG institutions. In other words, the current Matsuki was the timid, weak personality, with correspondingly weak abilities. But once she snapped and switched to her other personality, her strength could rival that of special class investigator Juzu Suzuya from the original story. All right, you'll all be assigned to the Quink Squad, QS Squad, going forward. Chijyu said, rest well at home tonight, you can report to headquarters tomorrow. Ding, host facilitated the complete assembly of the QS Squad. Reward, 50 fusion points. What excellent results. Everyone completed their surgeries successfully. Haru remarked beside Byakuya. Yes, the QS Squad will suddenly have 4 new members. Kurona and Nashiro won't be so alone anymore. Byakuya nodded. Kurona, Nashiro, I think I've heard those names, twin sisters, right? Haru said, Byakuya-senpai actually calls them by their first names. You must be quite close to them. I suppose. Byakuya didn't deny it. In fact, he directly confirmed it. Oh tilde. Haru smiled. Now I really want to meet them. I'm curious what kind of girls Byakuya-senpai likes. If you want to meet them, just come to the QS squad. They're members now too. In response to Haru's probing question, Byakuya still didn't deny anything. Chapter 278. So Kurona and Nashiro really are girls Byakuya-senpai likes. Haru said. That's right, but why are you asking? Byakuya asked. Well, I'm curious what kind of girls Byakuya-senpai likes, and also. Haru continued. There really are a lot of girls close to Byakuya-senpai, including Miss Mado from before. That's already 3. Byakuya fell silent momentarily. Because if he actually counted carefully, it was far more than 3. But since Byakuya-senpai is so outstanding, this is perfectly normal. Haru continued. So when there's an opportunity, I'll meet with Kurona and Nashiro. Please let them know for me, Byakuya-senpai. Sure. Byakuya nodded slightly. Having arranged everything for Yuri and the others, Byakuya went home. At home, he discussed the day's events with Kurona and Nashiro. 4 new recruits completed the QS surgery today. They'll be joining the QS squad afterward and will be your colleagues. Byakuya said. Also, one of my colleagues from Squad 0 said she'd like to meet you too when there's a chance. Wants to meet me and Nashiro, why? Kurona asked immediately. She said she wants to know what kind of girls I like. Byakuya answered truthfully. She. Hearing Byakuya say this, and especially that word she, Kurona immediately became alert. Nashiro's focus was different from Kurona's. So, Byakuya Oniachin has acknowledged that Kurona and I are girls you like. Yes. Byakuya smiled and nodded. At this point, is my liking you two really such a strange thing? I guess not. Nashiro's cheeks flushed slightly, showing a happy expression. Only then did Kurona realize that Byakuya had suddenly expressed that he liked her and Nashiro. By the way, who is this colleague of Byakuya Oniachin's in Squad 0? What does she want to know about the girls you like for? Nashiro also asked alertly. I want to know too. Kurona added. Her name is Haru Ihe. She probably just wants to get to know you. Byakuya answered. Is that so? Neither Kurona nor Nashiro believed this woman named Haru Ihe was doing this for such a simple reason. They'd find out when they met her. With Yuri and the others having reported to CCG headquarters, the QS squad members were now fully assembled. It was time for Kurona and Nashiro to meet them. These are the other 2 members of the QS squad, Kurona Yasuhisa and Nashiro Yasuhisa. Byakuya introduced Kurona and Nashiro to Yuri and the others. I'm Kurona Yasuhisa. I'm Nashiro Yasuhisa. The twins spoke simultaneously. They're twin sisters. Did they also undergo the QS surgery like us? Yonbayashi asked immediately. No. Kurona shook her head slightly. Nashiro and I are victims of the previous half-ghoulification surgery incident. This was Byakuya's and the bureau director's decision. They felt Kurona and Nashiro didn't need to hide their identities from Yuri and the others. After all, Kurona and Nashiro couldn't eat normal food. It was better to be upfront from the start. Half-ghoulification surgery, that doctor named Kanu or something. Yonbayashi remembered this. She'd still been in class at the academy when that incident was mentioned in lectures. Supposedly an extremely inhumane surgery that forcibly converted humans into ghouls with an extremely high failure rate. Even successful subjects could no longer eat normal food like regular people. I recall there were only 2 successful subjects from that half-ghoulification surgery. Could that be you too? Shirazu asked carefully. He didn't want to accidentally trigger bad memories. That's right. Nashiro nodded casually. It seemed that event was no longer a painful memory for her and Kurona. How terrifying. Matsuki said to Kurona and Nashiro with some admiration. If I'd experienced something like that, I definitely couldn't be as composed as you two. Kurona and I didn't do it alone. It was Byakuya Oniichan who helped us find ourselves again. Nashiro said directly. Byakuya Oniichan. Yonbayashi and the others were somewhat startled by this address. Oh, sorry. In this setting I should say Investigator Amaha. Nashiro immediately corrected herself. But what she'd said had already been heard. This was quite obvious. Investigator Amaha's relationship with Kurona and Nashiro was clearly unusual too. I'm Kuki Yuri. I came here after accepting the QS surgery to become stronger as quickly as possible. Yuri began his self-introduction. His introduction was very simple, and his detached tone also subtly indicated he didn't intend to interact much with the other QS squad members. Becoming stronger was the only thing he cared about. I'm Jinshi Shirazu. My reason's pretty mundane. I accepted the QS surgery for the compensation, but I'll work hard and cooperate with everyone. Shirazu introduced himself as well. This wasn't just for Kurona and Nashiro. It was also letting Yuri, Yonbayashi, and Matsuki get to know him better. I'm Seiko Yonbayashi. Not gonna lie, I'm here for the money too, because my family's in a tough spot. Yonbayashi said somewhat embarrassedly. My reason is to change myself. I don't want to be cowardly and timid like before, so I volunteered for the surgery. Now it was Matsuki's turn. Also, my name is Toru Matsuki. Nice to meet everyone. She was somewhat nervous during her introduction, but managed well enough. For Nashiro and me, this is simply the most suitable place for us to belong. Kurona also remarked with feeling. Of course, she meant within CCG. If she and Nashiro wanted to work normally at CCG, the QS squad was definitely the best fit. And outside of CCG, there was still Byakuya. So they didn't feel lonely or alone at all. Given what Kurona and Nashiro went through, Yonbayashi expressed understanding. The QS squad was officially established. However, due to their special status, they would be living and operating together going forward. In other words, they'd be staying in the same place. Kurona and Nashiro were exceptions. They still lived at Byakuya's house. They just needed to operate together during work hours. As the advisor, Kyoko Ora, and as the person in charge, Byakuya, would also frequently monitor their activities. They needed space for at least 4 people, so they rented a fairly expensive apartment. Good thing CCG reimburses us for rent. Otherwise, this apartment's price would be outrageous. Shirazu remarked, thinking about the rent. Yeah, if we had to pay ourselves, part of our compensation would have to go toward it. Yonbayashi agreed. Yuri didn't care about money matters and didn't participate in this discussion. Matsuki just smiled along with them, feeling there wasn't much to say. I'll go help Investigator Amaha, you all keep chatting. Akira stood up, intending to help Byakuya in the kitchen. Yuri and the others had now moved into their new home. This place served as both their residence and their office, meaning they didn't work at a branch or headquarters like other investigators. This was due to their special status, as considered by their superiors. Moving day, also the QS squad's official establishment day, naturally called for a celebration. So not only were Kurona, Nashiro, and the 4 new members present, Byakuya and his partner Akira, plus Kyoko Ora, had also come. Byakuya was currently in the kitchen, personally preparing a feast for the newcomers, having been busy for quite a while. Seeing this, Kurona and Nashiro also wanted to help in the kitchen. But one kitchen couldn't comfortably fit that many people, so they decided against it. They felt somewhat regretful for not beating Akira to the punch in offering to help Byakuya. Kyoko, meanwhile, had already figured out many things, such as what was going on between Byakuya and Akira. Yet her expression remained composed and calm, appearing unconcerned with such matters. In the kitchen, Byakuya was busy cooking. Akira suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Investigator Amaha, is there anything I can help with? Akira asked directly. You don't need to trouble yourself, I can manage on my own. Byakuya replied while continuing to cook. Akira's eyes flickered momentarily before she rephrased, I came to help you. Not only that, she firmly took the potato chunks Byakuya had just finished cutting. Byakuya had been working on another dish, planning to set the potatoes aside for beef stew later. Akira glanced at the beef soaking in the sink and said directly, "You're planning to make beef stew with potatoes, right? I happen to know how to make this dish. Just leave it to me." "All right then, thanks." Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly, thinking that Akira was quite assertive about these things. A while later, Akira suddenly spoke while cutting the beef. "I recall this QS squad was originally your proposal." "Yes, why?" Byakuya responded. "You did this so Kirona and Nashiro could continue working normally at CCG, didn't you? You really do care about them." Akira said. "That matter, you're right." Byakuya didn't plan to deny it. "I knew it." Afterward, Akira fell silent, simply continuing to cook. Byakuya sensed something off about the atmosphere in the kitchen, but couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He glanced at Akira, but couldn't detect anything unusual. Her expression was the same as always. Unable to figure out the reason, Byakuya stopped worrying about the atmosphere. Through Byakuya and Akira's division of labor, a sumptuous lunch was soon served at the table. "Wow, everything looks so delicious," Yonbayashi exclaimed. Every dish on the table made her want to try it immediately. Investigator Amaha's cooking is amazing, and so is rank 2 mottos. Shirazu praised. "Just the smell is already so good." Mutsuki added. Even Yuri, whose mind was focused on becoming stronger and seeking revenge, wasn't foolish enough to refuse good food. Though he didn't speak, he sat perfectly straight, chopsticks already prepared on the table. "Byakuya's culinary skills are quite exceptional. Even I admit I'm not as good." Kyoko praised. "Having Byakuya as your superior and having him cook for you, you're all very fortunate." Yuri and the others couldn't deny this. Their superior was not only incredibly powerful, but also had such excellent cooking skills. He was practically all-around talented. "All right, enough talking. Let's eat, otherwise it'll get cold and won't taste as good," Byakuya said with a smile. "Itadakimasu." Everyone spoke in unison. Except for Kirona and Nashiro, who had temporarily stepped away. This couldn't be helped, they still couldn't eat normal food. Sitting at the table would only torment them. They were in another room now, lying on the bed and cuddling together. This was their room, where they could rest during work days if they wanted to nap. The door was now tightly closed, blocking out most of the smells. Otherwise, smelling what should have been delicious, but was now revolting to them, would only make Kirona and Nashiro feel worse. "Nashiro, Byakuya said he'll turn us back into humans, so we just need to endure a little longer." "Yes, Kirona, I believe Byakuya Oniachin can definitely do it." Chapter 279. Byakuya stopped eating halfway through the meal. He was already mostly full. Instead, he went to Kirona and Nashiro's room to check on them. Hearing someone about to open the door, the twins, who had been cuddling on the bed, immediately sat up. Seeing it was Byakuya, they relaxed. Because only in front of Byakuya did they need no restraint. They could be as willful and affectionate as they wanted. "Byakuya, why aren't you eating with everyone?" Kirona asked as she watched him enter. "And Byakuya Oniachin worked so hard cooking. You should properly taste what you made." Nashiro said. "I'm already full. I came to check on you too. I was a bit worried." Byakuya closed the door behind him. "What's there to worry about? Nashiro and I aren't that fragile." Kirona said. "In that case, should I leave?" Byakuya tentatively reached for the door handle, as if to leave. "Wait." Kirona immediately changed her tune. "You should stay and keep Nashiro and me company." Byakuya smiled. He knew Kirona's slightly tsundere personality inside and out by now. Kirona really isn't very straightforward. Nashiro murmured quietly. "All right." Byakuya sat down on the edge of the bed with them. He didn't say anything comforting to Kirona and Nashiro, and they didn't need him to say anything. Just sitting together like this, with Kirona and Nashiro leaning against his shoulders, was more meaningful than any words. At this moment, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect that Kenki, after losing his memories and becoming Sasaki Hayes, had been quite strong. In the original story, Sasaki always cooked for the QS squad, yet couldn't eat normal food himself, and he'd still sit at the table chatting and laughing every time. The reason was simple. Half-ghouls created through the half-ghoulification surgery had RC cell counts just as high as normal ghouls. This couldn't be reduced to human levels with RC suppressants. Like the ghouls imprisoned in Cochlea, who were constantly suppressed with RC suppressants, yet still ate carrion for sustenance. I feel like maybe Nashiro and I should sit at the table with everyone next time. Even if we don't eat, it might be better to be there. Kurona said. Yeah, I also think just the two of us retreating to our room seems awkward. Nashiro agreed. I don't think that's necessary. Byakuya said. You don't have to force yourselves to do uncomfortable things. Besides, they all know about your situation now and can understand. If they can't understand something like this, they're not normal people, and you'd have even less reason to care about normal people's opinions. Okay, then we'll just go by how we feel. Kurona nodded. Actually, after smelling those scents enough times, you get used to it. Like Kurona said, we'll just go by how we feel. Nashiro added. Right, as long as you don't force yourselves. Byakuya emphasized, don't force yourselves. If they were in a good mood and wanted to sit at the table with everyone, that was fine too. About 10 minutes later, the meal outside had mostly concluded. Kurona and Nashiro came out of the room with Byakuya. Ding, host personally prepared a feast for the QS squad. Reward, 20 fusion points. Everyone naturally understood Kurona and Nashiro's situation. They all knew the twins had undergone a different surgery than the QS surgery, with the severe side effect of being unable to eat normal food. Since no assignments had started yet, after lunch was done and dishes were cleaned and washed, Yuri and the others went to do their own things. Yuri liked studying ghoul intelligence and combat matters in his room. Yonbayashi liked sleeping and playing games in her room. Shirazu and Matsuki didn't have particular hobbies. That evening, Byakuya took Kurona and Nashiro home. They didn't stay at the QS residence overnight, they went home. Sitting on the sofa, Byakuya leisurely watched TV. Just then, Rise sat down beside him. Byakuya, I recall that Furuta kid also studied at Kamiai University. How did he get in? Rise suddenly asked. Obviously through the Washu clan's power. With the Washu's influence, getting him into a university wouldn't be difficult. Byakuya answered. There was actually a small noteworthy detail here. Nimura Furuta's official identity within the Washu clan was that of a low-status branch family half-human, and he'd openly enrolled at Kamiai University. So it wasn't a case of Tsuneyoshi Washu secretly pulling strings for him. This indicated the Washu clan's considerable power. Getting even a low-status branch family child into Kamiai University clearly hadn't required much effort. Requires the Washu clan's power, huh? Never mind then. Rise said. What's this about? Are you interested in Kamiai University? Byakuya asked. Staying home every day has gotten a bit boring. I'm tired of reading, and books that suit my taste are rare anyway. Rise answered. I was thinking of finding some entertainment when it suddenly occurred to me that I've never attended school. That's easy, I'm still a student there, I can just take you in. Actually, even if you went alone, it would be fine. You could sit in on classes and no one would know you're not a student. Byakuya said. As for actually enrolling like Furuta did, that's not easily arranged right now. Probably have to wait until I deal with the Washu clan. Then just take me in to experience it. Like before, but this time I want a deeper experience. Rise said. Byakuya had taken her to Kamiai University once before, but they'd just wandered around casually without really experiencing student life. Sure, let's do it tomorrow then. I don't have any work anyway. Byakuya readily agreed to Rai's request. His only current responsibility was keeping an eye on the QS squad newcomers, since he was now in charge. But he certainly didn't need to monitor them every day. He'd rather spend more time with Rise. Chapter 280. Ward 20, Kamiai University. Byakuya returned to campus after a long absence, bringing Rise directly into the school. Though he was now CCG's most famous and strongest investigator internally, few people outside CCG would recognize him. So as he and Rise walked around campus, aside from their good looks attracting attention, they didn't draw excessive notice. However, if the name Amaha Byakuya were mentioned, quite a few students would actually know of him. After all, the school had produced such a celebrity. The recent one-eyed owl suppression operation had caused an enormous commotion. Kamiai University was located right in Ward 20. Students had all been evacuated to shelters early, so everyone knew about this unprecedented battle between humans and ghouls. Byakuya had been the one with the greatest merit. A bit of media coverage, and many people learned about him. I'm actually a bit surprised you'd want to experience student life more deeply. Byakuya remarked. It's because staying home every day is too boring, and you have less and less time to spend with me. Rise said. Being interested in student life was one thing. Wanting Byakuya to accompany her on an outing was another. All right, seems like that's my fault. I should spend more time taking you out. Byakuya said. Afterward, he first took Rise to the cafeteria. Most students eat breakfast in the cafeteria before morning classes start, or maybe they've already eaten at home. I'm just bringing you here to experience it. You don't have to actually eat. Byakuya said. Since Rise wanted a deeper experience, he planned to give her an immersive university life experience. He ordered 2 breakfasts in the cafeteria, sitting like other students to eat. But Rise couldn't eat breakfast. Byakuya wasn't going to make her fake eating either. Experience was experience, but there was no need to force herself. At this point, Rise seemed about to try a bite. She knew it definitely wouldn't taste good. She just wanted to try a little for the experience. As expected, absolutely disgusting. Here, you eat it. Rise bit into it but couldn't bite off a piece. Tasting it, she gave up immediately and handed it to Byakuya. Byakuya naturally didn't mind something Rise had bitten. He took it and ate it directly. So in the end, both breakfasts were finished by him alone. Next should be going to class, but I don't know the current schedule. I'll just take you to the classroom where I used to have classes. Byakuya said. No matter how good his memory was, he couldn't remember a schedule he'd never seen. It had been so long since he'd gone on leave that the schedule had long since changed. You're not that busy at CCG anymore, right? Aren't you coming back to continue your studies? Rise asked casually about Byakuya's situation. I have been on leave for quite a while. I should probably communicate with the school today and see when I can resume my studies. Byakuya said. It wasn't that he absolutely needed a diploma from here. He'd actually almost forgotten he was still technically a Kamiai University student until Rise mentioned her interest in the school. If Rise actually enrolled here, and Tauka was apparently trying to get into this university too, then coming back to study might actually be nice. Afterward, Byakuya and Rise arrived at a classroom. There were still 20 minutes until the first morning class, but most students were already there. And Byakuya noticed these were his original classmates. Lucky timing to run into them. That person. When Byakuya entered the classroom with Rise, a classmate immediately noticed him. He looked very familiar, but couldn't immediately place him. Isn't that Amaha? He's actually back. I recall he went to CCG to fight ghouls. During that owl suppression thing, he supposedly made huge contributions. Didn't expect him to come back. And he brought a really pretty girl back. She doesn't look like one of our classmates, does she? More and more classmates noticed Byakuya. When Byakuya found random seats for himself and Rise, several classmates immediately gathered around. Amaha, are you coming back to continue studying? Facing this question, Byakuya shook his head slightly. No, I'm just visiting. But I'm technically on leave, so I'll eventually come back to continue my studies. Byakuya replied. I see, we thought you'd be too busy at CCG, still found time to visit school. You might not know this, Amaha, but you're a big celebrity here now. Rumors say you're CCG's strongest investigator. Is that true or false? Is this young lady a student here, or Amaha's colleague at CCG? Since Byakuya had been away so long, and there were many rumors about him, classmates enthusiastically asked him many questions, so many he couldn't keep up. Among them, several female classmates subtly showed interest in him. His appearance was already excellent, and he was CCG's strongest investigator. Most students, male or female, didn't consider whether being an investigator was dangerous. Cool was all that mattered. This did not please Rise, sitting beside him. "No, I'm neither a student at this school nor Byakuya's CCG colleague. I'm his lover." Rise responded to someone's question by emphasizing her identity. Her smile remained, but no one except Byakuya could see the dangerous gleam hidden within it. Chapter 281. His lover. Why so surprised? Amahikun has always been exceptional. What a perfect match, so Amahikun is into girls like her. The moment Rise announced her relationship status, murmurs erupted throughout the classroom. With a single declaration, she had effectively cut off every girl who'd ever harbored feelings for Amaha Byakuya. Her smile carried a hint of danger, but she wasn't about to go on a killing spree in a classroom. The old Rise might have done exactly that, but she was a completely different person now. As for Rise calling herself his lover, Byakuya had no intention of denying it. After all, it was the truth. After chatting with his classmates for a while, the lecturer arrived. With class about to begin, everyone dispersed back to their original seats, leaving Byakuya's corner. Not that it really mattered where they sat, university lectures didn't have assigned seating. But clustering together made them conspicuous targets for the professor's questions. Byakuya noticed the lecturer was someone new, not among the faculty he remembered. The professor didn't recognize him either, and clearly couldn't care less whether Byakuya and Rise actually belonged in this class. He launched straight into his lecture. At most, he'd take attendance to see who was late, then clock out the moment class ended. Who cares who's who? Byakuya borrowed a textbook from the student behind him, who was too busy playing with his phone to actually listen anyway. This is more of a humanities course, so you should be able to follow along. Let's read the textbook while we listen, just ask me if anything doesn't make sense. He spoke quietly to Rise beside him. Despite never having attended school, Rise wasn't uneducated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to read the books she loved so much. And for a humanities course like this, as long as the professor explained things clearly, understanding wasn't difficult. The key was taking notes and memorization. Rise nodded and began listening attentively. She was genuinely experiencing what it felt like to be a student in class. Ding, host brought Kamishiro Rise to experience a university lecture firsthand. Reward, 10 fusion points. After 2 class periods ended, Byakuya left the classroom with Rise. There's still some time before lunch. Usually, people do whatever they want, go home to sleep, join club activities, that sort of thing. Byakuya said, "Want me to take you to experience what club activities are like?" "Sure, if it's not too much trouble." Rise nodded. Byakuya didn't respond, because it actually was rather inconvenient. He'd never joined any clubs himself, so he had no connections in that area. He led Rise to the badminton courts beside the sports field. Badminton clubs were among the most common at universities. Generally, if you saw a group of people who knew each other gathered at the badminton courts, they were probably club members. He'd brought Rise here to experience what a badminton club's activities were like, and let her try the sport itself. Let's watch from the sidelines first, see how they play, and then you can give it a try. From what I can see, it's just a bunch of people gathered here. Let me see if there's anything interesting about it. Rise wasn't particularly interested at first. Ding, host brought Kamishiro Rise to experience university club activities firsthand. Reward, 10 fusion points. After a while, with Byakuya explaining the rules, Rise began to understand how badminton worked. She was starting to feel curious about trying it herself. Just then, one girl's opponent went to take a water break. Byakuya approached and greeted her. "Sorry to bother you, would you mind letting her try playing?" "Sure, but if she's a beginner, she might not have a great experience." The girl offered a friendly warning. "That's fine, she just wants to try it out." Then Byakuya whispered in Rise's ear, "Remember not to take it too seriously, or you might blow your cover." Ghouls had senses and physical abilities far beyond normal humans, advantages that would be glaringly obvious in sports. If Rise went all out, people might suspect she was a ghoul. Rise gave a slight nod. All right then, go ahead and have some fun. Rise stepped forward and picked up a racket, waiting for the serve. That's when the girl across from her spoke up. You're a new face. After this match, want to join our badminton club? She'd noticed how strikingly beautiful Rise was. If she could recruit such a gorgeous girl, the club would have a much easier time attracting new members. I'm sorry, I'm just here to try badminton. I'm not interested in joining. Rise smiled politely. Even if she were interested, she couldn't join anyway. She wasn't a student here. Unless this university allowed outsiders to join their clubs. Oh well. The girl didn't push further. But if I crush her, she thought, maybe I'll still have a chance to recruit her. She decided to go all out. The match began. At first, Rise played casually, not putting in any real effort. But after losing a few points, her attitude shifted. She, apex predator of the food chain, was going to lose to some human girl. Unacceptable. Rise started playing for real. Her form and technique were still rough, but her reaction time and physical abilities utterly outclassed any normal person. Her opponent wasn't some elite badminton player either, just an amateur who participated in club activities. She stood no chance against a serious Rise. The tide turned. The other girl was pushed back point after point. As Rise grew more comfortable with the sport, her opponent's chances grew slimmer and slimmer. Soon it became a completely one-sided domination. The other club members had stopped their own games to stare in disbelief. This newcomer, who was even wearing a skirt, was absolutely destroying one of their members. Chapter 282. Sensing trouble, Byakuya immediately decided to give Rise a warning. If she kept steamrolling her opponent like this, her identity would be exposed. Rise. He simply called her name. Hearing it, Rise instantly understood. She knew exactly why he'd suddenly called out to her. Her solution was direct. She set down the racket. I think I've experienced enough, thanks. With that, she turned and walked toward Byakuya. The girl across from her was left stunned, not expecting her opponent to quit so suddenly. At the same time, she felt a wave of relief. She'd been completely overwhelmed just now. Her opponent's movements definitely looked like a beginner's, but that inhuman reaction speed and agility had left her in shock. Is this what natural talent looks like? Yes, it had to be talent. In sports, natural talent was crucial. Some people were simply born to be athletes. Wait. The girl called out to Rise. Are you sure you don't want to join our badminton club? Their club regularly competed in tournaments, so recruiting skilled players was essential. Encountering such a naturally gifted player, they weren't about to let her slip away. Not just her, but other club members began approaching Rise with invitations as well. Rise was getting annoyed by all the attention, but she never lost her temper with ordinary humans. I'm sorry, but my boyfriend is already in another club. I only plan to follow him. She looped her arm through Byakuya's, effectively tossing the problem to him. Oh, then how about you, sir? Want to join our badminton club? They turned their attention to Byakuya instead. Seriously, you could have just told them you're not a student here. Byakuya muttered quietly to Rise. He knew she wasn't oblivious to that option. She was deliberately causing him trouble. Finally, he addressed the crowd. I'm actually a CCG investigator. I'm just showing my girlfriend around the campus for a bit. She's not a student here, so she wouldn't be able to join your club. Having grown accustomed to Rise calling him her lover, he'd started using girlfriend too. Oh, I see. The girl nodded somewhat vacantly, then suddenly perked up. Wait, did you say CCG investigator? Are you? Who was it again? You mean Amaha Byakuya? Another club member prompted. He's probably the most famous ghoul investigator from our school. Recognition dawned on her face. Right, Amaha Byakuya, are you him? Yeah. Byakuya didn't deny it. This was to deflect any suspicions about Rise. Once these students knew he was an investigator, they wouldn't suspect that his girlfriend might be a ghoul. Ordinary students didn't have instincts like Mato Curio or Mato Akira. If those two showed up, Rise would definitely be suspected immediately. Wow, it really is you. The girl's eyes lit up. "Can I get an autograph? I don't have any paper though, just sign my clothes." She borrowed a pen from another club member and held it out to Byakuya. "Sure, where do you want it?" Byakuya figured signing his name was harmless enough. "Right here." She thrust out her chest, indicating that he should sign across the ample white fabric stretched there. Byakuya fell into a moment of contemplation. Did she really have to choose such an awkward spot? Rise was not amused. She stepped forward. "Didn't I just tell you, he's my boyfriend?" Her face wore a smile, but it was absolutely terrifying. There was nothing hostile in her words, yet that smile alone was enough to freeze the girl in place. Without another word, Rise pulled Byakuya away, not giving the girl a chance to explain. Only after they left did the girl snap out of it. She hadn't meant anything by it, not until Rise's reaction made her realize how it might have looked. By then, it was too late. After being dragged away, Byakuya asked, "So, how was the club activity experience?" "Not great, pretty boring." Rise's tone was rather cold. Perhaps because of what just happened, or perhaps because having to hold back while playing badminton really was dull. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. "My fault, should have picked a different club." "No need, I've had my experience. It would have been fine if not for that clueless girl." Rise's response clarified the reason. It was definitely about what had just happened. "All right." As they walked, Byakuya and Rise found themselves near the Pharmaceutical Sciences building. That's when they ran into a familiar face. The brown-haired, bespectacled young man looked familiar to Byakuya. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Nishiki Nishio. He also recognized the girl beside Nishiki, his human girlfriend, Kimi Nishino. The interesting thing was that Nishiki was a ghoul, while Kimi was human. Just as Byakuya noticed Nishiki and Kimi, Nishiki noticed Rise. Nishiki's expression immediately turned wary. Rise had been extremely high-profile in Ward 20 before. Nearly every ghoul in the ward knew the binge eater, and Nishiki was no exception. Running into the binge eater at school was the last thing he'd expected. Though she'd been inexplicably quiet for a long time now, he hadn't heard of any feeding incidents from her in ages. He still considered her extremely dangerous. His guard went up instinctively. Rise, on the other hand, didn't recognize Nishiki at all. She could smell that he was a ghoul, but she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Nishiki then noticed the man whose arm Rise was clinging to. Judging by scent, he was human, so the binge eater was hunting again. Chapter 283. Since none of the events involving Kenki Ken and Tsukiyama Shu had happened yet, Nishiki hadn't joined Anteku. He knew nothing about the connection between Byakuya and Rise. His wariness stemmed purely from how dangerous the binge eater was. Nishiki had even had his feeding grounds stolen by her before. Of course, Rise considered him so insignificant that she didn't even remember him. He'd long stopped caring about losing that territory. The binge eater had inexplicably stopped hunting ages ago, and the feeding grounds had returned to him. As for the handsome, slender, pretty boy human before him, Nishiki couldn't care less. He had no desire and no courage to interfere with the binge eater's prey. What truly worried him was his girlfriend Kimi beside him. If the binge eater, that voracious predator, set her sights on Kimi, he'd have no way to protect her. Rise hadn't paid Nishiki any mind, but his cold, wary gaze was starting to irritate her. She smiled. "Want to die, looking at me like that?" The most dangerous words delivered in the gentlest tone, opening with a death threat. This made Nishiki even more alarmed. In his memory, the binge eater was the type who'd tear apart humans and ghouls alike the moment she was displeased. He didn't dare meet her eyes again, terrified of accidentally provoking her. Kimi was frightened too, both of them spooked by Rise. She already knew her boyfriend was a ghoul. Anyone that even he feared had to be an even more dangerous ghoul. "Rise, don't scare them like that." Byakuya intervened. "Fine." Rise obediently listened and clung to his arm even tighter. Watching the binge eater act so affectionate with this human, Nishiki's expression went blank with disbelief. He knew she used seduction as a hunting tactic, but surely she wouldn't put on this convincing a show. Curiosity got the better of him. If you don't mind me asking, are you two a couple?" Of course we are. Rise nodded immediately. Nishiki grew even more intrigued. This doesn't look like acting. But it defied belief. The binge eater he knew, the one from all the rumors, was utterly ruthless. There was no way she could genuinely love a human like this. It's almost noon, why don't we grab lunch together? Byakuya extended an invitation. It's okay. After a moment's hesitation, Nishiki agreed. Something about this human didn't seem as simple as he appeared. His growing curiosity made him accept. As they walked, Byakuya began asking questions. The girl beside you, she's your girlfriend too, right? He'd invited Nishiki partly because he was curious about the current state of their relationship. These two weren't minor side characters. In the original story, Kimi had exceptional medical talent and later became Dr. Kanu's assistant. She was instrumental in developing the special food that ghouls could eat. And that was just one achievement. More importantly, she'd applied dragon cells to medicine, curing the vast majority of previously terminal illnesses. That's right. Nishiki replied, uncertain why he was being asked. Does she already know your true identity? Nishiki's face changed dramatically, and he whipped his head toward Byakuya in shock. If the binge eater had asked that question, he wouldn't have reacted so strongly. But this man was human, completely different. The question implied he knew Nishiki was a ghoul. Only ghouls could detect each other by scent. For a human to know his identity meant either they were a ghoul in disguise, or the binge eater trusted them enough to discuss such things openly. Who exactly are you with? Nishiki's voice dropped, his expression guarded. I'm a CCG ghoul investigator. Byakuya pulled out his credentials, clearly marked first-class investigator alongside his name. You're that dove named Amaha Byakuya. Nishiki was stunned. His brain had stopped working. Amaha Byakuya, the one everyone called the strongest investigator lately. He'd participated in the owl suppression operation in Ward 20 and earned the greatest merit. And this ghoul investigator was dating Ward 20's most brutal binge eater. Nishiki's mind was short-circuiting. He couldn't make sense of it. Even he had blue-screened. Beside him, Kimi was utterly bewildered. Surprised, I suppose so. Our pairing must seem unbelievable to most people. Byakuya said calmly, I know your identity. That's why I was curious whether your girlfriend knows too. Hold on. Nishiki still hadn't recovered. He adjusted his glasses. Let's find somewhere less crowded to sit and talk. Emma. Byakuya nodded slightly. The four of them found a restaurant in the campus food court, taking seats in a corner upstairs. Byakuya and Rise faced Nishiki and Kimi. About your question earlier, Kimi already knows my identity. Nishiki said gravely. In return, I want to know if you already know your girlfriend's true identity. His curiosity was overwhelming, so he answered Byakuya's question first. Could this human, the CCG's strongest investigator, really date the binge eater knowing what she was? Chapter 284. Watching Nishiki sit there with his fingers interlaced under his chin, looking so serious, Byakuya almost laughed. He held it in and answered casually. Yeah, I've known Rai's true identity from the start. Not only that, but this guy fell for me at first sight. Rise added, seemingly eager to show off how loving their relationship was. What, really? Nishiki was dumbfounded. Kimi listened without fully understanding, feeling out of place in this conversation. But if Nishiki could talk with them like this, they couldn't be unapproachable. She'd gathered that one of them was an investigator and one was a ghoul, a couple even stranger than her and Nishiki. No wonder he was so worked up. You're the same way, what's there to be so shocked about? Rise looked at Nishiki like he was an idiot. It's not the same, it's completely different, you're the bin. Nishiki started to say binge eater, but caught himself. He was afraid that dropping that title might anger her. Doesn't matter, what I am doesn't conflict with loving him. Rise said lightly, though I did want to eat him at first. See, she wanted to eat you at the start, and you still like her. Nishiki immediately turned to Byakuya. That was only at the beginning. Byakuya said. Fine. Nishiki lowered his head. When I first met Kimmy, I wasn't sure if I saw her as emergency rations or if it was love at first sight. Somehow we started dating. Later, when my identity was accidentally exposed, she still stayed with me. That's when I fell for her completely. Even with Kimmy sitting right beside him, Nishiki felt no embarrassment. This was how he truly felt. Kimmy's gaze grew tender. Is it the same for you? Nishiki looked up at Rise. Not quite. Rise considered for a moment. Your girlfriend didn't know your identity at first, but this guy's different. He knew what I was from the very beginning and confessed to me anyway. Is that so? Nishiki was stunned again. Maybe that's what makes the strongest investigator special. Don't make me sound like some weirdo. Byakuya retorted. By the way, are you two students here as well? Nishiki asked. I know Amaha-kun was a student here before joining the CCG. Don't tell me your girlfriend is also. Since he couldn't just call her the binge eater, he referred to her as Byakuya's girlfriend. No, I'm just visiting for fun today. Rise denied it. Oh, do you even recognize me? I don't. Rise smiled and answered almost instantly. Nishiki went blank for a second. That's infuriating. You stole my feeding grounds back then, and now you don't even remember me. No memory of that, probably because you were too weak to be worth remembering. Rise said dismissively, not caring about his feelings at all. Damn it. Nishiki was annoyed, but he couldn't deny it. Against the binge eater, his strength really wasn't worth mentioning. They'd come for lunch, but only Byakuya and Kimmy could actually eat. So they didn't order much, just enough for Byakuya to have a bite and for Kimmy to fill up. As for Rise and Nishiki, both were the type who could eat once and go for nearly a month. What a coincidence, running into you two at school like this. Nishiki mused. By the way, Nishio-kun, you still haven't joined Anteiku. Byakuya asked. Through their earlier conversation, they'd exchanged names. Anteiku never had any interest, and besides, didn't the CCG wipe them out? Who told you that? Everyone from Anteiku is alive and well. They just reopened under a new name somewhere else. Byakuya handed Nishiki a business card for the coffee shop. Here's their card. Drop by if you're interested. Ding, host invited Nishiki Nishio to join. Ray new Anteiku. Reward, 20 fusion points. Byakuya wasn't going to force Nishiki to join. This was simply an invitation. Oh, okay. Nishiki accepted the card. I'm fairly friendly toward ghouls, but Ward 20 is still my jurisdiction. If everyone behaves, it saves me the trouble. Byakuya explained casually. The subtext, he trusted Anteiku's ghouls. Of course, this was just an explanation for Nishiki and Kimmy's benefit. He couldn't exactly tell near strangers that he was part of Anteiku himself, especially with Kimmy being human. That would be too abrupt. I understand. Nishiki nodded thoughtfully. He knew full well that, as the CCG's strongest investigator, this man could kill him on the spot if he wanted. Under Anteiku's protection, not only would he be safe from the CCG, but he'd also have a stable food source. The only restriction was no hunting humans. Since falling truly in love with Kimmy, Nishiki's mindset had been shifting. Rather than risk hunting, he wanted a peaceful life with her, and Kimmy didn't want him doing those things either. For Kimmy's sake, Nishiki had already made up his mind. Chapter 285. Ding, host successfully recruited Nishiki Nishio to join. Ray new Anteiku. Reward, 50 fusion points. Before Nishiki even said anything, the system notification chimed in Byakuya's head. Meaning Nishiki had already decided to join Anteiku. This didn't surprise Byakuya. With a girlfriend like Kimmy, Nishiki's mindset was bound to change. Well then, Rise and I will keep wandering around campus. Feeling they'd covered enough ground, Byakuya addressed Nishiki. All right, see you around. See you. Byakuya stood and left with Rise. After they were gone, Nishiki couldn't help but marvel. Unbelievable, a couple like that actually exists. Nishiki, I'm a bit confused. Are they really that unusual? Kimmy spoke up. You've heard of Amaha Byakuya. He's been called the CCG's strongest investigator lately. He fought in the owl suppression operation in Ward 20 and earned top honors. Nishiki explained. And his girlfriend isn't just any ghoul, she's extremely brutal. There might only be a handful of ghouls in this world more vicious than her. I see. Now Kimi understood why Nishiki had reacted so strongly. After lunch, sometimes there are afternoon classes, but usually if you have morning classes, the afternoon is free. Let's say today's a free afternoon, we can go wherever you want. How about the library? Byakuya suggested. Sure, let's see if there are any books that interest me. Rise agreed. Kamiai University's library was open to the public, anyone could enter. But borrowing books required proper credentials. Rise followed Byakuya inside. Though it was open to everyone, most people who actually came to read were students. A fair number treated it as a study hall. Rise browsed the shelves, looking for something that caught her interest. But books that suited her taste were rare. Her main criterion was that dark aesthetic like Sen Takatsuki's work. If it wasn't sufficiently dark and bloody, she wasn't interested. Even though Japanese universities weren't strict about such content, books meeting her standards were scarce. After a long search, Rise finally found 2 or 3 that seemed passable. Next time, maybe just ask Takatsuki-sen herself for recommendations. She probably knows plenty of books you'd like. Byakuya offered. No need. Rise declined. No need, she'd probably know lots of books up your alley. Byakuya was puzzled. Rise rarely rejected his suggestions these days, since he never made random ones. I said no need, so no need. I'm not as interested in her as you are. Rise turned away, looking like she didn't want to talk to him. It dawned on Byakuya, Rise seemed a little jealous. He wasn't entirely sure, but it felt that way. Rise, are you jealous? He asked directly. At first, Rise seemed unwilling to admit it, but then she grabbed his collar. Yes, I'm jealous, so can you help settle it? You know what to do, don't you? Facing her aggressive stance, Byakuya immediately understood what she wanted. He said awkwardly, there are students everywhere. This might not be the best place. They were in the study area, surrounded by other students. Doing that here would attract every eye in the room. What's wrong with that? You're powerful enough, do you really need to care what others think? Rise pressed on relentlessly. Byakuya gave up resisting. True, he didn't need to care about others' opinions. He just didn't want to do this kind of thing in a library. But Rise was being insistent, and he couldn't refuse. He stopped overthinking and simply gave Rise what she wanted, a gentle kiss. He'd planned to pull back after a brief touch, but Rise wrapped her arms around him and wouldn't let go. If it had been just a quick peck, not many people would have noticed. But now, every student in the vicinity was staring. Quite a few of them were single, and their jaws dropped. Are those 2 kissing over there, in a library no less? So envious, wait no how shameless, doing that here. But the library doesn't have a rule against couples kissing, does it? We don't have to watch, though I'm too basic not to look. Same here, let me watch first. Only when Rise started running out of breath did she finally let go. Who knows how long that had lasted? A faint smile graced Rise's face as she greedily licked her lips, looking thoroughly satisfied. Great, now everyone's staring. Byakuya sighed. While he didn't need to care about others' opinions, in the eyes of everyone who didn't know better, he just lost all sense of decorum. He did care about that, at least a little. Who cares, as long as we're happy? Rise couldn't have cared less. Propriety meant nothing to her. Before meeting Byakuya, all these humans were nothing more than food she could slaughter at will. Would you care about the judgmental gaze of a pot of chicken? All right, let's actually read now. Byakuya said, we won't bother checking these books out, just buy them elsewhere. The library lending process is more hassle than it's worth. Emma. Rise didn't argue further. She read while humming a cheerful little tune, her mood clearly lifted. Chapter 286. It wasn't until evening that Byakuya and Rise finally left the library and the campus. Their deep dive into university life had come to an end. That's what life as a college student is like. What did you think? Byakuya asked for Rise's thoughts. It was pretty nice, more interesting than staying cooped up at home every day. Rise replied, good, when the time is right, I'll get you enrolled at Kamiai University directly, or another university if you prefer. The method was actually quite simple: overthrow the Washu clan and claim their position. Such a thing would be easy for him now, he just didn't want to do it yet. In Byakuya's plan, he intended to first secure the system rewards for being promoted to Associate Special Class and Special Class, and establish enough prestige within the CCG. Only then would he make his move against the Washu clan. That way, he'd have all the rewards he was entitled to, and the CCG would remain intact. The Washu clan had to go, but humanity needed a force to oppose ghouls. Without it, there'd be no way to restrain those ghouls who were evil by nature. With him at the helm, even if the Washu clan suddenly collapsed, the CCG wouldn't devolve into chaos. Nowhere else, just Kamiai University, and you have to be there with me. Rise immediately demanded. All right, I was planning to go back and continue my studies anyway. Byakuya said. Rise nodded, satisfied. Ding, through the host's influence, Kamishiro Rise has developed an interest in attending school. Reward, 100 fusion points. Getting Rise to willingly attend school was no small feat. Byakuya also noticed the system was becoming increasingly generous with its fusion points. Definitely a good thing. Ward 20, Ray. After several days, Ito Yashimura visited the coffee shop again. She didn't come daily, but given the relationship between her and Yashimura, visiting every few days was already significant progress. Hinami-chan, Mayu-chan, it's been a few days. Did you miss me? The moment she walked in, Ito waved at the two girls with a smile. Ah, Itoni, you finally came again. Hinami's face lit up with delight. Itoni. Mayu also wore a welcoming expression. How nice. I was worried no one would miss this old lady. Ito said. How could that be? Both Byakuya Oniachan and I missed you so much. Hinami said immediately. That guy, speaking of which, where is he? Didn't come to the shop today. Ito glanced around, but saw no sign of Byakuya. Oniachan didn't come today. He's working at the CCG now, so he's probably really busy. Hinami said. At the CCG, Ito nodded slightly, tapping her chin thoughtfully. She suddenly felt like visiting the CCG for a bit of fun. She was bored anyway. Ever since Byakuya had derailed her plans, the burden of changing the world had essentially been taken over by him. Though for someone like him, it probably wasn't much of a burden. In any case, Ito had nothing to do now. Besides writing manuscripts and slacking off at Aogiri Tree, she was restless with boredom. Since she had nothing better to do, she might as well go find some entertainment. Sorry, Hinami-chan, but I suddenly feel like going to the CCG to mess with that idiot brother of yours. I'll come back later to hang out with you too. Ito said. That's fine, but can I come too? Hinami asked. I don't think so. The CCG has RC detection gates that can identify ghouls. If you went there, you'd basically be turning yourself in. Ito explained. Oh, right. Hinami had momentarily forgot about the RC detection gates. But then she realized, wasn't Itoni also a ghoul? Why did she seem so unconcerned about the gates? Hinami didn't know yet that Yashimura's wife had been human, and therefore didn't know Ito was a human-ghoul hybrid. Even if she did know, she probably wouldn't understand the characteristics of such hybrids. Ito left the coffee shop and headed straight for the CCG branch. She remembered that Byakuya now worked at the Ward 20 CCG branch and had recently been promoted to branch director, the highest-ranking leader in the ward. His next step was simply waiting for the promotion ceremony to advance to Associate Special Class. Meanwhile, Byakuya was indeed at the Ward 20 branch. Ding, host has become the branch director of the Ward 20 CCG branch. Reward, 100 fusion points. Back when he was promoted to first-class investigator, he'd received 40 fusion points. Now that he'd become the administrator of an entire ward, receiving this many points was perfectly reasonable. After all, there were only 22 branch directors across all of Tokyo. Though there were 24 wards, Ward 1 housed the CCG main office and had no branch director, only the bureau director. while Ward 24 was an underground labyrinth with no CCG branch at all. Having recently become Ward 20's branch director, Byakuya had more administrative duties to handle. But compared to other wards, things were actually quite relaxed. Ward 20 had the new anti-coup, and the owl suppression operation had just concluded. There were practically no predation cases occurring. The matters he had to deal with were the same old topics: the binge eater, the gourmet, the non-killing owl, and Madara, who was closely connected to these ghouls, in other words, himself. So Byakuya didn't come to the office every day. Today, he just happened to be processing some accumulated work. As for Akira Mato, she was currently working alongside him in a private office, a small perk of his position as branch director. Branch Director Amaha. Just then, a staff member entered Byakuya's office to report. A young woman claiming to be the author, Sen Takatsuki, has arrived at our branch. She specifically asked to interview you, Branch Director Amaha. Sen Takatsuki. Hearing this report, Akira's instincts immediately stirred. Ongoing. This book has been on dropped since chapter 286. Xuanhuan members can request a review to see if the book is no longer on dropped and update it with new chapters and change the classification to ongoing.